Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 2605 to Chapter 2692. Gong Xianxia was the type of person who would make anyone want to smash him to death with a single glance. His arrogance was emitted from his bones. That kind of high and mighty appearance and attitude was really annoying. Gong Xiyu controlled the magic lotus to attack Gong Xianxia. Gong Xiyu had been refining the magic lotus for years. Although he had yet to fully control the magic lotus, he had already gained control of a portion of the magic lotus's power. It was a sacred artifact of the celestial demons. Thus, just a portion of its power was already terrifying enough. He could unleash a powerful attack. Boom, the magic lotus unleashed its power, emitting terrifying ripples that swept through the world and suppressed Gong Xianxia. You finally activated the magic lotus's power? I still remember how the magic lotus injured me back then. If it wasn't for this, the magic lotus, I wouldn't have been in a deep slumber for so long. If it wasn't for this, the magic lotus, I might have already become a great emperor. My good little brother, you're the main culprit behind all of this. Why did the magic lotus choose a little bastard like you instead of me despite my noble bloodline and great talent? Gong Xianxia became more and more agitated as he spoke. His eyes flickered with deep jealousy. Gong Xianxia had always been jealous of Gong Ziyu's good luck. In his eyes, Gong Ziyu was just a little bastard. A lowly and despicable little bastard. However, Gong Ziyu had been chosen by the magic lotus. This was something Gong Xianxia couldn't accept. The sacred artifact of the celestial demons. It should have chosen to follow him instead. That's because your heart isn't in the right place. Gong Ziyu's expression was indifferent. Ha 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 ha. Gong Xianxia burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze and said, "How can you say that you have evil intentions to me? What a joke. The heavenly devil is heartless. In order to pursue the great way, he can do anything. The world of cultivators is a heartless thing. Why? You have feelings in your heart? As expected of a bastard born of a lowly woman." As soon as young Master Nya finished speaking, he blasted out a palm attack. His combat strength was too terrifying. He directly destroyed the magic lotus's attack and quickly rushed towards Gong Ziyu. When Gong Xianxia said that he had 30% of a great emperor's battle power, perhaps that was an exaggeration. However, this person was truly too powerful. If Lin Feng was here, he would also be extremely shocked. This was because Lin Feng knew how powerful Gong Ziyu's the magic lotus was. Controlling a treasure like the magic lotus. Using Gong Ziyu's cultivation to activate the magic lotus. Not to mention the younger generation, even the older generation of cultivators would have to temporarily avoid it. But what about young Master Nya? Yet he was absolutely domineering. He destroyed the magic lotus's attack as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Young Master Nya raised his right hand. Demonic light lingered on his palm. When this palm came down, it immediately felt as if the world was spinning and the sun and moon were collapsing. Young Master Nya's palm was called the Sacred Devil Hand. It was a peerless divine ability passed down by the Heavenly Devil clan. It was an extremely powerful immortal art. With young Master Nya's strength, the power of this immortal art was extremely strong. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. In fact, from young Master Nya's attack, it could be seen that he wasn't as frivolous as he appeared on the surface. Because he was so powerful, when he attacked, it was still like a lion hunting a rabbit. It could be seen that young Master Nya was only arrogant on the outside, but was actually very cautious on the inside. People with this kind of character were actually the most terrifying. The magic lotus rotated and a demonic river appeared. That was the demonic river that the magic lotus revealed. It swept through the world, shook the void, and swept through the world. Waves of noises came from the demonic river. If one listened carefully, it was as if millions of demonic gods were roaring. The demonic river's power was extremely tyrannical. Bang, the demonic river collided with young Master Nya, and an earth-shattering sound suddenly came out. Young Master Nya's method was unimaginably powerful. It actually directly shattered the demonic river. This demonic river was an attack unleashed by the magic lotus, but it couldn't stop young Master Nya's footsteps. Young Master Nya's cultivation had reached an unfathomable level. Young Master Nya instantly arrived below the magic lotus and punched at Gong Ziyu. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face. "My good little brother, you're really too weak. Even if you control the magic lotus, you're still so weak. The magic lotus, a sacred object, is really a pearl covered in dust in your hands. It's better to let your good big brother control the magic lotus." Buzz, the magic lotus released a demonic light that enveloped Gong Ziyu's body. This demonic light was a defensive light. It was very powerful and could block any attack. But when young Master Nya's punch landed on the demonic light, the demonic light was directly shattered. Young Master Nya's punch ruthlessly landed on Gong Ziyu's chest. Bang! Gong Ziyu's chest immediately exploded. He suffered a near-fatal injury. Fortunately, the Heavenly Fiend clan's vitality was incomparably tenacious. Otherwise, Gong Ziyu would have already died from that punch. Weak. Weak. Really too weak. Young Master Nya's lips curled into a sneer and disdainful arc. He continued to walk towards Gong Ziyu. He raised his right hand. Then he directly slashed at Gong Ziyu. A dazzling sword chi condensed and slashed at Gong Ziyu. The power of this sword chi was so strong that it tore the void apart. Then it quickly arrived in front of Gong Ziyu. Gong Ziyu wanted to dodge, but it was too late. His pupils slightly dilated. Gong Ziyu's heart was filled with endless sorrow. He felt an unprecedented feeling of power sweep through his body. Gong Ziyu worked hard to cultivate and furiously make himself stronger. But his efforts. In the end, it was all in vain. Death. This was his final destination. But Gong Ziyu was unwilling to die like this. But no matter how unwilling he was, what was the use? Young Master Nya's strength was already not something he could contend against. Young Master Nya's expression was indifferent as he watched this scene. His lips curled into a sinister arc as if he could already see Gong Ziyu dying under his attack. Seeing that Gong Ziyu was about to be killed. But at this moment, the magic lotus released a demonic light that enveloped Gong Ziyu. Swish. With a flash of light, Gong Ziyu disappeared. Young Master Nya's attack landed on empty air. Gong Ziyu was sucked into the magic lotus's internal space. Then the magic lotus lightly shook. It directly tore through the void and escaped without a trace. The magic lotus is worthy of being a holy artifact. It's really powerful. Young Master Nya clicked his tongue in wonder. Then the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. "My good little brother, you can't escape." Roar, a series of beastly roars came from the mountain forest, resounding through the clouds and shaking the void. This was an overlord-level beast. It was shrouded in flames and had two heads. One was the head of a Swani, and the other was the head of a Swani. This kind of ferocious beast was abnormally powerful. It had the power to destroy the world. Lin Feng fought with this beast. During this period of time, Lin Feng had been constantly challenging these top-level beasts to train his cultivation. Although this overlord-level beast was strong, it could only deal with Lin Feng's attacks tirelessly. Of course, it wasn't easy for Lin Feng to kill this overlord-level beast. This overlord-level beast finally broke free from Lin Feng's attacks and escaped. After the battle, Lin Feng went to a pool to take a bath. He washed his body and washed off the sweat on his body. It was really comfortable. More than 10 female cultivators flew over from the distance and saw Lin Feng walking up from the shore. They did not avert their gazes. Instead, they pointed and whispered among themselves. They were very bold. These were the female cultivators of the outside world. They were passionate and unrestrained. Lin Feng ignored those female cultivators and quickly left to find a place to rest. The southern immortal demon realm was very big. Lin Feng was training while looking for news of Duguya. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know if Duguya was really in the southern immortal demon realm. This was because all the information about Duguya was Lin Feng's own guess. He didn't know how reliable this information was. In addition, the heaven-shaking steel didn't appear. Lin Feng knew that he still needed to wait for a while. The true fortune hadn't appeared yet. If the heaven-shaking steel appeared, it would be a heaven-defying fortune. If anyone could learn something special from the steel, it would be a great harvest. On that day, Lin Feng suddenly heard some news. It was said that in the depths of an ancient mountain range, there was a holy light. Cultivators who bathed in the holy light could benefit greatly. Some people understood Tao while bathed in the holy light, and some people broke through to the next cultivation layer. This news caused a huge uproar. Many people went to that place, wanting to bathe in the sacred light to see if it really had such an effect. Lin Feng was also very interested. He didn't know what this sacred light was. The ancient forest wasn't peaceful at all. This place was full of danger. Not only were there many powerful beasts active here, but there were also many cultivators who liked to kill and steal. Along the way, Lin Feng saw at least 10 waves of cultivators fighting. Either they were fighting over some treasures, or they were killing each other to snatch treasures. This kind of thing was not uncommon. Finally, Lin Feng reached the depths of the forest. When he arrived, many people had already gathered here. There were 9 mountain ranges in the depths of the forest. These 9 mountain ranges actually looked like 9 fierce beasts. These 9 fierce beasts were Chonyo, Yazi, Chao Feng, Puleo, Swanee, Taotai, Swanee, Fushi, and Chiwen. The origins of these 9 fierce beasts were very famous. Because these 9 fierce beasts were rumored to be the sons of the dragon. The dragon had 9 sons, but the 9 sons were different. And the 9 mountain ranges that appeared here were exactly the same as the 9 sons of the dragon, causing many people to feel astonished. This is the legendary 9 Beast Mountain. It is said that there are some shocking secrets hidden here, but no one knows what they are. Those who try to find the secrets of the 9 Beast Mountain will suffer a calamity. A middle-aged cultivator said. He thought of a secret. The secret mentioned the 9 Beast Mountain. There's no need to find the secrets of the 9 Beast Mountain. Just comprehend the Tao and the sacred light of the 9 Beast Mountain. Being able to comprehend the Tao is a great opportunity. Someone said. He did not want to explore the secrets of the 9 Beast Mountain. There was no need to take the risk. The sacred light of the 9 Beast Mountain appears once every 7 days. The next time it appears will be 2 days later. After the sacred light appears, it will last for 3 days. Before the sacred light disappears, you must leave the 9 Beast Mountain. Otherwise, you will suffer a calamity. An old man said. Suffer a calamity? Will something terrible happen? Someone asked. He was very curious about this matter because the next time the sacred light appeared, those people planned to enter it. One day after the sacred light disappears, the 9 Beast Mountain will be shrouded in darkness. It is said that a terrifying existence will appear and eat all the living things in the 9 Beast Mountain. The old man said. At this time, everyone realized that the 9 Beast Mountain was very quiet. Such a lush forest should not be so quiet. But in the 9 Beast Mountain, there was not even the sound of insects and birds. Thus, one could tell that the 9 Beast Mountain contained great danger. Lin Feng stood in the distance and looked at the 9 Beast Mountain. He found that the 9 Beast Mountain was very different from others. There was a very strange energy lingering around it. That qi made Lin Feng have the impression that it was terrifying. This is a land of peril. 9 is the number of extremes. Therefore, the 9 Beast Mountain is equivalent to a land of death. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng could not help but feel slightly moved. He sent a message to the Demon Lord and asked, "It seems that you know something about the 9 Beast Mountain, Demon Lord." The Demon Lord said, "I have heard a story about the 9 Beast Mountain, but I don't know if it is true." What story? Lin Feng asked. A long, long time ago, there was a true dragon emperor who was schemed against by others. He was severely injured, and there was no way he could save himself. The true dragon emperor's 9 sons heard that there was someone who could save the true dragon emperor, so the 9 sons went to the person's residence and begged that person to save their father. That person said that he was cursed and turned into a cursed being. He could not even save himself, let alone others, unless the 9 sons of the true dragon emperor were willing to bear the endless pain in his place. The 9 sons of the true dragon emperor agreed. They were willing to bear the pain of the curse for that person. When Lin Feng heard Yao Jun's story, he frowned. Even though he didn't know if it was true. Although the story was debatable, it was worth thinking about. The world of cultivators was indeed filled with deception and intrigue. Of course, it was also filled with all kinds of lies and deceit. Many times, trusting others unconditionally would lead to a tragic end. The fate of the 9 dragon sons explained everything. If this matter was true, the 9 dragon sons were really too pitiful. Anyone who encountered such a thing would probably be driven crazy, right? Lin Feng found a place to rest while waiting for the holy light to appear again. He was looking forward to the effects of the holy light. If he could comprehend the great Tao, it would naturally be something to be happy about. More importantly, the holy light seemed to have the power to raise one's cultivation. Of course, all of this would have to wait until Lin Feng entered the holy light and personally experienced its power before he could make a judgment. More and more people came to the 9 Beast Mountain. Many people were watching the 9 Beast Mountain. There was no lack of powerful figures among them. Have you heard? The blood-winged heavenly wolf clan's heaven-defying genius, Xianxia, was killed. This matter has angered the blood-winged heavenly wolf clan. While waiting for the holy light to appear, some people were discussing the recent events in the southern immortal devil realm. As a heaven-defying genius, Xianxia's death was naturally a huge matter. One had to know that a heaven-defying genius like Xianxia was extremely rare among the younger generation of the myriad races. Many of the royal clans might not even be able to produce a genius like him. The blood-winged heavenly wolf clan attached great importance to Xianxia, so they passed down the purgatory fiend spear to him. However, Xianxia was still killed. The blood-winged heavenly wolf clan was about to go crazy. They had been investigating who the murderer was. I've also heard about this matter. Xianxia's cultivation is extremely terrifying. Just who could kill him? Some cultivators of the myriad races said. They were also extremely puzzled. They found it unbelievable that such a heaven-defying genius like Xianxia had been killed. It said that Xianxia, Shindao Tian, Nailan Hanyue, and the others released a foreign being. Some people suspect that it was that foreign being who killed Xianxia. A myriad races cultivator said. But that otherworldly creature still hasn't appeared. Who knows where it ran off to? Another myriad races cultivator said. Xianxia's death could be said to have caused a huge uproar among the myriad races. This matter was no small matter. The cultivators of 9 regions were also talking about the fall of Xianxia. Unlike the cultivators of the myriad clans, the cultivators of the 9 regions were all jubilant. A heaven-defying genius of the myriad races had died. For the 9 prefectures, this was naturally a great thing. During this period of time, Lin Feng also heard some news about Xianxia's death. The outside world still did not know that Xianxia was killed by him. Even if the outside world knew, Lin Feng was not afraid. Now that his cultivation level had increased, only great emperors could kill him. Lin Feng couldn't compete with other cultivators of the same cultivation level as him, but now, he had become much stronger. However, Lin Feng believed that with his own methods, he could easily get rid of the other party. Therefore, Lin Feng was not worried about the revenge of the blood-winged wolf clan. Now that Lin Feng needed to fight, if the experts of the blood-winged wolf clan really came looking for trouble, Lin Feng did not mind killing to prove his Tao. Once he successfully cultivated the white tiger aura, Lin Feng, who had mastered 3 types of aura, would be able to do so. At that time, he would be invincible. Boom! A violent fluctuation came from afar. A powerful cultivator had arrived. Shindao Tian was surrounded by divine light as he walked over step by step. He was like a divine king descending to the mortal world. His temperament was extraordinary, and he was handsome and unrestrained, attracting the attention of many people. They were both heaven-defying geniuses, but Shindao Tian was much stronger than Xianxia. First of all, in terms of bloodline, Shindao Tian was the successor of the ancient god clan. The ancient god clan's bloodline was one of the royal clans of the myriad races. It was one of the most powerful bloodlines among the myriad races. The ancient god clan's ancestors had immortals. As for the blood-winged wolf clan's ancestors, only a great emperor had appeared. The difference in bloodline was huge. In addition, Shindao Tian's talent was extraordinary. When he was born with divine light in his hand. Therefore, the outside world had always said that Shindao Tian was the reincarnation of an ancient expert. However, the cultivators of the outside world didn't know whether it was true or not. This was all a secret. Perhaps only the cultivators of the ancient god clan knew everything. After Shindao Tian arrived, another expert arrived. He was tall and sturdy and had long golden hair. He was an elite of the Golden Saint Lion clan. The Golden Saint Lion clan was a famous clan and also had the royal bloodline among the myriad races. It was said that this clan could open up to 9 heavenly eyes. Once 9 heavenly eyes appeared, they could destroy all living beings. This was a clan that no one dared to provoke. This person is called Huang Yanma. He's a heaven-defying genius of the Golden Saint Lion clan. A human cultivator said in a very soft voice, afraid that Huang Yanma would hear him. Huang Yanma was a surname. Of course, this was a very rare surname. Huang Yanma stood in the void and gave off a very oppressive feeling. When facing Huang Yanma, many people felt a heavy sense of oppression. In the distance, there were bursts of immortal light and a beautiful woman flew over. It was Nalan Hanyue. Lin Feng had seen this woman before. She was still so beautiful and moving. She was a natural beauty and had a heavenly fragrance. Her arrival was more eye-catching than Shindao Tian's and Huang Yanma's. This was because a beautiful woman would be the center of attention wherever she went. The commotion she caused was much greater than that of a male cultivator. Perhaps there will be more heaven-defying geniuses coming. Someone said. Sure enough, as the cultivators had guessed, more heaven-defying geniuses arrived not long after. Shrouded in demonic light, Gongzini looked like a demon emperor. This existence was abnormally terrifying and had hidden very deeply. He had also arrived. After Gongzini's arrival, the heavenly demon emperor's son also arrived. The heavenly demon emperor's son was now even stronger. Had he already undergone his 3rd bloodline awakening? They are all heaven-defying geniuses of the myriad races. There are no heaven-defying geniuses from the 9 states. A cultivator from the 9 states sighed. Apart from Lin Feng, is there a second heaven-defying genius in the 9 states? Immediately, the cultivators from the myriad races mocked and ridiculed. Many cultivators from the 9 states had ugly expressions, but they could not refute the other party's words. Because the other party's words were indeed very reasonable. Apart from Lin Feng, there seemed to be no second heaven-defying genius in the 9 states. Lin Feng was still standing in the distance and had not shown himself. However, the heavenly demon emperor's son's senses were very sharp. The grudge between Lin Feng and the heavenly demon emperor's son was too deep. In addition, Lin Feng had snatched away the heavenly demon emperor's son's fortuitous encounter. The item left behind by the heavenly demon emperor's son's ancestor recorded the cultivation method of the great destiny art. It should have been the heavenly demon emperor's son's divine ability. However, it was snatched away in the end and Lin Feng succeeded in cultivating it. The heavenly demon emperor's son hated Lin Feng even more. The hatred between the two of them. Even the Yellow River wouldn't be able to wash it clean. The heavenly demon emperor's son's strength had increased greatly. His biggest wish was to find Lin Feng and torture him. He wanted to make Lin Feng beg for his life, but he couldn't die. However, this wish had never been realized. Now that the heavenly demon emperor's son saw Lin Feng, he was extremely excited. As a heaven-defying genius, the heavenly demon emperor's son was naturally eye-catching. His every move attracted the attention of many. Everyone followed the heavenly demon emperor's son's gaze and looked in the same direction. Then, they saw a cultivator standing on a mountain peak in the distance. From afar, the cultivator was dressed in black and looked extraordinarily handsome. Lin Feng. It's Lin Feng. Many people exclaimed. Previously, there was a rumor that Lin Feng had fought with the otherworldly creatures and might have died at their hands. After that, Lin Feng didn't appear for a long time. This seemed to confirm the rumor that Lin Feng might really have died. This matter made the myriad races very excited. It was hard for the cultivators of the 9 states to accept. Of course, many of them didn't believe that Lin Feng had died just like that. Now that Lin Feng had appeared, many of them were delighted. This person is quite lucky. Nalan Hanyue frowned slightly. She recalled that Lin Feng had asked her to deal with the otherworldly creatures with Shindao Tian and Xianxia. Nalan Hanyue didn't expect that Lin Feng was still alive. Instead, it was Xianxia who was killed. However, after seeing Lin Feng, Nail and Hanyue suddenly felt that Xianxia's death was somewhat strange. Perhaps it wasn't done by the otherworldly creatures. Could it be Lin Feng's doing? This idea was quickly rejected by Nail and Hanyue as soon as it appeared. Lin Feng first fought with the otherworldly creatures and then fought with Xianxia. How could he kill Xianxia? That was too unrealistic. Shindao's furrowed brows slightly raised. His expression Shindao Tian's son's expression's eyes flashed a flash of coldness. Shindao Tian was also a cultivator who was very good at hiding himself, said Gong Zhongya while looking at Lin Feng. He had seen Lin Feng before and knew that Lin Feng and Gong Zhongyu were good friends. Xianxia. Qiao. These myriad races were high and mighty and regarded the human race as ants. Therefore, the cultivators of the Qios. Lin Feng was a heaven-defying genius among the younger generation of the human race. Almost all the Qios races viewed him as an enemy. However, some cultivators of the Qios races hid their true thoughts. Some cultivators of the Qios races didn't hide their true thoughts. The Sky Demon Emperor's son quickly flew toward Lin Feng. He sneered at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, did you expect to see me here? Have you thought about what will happen to you after seeing me?" Lin Feng sneered when he saw the Sky Demon Emperor's son's arrogant expression. He said indifferently, "I'm sorry. When I see you, I can't help but think of the scene of you being beaten half to death by me during the prodigy list ranking competition." Pfft. Many cultivators of the 9 states burst into laughter. Many of the cultivators of the 9 states who were watching the show were cultivators who had participated in the prodigy list ranking competition. Therefore, these cultivators had all seen the battle between Lin Feng and the Sky Demon Emperor's son. The Sky Demon Emperor's son was extremely arrogant and didn't think much of Lin Feng. However, in the end, he was beaten half to death by Lin Feng. This matter became the topic of conversation before and after meals. This matter made the Sky Demon Emperor's son extremely angry. The Sky Demon Emperor's son also saw it as a great humiliation. Now that Lin Feng had brought it up, the Sky Demon Emperor's son was being ridiculed by Lin Feng. The Sky Demon Emperor's son was instantly enraged. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. People shouldn't live in the past. They should live in the present. The Sky Demon Emperor's son said indifferently. "I'm no longer the same person I used to be. I've wanted to fight you for a long time. I want you to know that you don't even have the power to resist in front of me." The Sky Demon Emperor's son's words were extremely arrogant. He didn't think much of Lin Feng at all. This was the Sky Demon Emperor's son's character. "Is that so? You can try. I've always wanted to kill you and get your black god-devouring flame," Lin Feng said indifferently. "Ha ha ha ha," the Sky Demon Emperor's son suddenly laughed. He looked at Lin Feng with disdain. "It's time to wake up from your dream. With my current strength, I won't even need 10 moves to kill you." The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. The Sky Demon Emperor's son's words were extremely arrogant. One had to know that Lin Feng was also a heaven-defying genius, but the Sky Demon Emperor's son said that he wouldn't even need 10 moves to kill Lin Feng. He really didn't think much of Lin Feng. Everyone could tell that the Sky Demon Emperor's son wasn't trying to provoke Lin Feng with his words. He really looked down on Lin Feng. It was a kind of contempt that came from his bones. Boom. A terrifying aura emanated from the Sky Demon Emperor's son's body. He seemed to want to kill Lin Feng. Many people grew excited, especially the cultivators of the 10,000 races. They were looking forward to the Sky Demon Emperor's son killing Lin Feng outside 9 Beast Mountain. The cultivators of 9 states were very confident in Lin Feng. They believed that Lin Feng would definitely be able to kill the Sky Demon Emperor's son. A great battle was about to break out. However, at that moment, holy light shot into the sky from 9 Beast Mountain. Then, the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded through the clouds. "The holy light has appeared again," many cultivators cried out in surprise. Whoosh! 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 The 9 heaven-defying geniuses quickly flew into the depths of 9 Beast Mountain. The others weren't in the mood to watch the battle between Lin Feng and the Sky Demon Emperor's son. They entered the holy light to comprehend the opportunities within. That was the most important thing. Everything else, that was secondary. The Sky Demon Emperor's son didn't want to continue fighting with Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng contemptuously and sneered. Get lost. Otherwise, when I see you again after you're done cultivating, I'll make this forest your burial ground. With that, the Sky Demon Emperor's son flew into the distance. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. No matter how strong the Sky Demon Emperor's son was, he didn't fear him. The Nine Beast Mountain was not safe because there were many powerful restrictions here. Therefore, unless one's cultivation level was extremely high or they were proficient in arrays otherwise, entering the Nine Beast Mountain would very likely result in death. Therefore, when many cultivators rushed into the Nine Beast Mountain, what awaited them was not the radiance of the holy light. Instead, it was the terrifying restrictions. Many cultivators died one after another under the attacks of the restrictions. However, this did not stop everyone's enthusiasm. Therefore, there were still many cultivators who rushed in one after another, wanting to bathe in the holy light. However, in the end, they died tragically under the attacks of the restrictions. Lin Feng shuttled through the array and entered the holy light. Then, Lin Feng discovered that the holy light on the 9 peaks of the Nine Beast Mountain was the densest. Many cultivators noticed this situation. Therefore, many cultivators wanted to climb the peaks and cultivate on them. Several experts at the heaven-defying level each occupied a mountain. They were unwilling to share the peaks that they occupied with others. Anyone who dared to approach the peaks that they occupied would be mercilessly obliterated. This was a cruel world where strength was respected. Without strength, one would be bullied and might even die tragically. This kind of thing was too common, so everyone was used to it. Therefore, the rest of the cultivators began to fight for the control of the other peaks. Lin Feng climbed up a peak and the cultivators on that peak retreated one after another. Although they did not want to retreat, they were worried that Lin Feng would attack them. A large number of cultivators gathered in the forest and hurriedly found a place to cultivate and comprehend the great Tao nomological laws contained in the holy light. A small number of cultivators were cultivating on the peaks. These cultivators were relatively powerful, although they were not like those heaven-defying elites who could occupy a peak alone. However, they could still share a peak with others. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and carefully comprehended the Tao contained in the holy light. In the holy light, the Tao sounds lingered in the air. The heavenly Tao sounds resounded throughout the world. Lin Feng felt that his body was warm. It was the mysterious power contained in the holy light that made his body feel very comfortable. Soon, Lin Feng discovered something shocking. The power of the holy light was constantly tempering his physical body. At the same time, it was also tempering his magic power and soul. This caused Lin Feng to feel extremely shocked. No wonder so many cultivators were able to break through while bathing in the sacred light. It turned out that the holy light had so many miraculous effects. This was something that Lin Feng had never expected. Lin Feng began to absorb large amounts of holy light. As time passed, Lin Feng vaguely sensed the aura of Tao. The aura of Tao enveloped his entire body. In that instant, Lin Feng had the feeling that he was about to enter a mysterious and abstruse state. However, it was not an easy task to enter that state. Once Lin Feng entered that state of mind, he would be able to obtain incredible benefits. Maybe he would even obtain some powerful inheritances. Lin Feng tried again and again to enter that state of mind, but after many attempts, it ended in failure. However, after failing several times in a row, Lin Feng found that he seemed to have found the trick. In the end, Lin Feng finally sensed the mysterious Tao, the mysterious state of mind. That Tao was an extremely domineering Tao. Lin Feng tried to communicate with that Tao. But suddenly, he felt 2 dazzling rays of light suddenly light up in the darkness. Those 2 rays of light were extremely dazzling and eye-catching. Other than being dazzling and eye-catching, it was cold. It was a pair of incomparably cold eyes. The killing intent contained in those eyes made Lin Feng's heart tremble. The most frightening thing was that those eyes seemed to have some kind of terrifying magical power. Once he looked into those eyes, instantly, he would lose himself. And it was very difficult to break free from the confusion. Those eyes contained a power that could make people sink into oblivion. Not good, something's not right here. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He sensed that something was wrong. Lin Feng began to circulate Luya's star chart. This divine ability was indeed worthy of being the sole secret technique passed down by Taoist Luya. In an instant, Lin Feng regained his clarity of mind. At this moment, Lin Feng realized that the sky had already darkened. In the depths of Nine Beast Mountain, black fog rolled. Roar. A low roar resounded. Nine Saint Mountain became extremely restless. Many cultivators woke up because those cultivators did not succeed in comprehending the Tao like Lin Feng. If a cultivator succeeded in comprehending the Tao, it would not be easy for them to wake up. Blood moon, why did the moon in the sky turn into a blood moon? A cultivator pointed at the moon in the sky. It was originally a full moon, but now it had turned into a blood moon. It was extremely strange. Blood moons only appear when there's a change in the land of death. Not good, something's wrong. Lin Feng's face revealed a trace of shock. He had seen the moon suddenly turn into a blood moon in a land of death before, so he had some understanding of this situation. Let's go, Lin Feng did not even think and quickly rushed outside. There were great fortuitous opportunities in such a land of death. However, there were also great dangers. Fortuitous opportunities and dangers always went hand in hand. The cultivators who entered before had obtained fortuitous opportunities, so this place became more and more mysterious. More and more cultivators came from all directions. They entered Nine Beast Mountain. Now, there were about 20 to 30,000 cultivators gathered at Nine Beast Mountain. With so many cultivators gathered, some of them had obtained fortuitous opportunities in Nine Beast Mountain before. They still wanted to continue to obtain new fortuitous opportunities in Nine Beast Mountain or use the holy light to increase their cultivation. Most of them were entering Nine Beast Mountain for the first time. No one had expected that something would happen to Nine Beast Mountain this time. Let's go, let's leave this place quickly, many cultivators shouted loudly, their voices filled with fear. These cultivators also had a premonition that something was about to happen. However, it was already too late to leave Nine Beast Mountain. Clumps of black fog tumbled. It completely enveloped Nine Beast Mountain. The way out was completely sealed. Many people lost their way while looking for a way out. Many people were also killed by the restrictions inside Nine Beast Mountain. Cultivators died everywhere, their blood staining the ground red. However, the most terrifying thing was that there was a terrifying force in Nine Beast Mountain that devoured the flesh and essence of the dead cultivators. That story can't be true, right? Are there really 9 cursed sons of the true Dragon Great Emperor here? The current situation was caused by the 9 sons of the true Dragon Great Emperor using a heaven-defying method. The 9 sons of the true Dragon Great Emperor want to kill everyone who enters Nine Beast Mountain? Now, the Demon Lord was also muttering because maybe the story he told before was really something that had happened before. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. The 9 sons of the true dragon contained endless resentment. No matter how righteous or kind they were before. But now, they had long become evil beasts. The Demon Lord said, "Let's wait and see. Maybe there's a way to escape." Lin Feng nodded. This was the only way now. He waited in the forest. Many people were still looking for a way out. Roar, the roar of a beast resounded through the world. Then, the earth shook. The Nine Beast Mountain shook violently as if a peerless demon was about to be born. Waves of cold and terrifying aura filled the world. That aura was so terrifying that everyone felt a bone-chilling coldness. Soon, 9 terrifying creatures walked out from the depths of the Nine Beast Mountain. Fuxi, one of the 9 sons of the dragon, was also known as Baxia. It was shaped like a turtle and carried a heavy load. It carried the stone tablet for many years. In the temples and ancestral halls, people could see this Hercules who was willing to work hard without complaint. It was said that touching it would bring blessings. Fuxi, also known as the Charter, was the name of a legendary beast. It was shaped like a tiger and was the 7th son. It loved to argue and was powerful. The tiger-shaped decoration on the top of the prison gate was its portrait. Legend had it that Fuxi was not only eager to be righteous and spoke out for justice, but also could distinguish right from wrong and decide impartially. In addition to its majestic image, in addition to being decorated on the prison gate, it also crouched on both sides of the hall of the yamen. Every time the yamen chief sat in the hall, Its image would be at the top of the chief executive's title plate and the silence avoidance plate. It looked around covetously to maintain the solemnity and righteousness of the court. Tianlu knowledge dragon seed. Legend has it that there are 9 kinds of dragons, each with their own preferences. The 4th is Fu Shi, which is like a tiger and has power, so it was placed in the prison gate. Pu Lao, which is shaped like a dragon but smaller than a dragon, likes to cry. It is said that Pu Lao lived by the sea and was most afraid of whales. Every time it was attacked by a whale, Pu Lao would cry out non-stop. Therefore, people put his image on the bell, and carved the long wood of the bell into the shape of a whale, and used it to strike the bell, hoping that the sound would be loud and clear. When the whale attacked, it was so scared that it roared loudly. People reported that according to its nature is fond of ringing characteristic, every bell wants to sound louder, that is, the cattail was cast as a bell button, and the wooden pestle used to strike the bell was made in the shape of a whale. When the bell was rung, he let the whale hit the paleo again and again, so that the sound of the bell would reach the clouds and reach far and wide. Xianxia. Xianxia, a dragon. He loved music. The beast engraved on the head of the Huqin is his portrait. Yuanjian Leihan, Chapter 438, Dragon of the Scale Division. For quotations from Chen Rinqi's Book of Potential Leihan, the dragon has 9 sons, but they are not dragons, and each has his own interests. Xianxia is a good sound, engraved on the Huqin. Generally, the Huqin had the shape of a beast engraved on it, similar to the shape of a dragon, for Xianxia. Qi Wen, also known as Qi Wei, was generally regarded as the 2nd son of the dragon. It liked to look around, and was often arranged on the ridge of a building, making the shape of opening its mouth to swallow the ridge, and was fixed by a sword. Taiping Yulan had the following record: Tang Hui, Han Xiang Liang Palace. After the disaster, Yu Wu said, "There is a fish dragon in the sea, its tail is like a qi, and the waves are like rain, so it was made to look like its tail, to repel fire." The Wu mentioned in the text was the class of necromancers, and the fish dragon was the predecessor of Qi Wen. Qi Wen belonged to the water, and it was used to suppress evil to avoid fire. Qi Wen, shaped like a lion, liked smoke and sat well. Buddha saw that it was patient, so he kept it under his crotch as a mount. Buddha Manjushri once had a mount, which was Qi Wen. Yazi, with a dragon's body and a wolf's head, had a strong character, was brave and good at fighting, and was addicted to killing and fighting. It always held a sword in its mouth and stared angrily. It was engraved on the sword ring and the sword hilt to increase its power. As the saying goes, a meal of kindness must be repaid, and a grievance of Qi Wen must be avenged. Yazi became the incarnation of all evil. Tao Tai, with a body like the velociraptor of the Western Dragon clan. However, its eyes grew under its armpits, and it had tiger teeth and human claws. It had a big head and a big mouth. It was very gluttonous and would eat anything it saw. It was said that it could swallow a life planet in one bite. Chao Feng, one of the 9 sons of the dragon, was the head of a scaled insect. It had a slender body, similar to a dragon. Chao Feng not only symbolized auspiciousness, beauty, and majesty, but it also had the meaning of deterring demons and eliminating disasters. Its shape was often used as a decoration on the corners of the palace. Chao Feng's placement made the entire palace's design strict and varied, achieving a solemn and lively harmony, a unity of grandeur and delicacy. It added a layer of mystery to the towering palace. Therefore, many of the 9 sons of the true dragon were auspicious beasts. However, the 9 sons of the true dragon had now turned into evil beasts. The 9 sons of the true dragon coiled in the darkness, emitting a cold and terrifying aura. They began to hunt down the cultivators trapped in 9 Beast Mountain. My grandfather is the clan leader of the Shantian Divine Devil clan. If you dare to kill me, you'll die too. A cultivator of the myriad races cried out in fear, trying to intimidate a dragon's son who attacked him. However, it was useless. The dragon's son was not affected at all. It pounced forward and ate the cultivator in one bite. Such a scene happened in many places. No matter what identity they had in the outside world, they were now food for the 9 sons of the true dragon. I don't want to die. Many cultivators cried out in fear and fled in all directions, trying to escape from 9 Beast Mountain. However, they were powerless. In the end, they became food for the 9 sons of the true dragon. We haven't eaten in a long time. Today, we'll eat to our heart's content, a terrifying creature said coldly. It was the Taotai that spoke. The Taotai opened its bloody mouth. It suddenly inhaled hundreds of cultivators. They were immediately devoured by the Taotai. What a powerful bloodline! Suddenly, the Taotai roared and looked in a certain direction. Oh no, I've been discovered. Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. The Taotai was looking in his direction. Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. What he needed to do now was to get as far away from the 9 sons of the true dragon as possible. Because Lin Feng knew. Usually, the changes in the land of death would return to normal when the sun rose the next day. Now, he had to hold on until the sun rose to stay alive. However, Lin Feng was now being targeted by the Taotai. Lin Feng sensed danger. He quickly fled into the distance. However, the Taotai was hot on his tail. The Taotai was too fast. It was getting closer and closer to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression turned extremely unsightly. He knew he was in big trouble. If he was careless, he might be devoured by the Taotai. Brat, you won't be able to escape. Your bloodline is extremely powerful. I'm going to eat you. The Taotai roared furiously and opened its mouth wide. It wanted to swallow Lin Feng. Suddenly, Taotai inhaled. A powerful devouring force enveloped Lin Feng, trying to engulf Lin Feng before devouring him. Lin Feng stepped on the world of 8 directions and pushed his speed to the limit, turning into a bolt of lightning as he charged forward. Taotai's attack missed, and Lin Feng managed to shake it off once again. This infuriated Taotai. Its voice was filled with killing intent. Brat, you won't be able to escape. I'll catch up to you very soon. Then, you'll become the most delicious meal. Lin Feng asked as he fled. Big guy, let me ask you something. Did you fall into someone's trap because you wanted to save a true dragon emperor? Is that why you were cursed? Taotai was clearly stunned. It then said indifferently, how did you know? I know a lot of things. It seems like this is true. It said that a total of 9 true dragon emperors have appeared. Which one is your father? Lin Feng asked curiously. The 9th true dragon emperor had appeared during the primordial era. The rest had appeared even earlier than that. That was because too much time had passed. Therefore, there was very little information about the true dragon emperors in the world. Lin Feng didn't know much about the 9 real dragon great emperors, but he had obtained a real dragon great emperor's talisman before. It seemed to be able to command millions of dragons. However, Lin Feng had no idea which true dragon emperor token had been forged by. The true dragon emperor token was still in his mountain river ring. Lin Feng planned to head to the dragon world in the future. Once he subdued the dragons in the dragon world. By then, Lin Feng would be able to command the dragons. Brat, you ask too many questions. Do you think I need to answer a dying man like you? Taotai's voice was cold. Its roar shook heaven and earth. Taotai's speed continued to increase as it chased after Lin Feng. Taotai was getting faster and faster. It was very troublesome to shake it off. A roar came from afar as a powerful beast rushed over. It was a Yazi. It wanted to devour Lin Feng. Taotai said coldly. Fifth, I have my eyes on this brat. Stay away from him. Yazi looked coldly at Taotai. In the end, he had abandoned Lin Feng. Yazi was no match for Taotai. Taotai was to be. Therefore, the other dragon sons were also very afraid of Taotai. The Taotai kept chasing after Lin Feng, trying to kill him. To escape. He thought of a new method. Tit. After a short time, Lin Feng saw a cultivator. Xianxia. Gongziyu's elder brother. Of course, he was also Gongziyu's enemy. Xianxia saw Lin Feng as well. A mocking expression appeared on his face. He sneered and said, I heard that you were targeted by a foreign creature. I didn't expect a lowly fellow like you to be so lucky. You actually managed to escape from that creature's attack. I heard that the more you want to prove something, the more you want to hide it. You always say that others are lowly, But that's just an excuse to hide your lowly status. This is a principle that hasn't changed since ancient times. Lin Feng laughed. What did you say? Gong Xingye narrowed his eyes. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng acted as though he didn't sense Gong Xingye's killing intent. He said indifferently, I heard that the heavenly devil race used to be slaves of the primordial demon race. You were slaves for generations until the primordial era. Is that true? This was something the heavenly devil race didn't want to remember. No one dared to mention the primordial demon race in front of a heavenly devil race cultivator. Now, Lin Feng was talking about the primordial demon race in front of Gong Xingye. Clearly, he wanted to provoke and humiliate Gong Xingye. I wanted to let you live a little longer, but since you're courting death, don't blame me. Gong Xingye's body emitted a terrifying aura. He seemed to be unable to control himself and was about to attack Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng saw the Taotai flying over. He looked at Gong Xingye indifferently and said, Gong Xingye, don't think too highly of yourself. Killing you is easier than killing an ant for me. However, on account of Gong Xiyu, I'll spare your dog life today. Go to hell. Gong Xingye sent a palm strike at Lin Feng, but Lin Feng dodged it. Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. Gong Xingye's expression was cold. Just as he was about to chase after Lin Feng, the Taotai caught up. Not bad, not bad. Another ant with a powerful bloodline. I'll devour you first, then I'll devour the other brat. The Taotai pounced at Gong Xingye. Damn it. Gong Xingye couldn't help but roar in exasperation. By now, he had regained his senses. He knew that he had been tricked by Lin Feng. Lin Feng was just trying to divert the disaster. He wanted Gong Xingye to help him stop the Taotai. He felt a terrifying aura. Gong Xingye was very arrogant. However, he didn't dare to fight the Taotai. He turned and fled. Where do you think you're going? The Taotai sneered and chased after Gong Xingye. Lin Feng felt that he still needed to find a way out because the 9 sons of the true dragon were too terrifying. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to last until the sun came out tomorrow and would be killed by them. Lin Feng shuttled through 9 Beast Mountain. However, he found that the restrictions on 9 Beast Mountain were very strange. There was a Heaven and Earth Universe reversal array here. Cultivators who were trapped in the Heaven and Earth Universe reversal array couldn't get out at all. If they wanted to force their way out, they would only be completely lost in the array. The best way was to wait for tomorrow. This night was simply a bloodbath. Tens of thousands of cultivators became food for the 9 sons of the true dragon. In the latter half of the night, there were very few cultivators left alive. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Broken limbs that hadn't been eaten could be seen everywhere. Lin Feng and the others had nowhere to hide. They were found by the 9 sons of the true dragon and driven out. In the end, Lin Feng, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, Gong Xingye, Shen Dao Tian, Nailan Hanyue, Huang Yanma, and 3 other powerful cultivators were driven into a valley in 9 Beast Mountain. It was a valley of death. Crack, crack, all the skeletons in Death Valley began to move. At this moment, the skeletons actually came back to life. Then, they turned into skeletons. These skeletons were extremely terrifying. Each skeleton exuded an eerie and terrifying aura. The eyes of the skeletons flickered with ghostly fire. The ghostly fire flickered violently. Lin Feng even sensed that some of the skeletons were communicating via divine will. They were surrounded. Not only were the 9 sons of the true dragons eyeing them covetously, but there were also so many skeletons. This place had been completely surrounded. To Lin Feng and the rest, the situation was extremely dangerous. Your bloodlines are very powerful, but you are destined to become our food. Xianxia looked coldly at Lin Feng and the rest. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. This creature's cultivation was exceptionally terrifying. Now, he was like a demon god looking down on Lin Feng and the rest. Perhaps in Xianxia's eyes, these cultivators before him, there was no hope of survival. Swoosh, at this moment, there was a flash of light. The son of the heavenly demon emperor was the first to disappear. It was unknown what method the son of the heavenly demon emperor had used to teleport away. One had to know that this was a land of death. It was densely covered with powerful restrictions. It was extremely terrifying. Even Lin Feng, who was a great scholar of deployment spells, couldn't leave that place. Let alone others. The son of the heavenly demon emperor was able to leave so smoothly, definitely not because of his own strength. Perhaps he had some amazing treasure on him. Then, he had to pay a certain price to escape. Of course, it was also possible that he had treasures like the Boundary Breaker talisman. Such treasures were too precious. It was not something an ordinary person could possess. However, the son of the heavenly demon emperor had many treasures on him. His father had left behind many precious treasures for him in the past. Kill them, the 9 sons of the true dragons roared furiously. They charged towards Lin Feng and the rest. The skeletons also charged towards Lin Feng and the rest. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, rays of light flickered. Lin Feng saw Xianxia take out a jade talisman. It should be the boundary-breaking talisman. He crushed it and disappeared without a trace. Huang Yanma took out a mysterious small pagoda. It was a small green pagoda. His body quickly shrank and entered the small pagoda. Then, he quickly disappeared without a trace. Xin Daotian took out a mysterious ruler. The ruler cut open the void, and he entered the void to leave. Nalan Hanue took out a golden flag. He didn't know what kind of flag it was. She grabbed the flag and chanted an incantation. After chanting a few incantations, his body began to turn illusory. Nalan Hanue was about to escape. Xianxia suddenly stomped the ground. A powerful force condensed from the void. Then, that powerful force swept over Nalan Hanue's body. Wow! Nalan Hanue spat out a mouthful of blood, but she still managed to escape. Lin Feng suddenly felt a burst of envy and jealousy. These people all had magic treasures that could allow them to travel out of the land of death. Especially at this time, it came in handy. For a trapped person, it was impossible to not feel envy and jealousy. After Xianxia, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, Huang Yanma, Xin Daotian, and Nalan Hanue escaped. Now, only Lin Feng and the other 3 cultivators were left. The 3 cultivators were able to survive until now. From this, it could be seen how powerful they were. But no matter how powerful their cultivation was, they were powerless to reverse the situation. Because they didn't have any treasures that could allow them to travel out of the land of death. That kind of treasure would probably be destroyed after one use. Because that kind of treasure was too heaven-defying. Generally, heaven-defying things would have extremely short lifespans. Of course, now wasn't the time to care about how many times those treasures could be used. What he needed to care about now was how to survive under the attacks of the 9 sons of the true dragon and a group of skeleton warriors. This group of terrifying creatures pounced over. Lin Feng found that he couldn't dodge at all. He couldn't block the attacks of these terrifying creatures. Therefore, Lin Feng used the heaven-mending technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. Swish, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. The 9 sons of the true dragon and a group of skeletons killed the 3 cultivators of the myriad races and then ate them. Lin Feng appeared outside the valley. But now, he was still in the land of death, so it was not realistic for him to get rid of the 9 sons of the true dragon. Lin Feng fled into the distance. Not long after, he was surrounded by the 9 sons of the true dragon. What a powerful bloodline! The 9 sons of the true dragon closed in on Lin Feng step by step. Every dragon's son's eyes flashed with a cold light. Lin Feng smiled bitterly at the 9 sons of the true dragon and said, "Everyone, don't be rash. Impulsiveness is the devil. Anything can be negotiated. Do you have the right to negotiate with us?" Xianxia couldn't help but look at him with disdain. Bian said indifferently, "The meaning of your existence is to become our food." The 9 sons of the true dragon were about to pounce on Lin Feng when Lin Feng hurriedly took out the true dragon emperor's token. He didn't know if the token could intimidate the 9 sons of the true dragon. After all, it was a treasure that could intimidate dragons. Although the 9 sons of the true dragon emperor were the sons of the true dragon emperor, they weren't dragons. But now, Lin Feng had no other choice. He could only take a gamble. The real dragon's 9 sons, who were about to attack Lin Feng, couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the real dragon talisman. The true Dragon Emperor's token. It's actually in your hands. The hearts of the 9 sons of the true dragon were filled with waves of shock. They still remembered a conversation their father had with them. In the future, an extremely terrifying person will find the true Dragon Emperor's token and become the new master of the dragon race. At the time, the 9 sons of the true Dragon Emperor had asked if the person was a descendant of the primordial chaos era. However, their father had said he didn't dare reveal the person's identity. The only thing he could tell Xianxia and the others was that even the ancestor of the sovereign imperial clan, Hong Meng, Daoist Luya, Hong Jun, ancestor Hun Kuan, and the others couldn't compare. When the 9 sons of the true Dragon Emperor heard that, they were shocked speechless. They hadn't expected this. Countless years later, the true Dragon Emperor's token really did reappear. However, the token had appeared in the hands of a human cultivator who wasn't very strong. This puzzled the 9 sons of the true Dragon Emperor. After thinking about Lin Feng's possible identity, the 9 sons of the true dragon stopped attacking Lin Feng. This was because they had thought of something that made them extremely excited. If Lin Feng was really the person their father said he was, what level of expert would Lin Feng become in the future? When that time came, would he be able to help them break the curse? The 9 sons of the true dragon were very excited at this thought. Over the long years, they had almost forgotten who they were. The power of the curse was very terrifying, causing them to lose themselves. Fortunately, the 9 sons of the true dragon had extremely strong willpower. When they were about to fall again and again, they persevered and found their original selves. They did not forget who they were. They did not become slaves to the curse. However, they were destined to not be able to persevere forever. Perhaps they would not be able to hold on for long, if they were not able to break free at that time. At that time, they would become slaves to the curse. This was a very terrifying thing. At that time, they would completely lose themselves. They would not be able to forget anything, and they would even forget who they were. They would be no different from walking corpses. Thinking of this, the 9 sons of the true dragon could not help but feel terrified. They longed for freedom. They desperately wanted to be free. However, they had once given up hope because they could not see any hope. Things were different now. They saw a glimmer of hope in Lin Feng. Perhaps they could find a paradise of freedom from Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not know what the 9 sons of the true dragon were thinking, nor did he know what they were thinking. However, after seeing that the 9 sons of the true dragon did not continue attacking him, Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Everyone, the true Dragon Emperor's medallion is here. I have a relationship with the true dragon clan, so please calm down and let's talk things over." As the eldest of the 9 sons of the true dragon, Xianxia stepped forward and said, "You have the true Dragon Emperor's medallion, so we can spare your life. We can even let you go, but you have to promise us one thing." After hearing Xianxia's words, Lin Feng was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He asked, "What is it?" "In the future, you have to help us break the curse," Xianxia said. When Tao Tai and the other dragon's sons heard the words "remove the curse," they couldn't help but become a little excited. They really wanted to remove the curse on their bodies. For others, freedom was a way of life that was readily available. But to them, that was an extravagant hope. Lin Feng said, "The curse is very strange. I don't know if I have the ability to help you break the curse in the future, but if I have the ability, I will definitely help you break free in the future." Yazi said, "You have the true Dragon Emperor token, so you will definitely enter the dragon world in the future and lead the dragon race. We have another request." "Just say it," Lin Feng said. Yazi continued, "If you go to the dragon realm in the future, I hope you can go to our father's grave and help us pay tribute to our father." The 9 sons of the true dragon were all filial sons. This could be seen from how they sacrificed themselves to save their father. When the true Dragon Emperor fell, they had already been cursed in place of the mysterious person, so they could not leave 9 Beast Mountain. Naturally, they could not see the true Dragon Emperor's body. This was the regret of the 9 sons of the true dragon. They had not been able to pay their respects to their father since his fall. Lin Feng nodded. "Of course, no problem. Which real dragon great emperor is your father?" Chao Feng said, "Our father is the 8th true dragon emperor." Lin Feng said, I will remember that. We will not treat you unfairly. How about this? We will each impart a divine ability to you. What divine ability do you want? Feel free to tell us. Xianxia said. Lin Feng was stunned. Then, he revealed a look of ecstasy. Each of them imparted a divine ability to him. The 9 sons of the true dragon would give him 9 divine abilities. Lin Feng had already learned many top-notch divine abilities. The divine ability he needed the most was the 3,000 Great Daos. This was because the 3,000 Great Daos were the foundation of cultivation. Becoming a quasi-emperor, emperor, immortal, etc. There were strict requirements for the 3,000 Great Daos. The more Great Daos one cultivated, the better. Similarly, one could cultivate to the emperor realm. One could cultivate 300 Great Daos. One person had cultivated 400 types of 3,000 Great Daos. The two of them had the same cultivation level, but the difference in their combat power was immediately apparent. Lin Feng first thought of the top 10 Great Daos. Among the top 10 Great Daos, he cultivated the Great Fate Art, Great Karma Art, Great Reincarnation Art, Great Yin-Yang Art, Great Calamity Art, and Great Longevity Art. In addition, he did not cultivate the Great Fate Art, Great Creation Art, Great Eternity Art, and Great Devouring Art. Lin Feng asked, do you have the Great Fate Art, Great Creation Art, Great Eternity Art, and Great Devouring Art? Xianxia said, we don't have the Great Fate Art. You have to comprehend these Great Daos by yourself. Even if others impart them to you, you won't be able to cultivate them. As for the Great Creation Art, Great Eternity Art, and Great Devouring Art, we have them. Lin Feng had expected that the 9 sons of the true dragon would not grasp the Great Fate Art. It was a pleasant surprise that they had grasped the Great Creation Art, Great Eternity Art, and Great Devouring Art. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. These were the top 10 Great Daos, and each one was more heaven-defying than the last. The top 10 Great Daos could not be compared to the other Great Daos. If he could obtain the Great Creation Art, Great Eternity Art, and Great Devouring Art, then Lin Feng would have already cultivated the top 10 Great Daos, with the exception of the Great Fate Art. Perhaps apart from the Red World Fairy, Lin Feng was the only person in the world who could gather all 9 Great Daos. Lin Feng recalled that his Great Fate Art was only a part of the Great Fate Art. There were still 2 parts that were lost in the past and the future. He asked, do you have the Great Fate Art? Xianxia shook his head, no. Of the top 5 Great Daos, we have not grasped the other 4 Great Daos apart from the Great Creation Art. Since Xianxia did not have the Great Fate Art, Lin Feng asked, what other powerful Great Daos do you have? Great Massacre Art, Great Death Substitution Art, Great Transformation Art, Great Black Art, Great Thunderclap Art, Great Rupture Art, Great Prayer Art. Xianxia then listed several dozen Great Daos. Lin Feng had already cultivated some of the Great Daos, but he had not cultivated some of them. He chose 6 of the 3,000 Great Daos. These 9 3,000 Great Daos each had their own merits, but they were all very powerful. The Great Creation Technique was ranked 5th among the 3,000 Great Daos. As the saying went, karma and reincarnation appeared, and creation was divine. Everything in the world had its own creation. For example, a green lotus might become a demon overlord if it obtained the creation. A beggar might become an emperor if he obtained the creation. A weak cultivator might become a peerless expert if he obtained the creation. The so-called opportunity, from a certain perspective, was a type of creation. Therefore, the Tao of creation was a mysterious great Tao. This was an extremely profound great Tao. Controlling the power of creation would give one many heaven-defying abilities. The Great Eternity Technique was also very heaven-defying. The Eternal Tao was said to be able to stop time and turn everything between heaven and earth into static. Of course, it would be very difficult to cultivate to this extent. Lin Feng was not particularly unfamiliar with the Great Death Substitution Technique. Originally, the Celestial Master lineage had an inheritance called the Death Substitution Technique, but this inheritance was taken away by the Earth Master lineage. This inheritance was a divine ability that evolved from the Great Death Substitution Technique. The Great Massacre Technique was an offensive divine ability with extremely terrifying attack power. The Great Bloodline Technique was said to be able to continuously increase the purity of one's bloodline. When activating the power of one's bloodline to fight against an enemy, the Great Bloodline technique would play a role in promoting it. It could allow a cultivator's bloodline power to be fully unleashed. This was extremely frightening. This was because when cultivators fought, due to various reasons, the bloodline power could not be fully unleashed. Sometimes, it was already good enough to be able to unleash half of the bloodline power. However, after cultivating the Great Bloodline technique, one would no longer have to worry about not being able to unleash the bloodline power. The Great Starry Sky technique could condense a starry sky world. In the void, the stars were dazzling. However, when the stars fell, it would be as terrifying as the end of the world. This was an offensive divine ability. It had an extremely terrifying offensive power. Once the Great Void technique was successfully cultivated, one could hide in the void and become a part of the void. This was the best concealment technique. The void travel that Lin Feng had cultivated before. It also had part of the ability of the Great Void technique, but it was only part of it. What was truly terrifying was the Great Void technique. It was said that it could travel as far as 100 miles. Void travel, on the other hand, could only travel a few hundred meters. Of course, what Lin Feng liked the most was the concealment ability of the Great Void technique. After cultivating the Great Void technique, he could hide from the world. Once he hid in the void and merged with the void, it would be very difficult to find him. The Great Hegemony technique was a very special technique. The Great Hegemony art was a support-type divine ability, so it didn't have much power by itself. This divine ability needed to be used together with Haki. In other words, only cultivators who had mastered Haki could use the Great Haki technique. The Great Haki technique could increase the power of a cultivator's Haki. The higher the level of the Great Haki technique, the more significant the increase in Haki. At most, it was said that it could be increased by 33 times. It was the same as the 8-9 mysteries. He didn't know if there was any relationship between the two divine abilities. In addition, the Great Hegemonic Aura technique had another very important function, which was to help cultivators cultivate their hegemonic aura. For example, Lin Feng was currently cultivating the White Tiger Haki. The Great Hegemonic Aura technique could help Lin Feng cultivate the White Tiger Haki as soon as possible. It could be said that each of the 9 Grand Daos had their own merits. The 9 Grand Daos that Lin Feng had chosen were all very useful to him. Lin Feng said, "You guys have been here for a long time. Let me ask around for some information." "What information?" Xianxia asked. "About 30 years ago, did someone enter the Southern Immortal Demon Realm?" Lin Feng asked. He wanted to ask about Duguya. However, he didn't know if Duguya had really entered the Southern Immortal Demon Realm. If not, in this vast Southern Ocean, where could he find him? The Southern Immortal Demon Realm is connected to many different spacetimes. Every year, cultivators enter the Southern Immortal Demon Realm. Xianxia said. This shocked Lin Feng. He didn't expect the Southern Immortal Demon Realm to hide such a secret. 30 years ago, did any cultivators enter the Southern Immortal Demon Realm? Lin Feng asked. 30 years ago? Cultivators from the 9 provinces? The 9 sons of the true dragon frowned as they tried to recall. Chiwen said, if it's 30 years ago, I do remember a group of cultivators entering the Southern Immortal Demon Realm. At that time, the door of eternal life appeared in the Southern Immortal Demon Realm and caused a space-time reversal. A passage in the Southern Immortal Demon Realm collapsed and a group of cultivators from the 9 provinces entered the Southern Immortal Demon Realm. However, the passage quickly recovered and those cultivators were trapped in the Southern Immortal Demon Realm. Lin Feng's face was filled with excitement. Duguya was probably among the group that entered the Southern Immortal Demon Realm. He was his father's best friend. He wondered how Duguya was doing now. Lin Feng asked. Where are those people? They entered the Southern Immortal Demon Realm's devil prison, right? Perhaps you can go there and take a look. I wonder if they're still alive. Xianxia said. Where is the devil prison? Lin Feng asked. The devil prison is in the deepest part of the Southern Immortal Demon Realm. It's a place shrouded in black fog. There's a heaven-shaking steel sealed in the devil prison. There's a terrifying creature guarding the devil prison. Many cultivators who entered the southern immortal demon realm wanted to search for the steel, but very few were able to find anything. Many died in the devil prison. Fu and I said. Alright, thank you for telling me. I'll go take a look at the devil prison now. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Then, he left. After Lin Feng left, the 9 sons of the true dragon returned to the abyss in the deepest part of Nine Beast Mountain. Back then, Father sealed a memory in our minds. It requires the 9 of us to work together to open the seal. That seal is Father's prophecy. The prophecy will reveal the identity of the person who holds the true Dragon Emperor token. Xianxia said. Fu and I said, now that that person has appeared, let's open this memory that has been sealed for countless years and see what kind of origin this person has. The 9 sons of the true dragon nodded. They really wanted to know Lin Feng's identity. This question had been perplexing them for many years. Now, this secret was finally going to be revealed. Therefore, the 9 sons of the true dragon were very excited. The 9 sons of the true dragon opened a piece of information sealed in their souls together. Their divine senses searched for this piece of information. Heavens! The area where the devil prison was located was shrouded in a black fog. Within the black fog, waves of gloomy aura permeated the air, causing one's heart to tremble. By the time Lin Feng arrived, there were already cultivators entering the area. Clearly, other cultivators had also discovered the extraordinariness of the area and wanted to enter to search for opportunities. Soon, news spread. It was said that a heaven-shaking steel had appeared in the area, causing a huge uproar. Countless cultivators gathered in the area. As expected, the news can't be hidden anymore. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Once news was exposed, it couldn't be hidden at all. Previously, the 9 sons of the true dragon had said that there was a terrifying creature guarding the heaven-shaking steel in the devil prison. Clearly, when the cultivators who entered the devil prison discovered the steel, they would think of a way to gather more cultivators to deal with the terrifying creature. With the power they possessed, it was unrealistic to want to deal with the terrifying creature in the devil prison. Therefore, they had to find more cultivators to participate. It wasn't certain who would be able to obtain the opportunity here. Currently, the heaven-shaking steel couldn't be refined. Not many cultivators knew this. Lin Feng had heard about it from the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Some of the cultivators who entered the devil prison wanted to snatch the heaven-shaking steel. Perhaps some of them just wanted to comprehend some powerful divine abilities from the steel. One had to know that the divine abilities recorded on the heaven-shaking steel were extremely heaven-defying. For example, there were some top immortal techniques, various 3,000 great Daos, and even the great fate art. Perhaps some people would be extremely lucky and comprehend the great fate art. From then on, they would have a meteoric rise. It was not impossible for one to transform into an invincible being. Mastering the great fate art. Anything was possible. Why is this place called the devil prison? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He thought of the devil prison in the underworld. It was said to be a place where many terrifying creatures were imprisoned. It was a forbidden place. If one wanted to barge in, only death would await them. A place called the devil prison had appeared in the southern immortal devil realm. Naturally, Lin Feng's imagination ran wild. In the depths of the devil prison, there was a huge stone tablet that was 1,000 meters tall. It was chained up by chains. A total of 108 chains bound the stone tablet. That stone tablet was indeed a heaven-shaking stone tablet. When Lin Feng saw the sky-shaking stone tablet, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. It wasn't the first time he had seen a sky-shaking stone tablet. Every time he saw one, his heart was pounding. The heaven-shaking stone tablet was too extraordinary. Now, his emotions were surging as he wanted to find out some secrets from the heaven-shaking stone tablet. He just didn't know if he would be able to uncover those secrets. Currently, the surroundings of the heaven-shaking steel were filled with rolling black fog. When Lin Feng saw the black fog, he had the feeling that something was wrong. Why did the black fog look so much like the black fog created by the creatures in the black fog? Could it be that the mysterious creature that suppressed the heaven-shaking steel and guarded this place was the creature in the black fog? The living beings within the black fog were living beings from the previous era. Who knew how terrifying their cultivation states were? it would be fine if the cultivation level of the creatures in the black fog had dropped, but if it hadn't, then it would have been fine. If they didn't, it would be too terrifying. No one was a match for them. Lin Feng took out the stone dagger. He couldn't use the stone sword in the Chonglu Devil Palace for now. If he could use the stone sword, Lin Feng wouldn't be afraid of the living beings within the black fog. With the stone sword in hand, he could kill the living beings within the black fog. The key was that he couldn't use the stone sword. Therefore, he could only use the stone dagger to attack the living beings within the black fog. It's indeed the living beings within the black fog. I can already sense the aura of those terrifying living beings, the demon lord said solemnly. Then, he continued, the living beings within the black fog seem to be in a strange state. Their combat power is far from what we imagined. In the past, the living beings within the black fog could even kill great emperors. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the living beings within the black fog were. Now that the demon lord said that the living beings within the black fog weren't as powerful as they imagined, it seemed that something had happened to the living beings within the black fog. Something must have happened in the past that caused the living beings from the previous era to be severely injured. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He had seen some images of tribes evolving into cities. After the tribes evolved into cities, the living beings within the black fog rarely appeared. However, some of the things that happened were extremely complicated. It wasn't something that could be explained by some simple images. The undefeatable living beings of the previous era had their cultivation states greatly reduced. Something big must have happened in the past. The drastic reduction in the combat power of the living beings within the black fog might be related to these unforeseen events. Of course, even though the living beings within the black fog had a drastic reduction in their cultivation states, they were still very powerful. Previously, when Lin Feng encountered the living beings within the black fog, he almost suffered a calamity. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he waited for the other major factions to make their move. The strongest force now was the myriad races. The myriad races had descended upon the 9 prefectures. A large part of the reason was the heaven-shaking stone steel in the southern immortal devil realm. Now, the experts of the myriad races had gathered. They would definitely make a move. When the time came, Lin Feng planned to act according to the situation. I haven't seen Senior Duguya in the depths of the devil prison. Senior Duguya couldn't have died, right? When Lin Feng thought of Duguya, his heart couldn't help but sink. If he couldn't find Duguya, he wouldn't know where his mother was sealed. Therefore, Lin Feng kept praying in his heart, hoping that Senior Duguya was still alive. Sever the chains and release the heaven-shaking stone steel. The myriad races also control a heaven-shaking stone steel. The one we control is an extreme yin stone steel, while this one is an extreme yang stone steel. I wonder if the one we control can successfully lure the steel to the heavenly sage great world. It's a pity that we can't refine these heaven-shaking stone steels. Although we can't refine them now, we can use another one to suppress this one. Some of the old antiques of the myriad races communicated with each other. Ordinary cultivators of the myriad races didn't know that the heaven-shaking stone steels couldn't be refined. However, these ancient existences were aware of this fact. Let's wait a little longer. There are still a few fellow Taoists who haven't arrived yet. An old antique expert said. The experts of the myriad races were waiting. In addition, some peak experts of the 9 prefectures had also arrived. Similarly, peak experts of the extraterrestrial races had also arrived. Boom, 3 days later, a terrifying aura spread throughout the world. A 1,000-meter-long golden sacred sword flew over from afar, slashing out a 1,000-meter-long sword ray. Golden Holy Sword. The Golden Heavenly Deity clan has made their move. The cultivators of the myriad races exclaimed when they saw the Golden Holy Sword. The Golden Holy Sword was extraordinary. Its origin was terrifying. It was an ancient imperial weapon. It was said to be an ancient imperial weapon refined by a sage emperor. An ancient imperial weapon like that was extremely heaven-defying. It was said that this ancient imperial weapon was extremely close to the immortal weapon level. The attack of such a powerful ancient imperial weapon was naturally peerless and terrifying. It was so powerful that it could cause one's expression to change. The ancient imperial weapon slammed into the chains that wrapped around the heaven-shaking steel. Clang, a sonorous sound of collision was heard. That tyrannical attack landed on the chains. Sparks flew in all directions. A powerful ancient imperial weapon like the Golden Holy Sword was actually unable to break the chains. The chains that wrapped around the heaven-shaking steel were simply too extraordinary. Lowly living beings, retreat quickly. Otherwise, all of you will die here. A cold voice was heard from the black fog. The voice carried an innate arrogance. It was just like how the myriad races looked down on the other races. In the eyes of the living beings in the black fog, the myriad races were a lowly race. A race that could not even enter their eyes. Attack! The experts of the myriad races shouted coldly. One after another, powerful existences flew toward the heaven-shaking steel with supreme treasures in their hands. A total of 4 ancient imperial weapon-level treasures appeared. Apart from the Golden Holy Sword, there was also a huge blood-colored axe. It was also an ancient imperial weapon-level treasure. There was also a long saber. It was also an ancient imperial weapon-level treasure. The 4th ancient imperial weapon was a meteor hammer. These 4 ancient imperial weapons were brought by the myriad races. It seemed like the myriad races were determined to break the chains that wrapped around the heaven-shaking steel. At this moment, the heaven-shaking steel emitted a shocking fluctuation. Something shocking happened. Runes appeared on the heaven-shaking steel. Those runes were branded on the heaven-shaking steel. Each rune was like a character. They were indeed characters. However, those characters were very mysterious. They were surrounded by the aura of the Great Tao. It was unknown what kind of characters they were. Of course, it did not matter if the cultivators did not recognize those characters. As long as one could comprehend the Tao contained within, then, he would be able to comprehend the contents of the words. A lot of words have appeared on the heaven-shaking stone tablet. The heaven-shaking stone tablet's opportunity has arrived. Hurry up and remember those words. As long as you remember one word, it will be a great opportunity. Some of the cultivators shouted out in excitement. Everyone was coveting the opportunities on the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Countless cultivators rushed toward the heaven-shaking stone steel. Despicable creatures, go to hell. There weren't many of them, only about 100 of them. It was unknown what kind of creatures they were, but they were abnormally terrifying as they lingered in the black fog. The 100+ living beings fought against the army of cultivators. Puff. Puff. Puff, a large number of cultivators were killed. However, there were also people who managed to break through to a place not far from the heaven-shaking steel and memorized some of the words that appeared on the heaven-shaking steel. Then, those cultivators quickly left. They had obtained a great opportunity and were not greedy. They wanted to find a place to comprehend it. The battle was extremely tragic. The cultivators of the 10,000 races wanted to break the chains and release the heaven-shaking stone tablet. In order to prevent this from happening, the living beings in the black fog kept killing the surrounding cultivators. Lin Feng also rushed to the heaven-shaking stone tablet. He first imprinted the soul imprint of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra into the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Then, Lin Feng imprinted his soul imprint into it. As for whether or not he could refine the heaven-shaking stone tablet in the future, or who could refine the heaven-shaking stone tablet, it was not something that Lin Feng could decide. It would depend on the opportunities and fortunes in the future. A cloud of black fog flew over. There was a terrifying living being hidden in it. Its sharp claws scratched toward Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng actually felt a strong sense of death. He felt that he could not resist that attack at all. The living being in the black fog was indeed powerful. Its cultivation was so terrifying that it made one tremble in fear. Lin Feng activated his supreme aura. With the aura protecting his body, he regained his mobility. Then, he held the stone dagger in his hand and directly stabbed at the other party's sharp claws. Puff, the stone dagger in Lin Feng's hand directly pierced through the black fog living being's claws. Blood immediately spurted out. The stone dagger could hurt the living being in the black fog. This move worked every time. Stone tools, the living being in the black fog let out an angry roar. He quickly retreated and looked at Lin Feng with his cold eyes. His eyes were filled with deep hatred and resentment. He wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. He let out a call. 3 living beings in the black fog rushed over from afar. A total of 4 living beings in the black fog surrounded Lin Feng. Ordinary stone tools can't hurt us. Only some special stone tools can hurt us. The stone dagger in your hand is very extraordinary, the injured living being in the black fog said coldly. The surrounding temperature seemed to have suddenly dropped by many degrees. Lin Feng's expression became extremely ugly. He might not be able to deal with 1 living being in the black fog, let alone 4 of them. Now, Lin Feng was in huge trouble. If he was not careful, he might die here. Oh right, the heaven-shaking steel. I still have the heaven-shaking steel. Lin Feng's face was filled with surprise. He thought of his precious heaven-shaking steel. Although the 2 heaven-shaking steels were incomplete, perhaps they could be used to great effect. The world's most mysterious stone tools. It was definitely the heaven-shaking steel. Lin Feng took out the 2 heaven-shaking steels. Then, he activated the heaven-shaking art. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized that the 2 heaven-shaking steels had a very wonderful fusion with him under the effect of the heaven-shaking art. At the same time, 2 beams of light shot out from the complete heaven-shaking steel and entered the 2 incomplete heaven-shaking steels in Lin Feng's hand. Many mysterious runes appeared on the 2 incomplete heaven-shaking steels. Those runes contained unimaginable power. Lin Feng was shocked. Those runes were terrifying. He quickly activated the 2 heaven-shaking steels and smashed them at the 4 living beings in the black fog. Even though they were incomplete heaven-shaking steels, the power they contained was unimaginable. Bang! 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 4 dull sounds of collisions were heard. The 4 living beings in the black fog were sent flying. Each of them coughed up blood. It's that powerful? Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect the 2 broken heaven-shaking steels to be so powerful. Previously, Lin Feng had carried the heaven-shaking steels and killed dozens of foreign creatures. However, the heaven-shaking stone tablet that he had carried back then was a complete one. The current heaven-shaking steel was an incomplete heaven-shaking steel. There was a huge difference between the 2. Therefore, the incomplete heaven-shaking steels were able to display such powerful might. Lin Feng was also shocked. Hurry up and remember the runes on the heaven-shaking steels. If you can master those runes, you might be able to activate the 2 incomplete heaven-shaking steels in the future. The demon lord hurriedly transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. He hurriedly memorized the runes on the 2 heaven-shaking steels. At this moment, the 4 creatures in the black fog called out at the same time. The 4 creatures in the black fog began to call for their companions. In the distance, more than 10 creatures in the black fog rushed over. Seeing so many creatures in the black fog rushing over, Lin Feng didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and ran into the distance. Although he was in control of 2 damaged heaven-shaking steels, and these 2 damaged heaven-shaking steels were still extremely powerful. However, if more than a dozen creatures in the black fog were to attack him at the same time, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to take it. Therefore, when he saw the creatures in the black fog attacking him, Lin Feng didn't hesitate and turned around to run. If he was too slow, he might really die here. Kid, you can't escape, the creatures in the black fog quickly chased after Lin Feng. Roar, 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 let us out. When Lin Feng was leaving, he heard a series of roars coming from the depths. Lin Feng was shocked. This was obviously not the sound of the creatures in the black fog. Could it be that someone was imprisoned in the depths of the black fog? Thinking of this, Lin Feng hurriedly rushed toward the depths. He saw a pitch-black demonic mountain. The demonic mountain was surrounded by ruins, and the creature in the black fog had dug out a cave abode on the demonic mountain. That cave abode was actually a cage that imprisoned many cultivators. At this moment, there were 2 creatures in the black fog guarding the outside of the cage. Could it be that Senior Duguya is imprisoned here? Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. He quickly flew in the direction of the cage. Lowly creature, how dare you approach the heavenly prison? Die. A living being in the black fog charged towards Lin Feng with murderous intent in its eyes. This living being was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng even felt that the creature in the black fog had the power to instantly kill him. However, Lin Feng was now in control of two incomplete heaven-shaking stone steels. Everything in the world had its own counter. It was the same between cultivators. The living being in the black fog was restrained by Lin Feng's heaven-shaking stone steels. Although its cultivation was strong, it wasn't a match for Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng controlled the heaven-shaking stone steels to smash towards the living being in the black fog. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive violent collisions were heard. The living being in the black fog was directly sent flying. "Little brother, quickly come and save us." The cultivators standing at the entrance of the cage originally thought that Lin Feng was dead for sure, but when they saw Lin Feng send the living being in the black fog flying, they immediately revealed an excited expression. One by one, they shouted. Lin Feng quickly rushed over and controlled the heaven-shaking stone steels to smash towards the other living being in the black fog. Bam! The heaven-shaking stone steel's power was simply too domineering. It also sent the second living being in the black fog flying. The injuries of the second living being in the black fog were even more severe than the first. They didn't continue to attack Lin Feng. Instead, they shouted for their companions. The dozen or so living beings in the black fog were already chasing after them. "Let me ask you, do you know someone called Duguya?" Lin Feng didn't directly release these people. Instead, he asked what he wanted to know. He was worried that after releasing these fellows, when the time came, these fellows would scatter. Who would still care about him? Duguya? Who is that? Who is Duguya? Quickly come and meet this little brother, someone said anxiously. At this moment, the dozen or so living beings in the black fog were about to rush over. When those living beings in the black fog arrived, their hopes of escaping would be completely extinguished. "I know someone called Duguya. About 30 years ago, he entered the southern immortal demon realm with us in the southern immortal sea. However, before the passage to the southern immortal demon realm was repaired, he left. Those of us who didn't leave the southern immortal demon realm in time were all trapped in the southern immortal demon realm. Many of us were killed, and some of us were captured and imprisoned by those terrifying living beings." An old man said aloud. "He left the southern immortal demon realm?" Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect to hear such news. It seemed that Duguya hadn't shown himself after leaving the southern immortal demon realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hide his tracks so perfectly. "Little brother, quickly let us out. We'll pray for you every day." One by one, the cultivators trapped in the cages began begging for mercy. The door of the cage was made of forbidden immortal iron. Cultivators who were trapped inside would have their magic power restricted. Therefore, they didn't have the ability to break the cage. Lin Feng had already gotten the answer he wanted. He hurriedly used the 2 pieces of the heaven-shaking stone steels to smash the door of the cage. Clang! Clang! 2 consecutive dull sounds of collision were heard. The cage was directly blasted open by the heaven-shaking stone steels. Lin Feng turned around and flew into the distance. As for the imprisoned cultivators, they rushed out. At least 1,000 cultivators with terrifying strength charged out from the prison. Those cultivators were probably cultivators who had entered the southern immortal demon realm from different spacetimes. And these cultivators were all imprisoned by the living beings in the black fog. Now, they had regained their freedom. These cultivators all rushed towards the living beings in the black fog. Lin Feng used this opportunity to quickly leave the devil prison. After coming out of the devil prison, Lin Feng didn't stop. He quickly flew out of the southern immortal demon realm. The southern immortal devil realm was too dangerous, no matter what fortuitous encounters there were. Even if there were any opportunities, Lin Feng didn't care anymore. He just wanted to quickly leave the southern immortal demon realm. And then go out to continue searching for Duguya's whereabouts. Now, Lin Feng urgently needed to find Duguya. He didn't know where Duguya was. Lin Feng guessed that Duguya was probably in seclusion somewhere after coming out of the southern immortal demon realm. That was why there was no news of Duguya in the outside world. When Lin Feng was about to leave the southern immortal demon realm, he saw a huge stone steel soaring into the sky and flying out of the southern immortal demon realm. The heaven-shaking steel was free. It had broken free from the suppression of the living beings in the black fog and was now free. Many cultivators were chasing after the heaven-shaking steel, wanting to refine it. However, it was not realistic at all. They could only wait until the end of the era. Only then would the heaven-shaking steel look for its owner. Lin Feng saw the heaven-shaking steel flying over him. He also made an attempt and took out the heaven-swallowing jar. He wanted to use the heaven-swallowing jar to devour the heaven-shaking steel. Of course, it ended in failure. The heaven-shaking steel quickly flew into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Soon, Lin Feng also left the southern immortal demon realm. He planned to return to the Dragon Gate Island and mobilize the Dragon Gate's power to search for Duguya. However, Lin Feng did not expect that more than 20 terrifying living beings would catch up to him on the third day after he left the southern immortal demon realm. In the sea, blue waves rippled. The sky was clear and there were no clouds in sight. The black fog was rolling. There were more than 20 living beings floating in the black fog. They were really a group of heaven-defying existences. Even though the living beings in the black fog were no longer as powerful as before. That was only in a relative sense. In fact, they were still so powerful that it was almost impossible to fight against them. With the help of the heaven-shaking steel, Lin Feng could fight against 7 to 8 living beings in the black fog, which was already his limit. However, more than 20 living beings in the black fog had appeared and he could not fight against them at all. Of course, the most important thing now was Lin Feng could not activate the heaven-shaking steel. The reason why he could activate the 2 incomplete heaven-shaking steels was that the complete heaven-shaking steel shot out 2 mysterious beams of light. Those 2 beams of light. They poured into Lin Feng's 2 incomplete heaven-shaking steels. Lin Feng's 2 incomplete heaven-shaking steels were activated. Previously, Lin Feng remembered the runes that appeared on the 2 incomplete heaven-shaking steels. He guessed that those runes were related to activating the heaven-shaking steels. Most importantly, after coming out of the southern immortal demon realm, Lin Feng did not have time to comprehend those runes at all. Therefore, Lin Feng was unable to activate the 2 incomplete heaven-shaking stone steels. In the face of the pursuit of more than 20 creatures in the black fog now, he could only flee. Despicable creature, you won't be able to escape. We'll kill you and take away your steel, a creature shrouded in black fog said sinisterly. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He didn't answer the creature in the black fog. He quickly flew into the distance. However, it was too difficult to escape from the creatures in the black fog while fleeing in the boundless ocean. The scene in front of him was simply despairing. Lin Feng knew this wasn't going to work, but he couldn't think of a way to get rid of the creature in the black fog. Lowly creature, no matter how you struggle, the result will be the same. A sinister voice came from behind. The creatures in the black fog all looked at Lin Feng with extremely cold expressions. What's with the pretense? You don't have much cultivation left. Lin Feng mocked. After hearing Lin Feng's mockery, the creatures in the black fog's expressions instantly turned gloomy. When the era began, their cultivation had reached the peak. Because they had survived the destruction of the era and arrived at the new era. They had obtained the majestic fate of the era. Therefore, their cultivation could be described as skyrocketing. However, as time passed, more and more powerful creatures appeared. Some of them displayed talents that made them fearful. They tried to destroy those creatures again and again, but they failed in the end. Later on, they were suppressed by an extremely powerful existence with the power of fate for many years. Many of them died. A small number of them survived. Their cultivation dropped drastically. This was the current situation of the creatures in the black fog. No matter how powerful they were in the past, they had now declined. However, they had a way to recover their former glory. The key was the heaven-shaking stone steel. Of course, the door of everlasting life and the supreme divine court could also help them recover. However, they didn't know where the door of everlasting life and the supreme divine court were. They placed all their hopes on the heaven-shaking stone steel. The heaven-shaking stone steel that they suppressed regained its freedom. Now, these creatures in the black fog had set their sights on Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng had an incomplete heaven-shaking stone steel. However, the creatures in the black fog had a way to use the incomplete heaven-shaking stone steel to find the complete one. Lin Feng was gradually caught up by the creatures in the black fog. His expression was extremely ugly because Lin Feng still hadn't thought of a way to get rid of these creatures. You will bid farewell to this world in 2 hours at most. A creature in the black fog said coldly. Lin Feng naturally knew that the current situation was extremely bad. His speed had increased a lot. However, he still couldn't avoid the pursuit of the creatures in the black fog. He was less than 1,000 meters away from the creatures in the black fog. He could be caught by the creatures in the black fog at any time. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from the void. Then, a huge ship flew out. That huge ship. It was surrounded by the curse power. It was actually the boat of curse. The crew on the boat of curse stood on the deck and looked at Lin Feng. Kid, why aren't you getting on the ship? If you don't get on the ship, you will die. The captain of the boat of curse said with a laugh. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He didn't expect the boat of curse to appear at this time. If he didn't get on the ship, he would die. If he got on the ship, he would rather die. Grandpa Martin walked out of the cabin and said with a smile, "Get on the ship. At least you can still live." After seeing Grandpa Martin, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel speechless. He had long guessed that Grandpa Martin wasn't a good person. It was just as he had guessed. This guy actually got together with the boat of curse. What? Did Grandpa Martin also become a part of the boat of curse? Lin Feng couldn't help but mock. No, it's just that Grandpa Martin became their military advisor. Grandpa Martin smiled. Lin Feng had no other choice. He quickly flew toward the boat of curse. Kill him. Dozens of creatures in the black fog had gloomy expressions. They began to attack, wanting to kill Lin Feng. At this moment, the boat of curse flew toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng boarded the boat of curse. The attacks from the creatures in the black fog were all blocked by the cursed light shield released by the boat of curse. Hand that brat over, or all of you will die, said Lin Feng. The creatures in the black fog all had monstrous dermic powers and their eyes were cold. They surrounded the boat of curse. Lin Feng stood on the boat of curse and looked at the creatures in the black fog with an extremely cold gaze. If these guys had not been chasing him relentlessly, how could they have caught up with him? Lin Feng wished he could kill all these guys now. However, he did not have the ability to do so. However, it seemed that these creatures in the black fog were going to fight with the captain of the boat of curse. It would be best if both sides were injured and he could find an opportunity to escape. Trying to escape? Since you boarded the boat of curse, you should give up as soon as possible because your every move and thought can't be hidden from me. The captain of the boat of curse looked at Lin Feng and the corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Now, Lin Feng finally knew why the rumor said that once one boarded the boat of curse, the cultivator could no longer leave the boat of curse. It seemed that the key factor was the captain of the boat of curse. When a cultivator boarded the boat of curse, no matter how powerful his cultivation level was, he would be suppressed by the captain of the boat of curse. Moreover, the actions of the cultivator who boarded the boat of curse could not be hidden from the captain of the boat of curse. This was also the reason why the cultivator could no longer get rid of the boat of curse after boarding it. Therefore, when Lin Feng had the idea of leaving the boat of curse, the captain of the boat of curse immediately knew about it. Unless one's cultivation level could suppress the captain of the boat of curse, they would never be able to escape. Master Martin patted Lin Feng's shoulder. He said with a smile, "Since you've boarded the boat of curse, behave yourself. We'll be very carefree on the boat of curse together." Lin Feng now had the urge to kill Master Martin with one punch. He had just boarded the boat of curse. However, as time went by, Lin Feng knew that his body was going to turn into a skeleton. When that time came, he would have to endure endless pain. He would not feel any joy. He would rather die. The captain of the boat of curse continued, "If you want to die, you can try to escape. Don't blame me for not giving you advice." Lin Feng's expression was gloomy, but he didn't say anything. He was well aware of how bad his current situation was. But now, he couldn't think of any way to escape from the boat of curse. Maybe I can use that thing. I just don't know if it's useful. Lin Feng thought of something. The captain of the boat of curse sneered and said, "It's useless. No matter what you use, you can't escape." The captain of the boat of curse obviously had absolute confidence in himself. The captain of the boat of curses didn't pay attention to them, he just kept talking to Lin Feng. The creature in the black fog was instantly enraged. The creature within the black fog was an arrogant existence. Now that they were being ignored like this, it would be strange if they were not angry. The creature in the black fog looked at the captain of the boat of curse fiercely. His eyes were flashing with killing intent. One of the creatures in the black fog said coldly, "Reckless things, it seems like I have to kill you lowly creatures today. Get lost. Otherwise, this place will become your burial ground." The captain of the boat of curse was very domineering. He looked indifferently at the creature in the black fog who spoke. His tone was filled with disdain. The creature in the black fog had an immortal body. Now that he had mastered a trace of the path of destiny, he naturally didn't fear the creature in the black fog. "You're courting death, you're courting death." The creature in the black fog couldn't help but shout coldly. An endless amount of black fog was rolling. It flew toward the captain of the boat of curse. The creature in the black fog attacked the captain of the boat of curse. The captain of the boat of curse looked indifferent and punched the creature in the black fog. The creature in the black fog was so powerful that it directly broke the captain's fist technique. Then, the captain of the boat of curse was forced to retreat. However, he couldn't enter the boat of curse. He was blocked outside by the cursed light shield formed by the boat of curse. The creature in the black fog is so powerful, Lin Feng's expression was very gloomy. He originally thought that the captain of the boat of curse could easily defeat the creature in the black fog. He didn't expect this result. Too weak. I thought it was more powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but curl his lips. Immediately, a crew member on the boat of curse sneered and said, "What do you know? The captain hasn't recovered his strength yet. He has only recovered less than 1/10,000th of his strength. Otherwise, he would be able to crush the creature in the black fog as easily as crushing an ant." Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "If you're weak, then you're weak. Why are you looking for excuses?" When the captain of the boat of curse heard Lin Feng's words, he had the urge to stomp Lin Feng to death. How dare Lin Feng say that his cultivation was weak? Do you know that you'll be killed in an instant if you fight the creature in the black fog with your measly cultivation? What right do you have to say that I'm weak? The captain of the boat of curse couldn't help but think viciously. He decided to show off his powerful strength. "That grand Tao of fate," Lin Feng murmured. The captain of the boat of curse began to chant a mysterious and complicated incantation. It was the incantation of the great fate art. The captain of the boat of curse was summoning the power of fate. Boom, a terrifying aura emanated from the void. The aura descended from the sky and enveloped the area. It blasted toward the creature in the black fog. The terrifying power of the attack was simply too strong. The expression of the creature within the black fog changed drastically. It wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. It had no choice but to block the attack. However, the divine ability that the creature condensed was instantly broken. Then, the power of fate tore the creature's body in half. Blood splattered everywhere. The creature in the black fog died a miserable death. When Lin Feng saw that, he was astonished. The creature in the black fog was so powerful, but it was killed by the captain of the boat of curse with a single attack. Just how powerful was the attack from the captain of the boat of curse? It was simply unbelievable. Unbelievable. Lin Feng couldn't help but be deeply shocked. According to the previous crew member, the captain of the boat of curse's cultivation wasn't even 1/10,000th of his peak. However, Lin Feng could feel that. Even though the captain of the boat of curse was now, the combat power that he displayed. He was definitely at the great emperor level. It was hard to imagine how powerful the captain of the boat of curse was when he was at his peak. Attack together and kill him, the creatures in the black fog roared furiously. Each of them was filled with killing intent. A terrifying aura emanated from their bodies. More than 20 creatures in the black fog attacked at the same time. The combined attack of more than 20 living beings in the black fog was naturally a peerless and terrifying attack. Ordinary people would only feel despair when facing such a powerful attack. However, the captain of the boat of curses had used the great fate art. Although the captain of the boat of curses had only grasped a trace of the true essence of fate, it was enough. The great fate art was too powerful. The great destiny art was far too powerful, capable of ignoring all Daos and laws. When the captain of the boat of curses used the great fate art, this powerful divine ability displayed its terrifying might. With a loud rumble, a river of fate flew out. This was the river of fate summoned by the great fate art. All kinds of images appeared in the river of fate. It was like the images of billions of living beings in the mortal world. The lives of billions of living beings were recorded in the river of fate. This was the extraordinary part of the river of fate. It recorded the lives of all living beings. From appearance to destruction, the time was either very long or very short. The living beings in the black fog had their own destinies. Now, their destinies appeared in the river of fate. They would be destroyed by the river of fate and turned into the dust of history. They were destined to never return to the peak. Lowly living beings, you foolishly thought you were noble. Today, I will represent the true essence of fate and let you see your lowly status. You are only fit to live in the darkness. You are destined to become a pile of bones. The captain of the boat of curses used an extremely ancient and mysterious language to sing. Every time he sang, a powerful energy surged in the void. It was the power of fate. Summoning the river of fate was a very powerful technique of the great fate art. Now that the captain of the boat of curses could summon the river of fate, it seemed that the captain of the boat of curses had a deeper understanding of the great fate art. Terrifying ripples swept through the world, shaking the void. Between the heavens and the universe, waves of power that shook the void were emitted. The river of fate formed by the great fate art enveloped the more than 20 living beings in the black fog. The living beings in the black fog were washed away by the power of the Tao of fate. Crack. Crack, their bodies began to crack. Ah, no, 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 the living beings in the black fog screamed in horror. They did not want to die. The longer they lived, the more they wanted to continue living. The longer he lived, the more he cherished his life. The longer one lived, the more one feared death. Therefore, the creatures in the black fog were extremely afraid of death. They even wanted to live for another era. It would be even better if they could live forever. They wanted to escape from the river of fate. But after a few tries, they all ended in failure. Why is it like this? The creatures in the black fog roared. They were extremely unwilling to die here. However, they were powerless to reverse the situation. Bang bang bang, one by one, the living beings in the black fog exploded, their bodies and souls destroyed. Too strong. Lin Feng was filled with shock. The combat power shown by the captain of the boat of curse was completely beyond Lin Feng's imagination. Fate. At that moment, Lin Feng heard the voice of the demon lord. The demon lord did not say much. He was probably worried that the captain of the cursed ship would find out. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was extremely shocked. The demon lord had said the word fate. In that case, the captain of the cursed ship should be using the path of fate. Lin Feng knew that the captain of the cursed ship had mastered a trace of the true meaning of fate. However, the voice of the captain of the cursed ship when he chanted the spell was in a language that he did not know. Therefore, Lin Feng did not know that the captain of the cursed ship was using the path of fate. The path of fate was indeed the number one great Tao. Its power was unimaginably terrifying. It would not take long. The 20 or so creatures in the black fog would probably all be killed. Bang bang bang. The bodies of the creatures in the black fog kept exploding. Soon, there were only 7 or 8 of them left. But obviously, the remaining 7 or 8 creatures in the black fog could not hold on for long. Crack crack. Their bodies were also cracking. It seemed that the last 7 or 8 creatures in the black fog were about to die. However, at that moment, a powerful wave swept across the world. Then, a huge black claw grabbed at the river of fate. Bang, the pitch-black claw viciously clawed at the river of fate. Crack crack. The river of fate began to crack. That pitch-black claw was simply too powerful. Lin Feng guessed that the owner of the black claw should also be a creature in the black fog. However, it was a leader among the creatures in the black fog. The pitch-black claw came down again. This time, the river of fate directly exploded. 7 or 8 creatures in the black fog escaped. My lord, please kill this person and avenge our fallen brothers. The creatures in the black fog all knelt in the void. The captain of the cursed ship narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, creatures from the previous era, I have an immortal body and control the path of fate. If you want to be enemies with me, you'd better think about how many people you'll lose. Humph. A cold snort came from the void. It should be the existence who had just attacked. A cloud of black fog spread out. It enveloped the creatures in the black fog. Then, the cloud of black fog quickly tore the void and disappeared without a trace. The creatures in the black fog left. Between heaven and earth, peace was restored. Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly because he had completely boarded the pirate ship. He wanted to leave the cursed ship. It was simply an impossible task. Cough cough. How about we make a deal? Lin Feng looked at the captain of the cursed ship and smiled embarrassedly. He wanted to negotiate with the captain of the cursed ship. He wanted to see what this guy would do to let him go. Don't even think about escaping. You'll be a crew member of this ancient ship forever until the moment you die. The captain of the cursed ship curled his lips into a cold smile. He. The rest of the crew also let out a burst of strange laughter. The captain of the cursed ship went into the cabin. The cursed ship headed toward the depths of the sea. He did not know where it was going. In the next half a month, Lin Feng tried to escape, but he did not succeed. The captain of the cursed ship knew his every move like the back of his hand. Therefore, he could not escape at all. Until one night after a month. Clang, with a violent collision sound, the cursed ship seemed to have hit something and stopped. Everyone rushed out. Who are you? How dare you stop the boat of curses? Are you tired of living? One of the crew members shouted coldly. Lin Feng looked at him and realized that it was a man in his 30s. He looked extremely handsome and was wearing a cyan robe. He looked extremely ordinary. However, this person was able to stop the boat of curses. This was enough to show how terrifying this person was. The cultivator did not say anything in response to the crew member's rebuke. Perhaps he felt that the crew member was not qualified to talk to him, so he did not answer the crew member's question. Who are you? The captain of the ship of curse asked. Duguya. The man's voice was indifferent. He was a man of few words. The captain did not know who Duguya was. However, when Lin Feng heard the name, he was filled with excitement. He was very excited. Duguya, he was actually Duguya. He had been searching for him for many years. He was his father's old friend. He had actually appeared. Uncle Duguya, I am Lin Feng. My father asked me to look for you. Lin Feng stood on the boat of curses and shouted. Duguya looked at Lin Feng. When he saw Lin Feng, a slight smile appeared on his cold face. Then, he looked at the captain and said, let him down. The captain of the boat of curse sneered and said, no one can get off the boat of curse. Do you think I'll let him off just because you asked me to? Who do you think you are? What a joke. If you don't let him go, I'll tear your boat apart. Duguya raised his right hand and slashed out a beam of sword energy. The beam of sword energy was 1,000 meters long. It was like a Milky Way. It traversed heaven and earth. This guy thinks he's infallible. He wants to use a beam of sword energy to break the cursed barrier? Is he daydreaming? You'll know how foolish your actions are in a moment. The crew members on the boat of curses looked at Duguya with ridicule. They knew how powerful the cursed light shield of the ship of curses was. They didn't think that Duguya could break the cursed light shield of the boat of curse with just one sword chi. This person called Duguya actually dared to intercept the boat of curse. He was simply courting death. Even the living beings of the previous era were no match for the captain. What more this person, at this moment, even Lin Feng was extremely nervous. After the initial excitement, Lin Feng has now recovered. He knew how terrifying the captain of the boat of curse was. Therefore, he couldn't help but worry for Duguya. At this moment, Duguya's sword chi slashed down on the cursed light barrier. What happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Puff, a tearing sound could be heard. That cursed light barrier was actually torn into two halves. However, the terrifying sword chi did not dissipate. Instead, it slashed toward the boat of curse. Hurry up and dodge. The crew of the boat of curse screamed in horror. They didn't expect Duguya to be so powerful that he could tear apart the cursed light shield so easily. After such a long time, this was the first time they'd seen something like this. The captain of the boat of curse's face suddenly darkened. He quickly struck out and swept his fist toward the dazzling sword chi. Clang, it was accompanied by a sonorous and powerful sound of impact. The captain of the boat of curse blocked the sword chi that Duguya had just unleashed. Duguya walked step by step toward the boat of curse. All the crew members on the boat of curse felt a suffocating pressure. Lin Feng also looked at Duguya in shock. This was an old friend of his father's. He was actually so powerful. It was truly shocking. This was something that Lin Feng hadn't expected. Very good. You're a decent opponent. The captain of the boat of curse looked coldly at Duguya, then began to summon the river of fate again. Almighty river of fate, please descend and punish this lowly existence who dares to blaspheme fate. As the captain of the boat of curse's incantation fell, a loud rumbling sound once again resounded between heaven and earth. The river of fate quickly flew up and enveloped Duguya. The path of fate. The path of fate, Duguya muttered to himself. But then his expression turned indifferent. Unfortunately, your path of fate is only at the beginner level. 6. Paths of Reincarnation. Duguya's hands formed a series of seals. Behind him, 6 huge black holes appeared. The 6 black holes began to distort the entire world. It was as if it was about to become a distorted world. The 6 paths of reincarnation. It was unknown what sort of divine ability this was. When this divine ability was used, everyone felt as if they were about to fall into the cycle of reincarnation. The path of reincarnation? Lin Feng's heart seemed to be in turmoil. The great reincarnation art was the foundation of the path of reincarnation. However, the great reincarnation art wasn't the path of reincarnation with the strongest offensive power. There were tens of thousands of paths of reincarnation. Lin Feng sensed that the 6 paths of reincarnation Duguya had used, it should also be a type of path of reincarnation. Of course, he wasn't sure whether it was or not. After all, it was just Lin Feng's guess. When the 6 paths of reincarnation art was used, it was really shocking. The 6 distorted black holes seemed to be connected to the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation world. The river of fate was directly swallowed by the 6 distorted black holes. Oh my god, the captain's great reincarnation art was broken by that person. Screams of horror could be heard one after another. The crew members of the boat of curse were so scared that their faces turned pale. Impossible. The captain of the boat of curse couldn't believe what he was seeing. He roared in disbelief. There was actually someone in the world who could break the great reincarnation art. This was simply unbelievable. Rumble. A loud sound resounded through the world. The 6 huge black holes directly attacked the captain of the boat of curse. Fist of fate, break. The captain of the boat of curse roared. He swung his fist at the 6 black holes. Bang. Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The body of the captain of the boat of curse exploded. Lin Feng quickly rushed out of the boat of curse. The 6 huge black holes bombarded the boat of curse. Bang. 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 The bodies of the crew members of the boat of curse all exploded. The boat of curse also began to crack. It couldn't withstand the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Run. Master Martin screamed in horror. But Master Martin couldn't escape. His body directly exploded. His body and soul were destroyed on the spot. Master Martin was caught in his own trap. He originally wanted to plot against Lin Feng, but now he died on the boat of curse. The next moment, the boat of curse was completely destroyed by the 6 black holes. The hull was completely fragmented. Looking at the destroyed boat of curse, Lin Feng's heart was filled with deep shock. Duguya's cultivation was too terrifying. It was really hard to imagine. Looking at the starry sky, there were probably not many existences who could contend with Duguya, right, Uncle Dugu? I've finally found you. Lin Feng looked at Duguya excitedly. Find Duguya. He would know where his mother was suppressed. This was an extremely important matter for Lin Feng. Save his mother. That was Lin Feng's goal. Now, for this goal, Lin Feng persevered and worked hard to cultivate and improve his cultivation. When I saw you back then, you were still in swaddling clothes. After so many years, it feels like a lifetime has passed. Duguya sighed and then said, "Come back with me. Let's talk in detail." Lin Feng nodded. He left with Duguya. After Lin Feng and Duguya left, splashing sounds could be heard. The boat of curse that had sunk to the bottom of the sea rushed out again. At this time, the boat of curse had been restored to its original state. The boat of curse was also an immortal boat. Even if it was damaged, it could be quickly repaired. Even Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starship did not have the powerful repairability of the boat of curse. The boat of curse's powerful repairability might have something to do with it being cursed. The piles of bones on the boat of curse were reorganized. Black fog rolled. They turned into flesh and blood again. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Grandpa Martin cried out in horror. He died on the boat of curse. His body and soul should have been destroyed. However, when he was killed, the power of curse poured into his remnant soul. In the end, Grandpa Martin also turned into a cursed creature and became a part of the boat of curse. Welcome the new member. The captain of the boat of curse looked at Grandpa Martin gloomily. Welcome the new member. Welcome the new member. Welcome the new member. Many crew members shouted, full of excitement. The boat of curse welcomed a new crew member. The crew members were in high spirits. Endless enmity shot out from Grandpa Martin's eyes. Duguya, Lin Feng. You've caused me so much pain. Grandpa Martin will sooner or later let you die without a burial ground. There's a saying that goes, those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. Grandpa Martin could only blame himself for ending up like this. However, Grandpa Martin blamed Duguya and Lin Feng for his current predicament. Captain, what should we do now? That Duguya is too formidable, and we're probably unable to make a move against that kid. One of the crew members said. The captain of the boat of curse looked gloomy. He said, when a poisonous snake hunts its prey, it will hide and not move. It will look for a golden opportunity and then kill it with one strike. Don't worry. Let's continue to wait for an opportunity. If a baby eagle doesn't try to fly again and again, how can it fly to the ninth heaven? An expert like Duguya naturally understood this logic. Since he understood it, he would not continue to follow that brat. Otherwise, how could that brat grow? Therefore, we will have plenty of opportunities. Captain is wise. The crew members immediately cheered. Rumble, the boat of curse emitted a series of sounds that crushed the void. The boat of curse tore through the void and disappeared without a trace. No one knew where it went. Southern Immortal Sea, Chaotic Spirit Ocean. Duguya's cave abode. This was where Duguya cultivated in seclusion. The layout was very simple. Lin Feng followed Duguya into the cave abode. Lin Feng had countless questions for Duguya. Duguya said, I know you have a lot of questions in your heart. You can ask anything you want to know about your father and mother. Where is my mother being suppressed? Lin Feng asked. She's being suppressed in the falling immortal starfield. It's an extremely dangerous place in the depths of the starry sky world. That place is also the main camp of the creatures in the black fog. Duguya said. Why did the creatures of the previous era suppress my mother? Lin Feng asked with a gloomy expression. I'm not particularly sure about that, Duguya said. Uncle Dugu, do you have an ancient starry sky map that leads to that starry sky? Lin Feng asked. Duguya shook his head and said, I don't have it here, but it's said that you can find it in the Undying Realm. The Undying Realm. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. The Undying Realm again. It seemed that he had to find a time to go there. I know you want to save your mother, but what you need to do now is to raise your cultivation base. Duguya said. My father has already gone to save my mother, but he had just recovered. I'm afraid that he'll suffer a calamity. Lin Feng voiced his worries. Your father's body is indeed very problematic, Duguya said with a sigh. In Lin Feng's memory, his father had always been sick and had been tormented by an illness. It was only later that Lin Feng learned that his father had once been a god. Lin Feng realized that he knew very little about his father. He had many questions to ask Duguya. What kind of person is my father? Lin Feng asked. Duguya said, your father was a heroic and charismatic person. I remember that the first time we met was in the demon realm. At that time, I got to know your father, and it was also in the demon realm that I got to know your mother. Devil realm, Lin Feng muttered to himself. It was one of the top 7 great worlds among the 3,000 great worlds. In the devil realm, experts were as common as clouds. How is my father's cultivation base? Lin Feng asked. This was a topic that he was very concerned about. He felt that his father must have been very powerful back then, but as for what kind of cultivation base, Lin Feng couldn't determine. How much do you know about your father? Duguya asked. Lin Feng said, ever since I could remember, my father had always been injured. His meridians were all broken. Later on, a friend of mine refined spirit liquid and healed my father's injuries. After he recovered, he left the clan, saying that he was going to save my mother. He then told me to find you and follow you in cultivation. Duguya said, actually, your father's injuries weren't healed by the spiritual liquid your friend refined. The reason why he said that was because he hoped to give you the confidence to cultivate the Tao. He wanted you to know how important it is to become a powerful cultivator and master all kinds of powerful auxiliary professions. You can even save the lives of your loved ones. Hearing Duguya's words, Lin Feng fell silent. He felt that it was possible. He had been very young back then. There were many things that his father couldn't tell him, because at that age, if he suddenly knew too many things, his mind wouldn't be able to take it. While your father was training, he obtained a fortuitous encounter and awakened his bloodline 9 times. Duguya said. What? 9 times? Lin Feng was stupefied. His face was filled with astonishment. One had to know that he had only awakened his bloodline once. The second bloodline awakening was called a deep awakening, and Lin Feng had yet to awaken his bloodline a second time. His father had actually awakened his bloodline 9 times. Every time his bloodline awakened, he would awaken many terrifying abilities, and his cultivation would also increase greatly. It was hard to imagine how many shocking abilities his father had grasped after awakening his bloodline 9 times. The most shocking thing isn't the 9th bloodline awakening, but another ability, Duguya said. Another ability? Lin Feng looked at Duguya in confusion. His eyes lit up, and he said, could it be that my father has another bloodline? When your father was born, he held a rune of destiny in his hand. His bloodline was the undying divine blood, but that rune of destiny bestowed a second bloodline, called the destiny bloodline. That's why, when many experts were fighting for supremacy, your father was unstoppable despite his young age, and was known as the child of destiny. Duguya said. Child of destiny, Lin Feng muttered the words, child of destiny. The word destiny was too extraordinary. It was too inconceivable. The child of destiny seemed to have been blessed by the heavens. He was destined to have an extraordinary life. Is it related to the Tao of destiny? Lin Feng asked. It's related. Duguya said. It's said that in every epoch, a child of destiny will be born. Such a person will shoulder the responsibility of resisting the Armageddon War. Duguya said. Your father is the leader of this epoch's resistance against the Armageddon War. However, he never expected that someone from the previous epoch would make a move and try to kill your father in advance. Why would they do that? Lin Feng asked with a gloomy expression. They want the epoch to be destroyed. Duguya sighed. The creatures of the previous era already had the experience of surviving the destruction of an era. When this era is destroyed and a new era is born, they will be able to obtain great benefits. Therefore, the creatures of the previous era are looking forward to the destruction of an era and the birth of a new era. When the new era is born, they will be able to obtain endless benefits. At that time, they will be able to live for another era. Duguya said. So, they wanted to kill my father? Let this era be completely destroyed? Countless living beings died in the calamity that destroyed the epoch? Lin Feng asked. That's right. That was indeed their plan. The living beings of the last era wouldn't care about the life and death of others. Even if the universe was destroyed and countless living beings perished, what did that have to do with them? They only think about themselves. Duguya said. Every man for himself, the heavens and earth will punish him. Many people took this sentence as a philosophy. But in Lin Feng's eyes, this was a crooked idea. Living in this world, people can't just live for themselves. We have to have family, love, and friendship. If we only live for ourselves, it would be too selfish. However, there are many selfish people in this world, Duguya continued. Your father was planted with a demonic seed. His body was almost destroyed, but he managed to suppress the demonic seed for the time being. Therefore, your father is actually in a very dangerous situation. Once the demonic seed awakens again, he might lose himself. They have already destroyed your father, now, they are waiting for your father to rescue your mother. When the time comes, they will be able to kill your father once and for all. Doesn't that mean my father is in a very dangerous situation? Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly and anxious. However, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. His cultivation was too weak. He couldn't help at all. This is your father's origin spirit lamp. Duguya took out an ancient lamp. The flame burned brightly. Lin Feng let out a long breath. His father was still alive. Although your father was planted with a demonic seed, I don't think the demonic seed will awaken anytime soon. Given your father's intelligence, I don't think he will act rashly. He will think of a way to recover his strength and save your mother because he knows that if the rescue fails, he will die and your mother will be killed as well. Duguya said. I need to raise my cultivation. I need to raise my cultivation quickly so that I can help my father get rid of the demonic seed in his body and save my mother with him. Lin Feng said through gritted teeth. Lin Feng wanted nothing more than to kill all the living beings from the previous epoch. Only then would he be able to quell his anger and killing intent. Everything has to be done step by step. Do you understand this principle? Duguya looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood the meaning behind Duguya's words. He nodded. I understand. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, Uncle Dugu, can we talk about my mother and uncle? Your mother and uncle are descendants of the sovereign emperor clan. I witnessed the love between your mother and father, and I also witnessed your birth. When the living beings from the previous epoch attacked, you were born. Duguya sighed. At that time, more than a dozen of us were there. We were all your father's best friends and followers. That battle was too tragic. Your father was ambushed and planted with a demonic seed. At that time, he had already turned demonic. We broke out of the encirclement, but in the end, we were unable to withstand the attacks of the creatures from the previous era. During the process of breaking out, your mother was injured and captured. We were chased all the way. Later on, your father woke up, but the demonic seed nearly destroyed his body. Before we arrived at the 9 provinces, they caught up to us again. Your uncle brought up the rear with a few others while I brought your father and you back to the 9 provinces. Later on, your uncle and a few others were killed. Uncle, and the other seniors, died in the cold starry sky, just like that. Lin Feng clenched his fists. He felt like his chest was about to explode. This was an unforgettable hatred. If he didn't kill the living beings from the previous epoch, he wouldn't be human. With my father's cultivation and his grasp of the Tao of Destiny, who could possibly plot against him? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. A terrifying person. He hid his identity and hid by your father's side. Duguya said. Who is he? Lin Feng asked through gritted teeth. Clearly, that person had gained his father's trust. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to plot against his father. If it wasn't for that person, his mother might not have been suppressed, and his uncle and the other seniors might not have died so tragically. His father wouldn't have been planted with a demonic seed. The culprit behind all of this was that person. Duguya's eyes flashed with dense killing intent. The son of the celestial emperor. Di Wudao. Di Wudao. Di Wudao. Lin Feng muttered the name, his fingernails digging into his flesh. This person really deserved to be killed. Lin Feng wanted to cut Di Wudao into pieces. He wanted to avenge his father, his mother, his uncle, and all the other elders who had died. However, Lin Feng knew that his cultivation was far from enough. Di Wudao was the son of the Celestial Emperor. Who knew how terrifying his cultivation would be? Lin Feng wanted to become stronger. Only with enough strength could he kill Di Wudao. One could imagine how difficult it would be to kill Di Wudao in the future. Once he killed Di Wudao, it would cause a huge commotion. He would definitely become the enemy of the Celestial Emperor. He might even become the enemy of the entire Undying World. After all, the Celestial Emperor was the leader of the Undying World. So what if he became the enemy of the Celestial Emperor and the Undying World, Di Wudao? He would definitely kill him. Uncle Dugu, I want to raise my cultivation as soon as possible. Is there any way for me to raise my cultivation as soon as possible? Lin Feng asked Duguya. Duguya's 6 paths of reincarnation had instantly killed the captain of the boat of curses and destroyed it. It was clear how powerful Duguya was. Back then, his father had told him to find Duguya and cultivate under him. It was not without reason. Duguya said, I know you're eager to raise your cultivation, but your cultivation hasn't stabilized yet. Cultivate here for 3 months first. After 3 months, I'll send you to a place where you'll be able to obtain great training. Of course, that place is also incomparably dangerous. If you're not careful, you might die there. So right now, you need to properly adjust your state and prepare to head to that dangerous place to cultivate. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. For the next 3 months, Lin Feng cultivated in Duguya's cave. These 3 months were extremely important to Lin Feng. For many Daos that he did not understand, Lin Feng would consult Duguya. With Duguya's cultivation level, it wasn't difficult for him to give Lin Feng pointers. Therefore, during those 3 months, Lin Feng had become extremely strong. Lin Feng benefited greatly, while Lin Feng was in seclusion. The outside world, however, was not calm at all. After the foreign creature recovered from its injuries, it left the southern immortal devil realm and entered the southern immortal sea domain. The blood-winged heavenly wolf clan's top-level experts went to kill the foreign creatures. This was because the blood-winged heavenly wolf clan cultivators suspected that Xianxia was killed by the foreign creatures. Xianxia was a heaven-defying genius of the blood-winged heavenly wolf clan. He was the hope of the blood-winged heavenly wolf clan's future. The blood-winged heavenly wolf clan was still waiting for Xianxia to mature and lead the blood-winged heavenly wolf clan to new glory. However, Xianxia was killed before he could grow. The blood-winged heavenly wolf clan was naturally furious. Right now, the blood-winged heavenly wolf clan's cultivators really wanted to tear these foreign creatures into 10,000 pieces. After being surrounded by the blood-winged heavenly wolf clan's experts, the foreign creature still had an indifferent expression. I didn't kill Xianxia. The foreign creature said coldly. The blood-winged heavenly wolf clan's cultivators didn't listen to the foreign creature's explanation at all. After a great battle, the foreign creature had killed 5 great experts of the blood-winged heavenly wolf clan. The remaining 4 blood-winged heavenly wolf clan experts were also injured. The foreign creature's cultivation was too terrifying. He killed until the blood-winged heavenly wolf clan's cultivators trembled in fear. The foreign creature did not continue to attack the other 4 surviving blood-winged heavenly wolf clan cultivators. He said with an indifferent expression, if my guess is correct, Xianxia should have been killed by Lin Feng. The foreign creature's words caused a huge uproar. Some people doubted the authenticity of this matter. But many people believed that it was true. This was because the foreign creature was very arrogant. Such an existence would definitely not lie. There was no need to lie. Xianxia was a heaven-defying genius, but he actually died at the hands of Lin Feng. Just how powerful is Lin Feng's cultivation? That's right. It's really hard to imagine how terrifying Lin Feng's cultivation is. If Lin Feng can kill Xianxia, among the heaven-defying geniuses of the myriad races, there are probably less than 10 people who can contend against Lin Feng. Countless people were talking about this matter. The cultivators of the 9 provinces were naturally overjoyed. The cultivators of the myriad races had gloomy expressions. Lin Feng had become the public enemy of the myriad races. The cultivators of the myriad races couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. The blood-winged heavenly wolf clan began to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts. The myriad races also helped the blood-winged heavenly wolf clan search for Lin Feng's whereabouts. However, Lin Feng was currently in seclusion in Duguya's cave abode. Therefore, no matter how they searched for Lin Feng's whereabouts, they couldn't find any clues. The foreign creatures were also searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. This was because they hated Lin Feng to the core and wanted to eat Lin Feng, Southern Immortal Devil Realm. Great Desolate Devil Mountain. This was an extremely dangerous place. It was said that a devil emperor was once buried here. This place even formed a magnetic field. Once one entered, it was very easy to get lost. In the end, he died and his Tao vanished. In the depths of the Great Desolate Devil Mountain, there was a pool of blood. A cultivator was lying in the pool of blood. It was Gong Ziyu. Previously, Gong Ziyu had been seriously injured by Gong Zini. Although Gong Ziyu had used the magic lotus to escape, Gong Ziyu had suffered extremely serious injuries. That kind of injury had caused him to fall into a coma. The magic lotus brought Gong Ziyu to the pool of blood. It was the ancient blood of the emperor. The blood of the holy emperor. Gong Ziyu had been lying inside for 3 months. Every day, his body was nourished by the blood of the holy emperor. Gong Ziyu's body quickly recovered, but he did not wake up. For Gong Ziyu, this could be said to be a great opportunity. In his slumber, he had obtained the inheritance of the fallen emperor. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, Gong Ziyu opened his eyes. His eyes became incomparably deep. His body slowly floated up from the pool of blood. In the end, Gong Ziyu's body floated in the air. Then, the blood in the pool of blood quickly flew up. The blood all flowed into Gong Ziyu's body. All the blood. It was all absorbed by Gong Ziyu. In the end, it turned into the blood in Gong Ziyu's body. A terrifying aura was emitted from Gong Ziyu's body. Gong Ziyu had completed an important transformation. He had obtained the inheritance of the fallen emperor. He had devoured the blood of the holy emperor. Gong Ziyu's cultivation. It had increased greatly. The heavens have not left me, Gong Ziyu muttered to himself. He quickly soared into the sky and flew out of the great desolate demon mountain. Within the southern immortal demon realm, it was still very lively. Many people had obtained great opportunities. For example, the great demon god, Little Donkey, Fatso, Demon Blood, Bai Wanyu, and others. Gong Xianxia of the myriad races, Nalan Hanyue, Huang Yanma, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, and others had also obtained great opportunities. The creatures in the black fog and the foreign creatures walked out of the southern immortal demon realm and began to recruit forces in the 9 provinces. Now, the 9 regions had become very chaotic. First of all, the native forces of the 9 regions. In addition, there were the forces of the myriad races, the forces of the outer realms, the creatures in the black fog, and so on. They all wanted to occupy a place in the 9 regions. There was a reason why these forces valued the 9 regions so much. The current 9 regions had indeed declined. However, in the past, the 9 regions was an amazing place. Pangu, Niwa, Zhurong, Gonggong, the 12 ancestral shamans, and so on. They were all innate life forms who had awakened from the 9 regions. The 9 regions was also a holy land for cultivation at that time. And it was said that the 9 regions was the starting point of the myriad worlds. It meant that the 9 regions was the first great world to appear in the myriad worlds. That was why it could be called the origin of the myriad worlds. Therefore, the 9 regions was once a holy land for cultivation. Even the immortal race and celestial race who were now informing the heaven realm had entered the heaven realm from the 9 regions. Because the immortal race and celestial race were the earliest human races. However, after the human race was divided, they no longer admitted that they were humans. Now, the 5 decay of the celestial race had appeared. Next was the destruction of the era. As the saying goes, if you want to kill someone, you must first make them crazy. The 9 regions was now in an era where cultivation was declining. Before the destruction of the era, there would definitely be a golden age of cultivation. And this golden age of cultivation would begin in the 9 regions. It would quickly spread to the myriad worlds. The most dazzling era of cultivation was about to arrive. This was the last golden age of cultivation before the destruction of the era. The people from the major powers also saw this point, so they started to make arrangements. they would establish their own forces in the 9 regions. Then, they would wait for the golden age of cultivation to arrive. Lin Feng could even not leave the 9 regions. He could wait for the golden age of cultivation to arrive in the 9 regions. Once the golden age of cultivation arrived, countless opportunities would descend. In the 9 regions, he could also become an emperor or an immortal. But obviously, Lin Feng could not stay in the 9 regions forever. Because he was shouldering many responsibilities. Rescuing his mother. Looking for his kidnapped clansmen. Every task. They were all extremely important. But obviously, these tasks were important to Lin Feng. They were all extremely difficult. This also meant that he would soon leave the 9 regions and head to a wider world to improve his cultivation. Lin Feng couldn't wait for the golden age of cultivation to arrive. 9 regions began to fall into chaos during this time. As for Lin Feng, he followed Dugvia to the cultivation grounds. The southernmost part of the southern immortal sea domain. This was an endless world of glaciers. It was extremely cold. In the depths of the glacier world. It was the famous aurora crack of the 9 states world. That place was filled with the power of destruction. Huge space-time rifts connected many mysterious worlds. That kind of place was untouchable. Once one entered, they might not be able to come out again. First, it was very likely that it would be destroyed by the space-time energy. Secondly, it was very likely that he would enter another unknown world. Many unknown worlds were desolate worlds, and no one knew which corner of the starry sky world they were in. Once he fell into it, it was very likely that he would never come out again. The training ground is a mysterious space. There are many opportunities in this space. The biggest secret is the path to heaven. The path to heaven is connected to the undying world, heaven realm, underworld, chaos, Xianhuang world, and other worlds. Dugvia said. There's such a place? Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. He said, if it's connected to so many worlds, doesn't that mean one can enter another world through the immortal path to heaven? Dugvia said, that space is very special. At present, only the soul can descend there. After the soul descends, it will transform into a complete body. In that space, if one's cultivation breaks through in the real world, it will also break through in the real world. However, if one dies there, they will also die in the real world. Hearing Dugvia's words, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. That space was truly a strange place. If only the soul could descend there. Naturally, one would not be able to enter another world through the immortal path to heaven. Once the connection between the soul and the physical body was severed, the soul would scatter, and one would die without a burial place. Lin Feng said, how can I return to the real world? Dugvia said, I will use my great power to send you there. For the next year, you can cultivate there, and you can also spar with the young experts of various worlds. After a year, I will connect to that mysterious space again and bring you out, allowing your soul to return. All right. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Dugu. Lin Feng said. Dugvia smiled and said, there's no need to be so courteous between uncle and nephew. Come with me. I've opened a dojo in a parallel space, and it's perfect for storing your physical body. During this year, I will protect your physical body. Dugvia flew toward the space-time rift. Lin Feng followed closely behind. Soon, they entered the space-time rift. Lin Feng followed Dugvia into the parallel space. There was a dojo that Dugvia had created. The dojo covered a huge dojo. The dojo was covered with many formation runes, and those runes were extremely powerful. Lin Feng guessed that those formation runes were related to entering that mysterious space. Sit at the center of the dojo. Dugvia looked at Lin Feng and said. Yes. Lin Feng replied. Then, he went to the center of the dojo and sat down. Dugvia then activated the dojo. All of the formation runes were activated. Waves of sacred light surged out, enveloping Lin Feng within. Then, Lin Feng felt his soul leave his body. He was enveloped by sacred light. The next moment, the sacred light tore through the void and disappeared. After a moment of dizziness, the sacred light descended into a mysterious space. This space was extremely unstable, and the power of space-time was everywhere. The immortal path to heaven was one of this space's greatest secrets, but it wasn't the only secret. There were many other extraordinary places in this space. The sacred light gradually dissipated. Lin Feng's soul transformed into a perfect body. This perfect body was almost exactly the same as his. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This space was truly miraculous. To be able to condense such a perfect body, it was practically no different from a real body. It was truly inconceivable. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the world. A huge bird of prey flew over from afar. That ferocious bird had the body of an eagle, but it had 9 wolf heads. It was unknown what race it was. What kind of monster is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but shout as he hurriedly dodged the monster's attack. The ferocious bird was extremely fast, and its reaction was also extremely fast. The moment Lin Feng dodged its attack, the ferocious bird opened its bloody mouth. Then, each of its bloody mouths spat out a ball of energy. The power of the ball of energy was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could destroy the world. One by one, the balls of energy exploded. Lin Feng was sent flying by the explosion. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. His body was covered in wounds and dripping with blood. The situation was really bad. Damn, so powerful, Lin Feng's face was about to turn green. The ferocious bird he encountered when he just entered was actually so powerful and terrifying. He didn't know if it was because the birds and beasts in this place were so powerful, or because he was just unlucky to encounter an unusually powerful ferocious bird. The ferocious bird quickly changed its direction and pounced on Lin Feng again. Its wings flapped in the void. In an instant, the void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The ferocious bird displayed shocking attack power. Lin Feng quickly retreated, constantly dodging the ferocious bird's attacks. However, no matter how he dodged the ferocious bird's attacks, he couldn't shake off the ferocious bird. You really think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? Lin Feng shouted fiercely, then took the initiative to attack the ferocious bird. The two sides fought fiercely for thousands of rounds. Lin Feng's injuries were very serious, but he succeeded in killing the ferocious bird. This made Lin Feng sigh in relief. Lin Feng activated his immortal divine body, and his injuries quickly recovered. Then, he carried the ferocious bird and quickly rushed into the distance. Next to a pond, there was a beautiful scenery with a waterfall. Lin Feng took a bath to his heart's content. Then, he dissected the ferocious bird and cleaned it up. He then cut off the 9 wolf heads and threw them to the side. Next, he set up a bonfire and began to cook delicious barbecue. 2 hours later, the smell of meat assailed his nostrils. It was really appetizing. Let's fill our stomachs first, Lin Feng started gobbling down the meat and drinking the wine. He had been cultivating with Duguya for the past few months. An expert at Duguya's level didn't need much food. Therefore, Lin Feng was too embarrassed to cook all kinds of delicacies in Duguya's cave. Therefore, during this period of time, Lin Feng was extremely hungry. Now, Lin Feng could finally enjoy the delicacies. After a full meal, Lin Feng rested for a while and then began to walk through this huge space. The biggest secret of this space was the heavenly immortal path. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know where this heavenly immortal path was. He needed to find it himself. One day later, Lin Feng saw more than 10 cultivators. The group of cultivators also saw Lin Feng. "Brat, come here," one of the young cultivators stretched out his right hand, beckoning Lin Feng over. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel disgusted by that arrogant and haughty attitude. Those people probably came from another world. Lin Feng wasn't very clear about their origins. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't interested in their origins. Now, Lin Feng's thoughts were on finding opportunities, the heavenly immortal path, and increasing his cultivation. Lin Feng still hoped to greatly increase his cultivation here. Lin Feng's goal was to break through to the giant god realm. He hoped to be able to do it on the heavenly immortal path. With Lin Feng's accumulation, once he broke through to the giant god realm, he would be invincible. Even those high-level quasi-emperors could be easily killed. He didn't pay attention to that cultivator. Instead, he flew into the distance. The young cultivator's face immediately turned gloomy. He waved his hand, and then quickly flew toward Lin Feng with a group of companions. Soon, they blocked Lin Feng's path. Brat, didn't you hear me when I told you to go over? A cold light flashed in the young cultivator's eyes. Lin Feng said indifferently, so what if I heard? So what if I didn't hear? Do you need something from me? If you need something from me, you should be the one coming over. Brat, you're quite arrogant. The young cultivator looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. He already had the intention to kill Lin Feng. The cultivators in this space all came from different worlds. Therefore, there was no need to care about anything. If there was a disagreement, they could just directly kill him. Get lost. Don't you know that a good dog doesn't block the way? Lin Feng said with a sneer. This sentence caused an uproar. The group of cultivators looked at Lin Feng with more and more sinister eyes. Arrogant. You dare to be so arrogant in front of us? You're simply courting death. Brat, have you thought about how you're going to die? The group of cultivators looked at Lin Feng fiercely. Everyone looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. Those who could enter this world clearly had extraordinary forces behind them. Therefore, these cultivators knew that anyone who could enter this place had mastered many powerful divine abilities. It was impossible to bring storage rings or magic treasures into this space. Therefore, the only things one could obtain from other cultivators were divine abilities. Of course, the allure of a divine ability was much greater than that of a magic treasure. In such a place, it was very dangerous to be alone. Therefore, when this group of people saw that Lin Feng was alone, they already had the intention to kill Lin Feng. However, they didn't expect that, surprisingly, Lin Feng was acting so arrogantly. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. A bunch of trash dares to jump around in front of me? Who gave you the courage? Lin Feng curled his lips and asked. Lin Feng's personality had always been strong. Although Lin Feng didn't take the initiative to provoke others, if anyone provoked him, Lin Feng would definitely not tolerate it. Brat, you're courting death. Kill this brat. A group of cultivators glared at Lin Feng with murderous intent. In the distance, many cultivators were also looking over. However, those cultivators were basically gathered in groups. Very few of them were alone. Obviously, the cultivators here had formed teams. It was safer to act together. Aren't those people from the Yin-Yang world? Those guys are very arrogant. The Yin-Yang world is ranked 11th among the 3,000 worlds. There are many experts there. That brat is alone. Now that he has been targeted by the cultivators of the Yin-Yang world, I'm afraid he's going to die. Seeing that group of cultivators attacking Lin Feng, many people suddenly exclaimed. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. The Yin-Yang Great World was said to be a great world evolved from the great Tao of Yin and Yang. The cultivators born in this world were very special. It was said that the cultivators of this world would form a Yin-Yang fish in their dantian. This Yin-Yang fish could absorb Yin-Yang qi day and night to improve their cultivation. This Yin-Yang fish was very similar to the martial soul of the human cultivators of 9 provinces. There were tens of thousands of martial souls. There were also tens of thousands of Yin-Yang fish. Boom! 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 A terrifying aura filled the void. A group of cultivators from the Yin-Yang Great World launched a violent attack on Lin Feng. Each of their attacks was extremely ruthless. They were all aiming to take Lin Feng's life. These people originally wanted to capture Lin Feng and interrogate him about the divine powers he had learned. However, they no longer had the mood to do so. They were only thinking about how to torture Lin Feng. Watching Lin Feng die tragically in front of them was what they wanted to do the most. Even ants drag out their lives. You bunch of trash are courting death. Lin Feng curled his lips with a disdainful expression. That guy is really arrogant, many people sighed with emotion. A thought suddenly appeared in many people's minds. That brat might really be very powerful, right? Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant? Those who were powerful were arrogant. That was not arrogant. That was domineering. That was domineering. Boom! Lin Feng's body emitted a powerful aura. He directly used the epic domineering aura to envelop everyone. After being enveloped by the epic domineering aura, the cultivators felt as if they had fallen into a quagmire, and their speed decreased sharply. Lin Feng, on the other hand, raised his right hand as if he was taking a stroll in the park, and slashed out one sword chi after another. Puff. 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 Next, heads flew into the sky one after another. Blood spurted out. One cultivator after another was killed under Lin Feng's attack without even having the strength to resist. Oh my god, he's so strong? The group of people in the Yin-Yang world have kicked an iron plate. With such powerful cultivation, they are actually active in the peripheral area. That guy is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Many people couldn't help but cry out in surprise, looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of deep shock. The strength that Lin Feng displayed was too terrifying. It shocked many people, and made many people feel as if there were raging waves in their hearts. Spare us. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare us, young master. The remaining cultivators begged. A bunch of ants dares to provoke me? How can I forgive you? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Streams of sword chi continued to slash out. Puff. Puff. Puff, heads fell to the ground one after another. We are from the Yin-Yang world. If you kill us, the 5 masters of the Yin-Yang world will definitely kill you to avenge us. A cultivator shouted, wanting to threaten Lin Feng. I'll wait for the arrival of the 5 great experts. When the time comes, I'll kill them all. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. A stream of sword chi slashed out, killing all the cultivators who spoke. Soon, more than a dozen cultivators from the Yin-Yang world were killed by Lin Feng. These cultivators were the physical bodies condensed from the laws of heaven and earth in this space. Therefore, after they were killed, their physical bodies disappeared. Only the purest soul origin was left. After killing these people, Lin Feng directly devoured their soul origin. Ever since Lin Feng's soul entered the quasi-emperor realm, it had become extremely difficult for it to improve. However, after devouring the soul power of these cultivators, Lin Feng realized that his soul strength had increased by quite a bit. Lin Feng used the soul-searching technique to search the soul memories of these cultivators. He obtained a lot of information from these cultivators' souls, including information about the 5 great experts and many things about the Yin-Yang world. At the same time, he also obtained many magic skills that these cultivators cultivated. These people actually cultivated the Great Yin-Yang technique, one of the 3,000 great Daos. In addition to the Great Yin-Yang technique, they also cultivated many powerful magic skills. Unfortunately, they did not cultivate the other 3,000 great Daos. A single Dao. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. There were many types of Dao validation. Cultivators of the 9 provinces usually cultivated as many of the 3,000 great Daos as possible as the foundation for identifying great Daos. However, there were also some worlds that didn't cultivate like this. They cultivated a single Dao. They cultivated this Dao to the extreme. No matter which method, one could achieve extraordinary results. Brother, our team has information about several cave abodes. If you join our team, we can share the treasures with everyone. Young master, would you like to join my team? You see, there are so many beauties here. Many of them are secretly in love with you and can let you do whatever you want. Seeing how powerful Lin Feng was, many people surrounded him. One by one, the teams sent out invitations to Lin Feng. Some teams offered great benefits. Some teams wanted to use beauty to seduce Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was unmoved. He said, I'm sorry, everyone. I don't have any plans to join other teams. I'm used to being alone. Lin Feng cupped his fists and quickly left. What a pity, what a pity. If we could recruit this person, we would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Many people felt that it was a pity. After Lin Feng left, he rushed towards the depths of the space. When he was searching the memories of that group of cultivators, he found a very important piece of information. This group of people had discovered a mysterious place. However, that mysterious place was densely covered with restrictions and they were unable to enter. Therefore, they planned to find some helpers. Through those people's memories, Lin Feng knew that this space was full of opportunities. The more dangerous a place was, the more extraordinary the opportunities would be. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that the place in the memories of this group of cultivators might be hiding some secrets. That area was in the depths of an ancient forest. 3 days later, Lin Feng arrived at that place. He saw a world of rolling black fog in the depths of the ancient forest. A gloomy aura spread out from it. Powerful restrictions caused the void in the area covered by the black fog to distort. That area was indeed very dangerous. Wanting to pass through that area was not an easy task. However, Lin Feng was proficient in formations. He successfully passed through that very dangerous area. After passing through the restriction, they saw 7 huge mountains that rose and fell in front of them. At the center of the mountains, there was an ancient tree. It was unknown what kind of ancient tree it was. The huge tree was 30,000 meters tall. Its branches extended out and covered an area of 15 kilometers. Such a big tree? What kind of tree is this? Lin Feng looked at the ancient tree from afar. His heart was filled with shock. Such a huge ancient tree definitely hid a shocking secret. The woman was dressed in white, and she looked like a fairy. Her sword was like a white rainbow streaking across the sky, stabbing towards Lin Feng. It was extremely powerful. Lin Feng quickly dodged the sword. Then, he slapped out with his palm, sending the woman flying. However, the woman's body dissipated immediately. She's not a person, but a spiritual aura manifested by sword energy? Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He continued flying deeper into the mountain range. That's the 7 stars piercing the sun. Lin Feng looked at the 7 mountains in shock. The 7 mountain peaks were like 7 stars. All the starlight gathered together. Then, they surrounded one place. They surrounded and protected the huge ancient tree in the most central position. Starlight constantly fell from the 9 heavens, which was then devoured by the ancient tree. He didn't know what kind of ancient tree it was. However, Lin Feng felt that the ancient tree contained an unimaginable amount of vitality. He was starting to wonder if the ancient tree was the Jianmu tree. However, Lin Feng thought that it shouldn't be a builder tree. He had cultivated a builder tree sapling, and its aura was completely different from this ancient tree. Finally, Lin Feng landed in the mountain range. He saw a huge stone statue. It was a stone statue of a woman. The woman was very beautiful. She was dressed in white, and she looked like a fairy who had fallen from the 9 heavens. Lin Feng was very surprised when he saw the woman. He felt like he had seen her somewhere before. Why does this stone statue give me such a strong sense of familiarity? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He carefully recalled some of the beautiful women he had seen in the past few years. However, after searching through his memories, he couldn't find any. Lin Feng was very puzzled. If it was really a woman he had seen before, it shouldn't be like this. Lin Feng stroked his chin. Right, I remember who this woman is. She's the Empyrean Maiden. She's the Empyrean Maiden. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He recalled the woman's identity. This woman was exactly the same as the fairy of the 9th heaven in the portrait he had obtained. After all, the Empyrean fairy was a connate life form, nurtured by heaven and earth. His strength was incomparably powerful. The classic of mountains and seas, the mystical maiden of the 9 heavens, also known as the mystical maiden, is commonly known as the goddess of the 9 heavens, the mystical maiden of the 9 heavens, the mystical maiden of the 9 heavens, and the mystical mother of the 9 heavens. She was originally the goddess of war. Later, she was worshipped by Taoism as a high-level female immortal and a god of divination. She was a god of justice who was well-versed in military strategies and spells. There were scriptures such as the 9 heavens maiden's true scripture for curing the heart and eliminating sin that were handed down to enlighten the people. There were very few records about the Empyrean maiden, so Lin Feng knew very little about her. All he knew was that she was an extraordinarily terrifying existence. Otherwise, she wouldn't be on the same side as Nuwa, Pengu, Fushi, Swerin, and the forefathers of the sovereign clans. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know much about the Empyrean maiden. Everything he knew about the fairy of the 9 heavens came from the classic of mountains and seas. What does it mean for a statue of the Empyrean maiden to appear here? What does it mean? Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur to himself. He had a feeling that there was more to the statue than met the eye. Could it be that the Empyrean maiden's inheritance was here? Lin Feng felt his heart race at the thought of this. The Empyrean maiden was a heavyweight among the Xianxia life forms. Lin Feng wasn't from that era, so he didn't know what her cultivation was like. However, he guessed that she should be around the same level as Pangu, Nuwa, and Swerin. Therefore, if he could obtain the Empyrean Maiden's inheritance, it would be too heaven-defying. Lin Feng's consciousness surged out. It enveloped the statue of the Empyrean Maiden. Looking back for 1,000 lifetimes, falling into oblivion for 1,000,000,000,000 lifetimes, and the collapse of all Daos, will be the day of return, a mysterious voice suddenly rang out in Lin Feng's mind. It was a woman's voice. Lin Feng was stunned. Could that woman's voice be the Empyrean Maiden's? The world spun and Lin Feng found himself in an ancient world. The sound of a zither lingered in the air. Lush green grass. A man shrouded in flames flew over from afar. He was fire god Zhirong, the first fire god, a connate life form born of flames. Mist filled the air in the distance, and a man stood within it. He was Gonggong, the first water god, a connate life form born of rivers. Though they were called gods, they were still immortals. In truth, their cultivation had long since reached the realm of immortals. A man in white robes arrived. He was Swerin, one of the first ancestors of the human race. Another man in robes embroidered with the 8 trigrams arrived. He was Fuxi, one of the first ancestors of the human race. They belonged to the connate human race. They were the most primitive and ancient of the human race. Not long after, a man with an enormous axe arrived. It was Pangu. Soon, Nuwa arrived as well. Immortal music filled the air as a woman flew over. It was the Empyrean Maiden. She was playing her zither. The cultivators who were qualified to come here to listen to the zither were all extraordinary. The sound of the mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens was very beautiful. After the song ended, the 9 heavens maiden was dejected. "Why are you sad, fairy?" asked fire god Zhirong. She shook her head and sighed, but didn't say anything. The scene in front of her suddenly vanished. The 9 heavens maiden arrived at an immortal mountain. A man appeared. When he saw the man, Lin Feng was stunned. Wasn't that the ancestor of the sovereign clan? In the portrait, there was an ancestor with a peace sign, looking very frivolous. "Empyrean Maiden, the world is about to change." "I'm leaving," said the ancestor. He was usually carefree, but now he was frowning. "Are you leaving to avoid me?" asked the Empyrean Maiden. "Don't overthink it," the old ancestor of the sovereign clan said. The scene in front of her vanished. Lin Feng returned to the real world. Lin Feng was still in a daze. The Empyrean Maiden used to admire the ancestor of the sovereign clan, but the ancestor of the sovereign clan didn't have any feelings for her. Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his head. It turned out that even the most powerful existences had feelings for each other. It seemed that no one could sever their 7 emotions and 6 desires. This had nothing to do with strength. It didn't matter. "Keek keek, so it's the successor of the sovereign clan. Did you come here to die?" Bursts of eerie laughter suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. "Who is it?" "Brat, no need to be so nervous, I'm not a threat to you." That voice resounded again. "If you're not a threat, then why did you say that I'm here to die?" said Lin Feng coldly. Of course, he didn't believe the mysterious spirit so easily. One had to be wary of others. Lin Feng knew this very well. Sometimes, one had to be careful or they wouldn't even know how they died. The world of cultivators was full of scheming and scheming. "I'm not a threat to you, but the 9 heavens maiden is," that mysterious existence said. "I didn't offend the fairy of the 9th heaven, and she doesn't know me. We don't have any interactions, so how could she be a threat to me? Plus, she's been dead for who knows how many years. How could she be a threat to me?" Lin Feng couldn't help but smile coldly. Xianxia of the 9 heavens has 3 stages in her life. The first stage is pure and kind. In that stage, as you saw before, she fell in love with a man. But as the saying goes, the falling flower is in love with the flowing water, but the flowing water is not. In the second stage, the world fell into turmoil. Various powerful forces sprang up like bamboo shoots after the rain. The 9 heavens maiden was no longer the pure and kind maiden of the 9 heavens. Her ambition began to swell, so she built her own immortals kingdom. You should know that a lot of things had to happen to build such a huge immortals kingdom. Therefore, during this stage, the Nine Heavens Maiden became very decisive. Her hands were stained with the blood of countless practitioners. She had completely changed. She became a person who was extremely greedy for power and would do anything to achieve her goal. In the third stage, the Nine Heavens Maiden has already become a paragon. There aren't many people in the world who can stand up to her. She thinks about the past, and also about your ancestor. He was the only one who dared to refuse her. At this stage, the Nine Heavens Maiden is lofty and lofty. She can't tolerate even a speck of sand in her eyes. Your ancestor refused her, and her love for him turned into hatred. Because of that, she hates the sovereign clan. Lin Feng frowned. He hadn't thought that Xianxia of the Nine Skies would have experienced so many things in her life. Many things were incredible. It was even somewhat inconceivable. His hatred for the sovereign race was inexplicable. When it came to matters of the heart, it had always been consensual. Was it necessary to hate others, and then? What happened? Lin Feng asked. The mysterious being continued, at that time, the Nine Heavens Maiden gave the order to search for your ancestor, but she couldn't find him. Later on, there were rumors that a descendant of the Sovereign Emperor clan had appeared. Obviously, your ancestor had a wife. This made the Nine Heavens Maiden extremely jealous. She began to unite many forces to search for the descendant of the Sovereign Emperor clan, but in the end, she couldn't find him. It was said that the Nine Heavens Maiden encountered a problem in her cultivation, so she used the Nine Heavens Maiden technique to reincarnate and cultivate again. Ordinary corpse dismemberment techniques can also allow cultivators to reincarnate and cultivate again. In the future, they might be able to recover the memories of their previous life. Then, they'll be able to remember all sorts of powerful spells. It's like cultivating again. Of course, as a peerless cultivator, once they recover the memories of their previous life, they'll be able to cultivate again extremely quickly. Their talent will also be extremely shocking. But it's not easy to recover the memories of one's previous life. Not only is it not easy, but it's also extremely difficult. In the end, the cultivator will die, but they won't be able to recover the memories of their previous life. If they can recover the memories of their previous life, they'll become what we call a reincarnation. The Nine Heavens Maiden's Nine Heavens Maiden technique is a corpse dismemberment technique that can recover the memories of one's previous life. It's extremely terrifying. The mysterious being continued, it's said that the Nine Heavens Maiden's corpse dismemberment technique divides her soul into 9, and she'll be reincarnated into 9 women. Those 9 women each have a part of the Nine Heavens Maiden's memories and a part of her strength. Those women are all peerless beauties. When they meet, they'll fight to the death and steal each other's memories. In the end, only one of the 9 will survive, and that person will recover the Nine Heavens Maiden's memories. She'll be the Nine Heavens Maiden's reincarnation. Lin Feng said, "That sounds incredible. Has the Nine Heavens Maiden returned from her reincarnation?" The mysterious being said, "Who knows? Maybe she succeeded, but it's been too long since then." Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "You've said so much, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the fact that I'm here to die." The mysterious being said, "Of course it has something to do with it. Do you see that ancient tree? It's said that the Nine Heavens Maiden personally planted that ancient tree. It already has the Nine Heavens Maiden's imprint. The ancient tree has a spirit. When it senses your arrival, it'll definitely try its best to kill you." Rumble. As soon as the mysterious being finished speaking, the earth began to shake violently. Lin Feng looked into the distance and saw that the ancient tree had begun to sway. Every time it swayed, it was as if the earth was shaking. Do you see that? The ancient tree is recovering. It's too late for you to leave now. You're dead, that mysterious existence said as though he was gloating over Lin Fan's misfortune. People from the Sovereign Imperial clan. People from the Sovereign Imperial clan are here. Back then, Her Highness the Empress prophesied that people from the Sovereign Imperial clan would come here in the future. The Empress prophecy came true. A deep voice resounded between heaven and earth. The thick branches twisted in the void like tentacles. Lin Feng frowned. He could feel a cold killing intent from the ancient tree. It was just as the mysterious existence had said. This ancient tree wanted to kill him. Boom, a thick branch whipped towards Lin Feng. That branch was like a mountain range as it lashed out viciously. Even the void was shattered. The power of that attack was simply too terrifying. It was so powerful that it made Lin Feng's heart palpitate. Lin Feng quickly dodged the terrifying attack. Pa pa pa, but just then, the branches began to dance one after another. It was as though mountains were crashing down one after another. Naturally, it was impossible for Lin Fan to dodge all of them. Lin Feng channeled the arm of the dragon elephant and slammed it towards the incoming branches. Bam! That tyrannical blow landed on the mountain-like branch. What terrifying power! Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. The power contained within the ancient tree was too terrifying. Even his Dracophant arm was unable to contend against it. He really didn't know how terrifyingly powerful that ancient tree was. Rumble, one branch after another lashed out at him. The attacks could be said to be continuous and uninterrupted. Lin Feng was sent flying several times, and his face turned pale. This couldn't go on. Fire restrains wood. I wonder if heavenly fire can restrain this ancient tree. Lin Feng thought of an idea. This ancient tree was extraordinary. Lin Feng wasn't sure if heavenly fire could harm it. He hurriedly brought out his heavenly fire. The flames burned fiercely, instantly enveloping the ancient tree's branches. However, Lin Feng was shocked to see a faint green energy surging out of the ancient tree. He didn't know what kind of energy it was. After being enveloped by the faint green energy, the ancient tree was actually able to resist the heavenly fire. When Lin Feng saw that, he didn't find it strange at all, because the tree was too strong. Such a powerful ancient tree would definitely find a way to cultivate some special method to resolve its weakness. Therefore, Lin Feng had already predicted that the ancient tree would have some method to resist his heavenly fire. Rumble, the ancient tree's branches, which were as thick as mountains, continued to smash at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was in a very sorry state as he resisted the attacks of the branches. At the same time, he began to activate another powerful secret art. The Great Curse Art. This technique was very special. Lin Feng felt that he could use the power of curses to harm the ancient tree. The ancient tree's defense was too strong. Ordinary methods couldn't harm the ancient tree. Only a divine ability like the Great Curse Art would be able to harm the ancient tree. Lin Feng tried more than 10 times, but he didn't succeed. The probability of successfully activating the Great Curse Art was never very high. Lin Feng was sent flying, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The thick branches lashed out again, trying to kill Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng finally succeeded in activating the Great Curse Art. A spluttering sound was heard. A large part of the ancient tree's trunk exploded. The explosion covered an area of 5 to 6 meters. Of course, such an area couldn't do much damage to the ancient tree. However, it broke through the ancient tree's defense. Heavenly fire quickly surged forward, igniting the exposed branches. Whoosh! At this moment, the ancient tree's branches wrapped around Lin Feng. They wanted to strangle Lin Feng. However, this wasn't an easy thing to do. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Before you kill me, I can use at least 7 or 8 moves. Even if you've lived for countless years, your body will be destroyed. This space is so mysterious, who knows how many terrifying creatures live here. Once you're seriously injured, I think there will be many creatures who want to kill you and take your source. Is this the result you want to see?" After the ancient tree heard this, it didn't let go of Lin Feng. Instead, it used more strength. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. While resisting the branch's damage to his body, he used the burning wrath of the heavens' divine ability to fuse the 4 heavenly fire together. Bang! The 4 heavenly fire exploded. Large parts of the ancient tree's branches were blown apart. However, the ancient tree was too thick. This kind of injury couldn't cause fatal damage to the ancient tree. At this moment, Lin Feng felt that it was getting harder and harder for him to struggle. The ancient tree's power was too terrifying. He couldn't hold on for too long. Thus, Lin Feng said coldly, "Since you want to die, let's see who dies first. As long as my soul isn't destroyed, I can return to my body and be reborn. You're different. If your body is destroyed, all your years of cultivation will be for naught." The ancient tree struggled internally for a while. Finally, the branches around Lin Feng began to loosen. The ancient tree wanted to help the Empyrean fairy kill Lin Feng, a descendant of the sovereign emperor clan. However, it didn't have the ability to do so. After the ancient tree released Lin Feng summoned the heavenly fire back. Then, the ancient tree stopped moving. Everything that had just happened seemed like a dream. Kid, you're quite strong. You actually have 4 heavenly fire. The mysterious voice spoke again. Lin Feng said coldly, what? Still not going to show yourself? Do you think I don't know who you are? Of the 7 mountains, one of them should have gained sentience, right? If you don't show yourself obediently, I'll destroy the 7 mountains. Impulsiveness is the devil. The voice of the mysterious being had a trace of panic. The 5th mountain suddenly had eyes, a mouth, a nose, and eyebrows. It looked very similar to a human's face. It really turned into a mountain monster. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. What mountain monster? It's clearly a mountain god, alright? No, it's a mountain immortal. The mysterious being said loudly, refuting Lin Feng's words. However, no matter how one looked at it, it didn't seem very confident. Previously, it was pretending to be mysterious. Now that Lin Feng had seen through it, its true form was revealed. With its cultivation, it naturally couldn't contend against Lin Feng. What secret is this place hiding? Lin Feng asked directly. This ancient tree is extraordinary. It bears many holy fruits. Many powerful beings have entered and plucked the holy fruits. Now, there should be 1 holy fruit left. You can pluck it. The mountain monster said. Will the ancient tree agree? Lin Feng asked. If your strength is recognized by it, it will agree. Anyway, the fruits will be destroyed if you don't consume them. However, if your strength isn't recognized by it, it naturally won't agree. Instead, it will kill those who are not strong enough and want to covet the holy fruit. The mountain monster said. Lin Feng nodded and flew towards the main trunk of the ancient tree. The ancient tree had just submitted to him. This meant that the ancient tree had recognized his strength. Naturally, he could pluck the holy fruits. This ancient tree was planted by Xianxia of the 9th heaven. Although Lin Feng didn't know its species, for it to be able to survive until now, it must be extraordinary. Perhaps, it might even be an immortal tree. The holy fruits it bore would definitely have great effects. Perhaps, the holy fruits could help him break through again. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. Just as Lin Feng was about to pluck the holy fruits. Suddenly, several figures flew in from outside. Seeing people enter, the mountain monster hurriedly transformed into a mountain, completely concealing itself. There were a total of 10 cultivators flying in. There were both males and females. None of them were ordinary people. There's actually someone here. Exclamations could be heard. The 10 cultivators all landed. While these people were sizing up Lin Feng was sizing them up as well. Although they didn't deliberately show off their strength, Lin Feng was still able to sense them. Even so, Lin Feng could still sense a powerful aura from them. That aura, what surprised Lin Feng was that these people were very strong. Lin Feng had a feeling that they weren't any weaker than the heaven-defying geniuses of the myriad races. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't help but be curious. Which world were these people from? How could their cultivation be so strong? Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind. Lin Feng ignored them and quickly flew towards the ancient tree. Lin Feng had already seen the sacred fruit on the tree. He quickly plucked the sacred fruit. Then, he put it away. That fruit is very ordinary. The group of people was shocked. They were all very knowledgeable and could tell at a glance how extraordinary the sacred fruit Lin Feng had plucked was. Seeing Lin Feng about to leave, a young man in blue stopped Lin Feng. What is the meaning of this? Lin Feng asked indifferently. I want that fruit. Hand it over. The blue-robed cultivator said. The blue-robed cultivator was very handsome and his figure was also very slender. He was truly an elegant and beautiful man. He looked at Lin Feng indifferently and spoke in an unquestionable tone. Lin Feng sneered. You want me to give it to you, so I have to give it to you? Who do you think you are? Kid, don't you know how to appreciate favors? The young man in blue's face suddenly darkened. In this space, killing people for treasures is a common thing. I only want your sacred fruit and not your life. That's already a blessing from your ancestors. If you're so shameless, I don't mind taking your dog life right here and now. The young man in blue said as he flicked his sleeves. He spoke casually and looked at Lin Feng with contempt. Obviously, he didn't care about Lin Feng at all. Perhaps, in his eyes, Lin Feng was just a nobody. You? Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. With disdain. The young man in blue's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold-killing intent. At that moment, a woman in purple said, "Just take the treasure. There's no need to kill him. Sister Su-er, this kid disrespected me. He must be killed." The young man in blue said. The woman called Su-er nodded and didn't say anything else. The young man in blue sneered and looked at Lin Feng. "Kid, have you thought about how you're going to die?" When he finished talking, he walked towards Lin Feng step by step. His chi was becoming more and more powerful. Obviously, he was gathering his magic power to attack. "Do you really think you're someone?" Lin Feng pursed his lips. The young man in blue's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. In his opinion, Lin Feng didn't know what was good for him. Moreover, Lin Feng refuted him repeatedly, which made the young man in blue feel embarrassed. He looked coldly at Lin Feng. "You don't know what's good for you. Don't worry, I won't kill you directly. I'll make you kneel on the ground and take the initiative to hand over the treasure." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man in blue threw a punch at Lin Feng. This punch caused the void to crack. The young man in blue was really powerful. He was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. However, facing the punch from the young man in blue, Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all. He also threw a punch. Hundreds of millions of years passed. Bang! Lin Feng and the young man in blue punched each other, which was accompanied by a dull collision sound. Lin Feng and the young man in blue retreated continuously. Each of them took 3 steps back. Lin Feng was shocked. This person was so powerful. It was rare for a young cultivator to be able to fight him head-on and be on par with him. This space was indeed a space where the top geniuses from all over the world gathered. Humph. The young man in blue couldn't help but snort coldly. His eyes became extremely cold. He took a step forward, wanting to attack Lin Feng again. However, at this time, the surrounding young masters and young ladies all looked at the young man in blue in shock. "Brother Zhao, you," a young master pointed at the young man in blue and said in a shocked tone. "What's wrong with me?" The young man in blue asked curiously. However, he soon felt that something was wrong. This was because he felt the magic power in his body rapidly depleting. The young man in blue looked at his body and found that his skin was rapidly drying up. Not long later, his body became old and frail. "What kind of technique is this?" The young masters and young ladies were extremely shocked. It made a person age in an instant. This technique was really mysterious and unfathomable. Why is this happening? The young man in blue couldn't help but roar angrily. He was an extremely handsome man and had always been very careful about his image. Now, he had suddenly become an extremely old man. The young man in blue couldn't accept this fact. His eyes became blood red. He looked at Lin Feng with a murderous gaze. "I'll kill you," the young man in blue roared. Then, he pounced at Lin Feng. Boom, his body emitted an extremely powerful aura. Then, the young man in blue attacked Lin Feng with a palm strike. The shadow of 9 huge dragons appeared on his palm. This divine ability was called 9 Dragon Palms. Condensing 9 true dragons with boundless magic power, it could destroy heaven and earth. With your half-dead appearance, half of your body is about to be buried in the ground, and you still dare to fight with me? You really don't know what's good for you," said Lin Feng, smiling icily. He used a celestial skill, Bestial Chaos, and bombarded the prince in blue clothes. Bang, the 2 sides collided, accompanied by a dull sound of collision. Everyone saw that the young man in blue was directly sent flying. Wah! Then, the young man in blue couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face became as pale as paper. Before he landed on the ground, Lin Feng had already arrived beside the young man in blue and swept a punch over. This tyrannical punch swept across the young man in blue. It directly smashed the young man in blue to the ground. Then, Lin Feng stepped on the chest of the young man in blue. Impossible. The young man in blue couldn't accept what had happened. He kept struggling. Lin Feng suddenly exerted force. Crack, crack. The bones in the young man's chest were broken by Lin Feng. Kid, I'm from the Undying Realm. You'd better let me go now and then kneel on the ground and apologize. Otherwise, you and the faction behind you will be uprooted. The blue-clothed young master looked at Lin Feng with a venomous gaze. Someone from the Undying Realm? Lin Feng looked at the blue-clothed young master in shock. He did not expect this person to be from the Undying Realm. It seemed that this blue-clothed young master was a disciple of a big family in the Undying Realm. Ordinary people would probably be scared to death when they heard about the Undying Realm. However, Lin Feng did not care about the so-called Undying Realm at all. In the future, Lin Feng would head to the Undying Realm to kill the son of the Celestial Emperor, Di Wudao. He even dared to kill the son of the Celestial Emperor, let alone a disciple of a big family. Kid, do you know fear now? Now that you know fear, let go of this young master quickly. Seeing Lin Feng's background, the blue-clothed young master thought that Lin Feng was afraid and said proudly. As the number one of the 3,000 great worlds, the Undying Realm. Apart from the 3 supreme realms, no one dared to offend the Undying Realm. The blue-clothed young master was even thinking about how to torture Lin Feng later. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, suddenly, the blue-clothed young master felt pain in his neck. The next moment, his consciousness left his body. The blue-clothed young master's head was chopped off by Lin Feng. The blue-clothed young master's eyes were wide open. He died with a grievance. You actually killed Zhao Ming. The others looked at Lin Feng with gloomy expressions. They were all from the Undying Realm and had become allies with Zhao Ming. After seeing Lin Feng kill Zhao Ming, many of them wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently. So what if I killed him? Could it be that you want to fight me as well? Kid, you're too arrogant. There's no need for so many of us. I alone am enough to kill you. A burly cultivator stepped out and looked at Lin Feng with a murderous gaze. It seemed that he wanted to kill Lin Feng. You're still far from it. Lin Feng said disdainfully. Arrogant. The cultivator roared and wanted to kill Lin Feng. Brother Nangong, wait. The purple-clothed woman called Su said. Sister Su, are you trying to stop me from killing this person? The muscular cultivator said. Brother Nangong, this incident started because young Master Zhao failed to steal the treasure and was killed instead. Let's not get involved in this mess. Su said. At this moment, the burly cultivator came back to his senses. He nodded and did not say anything else. Lin Feng collected the soul of the blue-clothed man and left. Send the news of Zhao Ming's death back to the Undying Realm, let the Zhao clan deal with this kid, we'll sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Su said. Then we'll have a good show to watch. The rest of the people sneered. After Lin Feng left, he found a secluded place and used his divine will to check the blue-clothed man's soul. However, the moment his divine will touched the blue-clothed man's soul, it exploded and dissipated. What a powerful restriction, Lin Feng was shocked. This restriction was obviously set up by the experts of the blue-clothed man's clan in the blue-clothed man's soul. It was to prevent others from investigating the secrets of the blue-clothed man's soul, and to prevent the clan's inheritance or important matters from being leaked. This method was extremely overbearing and ruthless. This method would completely destroy the souls of the clansmen, causing them to never be able to reincarnate. After the blue-clothed man's soul exploded, there was still a portion of pure energy left. That portion of pure energy was absorbed by Lin Feng. After absorbing that portion of pure energy, Lin Feng's soul improved again. He felt that his soul was about to break through at any moment. Ever since he broke through to the boundary Emperor realm, his soul had never advanced again. Now, Lin Feng finally saw hope for his soul to advance. Next, Lin Feng took out the holy fruit and ate it. He used the archaic dragonesque elephant art to refine the holy fruit. The holy fruit's medicinal power was gradually absorbed by Lin Feng's body. The holy fruit was extremely extraordinary. All the medicinal power fused with Lin Feng's magic power and began to temper Lin Feng's magic power. Lin Feng's magic power became purer and purer. 3 days later, Lin Feng came out of seclusion. Ha ha ha, my cultivation has advanced to the 9th heavenly layer of the celestial god realm. This holy fruit's effect is really good. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He was now only a step away from the 10th heavenly layer of the celestial god realm. Once he broke through to the 10th celestial god layer, Lin Feng would have to start accumulating strength. He would have to prepare to break through to the giant god realm. Given Lin Feng's cultivation, once he broke through to the giant god realm, his cultivation would undergo an earth-shattering change. After breaking through, Lin Feng was in a good mood. He killed a wild beast, cut open its stomach, cleaned it, and roasted it over a bonfire. Soon, the aroma of meat filled the air. Lin Feng began to enjoy the delicious food. At night, the roars of wild beasts shook the sky. It was a very restless night. No one knew what had happened. Especially at dawn, peerless and terrifying existences would appear. A ball of scorching flame rose into the air. There seemed to be a living being in the flame, but no one knew what it was. A bright moon rose. Of course, it wasn't a real moon, but a phenomenon. In the bright moon, a blurry living being appeared. Then, another living being appeared, lingering in the darkness. No one knew what it was. Looks like something shocking must have happened in the depths. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. At the same time, many cultivators were looking at the place where the strange phenomenon occurred. Let's go and see what's going on. Many cultivators quickly flew toward the area. This space is really not simple. There are so many opportunities. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He quickly soared into the sky and flew toward the area. Lin Feng planned to break through to the giant god realm in this space. Naturally, he had to seize all kinds of opportunities. This time, the commotion in the area was so great that it must be extraordinary. On the way, Lin Feng saw many cultivators. Some of them had already received some news in advance. Lin Feng heard a shocking piece of news from the cultivators' conversations. It was said that a mountain in the area had cracked open. Then, a stone flower grew out from the cracked abyss. The stone flower seemed to be nurturing a connate spiritual treasure. However, there were also some who said that the stone flower was nurturing an immortal medicine of immortality. The stone flower was too extraordinary. There were many rumors about it that were too shocking. Of course, no one knew what secrets the stone flower hid. Rumors might not be true. One had to see it with their own eyes to know if it was true or not. In the northwest of this mysterious space, there was a huge mountain range here. The peak of this mountain range vaguely formed a huge divine gate. At this moment, a powerful fluctuation surged out from this mountain peak. Not long after, a huge energy gate appeared above the mountain peak. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one figure after another flew out from the energy gate. This was a passage that connected to the Undying Realm. The cultivators of the Undying Realm all appeared in this mysterious space from here. 1,000 years ago, we came here to cultivate for a year, but now we're here again. The man in the lead said in a low voice. This man was unusually handsome and had a strong aura. He was like a scholar in the secular world who read books and poems. This person was called Zhao Zifei. He was from the Undying Realm's Zhao family. He was from the same clan as Zhao Ming. Yes, I really didn't expect that we would come here again. Another cyan-robed young master said. He was also from the Undying Realm's Zhao family. The Undying Realm's Zhao family was also a famous family in the Undying Realm. Who didn't know of them? Who didn't know, this was a colossal force. There were countless geniuses. This group of people were the top geniuses from 1,000 years ago. It was unknown how strong their cultivation was now, but one could imagine that these people must be incomparably terrifying. Go find that kid. Don't kill him directly, but torture him ruthlessly first. Let him taste endless pain before killing him. Zhao Zifei said coldly. Yes. The others nodded one after another. Lin Feng didn't know that the experts of the Undying Realm's Zhao family had descended into this mysterious space. Even if he knew, Lin Feng wouldn't care. He was going to use killing to prove his Dao and then cultivate the white tiger aura. So no matter what kind of expert came, Lin Feng wouldn't have any fear. Lin Feng had already arrived at the area where the stone flower appeared. Many cultivators had already gathered here, and there was no lack of top experts standing in the distance and looking at the stone flower. The stone flower was green in color, and its roots were extremely long. The roots grew out of the underground abyss, and the area of the stone flower was extremely large. The petals were about 100 meters in diameter. Now, the petals were closed. After the Shihua appeared, some people tried to approach the Shihua, but their bodies were petrified. Dozens of stone men stood around the flower. These stone men were all cultivators who wanted to get close to the stone flower but were petrified by it in the end. Petrification is very strange. It can turn cultivators into stone. Any cultivator who tries to get close to the stone flower will end up suffering a calamity. Are we just going to wait like this? Let's just wait and see. Someone will definitely make a move again. If someone really gets close and opens my petal, it won't be too late for us to make a move and seize the treasures within. Many cultivators were discussing in low voices. Many of them were waiting for others to take action. Although the stone flower was capable of petrifying cultivators who approached it, once the stone flower opened up and the opportunity appeared, they would no longer have to worry about it. Many people were aware of this. This was also the main reason why the surrounding cultivators were able to remain calm. Suddenly, a wave of intense energy fluctuations came from afar as a cultivator flew over. Zhongjuan. After seeing the cultivator, someone exclaimed. Who is he? However, there were even more people who didn't recognize the cultivator, so they asked about his identity. This person is a disciple of a big family in the Undying Realm. He has the petrification martial spirit. Someone said. Many people were shocked and moved. The petrification martial spirit was an extremely heaven-defying martial spirit. It was said that the petrification martial spirit could petrify others and even one's own body. Once one's body was petrified, one's body would become as strong as the Stone Clan. When fighting with others, one's combat strength would also increase greatly. And this Zhongjuan was also very famous among the younger generation of the Undying Realm. He was a top genius of the Undying Realm. Zhongjuan will definitely be able to open the stone flower. Once the stone flower opens, the stone flower won't be able to petrify us anymore. Let's get ready to seize the treasures within the stone flower. Many cultivators began to discuss in private, preparing to snatch the fortune within the stone flower. Petrification martial spirit. This martial spirit is quite rare. Lin Feng looked at Zhongjuan and could not help but mutter to himself. He had seen all kinds of martial spirits. But this was the first time he had seen the petrification martial spirit. However, Lin Feng knew that the Empress possessed a powerful bloodline, the petrification bloodline, which could also petrify others. However, the Empress's petrification bloodline was definitely quite different from Zhongjuan's petrification martial spirit. As for the specific difference, Lin Feng was not particularly clear. The stone flower is a sacred object. What kind of treasure is being nurtured inside? Zhongjuan could not help but mutter to himself as he walked towards the stone flower step by step. When Zhongjuan was 1,000 meters away from the stone flower, the stone flower gently swayed. The stone flower is about to show its might. Many cultivators exclaimed. They had seen the power of the stone flower before. The cultivators from before approached the stone flower. The same went for the stone flower. It swayed gently. Then, the cultivators who tried to approach the stone flower were petrified without even struggling. The current situation was exactly the same as before. But obviously, Zhongjuan was different from the petrified cultivators from before. The stone flower swayed. It was not able to block the stone flower. Zhongjuan was indeed worthy of possessing the petrification martial spirit. He was actually able to block the stone flower's petrification. He walked towards the stone flower step by step. The surrounding cultivators were also excited. Because Zhongjuan might be able to open the stone flower very soon. The treasure inside the stone flower was about to appear. Was it a prenatal spirit treasure? Or an immortal medicine? Or perhaps a saint spirit? No matter what it was definitely extremely heaven-defying. Shi Zhongjuan quickly approached the stone flower. Very quickly, Shi Zhongjuan was 100 meters away from the stone flower. The surrounding cultivators also began to silently circulate their magic power, preparing to snatch the treasure inside the stone flower at any time. Shi Zhongjuan was getting closer and closer to the stone flower. 90 meters. 80 meters. 70 meters. 60 meters. 50 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. Finally, Shi Zhongjuan came under the stone flower. He condensed a powerful magic power in his hands. Shi Zhongjuan wanted to break the stone flower. But at this moment, a crack appeared in the stone flower. A mass of green light enveloped Shi Zhongjuan. The mass of green light came into contact with Shi Zhongjuan's body. Shi Zhongjuan's body was instantly petrified. Heavens, Shi Zhongjuan has also turned into a stone man. Shi Zhongjuan has the petrification martial spirit, but he still can't resist the stone flower's petrification. That stone flower is too strange. The more bizarre this stone flower is, the more extraordinary it is. That's right, there must be a great secret hidden within this stone flower. Many cultivators began to discuss. Shi Zhongjuan's petrification caused a huge uproar. However, this also made everyone even more convinced that there must be something amazing hidden within the stone flower. Otherwise, the stone flower would not be so terrifying. But even Shi Zhongjuan was petrified. Who else can get close to Shi Hua? Someone said, frowning. Shi Zhongjuan's petrification made everyone lose hope of opening the stone flower. Besides Shi Zhongjuan, they couldn't think of anyone else who had the ability to open the stone flower. Even if there was a heaven-defying opportunity within the stone flower. But if he couldn't open the stone flower, he could only watch and sigh. Maybe we can wait for the cultivators from the top worlds to arrive, someone said. The top-notch worlds they were referring to were the three paramount realms. The heavenly realm, the underworld, and the chaotic Xianhuang realm. Perhaps the cultivators of the three realms would have some unique methods to help them open the stone flower. Of course, that was just wishful thinking. The stone flower was simply too bizarre. Perhaps even the cultivators of the three supreme realms couldn't open it. The cultivators of the three highest realms are very mysterious. They usually stay in the immortal path to heaven and won't easily leave it. He had some understanding of the cultivators of the three supreme realms. It was precisely because of this understanding that he knew that the cultivators of the three supreme realms would not appear in this area. The cultivators of the three supreme realms knew many secrets. They might not even be able to obtain all the opportunities on the immortal path to the heavens within a year. Naturally, they wouldn't go to other places to search for opportunities. One had to know. In 1,000 years, there was only one chance to enter this space. After entering, they would stay for at most a year before leaving. That was why the cultivators of the three supreme realms cherished this 1 year. Truth be told, the cultivators of the other worlds did not want to wander around either. Unfortunately, they didn't know the secrets of this space. Therefore, they could only rely on their own abilities to search for opportunities. The cultivators of the Undying Realm, Dragon Realm, Devil Realm, Monster Realm, Buddha Realm, and other great realms also have many extraordinary cultivators. Maybe there is a way to open the stone flower. A cultivator said. Although Shi Zhongjuan, who originated from the Undying Realm, was petrified, no one dared to underestimate the Undying Realm. The Undying World was ranked first among the 3,000 major worlds. There were many capable people. Apart from the Undying Realm, the cultivators from a few other realms were also extraordinary. However, for some unknown reason, the top-notch experts of the Undying World and the other worlds did not make a move. Perhaps they were worried that they would be petrified by the stone flowers. That was why he didn't make a move. This stone flower is too strange. What should I do to resist the stone flower's petrification? Lin Feng rubbed his chin as he pondered. He wanted to give it a try, but he couldn't think of a way to resist the stone flower petrification. Once he was petrified by the stone flower, only death awaited him. Therefore, Lin Feng did not act rashly. He had to be calm and cautious at this time. There is only one lotus in the eternal blue sky. Stone flowers appear in a hurry since ancient times. Billions of great Daos become nothing. Only the stone Tao can last forever. A burst of laughter came from afar. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a young cultivator. The young cultivator wore a green robe. Although his appearance was ordinary, his temperament was extraordinary. His poem was praising the great Tao of stone. There was an indescribable domineering aura in his words. However, Lin Feng didn't agree with his words. Each of the 3,000 great Daos had their own wonders. Therefore, it was obviously wrong to say that only the stone Tao could last forever. Of course, everyone had their own Tao. This cultivator only had the great Tao of stone in his heart. He believed that only the great Tao of stone could last forever. This was the Tao in his heart. It was also his belief. Only with the Tao in his heart could he prove his Tao. In the eyes of others, this Tao was wrong. However, as long as he believed it was right, he might succeed in proving his Tao in the future. Who is this person? Many people were asking about this cultivator's identity. This is someone from the sacred stone great world. I don't know what his name is. A cultivator said. The sacred stone great world was one of the 3,000 major worlds. This world was very powerful. This was because there were many powerful stone clan members in this world. Is he a cultivator from the stone clan? Someone asked. He was extremely shocked. The talent of the stone clan could be said to be heaven-defying. It was already quite heaven-defying for an ordinary major world to be able to give birth to a few stone clan members. This was the case for the 9 states great world. The stone clan was extremely rare. Therefore, whether it was the cultivators of the 9 states great world or those from other worlds, they were very curious about the stone clan. He didn't show the body of a stone clan member, so I don't know if he's a stone clan member or not. The cultivator from before said. He had seen this cultivator before and had some interactions with him. However, they didn't have a deep relationship. Therefore, he naturally couldn't ask if he was a stone clan member. Stone clan. He's a stone clan member. Although he hid it well, I still felt his aura. The aura of the stone clan is not the same as the aura of the other clans. A cultivator said. This cultivator's words caused quite a commotion. Since he's a stone clan member, he must have many powerful methods. Maybe he can open the stone flower, a cultivator said excitedly, seeing hope. If even a stone clan member couldn't open the stone flower, then perhaps no one would be able to open it. That stone clan cultivator stepped toward the stone flower. The stone flower swayed gently, trying to petrify him. It's useless against me, the stone clan cultivator said with an indifferent expression. He was a stone clan member, and so was the stone flower. The stone flower's power was indeed very difficult to work on a stone clan member. It was too difficult to petrify the stone clan member. Unless he used some heaven-defying methods, he might be able to do it. Ordinary methods definitely wouldn't work. The stone clan cultivator quickly approached the stone flower. Before long, the stone clan cultivator also arrived under the stone flower. A green light was emitted from the stone flower. It enveloped the stone clan cultivator. Previously, Shi Zhongjuan was petrified by this same green light. The stone flower wanted to do the same. It petrified the stone clan cultivator. The green light was very strange. When the stone clan cultivator's body came in contact with the green light, his body actually began to petrify. After seeing this scene, many people had shocked looks on their faces. If the stone tribe cultivator was petrified by the stone flower, then everyone could leave. Staying would just be a waste of time. Crack crack, the stone tribe cultivator's body began to petrify. Just when everyone thought that the stone tribe cultivator would not be able to resist the fate of being petrified, the stone tribe cultivator's body began to change. Dense veins appeared on his body. Then, his body became rougher and rougher. Not long after, his body turned into a stone body. The green light was swallowed by the stone tribe cultivator. The stone tribe cultivator blocked the stone flower's petrification. Seeing that, many of the cultivators there cried out in shock. The fact that the Stone Clan cultivator was able to block the stone flower's petrification gave them hope of opening the stone flower. Boom, the Stone Tribe cultivator attacked, punching towards the stone flower. Bam, that tyrannical punch mercilessly landed on the stone flower, and suddenly, a dull collision sound was heard. The power of that punch was so powerful that even the surrounding void was torn apart by it. Twisted black cracks appeared in the void. Those were the cracks in the void. Soon, the cracks in the void closed up again. The stone flower is fine, a cultivator said in disbelief. The punch of the Stone Clan cultivator was so powerful, but when it landed on the stone flower, it actually couldn't break through its defense. Wasn't the stone flower's defense a little too strong? This stone flower is so heaven-defying, Lin Feng was also shocked. That Stone Tribe cultivator's cultivation was terrifying. Lin Feng could feel the terror of that punch. Such a powerful punch could not break through the stone flower. One could only imagine how heaven-defying that stone flower was. What is the origin of that stone flower? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He was very puzzled. This stone flower had shocked him time and time again. It made him feel that the stone flower's origin might be very shocking. Stone-breaking technique. The Stone Tribe cultivator's voice was cold. He had an extremely powerful technique that specialized in suppressing Stone Tribe beings. It did not matter if it was Stone Tribe cultivators, stone beasts, stone flowers, stone worms, etc. All members of the Stone Clan. They would all be suppressed. This stone-breaking technique was extremely domineering. Strange streams of energy condensed on the fist of the Stone Clan cultivator. Bang bang bang, the Stone Clan cultivators threw punch after punch at Shihua. After taking more than 10 punches from the Stone Clan cultivators, the petals of the stone flower began to loosen. It seemed to have the intention of opening up. Is the stone flower about to be opened? Seeing this scene, many people were pleasantly surprised. As expected of a Stone Clan cultivator. His methods are extraordinary, even this strange stone flower can be opened. A cultivator exclaimed. Of course, although these cultivators were in awe of the Stone Clan cultivator's extraordinary power, they couldn't wait for the Stone Clan cultivator to be killed by the stone flower after opening it. They didn't want the Stone Tribe cultivators to obtain the fortune within the stone flower. With the death of the Stone Tribe cultivator, everyone would be able to compete fairly for the fortune within the stone flower. If the Stone Tribe cultivator was still alive, as the one who opened the stone flower, he was the cultivator most likely to obtain the fortune inside the stone flower. If this happened, many cultivators planned to kill the Stone Tribe cultivator and then snatch the fortune within the stone flower. After the death of the Stone Tribe cultivator, the treasure would become ownerless and everyone would be able to compete for it. As for who would be able to obtain it, it would depend on the strength of each faction. Huff huff huff, at this moment, balls of green light were shot out from the stone flower. A large amount of green light enveloped the Stone Clan cultivator, wanting to turn him into stone. Because there were simply too many green lights. So even the Stone Clan cultivator couldn't hold on much longer. The Stone Clan cultivator's body seemed to be turning into stone again. A drop of stone man blood in your mouth. The Stone Clan cultivator growled. His mouth swelled up. Then, he circulated the magic power in his body. A drop of stone man blood and his origin went into his mouth. It was held in the mouth of the Stone Clan cultivator. Stone man blood. He actually transformed into stone golem blood. Many people were shocked. It was simply unbelievable. The Stone Clan's body was stone. They didn't have blood. Once the Stone Clan's body produced stone man blood, they would be extremely heaven-defying. Such an existence's future achievements were unimaginable. They could even reach the level of the sacred battle ape or the great sage, heaven's equal. The fact that the Stone Clan cultivator had stone man blood in his mouth completely shocked the surrounding cultivators. Many people have designs on this Stone Clan cultivator. If this Stone Clan cultivator really gets the fortune, it won't be easy to kill him and take the fortune from the stone flower. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. This Stone Clan cultivator was far more powerful than he had imagined. The stone man blood was too terrifying. It allowed the Stone Clan cultivator to instantly undergo a qualitative leap. The Stone Clan cultivator's body suddenly became one size larger. His cultivation base had also improved tremendously. The green light couldn't continue petrifying the Stone Clan cultivator. Dense runes appeared on the surface of the Stone Clan cultivator's body. They were a type of stone runes. They were extremely ancient, mysterious, and difficult to understand. The runes seemed to have awakened. While devouring the green light, they also increased the Stone Clan cultivator's strength. Bang bang bang, the Stone Clan cultivator used the stone breaking technique and threw punch after punch at the stone flower. Crack crack, the stone flower's petals started to gradually open. There were intense sounds of friction. After seeing this situation, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. The stone flower was really about to open. What kind of opportunity was contained within the stone flower? Even the Stone Clan cultivator was very excited. He was waiting for the stone flower to open. The stone flower's petals opened very slowly. After half an hour, the petals gradually opened. What shocked everyone was that there was nothing after the petals opened. This was only the first layer of petals. Many people heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this. The first layer of petals didn't open, but there was more than one layer behind it. Perhaps it contained something heaven-defying. Crack crack, the second layer of petals also started to open. When the petals opened, everyone saw that there was a stone sword wrapped within the petals. Stone sword, oh my god, it's actually a stone sword. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. That stone sword was exactly the same as the one in Chonglu Devil Palace. The stone sword's origin was too extraordinary. It was as strong as a life form from the previous epoch. It only needed one sword. He would be able to kill him easily. The stone sword was extraordinary and had a huge secret. Most importantly, the stone sword was too powerful. It was rumored that there were a total of 36 stone swords. Each stone sword could be said to be heaven-defying. If the 36 stone swords could be gathered together, they would erupt with unimaginable combat power. Taking out the stone sword. Slaughtering all the living beings of the previous era. These were all things that were very likely to happen. A stone sword. It's actually a stone sword. Many people exclaimed, their faces full of surprise. Stone swords were precious. Although they didn't know the origin of the stone sword. Such a stone sword was definitely worth fighting for. It's actually this stone sword, the legendary treasure. There were also cultivators like Lin Feng who had heard of the stone sword. Hence, they were quite shocked when they saw the stone sword. A treasure like the stone sword. It could be called a peerless divine sword. They had always thought that the stone sword was a legendary item. Only now did they know that such a thing really existed. A treasure like the stone sword must be obtained. Any cultivator who had heard of the legend of the stone sword was eyeing the stone sword covetously. They secretly made up their minds to obtain it no matter the price. They had to snatch the stone sword. Attack! Many cultivators soared into the sky and flew towards the stone flower. Now, they couldn't wait to snatch the stone sword. They couldn't wait for the stone flower's petals to open again. After all, those cultivators were a little far from the stone flower. The Stone Clan cultivator was the closest to the stone flower. He directly stretched out his right hand and a powerful magic power surged out, sweeping towards the stone sword. It directly swept towards the stone sword. The Stone Clan cultivator wanted to take the stone sword directly. Just as the stone sword was about to be taken by the Stone Clan cultivator, an extremely terrifying fluctuation was emitted from the stone sword. Swoosh, then, a dazzling sword chi slashed out. The sword chi directly tore through the void, shattering the sky and shattering the world. Its power was so strong that it shocked and moved people. The sword chi was as fast as lightning as it slashed towards the Stone Clan cultivator. The Stone Clan cultivator wanted to dodge the sword chi attack, but it was too late. Poochie. The Stone Clan cultivator was directly cut in half at the waist. Heavens! The stone sword is too terrifying. Did the Stone Clan cultivators die? In the distance, many people were moved. They were originally charging towards the stone sword, but now, they stopped, not daring to continue charging towards the stone sword. This was because the power of the stone sword was simply too tyrannical, causing everyone to feel a sense of trepidation. It's not his real body. Lin Feng frowned as he looked at the Stone Clan cultivator who had been cut in half. The two halves of the stone tribe cultivator's body turned into a small puppet. This was the art of puppetry, to die on behalf of the body. The cultivators of the Stone clan had extraordinary means and managed to escape this calamity. The art of puppetry is truly mystical, Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. The immeasurable Taoist had mastered the art of puppetry. Of course, the art of puppetry was ever-changing and mysterious. The Stone tribe's puppet technique and the immeasurable Taoist's puppet technique were definitely not the same puppet technique. However, although it wasn't the same type of puppet technique, they had some similarities in some aspects. For example, at a critical moment, he could die on behalf of the body and save his life. Of course, this kind of puppet technique wasn't 100% successful. Previously, Lin Feng had talked to the immeasurable Taoist about the art of puppetry. The boundless Taoist priest told Lin Feng that the puppet technique could only succeed 2 or 3 times out of 10. Lin Feng didn't want to die, but he didn't want to die. If an ordinary cultivator used the art of puppetry, he would be able to die on behalf of the body. He could use it 10 times. It was already good enough to succeed once. Therefore, the Stone clan cultivator used the art of puppetry to die on behalf of the body. He only used it once and it actually succeeded. His luck was really good. The Stone clan cultivator appeared 100 meters away and looked at the stone sword with a gloomy expression. This stone sword was too powerful. It was too difficult to subdue this stone sword. Even someone as powerful as the Stone clan cultivator was observing the stone sword at this moment and not trying to subdue it. This is a good treasure. Lin Feng looked at the stone sword with a burning gaze. A treasure like the stone sword was definitely a treasure that everyone dreamed of. Lin Feng naturally wanted such a treasure. However, the stone sword was too powerful and he didn't think of a way to subdue it. If the heaven-swallowing jar was here, perhaps he could try to subdue the stone sword. Perhaps he could succeed. However, the key was that Lin Feng couldn't bring the heaven-swallowing jar into this space. This sword is mine, a cultivator walked over from afar. That cultivator carried 9 swords on his back. It was obvious that he was an expert with the sword. Jian Wuxian. He's the top genius of the Sword Dao Great World, Jian Wuxian. It's said that he has already reached the realm of turning everything in the world into a sword at will. A cultivator said, pointing out the identity of that cultivator. Jian Wuxian was a top expert with the sword. He had 9 peerless swords. No matter where he went, Jian Wuxian would bring his 9 peerless swords with him. Of course, what Jian Wuxian was carrying now wasn't the real peerless sword. It was the 9 swords that he condensed with qi. Condensing swords with qi. This kind of sword condensed with qi was not simple. It was said that if it was nourished day and night, it would become stronger and stronger. It was much more powerful than a divine weapon. Jian Wuxian said that he had seen all kinds of treasured swords and had subdued 9 of them. Therefore, Jian Wuxian was very confident in himself. He believed that he could subdue the stone sword. Jian Wuxian has made his move. There shouldn't be any suspense now, right? The stone sword is about to be subdued. Yes, Jian Wuxian's methods are extraordinary. He has subdued 9 peerless divine swords. There's nothing surprising about him subduing another peerless divine sword. Many cultivators whispered to each other. Everyone looked at Jian Wuxian. This sword is indeed a legendary treasure. It just so happens that it can become my 10th peerless sword. Jian Wuxian muttered to himself. His hands kept changing seals. Incantations were formed one after another. Then, the seals rushed toward the stone sword. The densely packed spells enveloped the stone sword, and something shocking happened. The stone sword actually became motionless, and the terrifying killing intent emitted by the stone sword was also constantly diminishing. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Jian Wuxian's methods were too shocking. This peerless sword was about to have a master. Many people were naturally unwilling to see the stone sword being controlled by Jian Wuxian. Some people even wanted to kill Jian Wuxian. Even if they couldn't obtain the stone sword, they definitely wouldn't allow others to. However, they thought that Jian Wuxian could even refine the stone sword. Perhaps Jian Wuxian could already control the stone sword. If they rashly went up, they might be killed by Jian Wuxian. Those cultivators who wanted to kill Jian Wuxian withdrew their killing intent. Jian Wuxian saw that the stone sword had calmed down. He couldn't help but smile. He quickly flew toward the stone sword and reached out to grab it. Who would have thought that the motionless stone sword would suddenly take the initiative to fly toward Jian Wuxian? The stone sword flew to Jian Wuxian's side and slashed toward him. Pucci. Jian Wuxian is dead. A sword Dao genius of a generation actually died just like that. Cries of surprise sounded one after another. Everyone looked at Jian Wuxian's corpse in shock. The stone sword was too powerful. It had cut off Jian Wuxian's head. Jian Wuxian's body then dissipated. If one died in this mysterious space, they would also die in the real world. This meant that a sword Dao genius of a generation had fallen just like that. It was really lamentable. What a terrifying stone sword. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The power displayed by the stone sword had shocked and moved him. It was such a powerful stone sword. Who could take it? Whoever tried to take the stone sword would be courting death. The surrounding cultivators all frowned. If they could obtain such a stone sword, it would be too terrifying. However, the key was that they couldn't take the stone sword. Although many people wanted to take the stone sword, they gave up on that idea when they thought of how terrifying it was. If they wanted to take the stone sword, they had to consider whether they had the strength to do so. What do we do now? Are we just going to watch? It's such a treasure, but we can't take it. It's really a regret in life. Many cultivators sighed. They might only encounter such an opportunity once in their lives. Many people were depressed when they thought about missing out on this opportunity. The stone sword is a legendary peerless divine weapon. I heard that there are a total of 36 stone swords. This should be one of them. A woman's voice came from afar. That woman was wearing a long white dress. Her body was graceful and the white dress made her look like a peerless fairy. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw this woman. She was too stunning. No matter where she went, she was the center of attention. Her every move had an indescribable immortal aura. Who is this woman? Many cultivators were inquiring about this woman from their companions. She was so charming that many cultivators' hearts palpitated. Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of beauties. However, after seeing this woman, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. She's from the heaven realm, someone said aloud, revealing the identity of this woman. Her origin was so great that it scared people to death. She actually came from the heaven realm. One had to know. Nominally, the heaven realm was the center of the myriad worlds. It was also the highest plane in this universe. It was a place that everyone yearned for. In the heaven realm, cultivators could even break through to the true immortal realm. However, the heavenly realm was too mysterious for other cultivators. The heaven realm could be said to be shrouded in a veil of mystery. Everyone only knew that the heaven realm was a higher realm. As for the rest, they knew nothing. This was the heaven realm, a world full of mysteries. The heaven realm was the cradle of the strong. It was unknown how many powerful creatures were born there. There were rumors that there might still be some Xiantian creatures who had not fallen. It was very likely that those Xiantian life forms were sleeping in the heaven realm. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know whether this rumor was true or not. After all, there was no smoke without fire. Since there was such a rumor in the world of cultivators, perhaps it was true. If it was true, it would be too shocking. Innate spirits were creatures that appeared after the beginning of this era. They were unimaginably powerful existences. This woman came from the heaven realm. Her identity was enough to shock everyone. I originally thought that the cultivators of the heaven realm were all in the immortal path to heaven. I didn't expect that someone would walk out of the immortal path to heaven. A cultivator sighed. There were countless opportunities in the immortal path to heaven. Once one entered, very few people were willing to walk out of the immortal path to heaven. But now, this woman from the heaven realm had walked out of the immortal path to heaven. Who knew how many opportunities she would miss? Many people didn't understand what this woman was thinking. How should I address you, fairy? Someone asked, wanting to inquire about this woman's identity. The 3,000 mortal worlds are just a cloud of smoke. Why ask for my name? The woman said. Her voice was very pleasant to the ears. The woman's words were very appropriate for the occasion. She politely rejected the cultivator who asked about her identity, but she didn't hurt the other party's dignity. The Heaven Realm Fairy looked at the stone sword and began to chant an incantation. Obviously, she wanted to control the stone sword with an incantation. The stone sword didn't seem to want anyone to control it. Therefore, it vibrated and released a dense sword chi. The sword chi that blotted out the sky and covered the earth slashed towards the Heaven Realm Fairy. However, the sword chi directly shattered in midair. The Heaven Realm Fairy's methods were really not to be underestimated. She actually shattered so many powerful sword chi. The stone sword seemed to have realized that the Heaven Realm Fairy was not easy to deal with. Therefore, the stone sword directly swept across the sky and slashed towards the Heaven Realm Fairy, wanting to split her in half. The Heaven Realm Fairy continued to chant an incantation. She stretched out her hand and gently tapped the stone sword. A beam of light gushed out from her fingertip and entered the stone sword. Suddenly, the stone sword's fluctuations became weaker and weaker. The Heavenly Realm Fairy then cast a series of seals, directly sealing the stone sword. The stone sword has been subdued, as expected of a Heaven Realm cultivator. Her methods are too heaven-defying. I wonder what method she used to subdue the stone sword. Soldier mantra, it must be the soldier mantra. A cultivator said aloud. The soldier mantra of the 9 syllables could control magic treasures. This was an extremely powerful method. What? Soldier mantra? One of the 9 secrets of Taoism. Immediately, some cultivators cried out in surprise. The soldier mantra was a heaven-defying inheritance. It was said that even many ancient Tao sects no longer had the cultivation method of the soldier mantra. Therefore, the soldier mantra had reappeared in the world. Naturally, it would cause quite a stir. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. The Heaven Realm Fairy had indeed used the soldier mantra. He had seen the Peacock King use the soldier mantra before. Therefore, he remembered the aura of the soldier mantra. Is this stone sword going to recognize its master? Lin Feng muttered. He also wanted to refine the stone sword, but the stone sword did not belong to him in the end. The Heaven Realm Fairy released a powerful magic power as if she wanted to directly refine the stone sword. At this moment, waves of tyrannical fluctuations surged out from the stone sword that was originally sealed. The stone sword actually shattered the seal in an instant and then tore the void apart. Then, it entered the void and disappeared without a trace. Shwa. The Heaven Realm Fairy also disappeared and chased after the stone sword. It seems that the stone sword does not want to recognize the Heaven Realm Fairy as its master. Lin Feng could not help but touch his chin. Only a small group of cultivators went to chase after the stone sword. Most of them stayed behind, waiting for the stone flower to separate again. The stone flower had at least 5 or 6 layers of petals. Only 2 layers had been separated. If a heaven-defying treasure like the stone sword had appeared at the second layer, what kind of treasures would appear at the next few layers? Just thinking about it made them extremely excited. Crack, crack, the stone flower's petals continued to separate. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the stone flower's petals. The third layer of petals was about to separate. No one knew what kind of treasure would appear. Finally, the stone flower's petals gradually separated. A terrifying aura was emitted from the stone flower. After feeling that aura, many people's faces turned pale. However, when the third layer of petals separated, everyone was dumbfounded. There was nothing inside the third layer of petals. It was empty. It was different from what they had imagined. What was that terrifying aura just now? Where did it come from? Many people were puzzled. The aura emitted from the stone flower was too powerful. Everyone could clearly feel that powerful aura. However, there was nothing inside. It was too strange. Everyone was extremely puzzled. They did not understand what was emitting that terrifying aura. It's the aura emitted from inside, a cultivator said. Then, he pointed at the stone flower. The stone flower emitted a terrifying aura. Then, the aura gathered in the space inside the third layer of petals. It kept accumulating. It was getting stronger and stronger. When the third layer of petals separated, the aura was released. Therefore, everyone mistakenly thought that the third layer of petals contained something extraordinary. However, there was nothing in the third layer of petals. Since the aura is emitted from inside, there must be something wrapped in the petals, a cultivator said. Many people agreed with this cultivator's point of view. Many people felt that this was the case. Lin Feng was also observing the stone flower. There must be something even more shocking in the depths of the stone flower. However, it was hard to say what it was. Lin Feng retreated into the distance. He felt that the thing wrapped in the stone flower was very likely to be extremely terrifying. Previously, the aura emitted from inside the stone flower was already so powerful. Once the thing wrapped in the stone flower was revealed in front of everyone's eyes, no one knew what would happen. Perhaps some shocking things would happen. Caution is the parent of safety. He only had one life, so he naturally had to be more cautious. Crack, 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 the fourth petal of the stone flower began to separate. However, the speed at which the petals of the fourth layer separated was extremely slow. As the petals parted bit by bit, a terrifying aura spread out. That aura was so powerful that Lin Feng's expression changed. Something shocking must be about to appear. Yi Futian murmured. Many of the cultivators roared out in excitement. They felt that some heaven-defying items might appear. At that very moment, they could not wait to see what kind of treasure was inside the fourth petal. Many people were circulating their own cultivation methods, trying their best to resist the pressure of that terrifying aura. They stepped back unwillingly. This was because they wanted to snatch that shocking item as soon as it appeared. Crack, 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 the stone flower continued to crack. Many people were excitedly discussing what was inside the fourth petal. Some said that it might be a connate numinous treasure, while others said that it was very likely an ancient weapon. There were also people who said that perhaps a heaven-defying divine fetus had been born. The petals kept parting. Finally, the fourth petal completely separated. What's that? Many people looked at the stone flower with a puzzled expression. After the fourth petal separated, they saw a pitch-black hole about 20 meters in diameter. It grew together with the stone flower, as if it was a part of the flower. At first, many people thought that it was a powerful Dharma treasure or a sacred spirit. However, the situation in front of them was beyond their expectations. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Suddenly, the black hole above the stone flower emitted a powerful suction force. The suction force suddenly sucked. In an instant, gusts of hurricanes were formed. Many cultivators were enveloped by the hurricanes. Something's wrong. Run, the surrounding cultivators' expressions changed drastically. They quickly fled into the distance, but it was already too late. The hurricanes wrapped around their bodies. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the hurricanes. The densely packed cultivators quickly flew toward the black hole. They were all swallowed by the black hole. It wants to devour all of us. It's using us as nourishment. One of the cultivators roared out in horror. That cultivator had seen through Sherhua's facade. The cultivator's words caused a huge panic. The stone flower was too strange. It had devoured so many cultivators. It was equivalent to devouring nourishment. Being devoured by the stone flower meant certain death. All the cultivators began to struggle violently. However, their struggles were futile. Let's attack together and destroy the stone flower. A cultivator shouted. All right, let's destroy the stone flower together. Soon, many cultivators began to respond. The eyes of the cultivators who were enveloped by the hurricanes turned blood red. They were now facing a life and death situation. If they could not break free from the stone flower's devouring, at that time, he would die without a proper burial ground. Boom boom boom, all kinds of powerful divine abilities condensed and formed. The divine abilities that blotted out the sky and covered the earth converged into a long river of divine abilities that crashed toward the stone flower, wanting to destroy it. However, at this moment, a terrifying scene occurred. The stone flower actually devoured all of the cultivators' attacks. What delicious food! Yi Futian murmured. The black hole above the stone flower opened and closed, and it actually spoke human language. That black hole was not a black hole at all. It was actually the stone flower's mouth. The stone flower opened its mouth wide. That was why it looked like a black hole. The stone flower was too powerful. It opened its mouth and suddenly sucked, creating an irresistible hurricane. Among the cultivators who were enveloped in the hurricane, only the extremely powerful ones who were relatively far away from the stone flower were lucky enough to escape from the hurricane. The rest of the cultivators were all devoured by the stone flower. Lin Feng retreated far away when the fourth layer of the stone flower's petals began to separate. Therefore, when he saw the stone flower begin to devour the cultivators here, he quickly left the area. Too tragic. Looking at the scene in the distance, Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. Those were all top geniuses. There were more than 2,000 of them. In the end, less than 20 people escaped. Anything that was related to the Stone Clan was a peerless terror. This saying was indeed true. The stone flower was too powerful and had devoured so many cultivators. Those cultivators who were lucky enough to escape the stone flower all heaved a sigh of relief. They still had a look of relief on their faces. Lin Feng saw the Stone Clan cultivator. That Stone Clan cultivator also had a look of relief. Originally, he was the closest to the stone flower. However, after being attacked by the stone sword, the Stone Clan cultivator felt that the stone flower was too strange. Therefore, he quickly retreated far away. Moreover, he always had a cautious attitude towards the stone flower. Therefore, when the stone flower mutated, he immediately ran far away and avoided a calamity. Lin Feng quickly left this place. There must be an unimaginable existence inside the stone flower. The stone flower devoured cultivators to nourish this existence. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that this existence was very likely to be a powerful holy spirit. These holy spirits were all extremely terrifying. They had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Once they were born, they would definitely shock the world. After leaving that area, Lin Feng began to train in this mysterious space. In this mysterious space, there were many powerful fierce beasts. Lin Feng constantly looked for powerful fierce beasts to challenge. Through one life and death battle after another, Lin Feng constantly sharpened his killing intent. The killing intent accumulated in the battle would not dissipate. It would merge into the white tiger aura and increase the white tiger aura. Lin Feng could clearly feel that the white tiger aura was gradually condensing successfully. This made him very happy. Once he successfully cultivated the white tiger aura, he would have 3 types of aura. At that time, he would be invincible. In this mysterious space, there were many opportunities. Of course, there were also many cultivators. Many cultivators from many worlds used various methods to enter this world. Therefore, this world was actually a very chaotic world. Once there were many people in a place, there would be conflicts for benefits. It would evolve into natural selection and survival of the fittest. This was very common in the world of cultivators. Therefore, in this space, Lin Feng often saw battles between cultivators. It was a battle to the death. On this day, Lin Feng fought thousands of rounds with a golden-backed Wyrm king before finally killing it. After successfully killing the Wyrm king, Lin Feng planned to skin it and pull out its tendons for a good meal. Suddenly, a stone light streaked across the sky. Stone sword, Lin Feng was shocked. The stone sword was surrounded by the stone light. The stone sword emitted waves of terrifying fluctuations. It was the stone sword and the stone flower. It seemed that the heavenly fairy and the others were unable to subdue it. But the stone sword. The stone. He quickly chased after the stone sword. The stone sword was releasing a terrifying deadly chi, it wanted to scare Lin Feng away. The stone sword has a spirit, Lin Feng was shocked. The stone sword was too extraordinary. Maybe it really did have a spirit. Of course, it could also be an instinctive reaction. Such a powerful stone sword must have many unimaginable abilities. Don't run. Don't you think that if the 2 of us work together, we'll be invincible? Lin Feng said with a grin. Swoosh, a dazzling sword energy slashed at Lin Feng. The stone sword showed its might, wanting to kill Lin Feng. The sword was extraordinarily terrifying. Lin Feng felt an awe-inspiring aura locking onto him. That awe-inspiring aura made his hair stand on end. This sword strike was truly earth-shattering. Most importantly, this sword strike gave him a feeling that he could not avoid it. A thought appeared in Lin Feng's mind. No matter how he dodged, it was impossible to dodge the sword. It was a very scary thing to have such a thought because it often indicated that a great danger was about to descend. He could die at any time. Great Void Technique. Seeing that the terrifying sword was about to slash Lin Feng used the Great Void Technique. His body became a part of the void, and then disappeared into the void. Lin Feng's body was like air. That terrifying sword slash was unable to hurt Lin Feng. In the next moment, Lin Feng returned to his original appearance. Ha ha ha, the Great Void Technique is indeed powerful. My body is merged with the void. No attack can hurt me. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Swoosh, 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 in the next moment, more than a dozen sword energies slashed out. Lin Feng used the Great Void Technique again. This time, the sword energies shattered the void. Lin Feng was sent flying. The terrifying sword energies blasted towards him. He hurriedly used his mana immunity to block the attack of the sword energies, but he was still sent flying. This stone sword was really terrifying. It actually broke Lin Feng's Great Void Technique by shattering the void. Whoosh! The stone sword turned and flew quickly into the distance. It didn't continue to pay attention to Lin Feng. Perhaps it felt that killing Lin Feng wasn't an easy task, so it didn't continue to waste time. Lin Feng didn't give up chasing after the stone sword. He followed behind the stone sword and quickly chased after it. Don't go, my friend, Lin Feng shouted. He felt that the stone sword had a spirit and could understand what he was saying. Lin Feng wanted to keep the stone sword. Maybe the stone sword would change its mind and recognize him as its master? Scram, a cold voice came from the stone sword. As expected, it has developed spirituality. Lin Feng was very shocked, but this result was within his expectations, so he quickly regained his composure. Don't be so angry. You can consider my suggestion, Lin Feng said. If you don't scram, do you believe that I won't chop you into pieces? The stone sword said fiercely. The stone sword has developed spirituality. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout in his heart. Ordinary weapon spirits didn't have any emotional fluctuations. The stone sword had definitely developed spirituality. Its thinking ability was no different from a cultivator's. Lin Feng said, "Don't be in a hurry to reject me. I actually came to tell you something." The stone sword obviously wasn't in the mood to listen to Lin Feng. It quickly flew into the distance. Said Lin Feng. Actually, I also have a stone sword that looks exactly the same. Huh? After hearing Lin Feng's words, the stone sword quickly stopped. Alright, I can cooperate for the time being, but when you return to the real world, I want to see the situation of the stone sword. The stone sword said. Lin Feng nodded and said, no problem. The stone sword flew toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng was about to collect it. The stone sword's attack on Lin Feng was very sudden. It sealed the surrounding space, preventing Lin Feng from using the Great Void Technique. This fellow was extremely sinister. First, it deceived Lin Feng, saying that it agreed to cooperate with Lin Feng so that Lin Feng would lower his guard. When it came to Lin Feng's side, it would launch a sure kill attack on Lin Feng. At this time, if it were anyone else, they would probably die. They would not be able to dodge the stone sword's attack. However, Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng cultivated the heaven patching technique. This was Lin Feng's trump card. When the stone sword was about to strike Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng's expression changed. Swoosh, there was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. The stone sword's attack hit empty air. The stone sword could not help but let out a surprised sound. It seemed that it did not expect Lin Feng to be able to dodge its attack. Lin Feng appeared 100 meters away. He looked at the stone sword with a gloomy expression and said coldly, "What is the meaning of this?" The stone sword did not answer Lin Feng. Instead, it slashed at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng realized that something was wrong. He felt that there was something wrong with the stone sword's weapon spirit. The more powerful a magic treasure was, the more tyrannical the strength of the artifact spirit would be. However, these weapon spirits would usually spend their time in a deep sleep. Weapon spirits also had lifespans. Deep sleep could extend their lifespans. The awakening of a weapon spirit would consume a vast amount of energy. Therefore, weapon spirits would not awaken often. They would only awaken occasionally. Every time they awakened, their lifespans would be shortened. For a powerful magic treasure like the stone sword, even if it had a weapon spirit, the weapon spirit should have fallen into a deep sleep in hopes of prolonging its lifespan. Even if the weapon spirit woke up, there was no need for it to talk so much to him. With the stone sword's power, it would be too easy to kill him. Therefore, this was the crux of the problem. The stone sword was indeed powerful. However, it was different from the stone sword that Lin Feng had imagined. The stone sword could kill a black fog creature at its peak with a single strike. This stone sword was far inferior. He didn't even manage to unleash his full power. Logically speaking, if the stone sword's weapon spirit were to awaken, it would be able to unleash the power of the stone sword. However, the stone sword did not unleash its power. This was enough to explain many things. Could it be that it's not an artifact spirit? Or perhaps, the stone sword doesn't even have an artifact spirit. Lin Feng thought of a certain possibility. Stone tools were rather special and were different from magic treasures. Stone tools were born from nature, so it was very difficult for an artifact spirit to appear. Those with spirituality were all members of the stone clan. Not stone tools. Of course, nothing was absolute, so it was possible for some stoneware to give birth to a weapon spirit. However, this kind of stone tool was extremely rare. Since ancient times, there were only a few of them. The stone sword in front of him gave Lin Feng a strong feeling. There was no artifact spirit within the stone sword. That so-called artifact spirit was most likely the remnant soul of a cultivator. After thinking of this, Lin Feng's mind could not help but tremble. If the existence that spoke within the stone sword was an artifact spirit, Lin Feng would not be able to deal with the stone sword at all. However, if it was only a remnant soul that was attached to the stone sword, then, Lin Feng would be able to find a way to deal with that remnant soul. Brat, you are destined to die in my hands. After I kill you, you will know that I will plunder your soul and memories. Then, I will tear apart this space and enter the world you are in. I will find the place where your physical body is and obtain the stone sword that you control. A sinister voice came from the stone sword. After hearing that voice, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed a cold smile. He was now even more certain that the fellow who spoke within the stone sword was not the stone sword's artifact spirit. It seemed that the stone sword had indeed not given birth to an artifact spirit. This fellow was pretending to be mysterious. In fact, it was just a remnant soul that was attached to the stone sword. Lin Feng sneered and said, "A remnant soul attached to the stone sword actually dares to boast shamelessly that you want to kill me. How laughable. In my eyes, you are simply a clown. You know who I am?" The stone sword was shocked. Then, its voice turned gloomy. "You are the first person to see through my identity. Then, you have to die." The stone sword's killing intent towards Lin Feng was unprecedentedly strong. It was a remnant soul, so its connection with the stone sword was not strong. It could only slightly activate a trace of the stone sword's power. Therefore, this remnant soul needed to collect more stone swords. Once it found more stone swords, it would be even safer. This remnant soul even wanted to possess someone and be reborn. These things were all part of its plan. Let's see who will destroy who. Lin Feng sneered. He began to silently circulate the Great Curse technique. If that fellow was an artifact spirit, it would be protected by the stone sword. The Great Curse technique would not be able to harm it. However, that fellow was just a remnant soul attached to the stone sword. The stone sword would not protect it at all. Lin Feng's Great Curse technique had an opportunity to take advantage of. The Great Curse technique was powerful because it was unexpected. It had some weaknesses. It could be attacked by the Great Curse technique. The stone sword quickly rushed towards Lin Feng and directly slashed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned and ran. As he ran, he continued to circulate the Great Curse technique. Lin Feng used the Great Cursing technique a few times, but he didn't manage to harm the broken soul in the stone sword. Lin Feng was annoyed. It seemed like harming the broken soul in the stone sword wasn't an easy task. The stone sword slashed towards Lin Feng again and again. Lin Feng was sent flying by a sword chi. His body was almost split in half. "Brat, your time of death has come," the remnant soul let out a sinister voice. Then, it controlled the stone sword and quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. A terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth surged out of the stone sword. It ruthlessly slashed towards Lin Feng. Just as that terrifying attack was about to hit Lin Feng, suddenly, a tyrannical magic power surged out of Lin Feng's body. That magic power turned into an invisible curse power. Ah! The remnant soul in the stone sword suddenly let out a mournful cry. At the critical moment, Lin Feng's great curse technique finally succeeded in injuring that remnant soul. That remnant soul was injured. The sword that was slashing towards Lin Feng was suspended in midair. Lin Feng quickly rushed forward. First, he used the Divine Master's inheritance, the 8 God-forbidding seals, to seal the stone sword. Then, he used the Great Suppression technique. This 3,000 Great Tao suppressed the stone sword. Break! The remnant soul roared and began to struggle. It wanted to destroy the runes formed by Lin Feng's 8 God-forbidding seals and the Great Suppression technique. However, the remnant soul tried several times and failed. It's useless. I'll refine you to death later. In a cave, Lin Feng began to burn the stone sword. He wanted to use the heavenly fire to burn the remnant soul that was attached to the stone sword. Ah! The remnant soul let out a miserable cry. After being burned by the heavenly fire, it had suffered great damage. The heavenly fire was the nemesis of these souls. Brat, stop. Let's negotiate. Let's negotiate. The remnant soul roared, wanting Lin Feng to stop. Its body could no longer endure the heavenly fire's burning. The remnant soul's voice was filled with fear. It could feel the threat of death. This feeling was extremely terrible. Now you know how to beg for mercy? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Feng said coldly. He continued to use the heavenly fire to burn the stone sword. The remnant soul was suffering more and more damage. The remnant soul roared furiously, "Brat, do you really want to kill me? If that's the case, I don't mind fighting to the death with you." Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "Fight to the death? You think too highly of yourself. You're just a prisoner now. I can take your life anytime I want." The remnant soul gritted its teeth and said, "Fine, you win. But have you thought about how you're going to bring the stone sword out if you kill me?" After hearing the remnant soul's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He had thought about this problem before. He wanted to use his soul power to wrap around the stone sword and bring it out. The remnant soul seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking. It said, "Ordinary people can't control the stone sword. Since you said that you have a stone sword, you should know this. In the real world, you can't pick up the stone sword, right? Moreover, it's almost impossible for you to use your soul power to bring the stone sword away." Lin Feng sneered and said, "Since you can attach your soul to the stone sword, I can naturally do the same. When the time comes, I can attach my soul to the stone sword and take it away." The remnant soul said, "You think too much. My soul was able to attach itself to the stone sword because my soul had been with the stone sword for tens of thousands of years. It took tens of thousands of years for my soul to attach itself to the stone sword with great difficulty." Tens of thousands of years? Who are you trying to fool? Once a soul loses its physical body, it will quickly disperse. How can it remain for tens of thousands of years without dissipating? Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. He didn't believe the words of the remnant soul. The remnant soul said, "Back then, I was also swallowed by the stone flower and my physical body was destroyed. However, my soul was lucky enough to escape the calamity. Therefore, my soul has always been inside the stone flower. The stone flower is very special. If you stay inside, your soul won't disperse." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He hadn't expected such a situation. Lin Feng believed the words of the remnant soul. He coldly asked, "Do you have a way for me to take the stone sword out?" "As long as my soul doesn't die, I can leave with you," the remnant soul said. "Fine. I can spare your life, but you must acknowledge me as your master." Lin Feng said. "Acknowledge you as my master? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I will never acknowledge anyone as my master. Even if my soul is destroyed, I will not agree." The remnant soul said, its attitude extremely resolute. Lin Feng sneered and said, "What do you want to do? We can sign a contract. If you don't kill me, I will help you control the stone sword. In the future, I will possess another body and lead the stone sword. At that time, I will give you the stone sword." The remnant soul said. In order to survive, it was willing to give up everything. Possess another body? You won't possess an ordinary person, but those geniuses all have extraordinary means. If a remnant soul like you tries to possess them, won't you be beaten to death? Lin Feng could not help but mock. The remnant soul said, "I'm studying the corpse dismemberment technique. If I succeed, I won't possess someone else's body to be reborn. But the corpse dismemberment technique is different. It's like reincarnation. My soul will sleep in the mind of the fetus in the belly of the pregnant woman and wait for my reincarnation to come back." Lin Feng said in astonishment. Corpse technique? You're quite capable, you even know the art of dissecting corpses. If you want to learn it, I can teach it to you. Not interested. Lin Feng said indifferently before narrowing his eyes. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng said, "Fine. We can sign this contract. During your service, you must be loyal to me. If you dare to be disloyal, you will die without a grave. In the future, when you wish to possess another body, I will not stop you." "No problem." The remnant soul replied with a nod. Although this contract made it very gloomy, it had no choice but to lower its head under someone else's roof. The remnant soul was powerless to resist Lin Feng, so it could only agree to Lin Feng's request, "Then use your soul as an oath and sign a soul contract." Lin Feng said. The remnant soul nodded and began to swear, "Before my corpse is dismembered, I, Gong Yangzhang's son, will be loyal to you. If I go against you, my soul will be shattered and I will die a horrible death." After swearing the oath, a soul contract was formed. This soul contract fused with the remnant soul's soul. Lin Feng could sense the remnant soul's thoughts through the soul contract. If the remnant soul wanted to betray Lin Feng, the soul contract would instantly destroy the remnant soul, causing its soul to scatter. After the remnant soul swore the oath, Lin Feng removed the heavenly flames. "How much power can you unleash from this stone sword?" Lin Feng asked. The remnant soul replied, "Very little. Perhaps it is only a negligible portion of the stone sword's boundless power." Lin Feng picked up the stone sword. He carefully observed the stone sword. Because the remnant soul had attached itself to the stone sword, it was equivalent to the stone sword temporarily having an owner. Thus, Lin Feng was able to pick up the stone sword. If the stone sword had no owner, he would not have been able to pick it up. What a good sword! Lin Feng could not help but gently caress the body of the stone sword. The stone sword was extraordinary. If he wanted to use it now, he would need the help of the remnant soul. However, when his cultivation increased in the future, Lin Feng believed that he would be able to use the stone sword with his own strength. Shua, the stone sword shrunk and entered Lin Feng's dantian. Lin Feng then left the cavern. "Do you know where the heavenly immortal path is?" Lin Feng asked. The remnant soul said, "The heavenly immortal path is not in a fixed location. I have entered the heavenly immortal path before, but I do not know where it is now." "Oh? Not in a fixed location?" Lin Feng could not help but frown. He did not expect the heavenly immortal path to be so strange. That afternoon, Lin Feng met more than 10 cultivators. Most of them were female cultivators. Lin Feng could not help but take another look at the female cultivators. They were indeed beautiful. Moreover, with so many of them gathered together, it was a beautiful sight. Many cultivators in the surroundings were looking at the beautiful female cultivators. Normally, it's extremely difficult to even meet one of these beauties. "Why are there so many of them gathered here today?" Someone said, his eyes shining. The sight of so many peerless beauties really made one's heart palpitate. "Could they be fairies from the celestial plane?" Someone said. "No, they are said to be from the fairy great world." Someone said. The fairy great world was one of the 3,000 great worlds. It was said that this great world was very special because all its inhabitants were women. Even some of the ferocious birds and beasts were female. There were no males. This great world was full of beauties. It was said that if the women of this great world wanted to have children, they only needed to go to the sacred river and drink its water to give birth to their own children. Lin Feng heard the discussions of the cultivators and could not help but feel shocked. He had heard of the fairy great world before, but he did not expect to see a female cultivator from there today. It seemed that the rumors were true. The women from the fairy great world were all peerless beauties. What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't cut you down? A woman with flaming red lips said coldly. She was tall and sexy, and carried a 3-meter-long sword on her shoulder. The weapon of such a beautiful woman was actually a huge sword. Not only did it not surprise the others, it also aroused the desire to conquer. The huge sword was obviously obtained from this mysterious space. Items from the outside world could not be brought in. However, there were many opportunities in this space, so many cultivators had obtained magic treasures. In this space, they could temporarily use the magic treasures they obtained. Of course, there were also some cultivators who obtained extremely heaven-defying treasures. When the time came, their souls could bring these treasures out. However, a treasure like the stone sword could not be brought out by the soul. Little girl, don't be so hot-tempered. I heard that you are from the fairy great world. Are there no men in the fairy great world? They are all as beautiful as you. Can you give us the ancient star map of the fairy great world? When the time comes, we will go to your fairy great world. A male cultivator said with a smile. Naturally, everyone knew what this male cultivator meant. You despicable thing, the female cultivators of the fairy great world cursed. How am I despicable? The cultivator did not take it to heart. Instead, he asked with a smile, his eyes scanning the female cultivators from the fairy great world. Go to hell. The female cultivator with the huge sword also had a fiery temper. She slashed her sword towards the male cultivator and a huge 100-meter-long sword beam flew out. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he soon arrived in front of the male cultivator. The male cultivator's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly used his divine ability to defend himself. However, that sword beam was simply too powerful. It broke through the male cultivator's divine ability and sent him flying. The male cultivator was almost cleaved in half by the sword. Many cultivators broke out in cold sweat. And it was obvious that the woman with the huge sword was not the leader of the group of women from the fairy great world. The leader should be the woman in the blue dress. She was as beautiful as a fairy, as if she had walked out of a painting. She was too charming. You dare to tease me with such little strength? You must be tired of living. The woman with flaming red lips curled her lips and looked at the male cultivator who was almost cut in half by her with disdain. The cultivator had a deep wound on his body, but he was not dead. His companions helped him up. Just you wait. The male cultivator said through gritted teeth. The male cultivator gritted his teeth and shouted. He left behind a ruthless sentence and fled with the help of his companions. Let's go, let's go. We can't afford to offend these women. Many cultivators said as they quickly dispersed. Lin Feng did not stay and flew into the distance. Buzz, suddenly, a sword chi tore through the void and slashed at Lin Feng. The sword chi was dazzling and powerful. It locked onto Lin Feng. Clang, Lin Feng flicked his finger and shattered the sword chi. In the next moment, a cultivator stepped out of the void. Look, it's Zhao Shen. How did he enter this space? Didn't this guy already come here to cultivate 1,000 years ago? This space is very special. After entering once, you can't touch any of the treasures here. If you dare to touch them, you will be mercilessly killed by the laws of order here. A cultivator said doubtfully after seeing the man who stepped out of the void. Haven't you heard the news? It said that Zhao Ming was killed, so the Zhao clan of the Undying Realm sent many experts into this space to kill the cultivator who killed Zhao Ming. Could Zhao Ming have been killed by that brat? That's very likely. I wonder who that kid is. He even dared to kill someone from the ancient Zhao clan of the Undying Realm. How audacious. Some of the cultivators in the surroundings whispered to each other. You killed someone from my Zhao clan. Have you thought about how you're going to die? Zhao Shen walked towards Lin Feng step by step. His expression was indifferent, and his voice was filled with endless coldness and killing intent. Seeing this cultivator from the Zhao clan, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. He had long expected the Zhao clan to send experts here. Therefore, he wasn't surprised to see Zhao Shen. Reckless fool. You're already at death's door, yet you still dare to boast in front of me. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Shen indifferently. The surrounding cultivators were all stunned. No one thought that Lin Feng would look down on Zhao Shen like this. Isn't this kid too arrogant? Zhao Shen is a cultivator who entered this space to train 1,000 years ago. He obtained a great opportunity back then. Who knows how terrifying his cultivation is now? Yeah, if he underestimates Zhao Shen, he won't have a good ending. Many people whispered among themselves. These people felt that Lin Feng would definitely suffer a great loss for looking down on Zhao Shen. Arrogant. Zhao Shen's eyes couldn't help but darken. Endless killing intent burst out from his eyes. He sneered and said, "Since you dared to kill a member of the Zhao family in the Undying Realm, you will die without a doubt. Not only will you die, but your family, lovers, relatives, friends, fellow disciples, etc. Everyone who is related to you will die. Today, I will kill you first and plunder your memories to see where you are from. Soon, those who are related to you will also die tragically. You won't feel lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs." Zhao Shen's attack was called 3000 Lightning Haste. His palm was surrounded by dense thunderbolt power. Every thunderbolt power seemed to have the terrifying power to distort time and space. The palm slammed towards Lin Feng, containing the power to destroy heaven and earth. Even the surrounding void was torn apart. What terrifying power! Zhao Shen is indeed an expert who entered this mysterious space 1,000 years ago. Immediately, some of the cultivators cried out in shock, shocked by the formidable palm attack that Zhao Shen unleashed. That kid won't be killed by Zhao Shen's palm, right? Another cultivator said, thinking that it was possible. Zhao Shen's attack was too powerful. Lin Feng might really be killed by a single palm. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He also slammed his palm towards Zhao Shen. Bang! Half a year later, a dull sound of collision was heard. Lin Feng and Zhao Shen's palms had collided. Lin Feng did not move at all, but Zhao Shen was forced to retreat 3 steps. How is this possible? Many people exclaimed. They could not believe their eyes. An expert like Zhao Shen was actually forced to retreat with a single palm. It was unbelievable. Zhao Shen isn't good at mystique attacks. What he's good at is swordsmanship. Someone said, seeming to be more familiar with Zhao Shen. I see. Zhao Shen lost in a contest of mystiques. Looks like he's going to use his own swordsmanship? Some cultivators said, guessing what Zhao Shen was going to do next. At this moment, Zhao Shen's expression was extremely gloomy. Being forced to retreat by Lin Feng made him feel like he had lost all face. Kid, I'll cut you into pieces later and let you die in endless pain. Zhao Shen's eyes flickered with hatred. Boom. Next, Zhao Shen's body emitted a sharp aura. It was Sword Qi. This move of mine is called Sword Emperor's Merciless Slash. Zhao Shen's voice was cold as he leaped forward. In the next moment, his body turned into a treasured sword. His body turned into a treasured sword. The sword was the man, and the man was the sword. The dazzling Sword Qi quickly slashed towards Lin Feng. The power was so strong that it shocked and moved everyone. In the face of such a powerful sword strike, the surrounding cultivators quickly retreated, unable to withstand the pressure brought about by the sword energy. What a powerful sword. Will that kid be killed? Everyone looked at Lin Feng. They wondered if Lin Feng could withstand Zhao Shen's terrifying sword. Sword Dao, no matter how powerful your swordsmanship is, it can't withstand my fist, said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. He raised his right fist and punched Zhao Shen. Bam! The two sides clashed once again. Zhao Shen's Sword Qi was unable to break through Lin Feng's defense. Lin Feng followed him like a shadow. One punch after another smashed towards Zhao Shen's Sword Qi. Dozens of punches landed on the sword energy formed by Zhao Shen. In the end, the sword energy that Zhao Shen had transformed into was beaten back into human form by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng's punch landed on Zhao Shen's body and sent him flying. Pooh! Zhao Shen couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned as white as a sheet. Many people looked at Lin Feng in shock. They couldn't believe their eyes. Even a powerful cultivator like Xiaoxin was beaten to the point of spitting out blood by Lin Feng. The cultivation base that Lin Feng had displayed was simply too powerful. Who is that kid? How can his cultivation base be so strong? Someone asked, wanting to know Lin Feng's identity. The combat power that Lin Feng had displayed was too shocking. Such a powerful cultivator shouldn't be unknown to the public. There are too many cultivators who have entered this space. They come from different worlds. It seems that many of them are keeping a low profile. A cultivator said. Due to the frequent fights for treasures in this space, many geniuses would take action. Naturally, there was no way for them to hide their strength. Because of that, everyone knew the average geniuses. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was an unfamiliar face. That was why everyone thought that Lin Feng had been keeping a low profile all this time. That was why he hadn't been noticed. And here I was wondering how powerful your cultivation base was. How disappointing. Yi Futian sighed. Lin Feng looked at Xiaoxin indifferently. If that's all you've got, then you'll definitely die today. Boom, Lin Feng made his move. A powerful wave of energy surged out from his body. His black hair danced in the wind as he charged at Xiaoxin like an unparalleled demon god. 10,000 swords as one. Xiaoxin's voice was cold. He had used another extremely powerful mystic art. This time, Xiaoxin condensed a dense amount of sword qi. The 10,000 sword qi finally merged into one, forming a single sword qi. The sword qi was so powerful that it tore through the void and slashed towards Lin Feng. Magic immunity, Lin Feng couldn't help but shout coldly in his heart. Dense runes appeared on the surface of his body. When Xiaoxin's sword moved towards Lin Feng's expression changed. That tyrannical sword was immediately blocked by the magic immunity rune on his body. Impossible. Xiaoxin couldn't believe what he was seeing. His powerful sword had been blocked. This was a huge blow to his confidence. Lin Feng quickly arrived in front of Xiaoxin and punched at him. Xiaoxin wanted to fight back, but it was too late. He crossed his arms in front of him, trying to block Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on Xiaoxin's arm. Crack! Crack! Xiaoxin's arm was broken. Xiaoxin's entire body was sent flying. Next, Lin Feng used Sky Split and slashed out a saber light. Slash! Xiaoxin was cut in half by Lin Feng. Lin Feng took Xiaoxin's soul origin and left, leaving behind a group of stunned cultivators. Xiaoxin is dead, that kid is too powerful. There's going to be a good show to watch. The Zhao family won't let this matter rest, many cultivators said excitedly, waiting for the show to start. After Lin Feng left, he found a place to refine Xiaoxin's soul. Lin Feng's soul power had finally broken through. His soul power was roughly equivalent to the soul power of a cultivator who had reached the second step of the quasi-emperor realm. It's getting harder and harder to raise my soul power. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Ever since his soul power broke through to the quasi-emperor realm, Lin Feng had only raised his soul power by one level. It was extremely difficult to raise the soul power of a quasi-emperor realm cultivator. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he hunted a ferocious beast. Then, he started a bonfire and roasted the meat he was best at. Sizzle! 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 The roasted meat had already turned golden. Golden fat dripped into the bonfire, giving off sizzling sounds. An enticing aroma of meat spread out. Lin Feng tore off a large piece of barbecued meat and ate it. The only pity was that there was wine but no meat. A dozen beautiful female cultivators flew over from afar. It smells so good. One of the female cultivators said. The other female cultivators nodded. They were passing by and could not move after smelling the barbecued meat. They landed and stared at the barbecued meat on the bonfire. These were the female cultivators of the fairy great world. They were of all shapes and sizes, and there were all kinds of beauties. It was really a kind of dazzling feeling. Fairies, are you hungry? There's still a lot of barbecued meat. Why don't you all sit down and have a taste? Lin Feng said with a smile. I originally wanted to tell you to scram, but I've changed my mind. The woman with flaming red lips stabbed her huge sword into the ground and said. Then, she tore off a piece of barbecued meat. After taking a bite of the barbecued meat, his eyes lit up. Why did you change your mind? Lin Feng looked at the woman with flaming red lips with a smile that did not seem like a smile. He had seen this woman fight before, so she left a deep impression on him. This woman had a fiery temper. Because of your eyes. Your eyes are not as hateful as the others, the woman said. Lin Feng's eyes were very clear. Although he could not help but look at them a few more times, he did not have any special thoughts. Lin Feng said with a smile, I've always been a gentleman. I don't know if you are a gentleman or not, but I know very well that your skin is very thick. The woman with flaming red lips could not help but pout. She was clearly more open-minded than her companions. Everyone, come and have a taste. Lin Feng smiled at the other women. Thank you for your hospitality, young master. The others thanked him and sat around the bonfire. They tore off a piece of barbecued meat and ate gracefully. After eating the first mouthful of roast meat, the eyes of the female cultivators lit up like the woman with fiery red lips. Lin Feng's barbecued meat was the best in the world. No matter who ate it, they would be full of praise. Then, the group of beautiful female cultivators began to quickly consume Lin Feng's barbecued meat. After eating, the woman with flaming red lips said, I didn't expect your barbecued meat to taste so good. Now, I'll give you a chance. Become our little follower and cook for us every day. If we obtain a fortuitous opportunity, you will also have a share. Lin Feng said with a smile, I don't want any fortuitous opportunities. How about this? If you agree to be my woman, I'll stay and protect you all? What did you say? The woman with flaming red lips suddenly screamed, and then put her hands on her waist. Then, she looked fiercely at Lin. She had the urge to chop Lin. Of course, Lin Feng knew that this woman had a fiery temper. However, he just wanted to tease the woman with the fiery red lips. Cultivation was great. One should have some fun in life. Lin Feng was Lin of? Is that why you're so excited? Lin Feng said with a smile. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that I want to swing my sword to liven things up, said the woman with fiery red lips. She took out her sword and threw it at Lin Feng. Help! You're trying to murder your husband, Lin Feng couldn't help but shout loudly. He jumped and dodged the sword attack of the woman with red lips. I'll kill you. The woman with flaming red lips said fiercely. She had a fiery personality and couldn't tolerate even a grain of sand in her eyes. She was being teased by Lin Feng. Naturally, she was furious. Beauty. I was just joking. There's no need to be so angry, right? Lin Feng said hurriedly. I just want to chop you up. Can't I? The woman with flaming red lips snorted coldly and continued to pounce at Lin Feng. The sword in her hand slashed at Lin Feng. Yuchi, stop. This young master doesn't mean any harm. The woman in the blue dress said. This woman was the leader of the group of female cultivators from the fairy great world. When the woman with flaming red lips heard the woman in blue telling her to stop, she was extremely unwilling, but she didn't disobey. Cough, cough. Thank you, fairy, for helping me out of this predicament. Lin Feng cupped his fists. The woman in blue said, Young master, you're too polite. My little sister has a fiery temper. Please forgive her. Lin Feng said, Fairy, you're too polite. I was in the wrong first. At least you're a man. Hearing Lin Feng take the initiative to take the blame, the woman with flaming red lips couldn't help but snort. Lin Feng said, I'm Lin Feng. May I know your name? Hua Mengdai. The woman in blue introduced herself. She then pointed at the woman with flaming red lips and said, This is my junior sister, Nangong Yuchi. After that, the girl in the blue dress introduced the other disciples to Lin Feng. After a brief conversation, Lin Feng learned that there were many powerful sects in the fairy great world. The power they belonged to was called the Fairy Kingdom. It was a kingdom. In addition, there were also the Goddess Kingdom, Saintess Kingdom, and various other powers. Lin Feng muttered inwardly. It seemed that the fairy great world was indeed filled with women. Moreover, all of them were as beautiful as fairies. It was truly a place to yearn for. Lin Feng asked, There's something I'm curious about. I heard that the fairy great world has a sacred river. It's said that even a man can get pregnant after drinking its water. Is that true? He, the group of female cultivators immediately laughed. Nangong Yuchi said, you know quite a lot. Why? Do you want a drink? Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Only a ghost would want to drink it. He hurriedly said, I'm not interested in drinking that thing. I'm just curious. Hua Mingdai said, the sacred river's water is the most important resource of our fairy great world. It's also a sacred item of the fairy great world. It's protected by all the powers. The sacred river's water is only effective for women. After drinking it, a woman can give birth to a new life. Naturally, it won't happen to a man. I see. Thank you for your advice. Lin Feng cupped his fists. You're too polite, young master. Hua Mingdai smiled. This woman was like a woman who had walked out of a painting. She was so beautiful that it made people involuntarily admire her. Young master, are you going to search for the immortal path to heaven? Hua Mingdai asked. Indeed, I am planning to do so. Lin Feng nodded. The immortal path to heaven can only be encountered by chance. Only when it appears on its own will cultivators be able to enter it. Hua Mingdai said. This was the first time Lin Feng had heard such words. He asked, if the immortal path to heaven doesn't appear for a long time, doesn't that mean there will never be a chance to enter it? After hearing Hua Mingdai's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to find the immortal path to the heavens. He would have to wait for it to appear on its own. However, he had no idea how long he would have to wait. Hua Mingdai continued, we have the key to a mysterious place. We plan to enter and explore it. We would like to invite Lin Gongzi to join us. I wonder if Lin Gongzi would be interested? Hearing Hua Mingdai's words, Lin Feng's interest was piqued. Clearly, the mysterious place mentioned by Hua Mingdai was definitely not simple. There might even be some shocking treasures inside. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng said, very well. I'll be your escort and protect you fairies. Nangong Yuchi snorted and said, you want to protect us with that little bit of cultivation of yours? Nangong Yuchi's cultivation level was extremely high. Lin Feng had seen that before. Hua Mingdai was the leader of the group. As the leader of the group, Hua Mingdai's cultivation should be even higher. The rest of the people had extraordinary cultivations, so the power they possessed was extremely powerful. It was no wonder Nangong Yuchi didn't think much of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's life aura was too young. Even if he had started cultivating in his mother's womb, how much cultivation could he have by now? Thus, Nangong Yuchi had her reasons for looking down on Lin Feng's strength. She even wondered why Hua Mingdai would invite Lin Feng to explore the secret place with them. But in front of Lin Feng, Nangong Yuchi didn't ask him directly. Nangong Yuchi wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Her fellow disciples were also very puzzled. However, Hua Mingdai's thoughts had always been difficult to guess. Thus, they didn't know why Hua Mingdai had invited Lin Feng. Hua Mingdai said, Yuchi, you can't be so rude. Yes, senior sister. Nangong Yuchi replied. However, her eyes were still glaring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel wronged. I didn't do anything. You were the one who caused trouble and got scolded by Hua Mingdai. Why are you glaring at me? Let's rest for a night and set off tomorrow. Hua Mingdai said. The rest of the people responded and went to find a place to rest. Lin Feng also looked for a place to rest. In order to not cause any misunderstandings, he kept a distance from where Hua Mingdai and the others were resting. Senior sister, why did you bring that fellow along? What other merits does that fellow have other than being good at barbecuing? And his cultivation level shouldn't be that high, right? Nangong Yuchi asked doubtfully. The other female cultivators beside Hua Mingdai also looked at Hua Mingdai. One of the female cultivators said, Senior Martial Sister wants that Lin Gongzi to go with us. Could it be that you want that Lin Gongzi to keep cooking barbecue for us? Hearing the female cultivator's words, Nangong Yuchi couldn't help but knock on the female cultivator's head. This female cultivator was very cute. Her figure was petite and exquisite, and she was the youngest in the group. She had a cute and naive personality. Therefore, she was very popular with everyone. Nangong Yuchi said, "You little glutton, all you think about is how to eat all day long. Be careful not to turn into a big fatso." "I don't want to turn into a big fatso." The female cultivator quickly shook her head. When she thought about how she would turn into a big fatso, she screamed in fright. Hua Mengdai smiled and said, "I can't see through this Lin Feng, but I feel that he isn't a simple person." "Him?" Nangong Yuchi shook her head. The rest of the people didn't agree. Hua Mengdai said, "Cultivation level is only a part of a cultivator's ability. Perhaps this Lin Feng's cultivation level isn't that high, but he might be more outstanding in other aspects. For example, formations, alchemy, smithing, or some other arts? That's a possibility." The others nodded. That night, the roars of beasts resounded throughout the mountain forest. During the night, terrifying beasts started to come out. Some powerful beasts specialized in hunting cultivators. After these beasts devoured cultivators, their bloodlines would greatly improve, and so would their cultivation. Therefore, these beasts loved to devour the cultivators that entered the space, allowing them to evolve once again. Roar. A nine-headed fire dragon's roar shook the sky. This nine-headed fire dragon was the most powerful beast in the surrounding 10,000 miles. Its spiritual sense was very sharp, and it found many cultivators. Those cultivators were killed by the nine-headed fire dragon, and then devoured by the nine-headed fire dragon. The nine-headed fire dragon's strength was too terrifying, and it shocked everyone. "It's a nine-headed fire dragon, quickly hide," Hua Mengdai said, her voice turning serious. The nine-headed fire dragon was a peerless and terrifying creature, and no one dared to provoke it. Even if they worked together, they wouldn't dare to provoke it. Hua Mengdai and the others had seen a group of powerful cultivators before. There were more than 30 of them, and they were much stronger than their group. However, those experts were killed by the 9 fire dragons and became food for the 9 fire dragons. Therefore, when facing the 9-headed fire dragon, Hua Mengdai and the others felt fear from the depths of their souls. Hua Mengdai and the others hurriedly hid in a cave. Lin Feng leisurely walked towards the cave. "Do you want to die? Hurry up. If the 9-headed fire dragon sees us, we'll all die." Nangong Yuchi saw Lin Feng's leisurely movements and couldn't help but roar like a lioness from Hedong. She really had a fiery temper. "Got it," Lin Feng said indifferently. The 9-headed fire dragon was indeed powerful, but Lin Feng didn't take it seriously. Previously, Lin Feng had found many powerful beasts to challenge, and he had also challenged the 9-headed fire dragon. In the end, Lin Feng and the 9-headed fire dragon were evenly matched. Of course, Lin Feng had some heaven-defying methods that he hadn't used, but Lin Feng felt that the 9-headed fire dragon should have some extremely heaven-defying methods that it hadn't used either. Hua Mengdai and the others hid in the cave. Then, Hua Mengdai set up a concealment restriction to hide the cave. They were all praying that the 9-headed fire dragon wouldn't discover them. The 9-headed fire dragon wreaked havoc along the way, killing countless cultivators. It was very dangerous to move around at night in this mysterious space, so it was more rational to hide. After all, if they moved outside, they wouldn't be able to hide at all. At that time, they would definitely be attacked by many powerful beasts. However, the 9-headed fire dragon's perception was too strong. The 9-headed fire dragon flew over from afar. Its huge body descended from the sky, and its cold eyes looked at the place where Lin Feng and the others were hiding. "Did it discover us?" Nangong Yuchi, a hot-tempered woman, was so scared that her face turned pale. "Later, I'll try my best to delay the 9-headed fire dragon. You guys split up and run. Run as fast as you can. Every single one of you who can escape is one life," Hua Mengdai said with a pale face. "Senior sister, how can we leave you alone?" Nangong Yuchi and the others were also very pale. Hua Mengdai bit her red lips and said, "Do as I say. Otherwise, we'll all die here." "Heavens!" The 9-headed fire dragon left. Nangong Yuchi cried out in surprise. The others were also overjoyed. Although they didn't know why the 9-headed fire dragon left, they were safe now that it had left. Could it be that the 9-headed fire dragon didn't notice us? A female cultivator asked. That might be possible. Hua Mengdai couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The nine-headed fire dragon's aura was too strong. If they were discovered by the nine-headed fire dragon, they might all be wiped out. Even if someone managed to escape, only 2 or 3 people would be able to do so. The rest would become the nine-headed fire dragon's food. Now that the nine-headed fire dragon had left, everyone could finally relax. We're so lucky. Nangong Yuqi and the others said, secretly rejoicing. Lin Feng, who was standing at the side, had a faint smile on his face. In the darkness, he exchanged glances with the nine-headed fire dragon. After seeing Lin Feng, the nine-headed fire dragon turned around and left without a second thought. Previously, the nine-headed fire dragon had fought Lin Feng, but it hadn't been able to defeat Lin Feng. Moreover, after seeing Lin Feng this time, the nine-headed fire dragon felt that Lin Feng's cultivation had improved again. This gave the nine-headed fire dragon a huge fright. Lin Feng's cultivation had improved again. If the two of them were to fight, wouldn't the nine-headed fire dragon be killed? Thinking of this, the nine-headed fire dragon no longer dared to stay. It turned around and fled. The nine-headed fire dragon fled at an extremely fast speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Of course, Lin Feng didn't mention this matter. He also wouldn't tell Hua Mengdai, Nangong Yuqi, and the others that the nine-headed fire dragon had been scared away by him. You're too useless. You were actually scared to the point that you couldn't even say a word. Are you still a man? If you're a man, you should rush forward when danger descends and shield us from the wind and rain. Nangong Yuqi looked at Lin Feng with an annoyed expression. Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his nose speechlessly. He didn't say anything because he was scared? What kind of crooked logic was this? Hua Mengdai said, Yuqi, don't be so rude. Nangong Yuqi snorted and ignored Lin Feng. The roars of the 9 fire dragons came from the forest in the distance. None of them went out and rested inside the cave. Lin Feng rested very well, but Hua Mengdai and the others were no longer sleepy. Even until dawn, they were still unable to sleep. That night, they were all on tenterhooks, afraid that the 9 fire dragons would attack again. Fortunately, the night passed peacefully. The group set off. He continued to head towards the secret location mentioned by Hua Mengdai. The ancient forest was dense, and from time to time, one could see powerful ferocious beasts roaming about, as well as many cultivators. They could even see some cultivators killing each other over treasures. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw the female cultivators from the fairy great world. There were also many who harbored evil intentions. However, this group of people from the fairy great world was very powerful. Those cultivators with evil intentions only dared to think about it and did not dare to take action. If they were to take action, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. Who's that kid? Why is he with a group of fairies from the fairy great world? Someone pointed at Lin Feng, feeling very puzzled. The female cultivators from the fairy great world basically did not interact with other male cultivators. However, Lin Feng was with the female cultivators from the fairy great world and was even talking and laughing. Many people suddenly muttered in their hearts. Could it be that Lin Feng had some special relationship with the people from the fairy great world? That kid can't be enjoying the good fortune of having multiple partners, right? A cultivator said, looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of jealousy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Brother, you think too much. Immediately after, someone retorted, unwilling to believe the words of the cultivator. If that cultivator's words were true, then that brat really made people envious and jealous. Anything is possible in this world. Someone said. Lin Feng and the others did not pay attention to those cultivators. They continued to walk towards the secret location and gradually went deeper into the ancient forest. The ferocious beasts that appeared in their line of sight were getting stronger and stronger. Lin Feng and the others generally chose to avoid those ferocious beasts. If they could not avoid them, they would fight them. If they killed the ferocious beasts, Lin Feng would directly cut open their bellies and make a delicious meal. The female cultivators from the fairy great world were naturally full of praise for Lin Feng's culinary skills. On this day, when Lin Feng and the others were resting by a pool, the ground suddenly shook violently. Everyone was alarmed. What's going on? Nangong Yuchi was puzzled. Smoke and dust rose in the distance, as if some creatures were rapidly approaching. Look over there. A female cultivator pointed into the distance, her face full of solemnity. Lin Feng said, there are ferocious beasts, and there are quite a few of them. Not long after, a group of ferocious beasts rushed over. They were extremely strange ferocious beasts, 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. They were covered in dense scales, and their bodies were like those of a swanni, but their heads were like those of a qilin. There was a cultivator sitting on each of the ferocious beasts. Those cultivators were dressed in black robes, and their bodies emitted a sinister and terrifying aura. Lin Feng looked at those ferocious beasts in shock. He realized that those ferocious beasts seemed to have come from the outside world. It seemed that the forces these black-robed men belonged to were extremely extraordinary. Not only were they sent into this space, but their mounts were also sent into this space. Lin Feng did not recognize this group of people. He had never seen them before. However, he realized something. After seeing this group of black-robed men, the faces of Hua Mingdai, Nangong Yuchi, and the others turned extremely unsightly. Clearly, Hua Mingdai, Nangong Yuchi, and the others recognized this group of black-robed men. I didn't expect to see you here. The leading black-robed cultivator said with a sneer. This cultivator was exceptionally handsome. He had a head of long golden hair and a stern face. At this moment, his cold eyes swept over Hua Mingdai, Nangong Yuchi, and the others, revealing a sinister look. Who are these people? Lin Feng asked as he looked at Nangong Yuchi. Nangong Yuchi said, the people of the dark world have always been the sworn enemies of our fairy world. It was not until 10 years ago that the two macro worlds stopped fighting. This man is called Xianxia, and he is very powerful. Now they have 70 or 80 people on their side. We'll break through the siege later. Lin Feng nodded and observed the development of the situation. These people were indeed very powerful, and they had the advantage in numbers. They were also the arch-enemies of the fairy great world. Now, these people had surrounded the group from the fairy great world. Clearly, they wanted to make a move on the people from the fairy great world. Hua Mingdai said, our fairy great world has already signed a ceasefire agreement with your dark world. Why are you surrounding us? Many times, having a beautiful face would bring a lot of trouble. Just like now. If Hua Mingdai and the others were ordinary women, the people from the dark world might not care about Hua Mingdai and the others. But they were not ordinary women. Each of them was as beautiful as a fairy. Many people were spying on them. The male cultivators who had spied on them were not strong enough and did not have the courage to attack. But the cultivators of the dark world were different. They had many people and were powerful. So they wanted to attack. Although the fairy great world and the dark world had signed a temporary peace agreement, both worlds were recuperating. But this was not the outside world. Even if the cultivators of the dark world really attacked the female cultivators of the fairy great world, as long as they did it cleanly and did not leak the news, when the time came, who would know it was them? Break out, Hua Mingdai said in a low voice. She held a butterfly sword and quickly rushed in a direction. Nangong Yuchi and the others also attacked, trying to break out. Humph, and Xianxia, the leader of the cultivators of the dark world, could not help but snort with a cold expression. His expression was indifferent as he waved his right hand. The cultivators of the dark world received the order and began to besiege Hua Mingdai and the others. Hua Mingdai and the others only had a dozen people. The other side had many people and mounts, so it was as difficult as ascending to the sky to break out. The female cultivators of the fairy great world were suppressed. Among them, Hua Mingdai and Nangong Yuchi had the highest cultivation. Although Hua Mingdai and Nangong Yuchi were powerful and killed 7 people in a row, they had consumed a lot of energy after the battle. Seeing Hua Mingdai and Nangong Yuchi kill so many of their people, and Xianxia looked at them. And Xianxia's expression darkened. He rode his fierce beast and rushed toward the battlefield. And Xianxia's weapon was a huge black spear. It was very powerful and emitted a terrifying fluctuation. No one dared to underestimate such a powerful weapon. Moreover, Xianxia's cultivation was extremely strong. He used the Hua mountain splitting technique and smashed it toward Namgong Yuchi. Namgong Yuchi's expression changed greatly. She quickly waved the huge sword in her hand to block in Xianxia's attack. Clang! A deafening sound reverberated through the air. Namgong Yuchi was sent flying, her face as pale as paper. And Xianxia shook his spear, and a ray of spear light shot out from it. The spear light pierced through Namgong Yuchi's body. And Xianxia was vicious and merciless. When he saw that Hua Mingdai and Namgong Yuchi had killed so many people from the dark world, and Xianxia immediately wanted to kill them. There were so many women anyway. There was nothing wrong with killing these two women. Be careful, Hua Mingdai reacted quickly and arrived in front of Namgong Yuchi, slashing out with her butterfly sword. Clang, the sound of a collision was heard. Along with the violent collision, Hua Mingdai managed to block in Xianxia's tyrannical blow. However, at this moment, Xianxia had already arrived in front of Hua Mingdai. The battle spear in his hand directly pierced through Hua Mingdai's body. This attack was simply too terrifying. He was so powerful that it made people tremble in fear. Moreover, it was already too late for Hua Mingdai to dodge the spear. Senior sister. Namgong Yuchi's face was pale as she looked at the spear that was piercing through Hua Mingdai in horror. She wanted to save Hua Mingdai. However, there was nothing she could do. Senior sister, the other female cultivators from the fairy great world also looked at Hua Mingdai, their eyes filled with sadness and helplessness. They were surrounded. It was really hopeless. Now that Hua Mingdai was about to be killed, their hearts were filled with endless sadness. Hua Mingdai's right hand that was holding onto the butterfly sword gradually loosened. It was too late to resist. She sighed in her heart. It seemed that she would not be able to escape today. Perhaps this was her fate. The only difference was how she would die. Hua Mingdai's heart was filled with endless despair. She originally thought that she was going to die a tragic death. However, at this moment, a big hand suddenly grabbed the spear that was piercing through Hua Mingdai. He grabbed the battle spear with his bare hands? How is that possible? Everyone was stunned on the spot. They could not believe what they were seeing. And Xianxia's powerful spear was coming at them. How terrifying was the power contained in this spear. It was actually grabbed by Lin Feng. Are you okay? Lin Feng looked at Hua Mingdai and asked. Only then did Hua Mingdai come back to her senses. Her heart was also surging with monstrous waves. Originally, she thought that Lin Feng might know some array techniques or Qi Huang technique, which might be useful when going to the secret plane. That was why she invited Lin Feng to go with her. However, she did not expect Lin Feng's cultivation to be so powerful. Namgong Yuchi also opened her mouth wide and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. She had always thought that Lin Feng's cultivation was mediocre. Only now did she know that Lin Feng was actually hiding his strength. Hua Mingdai came back to her senses and quickly said, "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me." "Fairy is too polite," Lin Feng said. "Boy, who are you? How dare you meddle in other people's business? Don't you know that the Dark World's 12 dark nights are nearby? If you leave now, I will pretend that nothing happened." And Xianxia also came back to his senses and looked coldly at Lin Feng. "What? The Dark World's 12 dark nights are nearby?" The expressions of Hua Mingdai, Namgong Yuchi, and the others changed greatly. From their expressions, one could see how terrifying the Dark World's 12 dark nights were. If it were someone else, they might choose to leave in order to protect themselves. However, Lin Feng could not do such a thing. He got along well with Hua Mingdai and the others, and he was now a member of their team. How could he abandon his companions and leave alone? Lin Feng could not do such a thing. What Dark World's 12 dark nights? I've never heard of them. Lin Feng smiled coldly and shook his right hand. In a flash, a monstrous strength emerged from his hand. And Xianxia's hand was cracked, and his spear was seized by Lin Feng. And Xianxia reacted very quickly. He quickly urged his mount to retreat. Lin Feng held his spear and looked coldly at Xianxia. "Scram. If you scram now, I won't kill you." Lin Feng's words were abnormally domineering. Hua Mingdai, Namgong Yuchi, and the many female cultivators of the fairy great world looked at Lin Feng with a strange light in their eyes. Boy, who do you think you are? No matter how strong you are, do you think you can defeat so many of us? Let's attack together and kill this boy. And Xianxia's face was full of malevolence as he waved his right hand. With so many cultivators attacking Lin Feng, a murderous aura permeated the air. There were about 70 people on the other side, and they were all riding mounts. The mounts they rode on were also extremely powerful. One with their mounts, their combat strength would be greatly increased. Attack! Hua Mengdai shouted softly, wanting to help Lin Feng fight against the people of the Dark World. Lin Feng said, "Just protect yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng leaped up and pulled out the battle spear in his hand. Bang! 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 A series of violent collisions rang out. Hua Mengdai, Nangong Yuqi, and the others saw that Lin Feng was like a god-fiend descending to the world. The battle spear in his hand was invincible and invincible. He pulled out the spear. Both the cultivator and his mount, they were all sent flying by Lin Feng. One after another, the cultivators from the Dark World and their mounts were all killed. Lin Feng seemed to have entered a no-man's land as he quickly rushed toward Xianxia, who was hiding behind the crowd. He's too strong. Hua Mengdai, Nangong Yuqi, and the others were deeply shocked. The combat strength that Lin Feng displayed shocked and moved them. They were all guessing what level of expert Lin Feng was. Even when compared to the top heaven's favorites, he was probably better than them. The cultivators of the Dark World were also trembling in fear. Stop him! Stop him for me! And Xianxia roared in horror as he saw Lin Feng killing like a god-fiend. And Xianxia was also scared out of his wits. He did not expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. Facing the siege of so many experts, he was still so strong. It was as if an unparalleled god-fiend had descended. And Xianxia's heart was filled with fear and shock. He just wanted to escape quickly and find the 12 Dark Knights. In Xianxia's opinion, the 12 Dark Knights were invincible. They were almost invincible among the younger generation. By the time the 12 Dark Horsemen arrived, Lin Feng would be dead. Although the rest of the cultivators also wanted to escape, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and attack Lin Feng after receiving Xianxia's order. Total annihilation. Antelope hanging horns. Great sage cleave. Various powerful moves were displayed one after another. The cultivators of the Dark World were sent flying. His body exploded in midair, and he died on the spot. Lin Feng quickly broke out of the encirclement and chased after Xianxia. Do you think you can still escape? Lin Feng's voice was as cold as the Grim Reaper from hell. The war spear in his hand exuded a cold and bloodthirsty aura. That aura made Xianxia's limbs turn cold. And Xianxia could sense the murderous intent coming from Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not try to hide his killing intent towards Xianxia. You can't kill me. My elder brother is one of the 12 Dark Horsemen. If you kill me, you will die as well. And Xianxia shouted in horror. At that moment, he used his elder brother as a deterrent to scare Lin Feng away. However, Lin Feng did not take Xianxia's elder brother seriously at all. He said coldly, I am looking forward to fighting with your elder brother. When the time comes, I will kill him and attain my Tao. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's war spear pierced through Xianxia's body. It was a peerlessly terrifying spear. It pierced through the void. It shot toward Xianxia. And Xianxia wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Pfft, his chest was pierced through by Lin Feng's war spear. And Xianxia lowered his head and looked at the war spear that had pierced through his chest in disbelief. I can't believe I died just like that, and Xianxia muttered to himself before he breathed his last. Run! When the rest of the people saw that Xianxia had been killed by Lin Feng, they scattered and fled. With so many people, Lin Feng could not catch up to all of them. Hence, he did not chase after them. Instead, he used the great devouring technique and devoured all the soul origins of the dead cultivators. These soul origins were extremely precious and could increase his soul power. Lin Feng used his spiritual force to sense the secrets in Xianxia's soul. However, he discovered that there was a restriction set up in his soul. The restriction sensed Lin Feng's intention. It immediately destroyed Xianxia's soul. The souls of Xianxia and the others had been restricted. Lin Feng could only obtain the power of their soul origins but not their soul memories. Lin Gongzi, we have to leave this place quickly. When the 12 dark horsemen arrive, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Hua Mengdai said with a worried expression. Lin Feng was very curious about the 12 dark horsemen. Right now, he needed powerful cultivators to temper his cultivation. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that if the 12 dark horsemen attacked together, he would not be able to stop them. For the sake of Hua Mengdai, Nangong Yuqi, and the others' safety, it was naturally not wise to stay here for long. Lin Feng said, "All right, let's go then." The group quickly left. On the way, Lin Feng looked at Hua Mengdai and asked, "Are the 12 dark horsemen very powerful?" Hua Mengdai nodded and said, "Very, very powerful. The 12 of them have obtained the inheritance of the Dark Demon Master. Moreover, each of them has devoured a strand of the Dark World's world origin. Even the older generation experts are shocked by their cultivation and do not dare to fight them head-on." Lin Feng was shocked. No wonder the 12 dark horsemen were so powerful. They had obtained so many fortuitous encounters. The inheritance of the Dark Demon Master and the Dark World's world origin. Any one of these fortuitous encounters could be considered heaven-defying. The Dark Demon Master? Is he one of the 9 Demon Masters? Lin Feng could not help but ask. He knew that 9 Demon Masters had been born in this epoch. However, Lin Feng was not familiar with the 9 Demon Masters. Previously, Lin Feng had obtained a mnemonic chant passed down by one of the Demon Masters. However, Lin Feng was still unable to comprehend the mnemonic chant. That's right. The Dark Demon Master is the monarch of darkness among the 9 Demon Masters. Back then, he was also a powerhouse that ruled the heavens. When the immortals saw him, they had to kneel and kowtow. Hua Mengdai said. It was easy to imagine how powerful the inheritance of a tyrannical existence like the Dark Demon Master was. In addition, the 12 dark horsemen had obtained the Dark World's world origin. It was no wonder Hua Mengdai, Nangong Yuqi, and the others had revealed expressions of terror when they heard about the 12 dark horsemen. The fleeing cultivators of the Dark World had gathered together. And Yeshang's death was a huge matter. After all, and Yeshang's status was extremely noble. They quickly rushed toward a mountain range 100 li away. The 12 dark horsemen were resting in the mountain range. After a quarter of an hour, they saw the mountain range. The mountain range had become like this because the 12 dark knights were resting there. A group of cultivators entered the mountain range to search for the whereabouts of the 12 dark knights. Soon, they saw the mounts of the 12 dark knights lying outside a valley. Those mounts were draconic rhinoceros beasts. These draconic rhinoceros beasts were covered in purple scales. They had the body of a qilin and the head of a dragon, but they had rhinoceros horns. Hence, they were called draconic rhinoceros beasts. These draconic rhinoceros beasts were very powerful. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura that could suffocate people. Ordinary people did not dare to provoke such a terrifying creature. When the draconic rhinoceros beasts saw the group of cultivators outside the valley, they let out low roars. When the group of cultivators heard the roars of the draconic rhinoceros beasts, their faces turned as pale as paper. The draconic rhinoceros beasts gave them an extremely powerful pressure. This oppressive force caused the souls of these cultivators to tremble. Lords, we have something important to report. A cultivator said. What is it? A voice came from the valley. Young Masterin was killed. The cultivator said. What? Say that again. Just as the cultivator finished speaking, another cold voice came from the valley. In the next moment, the void split open, and a cultivator walked out. That cultivator came to the front of the cultivator who spoke. The cultivator who walked out was slender and unusually handsome. He looked somewhat similar to An Yeshang, who was killed by Lin Feng. This person was called An Yutian, one of the 12 dark knights. The rest of the dark knights also walked out. They could ignore the deaths of others, but An Yeshang was An Yutian's younger brother. Naturally, they had to be concerned. The 12 dark knights were not all men. There were 8 men and 4 women. Among the 4 women, 2 of them were tall and slender with beautiful faces. Most importantly, the 2 of them looked exactly the same. They were obviously twin sisters. The elder sister was called Lu Xianla, and the younger sister was called Lu Xianmei. Although the sisters looked the same, there were some differences. The elder sister, Lu Xianla, had a cold temperament. The younger sister, Lu Xianmei, was obviously a fox-like woman, charming and enchanting. As for the other two women, one of them wore a veil and was more mysterious. The other person had a cute and innocent look. But to be able to become one of the 12 Dark Knights, obviously, it wasn't as simple as it seemed. Being stared at by Yetian, the cultivator's body trembled slightly. He said in a trembling voice, "Young master," and was killed. After hearing the cultivator's words, Yetian's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. He asked coldly, "Who? Who killed Knight Sorrow?" "We don't know that brat, but he is with Hua Mingdai, Nangong Qiming, and the others from the fairy great world," the cultivator said aloud. And Yetian didn't ask about the reason for the conflict. When cultivators fought, they only cared about the result. Without asking for the reason. "No matter who he is, I will kill him," and Yetian said with an indifferent expression. "Chasing Sun." And Yetian looked at a draconic rhinoceros beast. That was his mount, named Chasing Sun by Yetian. Roar. The draconic rhinoceros beast seemed to have felt its master's killing intent and anger, so it couldn't help but let out a low roar after standing up. The draconic rhinoceros beast flew into the air. And Yetian leaped up and straddled Jueri's body. The other 11 Dark Riders also sat on their mounts. "Yetian, we will also help you search for that brat," the 11 Dark Riders said in unison. "Alright, let's split up. When we see that brat, kill him without mercy." And Yetian's voice was filled with endless coldness and killing intent. "Don't worry, if we see that brat, we will definitely bring his head to you," the others said one after another. Roar. Bestial roars could be heard one after another. The 12 draconic rhinoceros beasts carried the 12 Dark Riders and quickly rushed into the distance, beginning to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts in the mountain forest. 3 days later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at their destination. In front of them was a huge lake. "Why is it a lake? Shouldn't this be a huge mountain range?" Nangong Yuchi said doubtfully, holding a map in her hand. The final destination on the map was the location of the secret plain. That was where the lake was now. Lin Feng said, "The sun and moon change, so it should be quite normal for the landscape to change." Hua Mingdai said, "If that's the case, then it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for us to find the entrance to the secret plain. Are we going to make a wasted trip? Are we going to be happy for nothing?" The group of female cultivators sighed one after another. Lin Feng said, "That's not necessarily the case. Let's enter the lake and see if we can find anything." As soon as his voice fell, Lin Feng waved his hand and condensed a huge energy shield. The energy shield enveloped the dozen or so female cultivators. Then, Lin Feng led the dozen or so female cultivators into the lake. In the depths of the lake. Inside a cave mansion. Swish. Swish, a pair of cold eyes opened, looking at Lin Feng and the others who had entered the lake. Lin Feng and the others. That terrifying existence rushed out of the cave abode. It turned out to be a huge golden python. That python was at least 1,000 meters long, even larger than the bodies of many of the dragons. Its whole body was covered with golden scales. This was the legendary primordial golden python. An extremely terrifying giant python. Its bloodline was extremely tyrannical, even more powerful than the ancient serpent. The strength of this primordial golden python was extremely terrifying. Its huge body quickly swam toward Lin Feng and the others. Bubbles. So many bubbles. There seems to be something quickly approaching us from below, a female cultivator said. Another female cultivator said, "It should be a ferocious beast that lives in the lake." As soon as the female cultivator's voice fell, the primordial golden python had already rushed up. "It's the primordial golden python," the female cultivators exclaimed. Their pretty faces were as pale as paper. They were naturally no match for an existence like the primordial golden python. If they were to fight against the primordial golden python, they would probably die. But fortunately, Lin Feng was here. They knew that Lin Feng was powerful and could definitely deal with the primordial golden python. A ferocious beast like the primordial golden python must be very intelligent. We can subdue this primordial golden python and ask it for information. Roar! The chaos golden python let out an earth-shattering roar, and then its huge body pounced toward Lin Feng and the others. This behemoth directly opened its bloody mouth to devour Lin Feng and the others, wanting to eat Lin Feng and the others in one bite. Lin Feng raised his right hand and directly used the sky splitter, condensing a dazzling saber light. The saber light slashed toward the chaos golden python as if it was tearing the world apart. With a clang, it slashed the chaos golden python's body. Sparks flew everywhere. The scales of the chaos golden python were directly torn by Lin Feng, and blood immediately flowed out. What a powerful attack! Hua Mengdai, Nangong Yuqi, and the others all looked at Lin Feng in amazement. The chaos golden python was known for its powerful physical body. In particular, the scales of the chaos golden python were exceptionally strong. They were even stronger than many powerful magic treasures of the quasi-emperor level. However, the scales with such strong defensive power were unable to block Lin Feng's attack. Now, Hua Mengdai, Nangong Yuqi, and the others were full of deep admiration for Lin Feng. In addition to admiration, they were also very curious about Lin Feng. Lin Feng hadn't told him anything about his background. Hua Mengdai, Nangong Yuqi, and the others did not want to pry into Lin Feng's privacy. They were all guessing Lin Feng's identity. What force was he from, what bloodline, what had he experienced, how could he be so powerful? Hua Mengdai, Nangong Yuqi, and the others were now extremely curious about Lin Feng, and wanted to know more about Lin Feng. Roar! After being injured, the chaos golden python roared angrily, and its huge tail suddenly stirred the lake water. Suddenly, in the lake, huge waves rolled. The chaos golden python's mountain-like tail directly whipped toward Lin Feng and the others. Quickly go to sleep. Lin Feng sneered and slapped the huge tail of the chaos golden python. Bang! The powerful blow collided with the primordial golden python's tail and sent the primordial golden python flying. Lin Feng jumped forwards and put his foot on the golden python's head. The huge body of the primordial golden python fell towards the bottom of the lake. Clang! It smashed into the rocks at the bottom of the lake. Submit, or die. Lin Feng looked at the primitive golden python indifferently. There was an indescribable domineering aura around him. Hua Mengdai, Nangong Yuqi, and the others couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Because they all came from the fairy great world, they rarely interacted with the male cultivators outside. When it came to matters of the heart, it was naturally a blank slate. But now, her heart was filled with butterflies. This caused Hua Mengdai, Nangong Yuqi, and the others' heartbeats to quicken. That feeling seemed to be one of shyness, joy, and some vague ambiguity. Lin Gongzi is really amazing. Even such a powerful primordial golden python couldn't last more than a few rounds against Lin Gongzi. A female cultivator said. The others nodded in agreement. Lin Feng's powerful strength had deeply convinced the group of female cultivators from the fairy great world. Moreover, it left a deep imprint in their hearts. It was a kind of imprint that could not be erased no matter what. I submit. The primordial golden python spoke in human language. Having cultivated to its level, it was normal for it to be able to speak human language. In the face of dignity and life, the primordial golden python chose life without hesitation. Whatever I ask you, you will answer honestly. If you dare to lie, you will be beheaded without mercy. Lin Feng said coldly. Yes, yes, yes. I won't lie to you. The primordial golden python hurriedly said. Lin Feng asked, have you heard of a secret place here? I have. It is said that there is a secret place hidden here, but no one knows where it is, the primordial golden python replied. Then, is there anything special about this place? Lin Feng asked. The primordial golden python began to ponder. After pondering for a while, the primordial golden python said, if there is a special place, there is indeed one. Lin Feng, Hua Mengdai, Nangong Yuqi, and the others' eyes lit up. Where is it? Lin Feng asked. The storm abyss. It is located in the depths of the lake. That is the abyss at the bottom of the lake. Within the abyss, there is a terrifying storm. Anyone caught in the storm will die without a doubt. In the past, many powerful cultivators and creatures have entered to explore it, but no one has ever come out alive. Therefore, that place is extremely dangerous. Is that the place you are looking for? The primordial golden python said. Lin Feng looked at Hua Mengdai and said, "It seems that the entrance might really be in the storm abyss. We need to enter and explore it." "Alright, let the primordial golden python bring us there," Hua Mengdai said. Lin Feng nodded, then looked at the primordial golden python and said, "Bring us to the storm abyss." "Yes, young master. Everyone, please follow me," the primordial golden python said. Then, it quickly swam toward the depths of the lake. The lake was extremely large, covering an area of over 100 miles. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Feng and the others arrived outside the storm abyss. Looking from afar, a huge abyss at the bottom of the lake appeared in their line of sight. Terrifying storm energy surged out from the abyss at the bottom of the lake. Waves after waves of powerful fluctuations surged out and permeated the void, emitting a suffocating pressure. "Young master, please take a look. That is the storm abyss," the primordial golden python said. Lin Feng and the others carefully observed the storm abyss. The aura of the storm abyss was too terrifying, causing one's soul to palpitate. It was definitely filled with danger. Originally, the hurricane pearl would have been able to display its miraculous effect. Unfortunately, I can't bring it in. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he had brought the hurricane pearl in, he could rely on the hurricane pearl. He could easily travel through the storm abyss. "Lin Gongzi, what do you plan to do?" Hua Mengdai looked at Lin Feng. Nangong Yuqi and the others also looked at Lin Feng. These people now regarded Lin Feng as their leader, seeking Lin Feng's opinion on everything. Lin Feng said, "We can take the risk and enter. If it's dangerous, we can come out in time. We obtained a treasure earlier. Perhaps we can use it." Nangong Yuqi said. "What treasure?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. Nangong Yuqi stretched out her right hand, and a crystal palace appeared in her hand. This crystal palace can become bigger or smaller, and its defense is very strong. As long as you pour your magic power into the crystal palace, this crystal palace can be activated. "Very well," Nangong Yuqi said. "Good. With this treasure, we'll be much safer in the storm abyss," Lin Feng said with a nod. At this moment, Nangong Yuqi poured her magic power into the crystal palace. Buzz. Waves of intense energy fluctuations surged out of the crystal palace. Next, the crystal palace rapidly expanded. "Young master, I have a presumptuous request. I would like to follow you into the storm abyss to broaden my horizons. I hope you can bring me along," the python said. "All right. Transform into your human form and follow us," Lin Feng said. He wasn't afraid of the python playing any tricks. If it really dared to do so, Lin Feng could easily kill it. This bit of confidence. Lin Feng still had it. Swish. With a flash of light, the python transformed into a man. The man that the golden python had transformed into looked very young and very handsome. He was wearing a golden robe, but his appearance was somewhat feminine. The group entered the crystal palace. Next, Nangong Yuqi activated the crystal palace. Immediately, waves of intense energy fluctuation spread out from the crystal palace. Rumble. The crystal palace flew up and flew towards the storm abyss. Soon, it reached the top of the storm abyss. Then, a powerful storm surged and engulfed the crystal palace. It seemed like it wanted to destroy the crystal palace. However, the crystal palace was very powerful. Runes swirled around it and blocked the storm's attack. This treasure is not bad, Lin Feng couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. The crystal palace should be a defense-type treasure. It was unknown who had forged it, but it was very suitable for such a situation. The crystal palace flew toward the bottom of the abyss. The deeper it went, the stronger the storm became. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, how was this storm abyss formed? The primitive golden python said, "I don't know. My ancestors have occupied this lake for many years. It is said that the storm abyss was formed before the lake was formed. Are there no clues about the formation of the storm abyss? Lin Feng could not help but ask. The primitive golden python said, if you're talking about clues, there is one. One of my ancestors once left behind a passage, saying that the storm abyss was formed suddenly. Suddenly formed? Lin Feng was even more surprised. He continued asking, did your ancestor leave behind anything else? No, that's all he wrote. He didn't write anything else. The primitive golden python said. Lin Feng couldn't help but stroke his chin. It seemed that the ancestor of the primordial golden python must have known something amazing. This matter had an inseparable relationship with the formation of the storm abyss, but his ancestor didn't dare to reveal too much about it. Therefore, he only wrote that the storm abyss was suddenly formed, and nothing else was written. This made Lin Feng ponder. What did the formation of the storm abyss have to do with it? Perhaps the answer lies in the storm abyss. The crystal palace was descending rapidly. When it reached the central region, a sharp, ear-piercing sound suddenly came from below. A few of the weaker female cultivators immediately covered their ears in pain. This was a terrifying soul attack. Lin Feng hurriedly used his powerful magic to seal the crystal palace, using his powerful magic to block the sound attack. Only then did the female cultivators' expressions improve. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. The female cultivators looked at Lin Feng with watery eyes. Lin Feng said, fairies, there's no need to be so polite. Look down there are so many insects. Nangong Yuchi pointed at the insects below. They were pitch-black insects, and they were densely packed together. It was unknown how many of them there were, but it was a terrifying sight to behold. The ones that had released the sound attack earlier were those pitch-black insects. Currently, those pitch-black insects were rapidly flying towards the crystal palace. The insects could be described as covering the sky and covering the earth. There were simply too many of them. So many that it was shocking. They're wind insects. These insects live in storms and can use the power of the storm to increase their cultivation. That's why their attacks are so powerful. A single colony has at least tens of millions of wind insects. Some larger colonies might have hundreds of millions or even billions of wind insects. Once you encounter such a terrifying creature, it'll be extremely dangerous. Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but become solemn. The Classic of Mountains and Seas had records of wind insects. It was written in the Classic of Mountains and Seas that there were insects that were born in the wind. They were shaped like thin blades and could devour storms as well as the essence of all living things. Now that wind insects had appeared here, the situation was naturally extremely dangerous. When the others heard the words wind insects, their expressions changed. His expression changed abruptly. They should have heard of the windworm. Clang, 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 the densely packed wind insects gathered together and began to attack the crystal palace. The earth-shattering wind insects fiercely slammed into the crystal palace. The wind insects' attacks were simply too powerful. Crack, crack, the defensive runes outside the crystal palace were torn apart. Of course, this situation was extremely bad. If the crystal palace was destroyed, Lin Feng and the others would have to face these wind insects head-on. There were so many of them. Once they were surrounded by wind insects, it would be a dead end. Therefore, for Lin Feng and the others, it could be said that if they took another step forward, they would fall into a bottomless abyss. Lin Feng looked at Nangong Yuchi and said, I'll use the heavenly fire to envelop the crystal palace and attack these wind insects. You push the crystal palace to the limit and we'll rush down as fast as we can. These wind insects have very special habits. They only live in the center of the storm. If they go to other areas, they won't be able to adapt and will die. Therefore, they won't follow us down. Okay. Nangong Yuchi hurriedly nodded. Lin Feng released the 4 heavenly fires. The 4 heavenly fires enveloped the crystal palace. Ordinary flames would be extinguished by the storm, but the heavenly fires wouldn't be extinguished. The heavenly fires would never be extinguished. After the heavenly fires enveloped the crystal palace, a large number of wind insects that crashed into the crystal palace died. However, even more wind insects fearlessly attacked the crystal palace. The runes outside the crystal palace were constantly destroyed. Hua Mingdai and the others took action as well, helping Nangong Yuchi to activate the Crystal Palace. With everyone's combined efforts, the Crystal Palace was finally activated. Swoosh, the Crystal Palace released waves after waves of intense energy fluctuations. Next, the Crystal Palace rushed downwards at high speed. Suddenly, a series of ear-piercing screeches rang out. It was probably the Wind Bug King's command. The swarm of wind bugs began to madly attack the Crystal Palace. The restrictions of the Crystal Palace were constantly being damaged. Fortunately, Lin Feng's Skyfire had killed a large number of wind bugs, and the Crystal Palace's defenses were strong enough. Finally, the Crystal Palace rushed out of the central region of the storm abyss and rapidly flew toward the depths. The swarm of wind bugs screeched furiously, but they could no longer stop Lin Feng's group. The wind bugs did not dare to chase after them, so they could only watch as Lin Feng's group left. They had no way of stopping Lin Feng's group. Seeing the swarm of wind bugs return, the group could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The wind bugs were truly terrifying. However, now that the wind bugs had left, Lin Feng's group no longer had to worry about the threat of the wind bugs. They entered the bottom region of the storm abyss and drove the Crystal Palace through the region. Look, there are many skeletons at the bottom region. The desolate golden python pointed at the scattered skeletons. Lin Feng said, they should be the skeletons of the experts who entered the storm abyss, right? That's very likely. The others nodded in agreement. They might have been killed by the wind bugs. Hua Mingdai said. The swarm of wind bugs was too terrifying. If it weren't for Lin Feng's 4 Skyfires and the Crystal Palace's powerful defenses, they would have died along the way. Everyone, be careful. In the depths of the storm abyss, there might be even more dangerous creatures, Lin Feng reminded them. Everyone's heart shuddered slightly. They all nodded in agreement. They could not afford to be careless in such a dangerous place. Otherwise, they might very well lose their lives here. At that time, they would have no tears to cry. What's that? A female cultivator pointed into the distance and saw some terrifying fierce beasts coming out of the ground. These experts looked like big lizards, but their bodies were like crocodiles, bumpy. Their eyes flashed with a green light, and their bodies emitted a fishy smell. Moreover, their tails were like scorpions. The barb flickered with a blue luster. It was obvious that it was highly toxic. Devil lizard. The primordial golden python's expression changed abruptly. Is this the devil lizard? Lin Feng's face also revealed an extremely shocked expression. He had heard of such a terrifying creature as the devil lizard. These creatures lived underground, and their bodies were usually 5 to 8 meters long. They possessed a terrifying poison, and it was said that as long as there was enough of this poison, one would die. Even great emperors could be killed by the poison. Devil lizards were social creatures. Other than its venom, its claws, teeth, and tail were the sharpest weapons. Furthermore, the devil lizard had mastered a type of energy attack. The devil lizard can brew a special energy ball, which can be spat out from the devil lizard's mouth. This energy ball didn't just contain a powerful destructive force. It also contained a highly toxic poison. If one was attacked by this energy ball, the slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic death. Now that so many devil lizards had appeared, it was definitely a huge problem. Boom. 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 At this moment, the devil lizard spat out energy balls at the Crystal Palace. These devil lizards were very intelligent. They chose to attack Lin Feng and the others from a distance. This way, they could avoid casualties. This was the best way to ambush the enemy. Bang! 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 One energy ball after another bombarded the Crystal Palace. Crack! Crack! The Crystal Palace's defensive runes kept crumbling, and cracks began to appear on the palace. This situation probably wouldn't last for long. Perhaps it wouldn't take long. The Crystal Palace was about to be destroyed. The devil lizards were a much greater threat than the wind insects. Lin Feng frowned. The situation was dangerous, but he was at his wit's end. He couldn't think of a way to deal with the devil lizards. I'll deal with these guys, said the primordial golden python. You'll go? Lin Feng looked at the primordial golden python in surprise. He didn't expect the primordial golden python to take the initiative to deal with the devil lizards. The primordial golden python clan is the nemesis of these underground creatures. Although there are many devil lizards, as long as I'm careful, I'll definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to them. At that time, we'll definitely be able to scare them away. I'll go with you. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said. All right. But young master must be careful. Don't let the devil lizards hurt your body. Once they pierce your skin, their poison will enter your body. At that time, it will be difficult to cure you, said the primordial golden python with a solemn expression. Lin Feng knew how terrifying the devil lizard's poison was. He nodded and looked at Hua Mengdai, Nangong Yuqi, and the others. He said, stay in the palace. Don't go out. You must be careful, said Hua Mengdai. Nangong Yuqi said, don't die outside. If you die outside, no one will be able to bicker with me. Don't worry. I'll live well. Lin Feng smiled. He held the war spear and rushed out with the primordial golden python. Roar, the primordial golden python roared and transformed into its true body. Its huge body was 1,000 meters long, and its thick tail whipped towards the devil lizards. The devil lizards pounced towards Lin Feng and the primordial golden python in a frenzy. Total annihilation. Lin Feng roared and swept out with his spear. Bang 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 bang, the devil lizards were swept away by Lin Feng. However, the bodies of the devil lizards that were swept away by Lin Feng directly exploded, and they were killed on the spot. The primordial golden python's thick tail also whipped many devil lizards to death. However, there were too many devil lizards. An endless stream of devil lizards came out from the surrounding caves. Those caves should be connected to the devil lizard's nest. The devil lizards quickly rushed to the front of the primordial golden python and lay on its body. They opened their bloody mouths and bit the scales on the primordial golden python's body. Although the primordial golden python's defense was strong, its scales were still torn off by the devil lizards. The devil lizards that broke through the primordial golden python's defense opened their mouths and bit towards the primordial golden python's body. Rip, the devil lizards bit off a large piece of flesh from the primordial golden python's body. Roar. The primal golden python wasn't injured, but the poison in the devil lizard's body was continuously entering the primal golden python's body. The primal golden python's body twitched violently. Not good, Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly, and he quickly rushed toward the primal golden python. However, the devil lizards were still rushing toward him. The situation was extremely dangerous. Rumble. At this moment, the crystal palace flew toward Lin Feng and crashed into the devil lizards that were rushing toward Lin Feng. Bang! Bang! Lin Feng took advantage of this opportunity to rush toward the primal golden python. Swish! 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 He waved his battle spear, shooting out spear lights. The spear lights pierced through the bodies of the devil lizards one after another. The primal golden python returned to its human form, and its body was covered in wounds. Run! I can't take it anymore. The primal golden python's body turned black. The poison was too deep. I'll help you stop these devil lizards, said the primal golden python. Its body began to swell, as if it wanted to self-destruct and perish together with the devil lizards. Many people said that beasts were cunning, but Lin Feng was touched by the primal golden python's actions. He patted the primal golden python's shoulder and said, "Don't be rash. Don't give up on yourself. I'll bring you back to life." Lin Feng then began to sing, "Oh, the great Tao of destiny. You've ruled the fate of countless living beings. I see the primal golden python's fate. It won't die here. This is its fate." As the Great Destiny technique was activated, the power of destiny descended from the sky and entered the primal golden python's body. Lin Feng wanted to use the power of destiny to help the primal golden python resist the poison in its body. Whether or not it could resist the devil lizard's poison would depend on the primal golden python's luck. The primal golden python closed its eyes and began to resist the poison with all its might. At this time, the crystal palace flew over. Lin Feng sent the desolate golden python into the crystal palace. "Lin Gongzi, let's escape. If we fight to the death, we might be able to escape," Hua Mengdai said. Lin Feng felt more and more that there were some great secrets hidden in this abyss. He was really unwilling to escape like this. However, Lin Feng had no other way to deal with these devil lizards. Although he didn't want to leave. However, Lin Feng also knew that he had to think of a way to escape now. Otherwise, he might really lose his life here. Alright, let's go. Lin Feng shouted loudly. He was just about to enter the Crystal Palace and activate the Crystal Palace with everyone to think of a way to escape. Right at this moment, the primordial golden python's body suddenly emitted a terrifying wave of energy. Then, its body flashed with golden light. This is? Everyone looked at the primitive golden python in shock, not understanding what was going on. Could it be? Lin Feng was shocked. He thought of a possibility. The predestination force helped the primitive golden python resist the devil lizard's poison. The devil lizard's poison stimulated the primitive golden python's body. It stimulated a hidden potential in the primitive golden python's body. Ah! The primitive golden python suddenly let out a long hiss and opened its eyes. Ha 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 ha, my desolate bloodline has been awakened. The primordial golden python laughed heartily. Then, he leaped out and went outside. The primitive golden python clan is the nemesis of the underground creatures. Before my desolate bloodline awakened, I couldn't suppress these devil lizards. However, it's different now. With my desolate bloodline awakened, these devil lizards are definitely not my match. The primitive golden python said. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He said, alright, let's work together to kill these devil lizards. The primordial golden python nodded and turned back into a golden python. This time, the primitive golden python opened its bloody mouth and started to devour the devil lizards that pounced on it. My desolate bloodline will devour the poison in these devil lizards. It will make my bloodline stronger and stronger. The great desolate golden python cried out loudly, appearing exceptionally excited. It seemed that it was as the great desolate golden python had said. Now that the primitive golden python clan had awakened, it could completely ignore the devil lizards. Lin Feng kept lashing out at the devil lizards that pounced on him with his spear, not allowing them to get close to him. Once the devil lizards got close to him and got injured, it would be very troublesome. The primitive golden python continued to devour the devil lizards. A large number of devil lizards were devoured by the primitive golden python. As more and more devil lizards were devoured, the primitive golden python clan's aura grew stronger. Lin Feng was shocked. What a tyrannical desolate bloodline. As the primitive golden python clan continued to devour the devil lizards, the primitive golden python clan's bloodline was awakening. Screech, an ear-piercing screech came from the depths of a cave. The devil lizard king ordered the devil lizards to retreat. A large number of devil lizards retreated like the tide. The primitive golden python clan didn't continue to chase after the devil lizards. It had already devoured enough of them. If it continued to devour, it wouldn't be able to endure it. We've finally dealt with these guys. Lin Feng said after taking a deep breath. Hua Mengdai and Nangong Yuchi could finally relax. Thank you for saving us, young master. The primitive golden python clan thanked Lin Feng after transforming back into its human form. You're welcome. Lin Feng patted the primitive golden python clan's shoulder and led the way with the primitive golden python clan. Nangong Yuchi controlled the Crystal Palace. She followed behind them. They went deeper into the abyss. The deeper they went, the more violent the storm became. Although they were at the bottom of a lake, because of the storm, no lake water flowed into this place. After walking for about an hour, the storm was too violent. It was difficult to advance any further. The Crystal Palace couldn't be continued either. There's a forbidden area ahead. We can't cross it, the primitive golden python clan said. Return to the Crystal Palace first and wait there with the others. I'll go ahead and take a look. Lin Feng said. Alright. Be careful, young master. If you encounter any danger, retreat immediately, the primitive golden python clan said. Lin Feng replied and continued forward. As for the primitive golden python clan, it returned to the Crystal Palace to wait. What on earth caused such a powerful storm to occur? Is the secret in the depths? Lin Feng walked deeper into the storm abyss. He suddenly had a strong premonition. The storm raged, forming powerful wind blades within the storm. The densely packed wind blades slashed at Lin Feng's body. Clang! 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 It was as if the wind blades were slashing at the toughest magic treasure. Lin Feng's body was abnormally tough. These wind blades could hardly harm his body. As he went deeper, Lin Feng felt a powerful pressure spreading between heaven and earth. At the same time, the storm became even more powerful. The storm contained an extremely strange energy. That energy surged into his body. Lin Feng had the feeling that his strength was quickly draining away. What a strange energy, Lin Feng frowned. He hurriedly activated the great defensive technique and formed a defensive crystal wall to block the wind blades. At the same time, he blocked the strange energy from the storm from entering his body. Although the wind blades are strong, it won't be easy to hurt me. What's truly terrifying is the pressure spreading out from them. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. The pressure spreading out from the void was getting stronger and stronger, making it difficult for him to deal with. As he went deeper, the pressure spreading out from the void also increased. What is it that's emitting such pressure? Lin Feng frowned. 15 minutes later, Lin Feng couldn't move even a single step. He could resist the attack of the wind, but he couldn't resist the pressure of the wind. He felt as if he could not breathe. This pressure is truly peerless and terrifying. Lin Feng frowned. He began to activate the epic hegemony to resist the pressure. When the epic hegemony was activated, the pressure Lin Feng felt lessened significantly. This made him feel much better. He continued forward. However, not long after, Lin Feng was attacked. A golden wind blade was born from the storm. The wind blade flew toward Lin Feng and slashed at Lin Feng. Puff, a tearing sound was heard. The golden wind blade first pierced through Lin Feng's defensive crystal wall. Then, it pierced through Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body retreated a few steps, and blood immediately flowed out. A golden wind blade. Such a terrifying wind blade was born from the storm. Lin Feng's face turned ugly. The pressure here was so terrifying, and the golden wind blades were born. The best way was to retreat. If he continued to stay here, it was very likely that he would suffer a calamity. At that time, he might be consigned to eternal damnation and die without a grave. However, Lin Feng did not want to retreat so easily. He felt that he was close to the secret of this place. To be able to form such a powerful storm, it must be a shocking secret. If he could uncover this secret, it would bring him great benefits. Because of this, Lin Feng decided to take the risk. He continued to walk in, and the pressure grew stronger and stronger. Just using epic hockey alone was almost unable to withstand the pressure here. Lin Feng had no choice but to circulate his supreme aura. After circulating his supremacy aura, he felt his body lighten up. Lin Feng continued to walk deeper into the storm. At this time, the number of golden wind blades formed in the storm began to increase. The golden wind blades seemed to have a mind of their own as they all slashed toward Lin Feng. Hockey! Shatter! Lin Feng circulated his epic hockey and supreme aura in an attempt to shatter the golden wind blades. However, the wind blades were extremely strange. They could actually ignore Lin Feng's two types of aura. Aura was not omnipotent. All things in the world. They were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. The wind blades quickly slashed toward Lin Feng, emitting a suffocating wave of energy and aura. The void was instantly torn apart. The golden wind blades once again slashed toward Lin Feng. This time, numerous runes appeared on Lin Feng's body. These runes protected Lin Feng's body. They were magic immunity runes. When the golden wind blades landed on Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng was stunned. Those golden wind blades were blocked by the magic immunity runes. Although the golden wind blades did not penetrate Lin Feng's body, the golden wind blades slashed onto Lin Feng's body and formed a powerful shockwave. Lin Feng was still blown away by the attack. Crack! Crack! Lin Feng did not know how many of his bones were broken. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face became as pale as paper. What made Lin Feng depressed was that more and more golden wind blades were condensing around him. they slashed toward him. There were simply too many golden wind blades. Lin Feng's magic immunity runes were about to be destroyed by so many golden wind blades. At that time, it would definitely be difficult to block the attack of the golden wind blades. His expression became serious. If this continued, he would die under the golden wind blades sooner or later. At this time, Lin Feng's mind suddenly flashed. He thought of a powerful ability. Great Banishing Art. One of the 3,000 Great Daos. Lin Feng cultivated this ability a long time ago, but he rarely used it. This ability was said to be able to communicate with some foreign spaces. Then, he could banish the things he wanted to banish into those foreign spaces. Could these wind blades also be banished? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's spirit suddenly shook. He hurriedly operated the Great Banishing Art. Gradually, Lin Feng sensed that many parallel spaces were connected to this world. When the dense golden wind blades slashed over again, Lin Feng communicated with one of the spaces. The banishing power produced by the Great Banishing Art enveloped these golden wind blades. Lin Feng banished all these golden wind blades into those parallel spaces. Success. Lin Feng's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Originally, he thought that if he failed, he would have to retreat. Because the attack power of the golden wind blades was too strong, it had seriously threatened his life. But Lin Feng did not expect that the Great Banishing Art would really resolve the threat of the golden wind blades. This was the main reason why Lin Feng was keen on collecting all kinds of powerful abilities. This was because the more divine abilities one cultivated, the more one would be able to find a divine ability that could resolve the danger when one encountered danger. Why was the Red World Fairy so powerful? Because she cultivated 3,000 kinds of 3,000 Great Daos. When she encountered any danger, she could find a way to resolve it from these 3,000 kinds of Great Daos. Moreover, cultivating the 3,000 Great Daos could continuously gather the Qi of heaven and earth. Once a cultivator was supported by a powerful Qi of heaven and earth, they would be hit in the head by an immemorial treasure when they went out. They could casually enter a mountain forest and find an ancient cultivator's cave abode. After resolving the threat of the golden wind blades, Lin Feng continued to walk deeper. When the golden wind blades attacked Lin Feng again, Lin Feng would use the Great Banishing Art to banish the golden wind blades into a parallel space. He went all the way deep. Something appeared in the storm. It was shrouded in a cloud of black mist, and it was hard to see what it was. That thing was emitting a powerful pressure at the place where the storm was the most violent. The storm and the powerful pressure here were all caused by that mysterious item. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. Is that the answer to the riddle? Lin Feng muttered to himself as he walked towards that mysterious thing. At that moment, the pressure that permeated the air was getting stronger and stronger. The storm was also getting more and more violent. The storm formed an endless amount of golden wind blades. Those golden wind blades all shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurriedly used the Great Banishing technique to banish those golden wind blades into a parallel space. Now, his Great Banishing technique had played a key role. If it weren't for the Great Banishing technique, one of the 3,000 Great Daos, Lin Feng felt that he definitely wouldn't have been able to come to this place. Although he had solved the problem caused by the golden wind blades, Lin Feng still had other problems. The pressure in this place was simply too strong. Although Lin Feng used the Epic Haki and the Supremacy Haki to resist the pressure here, it was still very difficult. As he gradually approached the mysterious thing in the cloud of black mist, the pressure Lin Feng had to endure became stronger and stronger. He felt that it was very difficult for him to move forward. Every step he took forward felt as if he was carrying an ancient mountain. It was too tiring. This feeling made Lin Feng feel terrible and exhausted. Lin Feng didn't give up. He continued to approach that mysterious thing with difficulty. When he was 100 meters away from that thing, suddenly, cracking sounds could be heard. Lin Feng's 2 types of haki started to crack. This shocked Lin Feng. How powerful was the combination of 2 types of haki, now? It couldn't resist the pressure of that mysterious thing. This was too terrifying. Unfortunately, I haven't cultivated the White Tiger Haki. If I had, the effect of combining the 3 types of haki might be better. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He began to use the Great Haki technique, one of the 3,000 Great Daos. The Great Hockey Technique could activate the power of hockey and release it. Lin Feng used the Great Hockey Art to activate the Epic Hockey Art and the Supreme Hockey Art. All of a sudden, the power of the two types of qi increased significantly. Lin Feng, on the other hand, felt that the pressure on his body had lessened by a lot. His body also felt a lot more relaxed. He continued to walk forward. But Lin Feng's speed was still very slow. Every time he took a step, he would need a long time to recover and prepare before he could take the next step. Finally, Lin Feng arrived 50 meters away from the mysterious object. After arriving at this position, Lin Feng's two hockey armors started to crack again. This caused Lin Feng's expression to darken slightly. It was clearly unrealistic for him to rely on his domineering aura to reach the mysterious object. With my deathless fleshly body, I can definitely reach that level. Lin Feng murmured. He had absolute confidence in himself and believed that he could do it. He didn't give up and continued to walk toward the mysterious object. An even more powerful aura surged over. It was as if he was carrying the sun and moon as he moved forward. That kind of aura was no longer something that hockey armors could contend against. That terrifying aura directly suppressed Lin Feng's body. Crack, crack. Even Lin Feng's body started to crack. It was a very terrifying scene. Lin Feng's body cracked like a piece of porcelain and blood flowed out. His body touched it gently. It seemed to be like those cracked porcelain, instantly becoming fragmented. This situation caused Lin Feng's heart to palpitate and his expression to become unusually ugly. But he still didn't intend to give up. He gritted his teeth and continued to walk toward the mysterious object. Crack, crack. His body was cracking more and more. Not only was his body cracking, but even his bones were cracking. An unprecedented pain swept through his body. It was a fate worse than death. Lin Feng had the feeling that his soul was about to explode. The injuries to the soul were the most terrifying. If the soul really cracked, it would definitely dissipate and be doomed eternally. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly activated the powerful divine ability, Luya's star chart, to protect his soul. Lin Feng's soul turned into an ancient star chart. This was a top-notch divine ability passed down by Taoist Luya. It could be said to be a heaven-defying divine ability. Now that Lin Feng was using it, it displayed its wonders. When Luya's star chart divine ability was activated, Lin Feng's soul avoided a calamity. This divine ability was indeed a peerless divine ability. It could play an important role at critical moments. At the same time, Lin Feng began to activate his immortal divine body. Under the repair of the immortal divine body, his body was quickly recovering. Lin Feng's body was constantly alternating between destruction and recovery. This was Lin Feng's advantage. Other cultivators couldn't get close to that mysterious thing at all. Their bodies couldn't withstand such a powerful pressure. They insisted on getting close. In the end, they would inevitably die. However, Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng's immortal divine body helped him avoid this calamity at this moment. Finally, Lin Feng was only 10 meters away from that mysterious thing. That thing was shrouded in darkness and couldn't be seen clearly. Lin Feng continued to walk toward that mysterious thing. However, at this moment, an even more terrifying pressure surged over. When he felt that pressure, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. This was because the pressure suddenly increased by more than 10 times. It could definitely destroy him instantly. Before the danger arrived, Lin Feng's body shot up and turned into a yin-yang diagram. Then, it started to spin violently in midair. The Great Yin-Yang technique was very extraordinary. Now, Lin Feng used the Great Yin-Yang technique to turn it into a yin-yang diagram. In addition, he had the Epic Hockey and the Supremacy Hockey to protect himself. He pushed his speed to the limit and quickly rushed toward that mysterious thing. Before this, Lin Feng's speed had been very slow. However, now he suddenly burst out with such a fast speed. He wanted to make a final gamble. That terrifying pressure bombarded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was shaken to the point of vomiting blood. He was almost beaten back to his original form. Fortunately, he persevered in the end. He rushed in front of the mysterious object. Then, he reached out to grab it. Whoosh. Lin Feng didn't manage to grab that mysterious thing because it actually took the initiative to drill into Lin Feng's body. What the hell is this? I haven't even seen what this damn thing looks like. How did it drill into my body? At this moment, the pressure had completely disappeared, and the storm had also begun to dissipate. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy because he didn't know what had entered his body. He scanned his body with his divine sense. In an instant, he saw a strange black mist enveloping the sapling of the builder tree. Lin Feng's godly awareness penetrated into the black fog. Then, he saw a pitch-black insect inside the black fog. When the pitch-black insect saw Lin Feng, it couldn't help but let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. Lin Feng could feel the terrifying power contained in the pitch-black insect's body. He felt that this pitch-black insect must have an extremely heaven-defying origin because everything that happened outside was caused by this pitch-black insect. Of course, the sapling of the builder tree in Lin Feng's dantian wasn't the real thing. It was also a simulated sapling of the builder tree created by the laws of this world. However, the little bug seemed to like the simulated seedling of the builder tree very much. What kind of existence are you? Why did you enter my body? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the little insect. He believed that the little insect could understand what he was saying. However, the little insect didn't answer Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. This little insect was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. What was it trying to do by lying on the sapling of the builder tree? You'd better leave quickly. Otherwise, I'll burn you to death with my heavenly fire. Lin Feng threatened. I need to rest on the builder tree for a while. If it weren't for the builder tree in your body, even 10 of you would be dead by now. A cold voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. This little insect was indeed not simple. It had extremely high intelligence. Moreover, Lin Feng didn't doubt the little insect's words. This little insect could create such a powerful storm and pressure. Wouldn't it be easy for it to destroy him? After you're done resting, you'll take the initiative to leave, right? You won't be a threat to me, right? Lin Feng asked. Shut up. Don't disturb my rest. Otherwise, I'll eat you. Do you believe me? Little Worm said fiercely. Lin Feng immediately gave Little Worm the middle finger in his heart. This bastard was obviously trying to steal the limelight. However, Lin Feng really didn't dare to say anything more. Who knew if this little bug would really kill him? At this time, the storm had completely disappeared. However, this huge abyss was a bit special. Although the storm had disappeared, the countless years of the storm had formed air convection. Therefore, the lake water was still unable to flow into the abyss. In the distance, desolate golden python, Hua Mengdai, Nangong Yuchi, and the others quickly flew over. Young master, have you found the source of the storm? Hua Mengdai asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, it was caused by a very strange bug. Was it caused by the little bug? The group of people revealed extremely shocked expressions. They didn't expect that the culprit behind such a powerful storm was actually a little bug. It was really unbelievable. The world was so big. There were all kinds of strange things. This saying was indeed true. Has that little bug left? Nangong Yuchi asked. In order to avoid worrying Nangong Yuchi, Hua Mengdai, and the others, Lin Feng didn't intend to tell them that the little bug had entered his body. Lin Feng said. Yes, that little bug has already left. Let's go deeper and see if there's that secret place you all spoke of. Hua Mengdai, Nangong Yuchi, and the others nodded and entered together. Soon, they entered the deepest part of the abyss. In the deepest part of the abyss, a huge stone door with 8 trigrams appeared. This stone door was very special. On it were 9 numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. The 9 numbers had different meanings. The first represented the Ken trigram, located in the north. The second represented the Kuan trigram, located in the southwest. The third represented the Zhen trigram, located in the east. The fourth represented the Sun trigram, located in the southeast. The fifth represented the central palace. The sixth represented the Qian trigram, located in the northwest. The 7th represented the Dui trigram, located in the west. The 8th represented the Zhen trigram, located in the northeast. The 9th represented the Li trigram, located in the south. After seeing this stone door, Lin Feng and the others were very excited. Behind this stone door might be the secret place that Hua Mengdai and the others were looking for. Once the secret place was opened, there might be some amazing treasures inside. Hua Mengdai looked at the stone door and said with a frown, "The 8 trigrams have always been mysterious and ever-changing. If we want to open this stone door, we should have to find the correct way to arrange the 8 trigrams, right?" Hua Mengdai clearly had some understanding of the 8 trigrams. She could already tell that the 8 directions of the stone door had been messed up. They needed to find the correct way to open the stone door, said Lin Feng. Opening the 8 trigram stone door is not an easy task. There may be many powerful traps here. If you take a wrong step, you will be doomed eternally. Lin Feng's words caused everyone's expression to change. However, Lin Feng's words were not exaggerated at all. What do we do now? Hua Mengdai looked at Lin Feng and asked. Although she had some understanding of the 8 trigrams, it was very shallow. However, it was only a very shallow research, so Hua Mengdai had no confidence in opening the stone door. You guys step back. I'll take a look at the mysteries of this stone door, Lin Feng said. There were many inheritances in the Celestial Master sect. Among them, there was also the inheritance of the 8 trigrams. For example, Lin Feng cultivated the 8 trigrams diagram. This was the inheritance of the 8 trigrams technique. The 8 trigrams diagram was an attack-type inheritance of the 8 trigrams inheritance. There were many inheritances of the 8 trigrams technique. For example, divination, deduction of the past, present, future, and so on. Although Lin Feng's understanding of the 8 trigrams wasn't particularly deep. But without a doubt, compared to Hua Mengdai and the others, he could definitely be considered an expert. Lin Gongzi also knows the 8 trigrams technique? Hua Mengdai's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Nangong Yuqi and the others were also very shocked. Lin Feng's cultivation had already moved them greatly. They never thought that Lin Feng wasn't just strong in cultivation. He had also dabbled in other aspects. It was truly admirable. Lin Feng nodded and said, I've dabbled in it. Hua Mengdai said, Young master, you must be careful. If you feel that something is wrong, quickly leave the stone door. Okay. Lin Feng replied. Hua Mengdai, Nangong Yuqi, Desolate Golden Python, and the others quickly retreated. Lin Feng began to recall the introduction of the 8 trigrams in the inheritance of the Celestial Master Taoism. Gossip's introduction was from many aspects. They were 8 trigrams song formula, 8 trigrams number, 8 trigrams position, 8 trigrams division, 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 yin and yang, etc. The hexagon-shaped song formula was Qian 3 links, Kuan 6 breaks, Xinyang basin, Zhen Fu bowl, Li Zhong su, Ken Zhong full, Dui upper lac, Sun lower break. The 8 trigrams algebra is Frowny face Xiantian 8 trigrams, Qian 1, Dui 2, Li 3, Shen 4, Sun 5, Ken 6, Zhen 7, Kuan 8. The Hotian 8 trigrams, Ken 1, Kuan 2, Shen 3, Sun 4, Wu is the central palace, Qian 6, Dui 7, Zhen 8, Li 9. The positions of the 8 trigrams were Frowny face Xiantian 8 trigrams, Qian Nan, Kuan Bei, Li Dong, Kanchi, Dui Dong, Shenbei, Xuanqi, Zhenbei. The Hotian 8 trigrams, Zhendong, Duishi, Linen, Kanbei, Qiangsabai, Kuan, Dongbei, Zundongnan. The 8 diagrams are Qian, Dui, Gold, Zhen, Sun, Wood, Kuan, Zhen, Earth, Li, Fire, Kan, Water. The 8 trigrams are as follows: Qian and Dui, Gold, gave birth to Kan, Water, gave birth to Zhen and Sun, Wood, Zhen and Sun, Wood, gave birth to Li, Fire, gave birth to Kuan and Zhen, Earth, Kuan and Zhen, Earth, gave birth to Qian and Dui, Gold. Qian and Dui, Gold, restrained Zhen, Sun, Wood, Zhen, Sun, Wood, restrained Kuan, Zhen, Earth, Kuan, Zhen, Earth, restrained Kan, Water, restrained Li, fire, restrained Qian and Dui, gold. The prosperity and decline of the 8 trigrams were as follows: Qian and Dui flourish in autumn and decline in winter, Zhen and Sun flourish in spring and decline in summer, Kuan and Zhen flourished in the 4 seasons and declined in autumn, Li flourished in summer and declined in the 4 seasons. Corn thrives in winter and declines in spring. The 4 seasons refer to the last month of each season. Corresponding 5 elements: gold Qian, Dui Qian is heaven, Dui Qian is lake, Mu Zhen and Sun Zhen are thunder and Sun Zhen are wind. Earth Kuan, Zhen, earth, Zhen mountain water, Can is water, moon, fire, Li is fire, sun. The 5 elements coexist: wood breeds fire, fire breeds earth breeds gold breeds water breeds wood. Mutual restraint of the 5 elements: metal restrains wood restrains earth restrains water restrains fire restrains metal. The 8 trigrams were divided into Qian Dui Li Zhen Sun Kan Zhen Kuan 8 trigrams Taiyang Xiaoyang Taiyin 4 symbols. Of course, these were the contents of the Xiantian 8 trigrams. In fact, there were also the Hotian 8 trigrams and the Hotian 64 trigrams, which were even more complicated and profound. Lin Feng followed the divination technique in the Xiantian 8 trigrams over and over again. After spending a total of 3 days, Lin Feng finally succeeded. Then, Lin Feng took a deep breath and turned the 8 trigrams diagram on the stone door. At this moment, Lin Feng was also extremely nervous. Although he had deduced many times before coming to this final conclusion. However, Lin Feng didn't know if his deduction was correct or not. If he was wrong, he might encounter something extremely terrifying. It was not impossible for him to lose his life here. That was why Lin Feng was so nervous at this moment. Not only was Lin Feng nervous, but Hua Mengdai, Nangong Yuqi, and the others were also very nervous. Crack, crack. As Lin Feng turned the 8 trigrams, the sound of friction rang out one after another. Finally, Lin Feng placed all the diagrams in the positions he had guessed. Crack, crack, then, the 8 trigram stone door began to open. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely surprised expression. It seemed that his deduction was completely correct. The 8 trigram stone door soon opened, and then the second stone door was revealed. An extremely special mark appeared on the second stone door. It looked like a scroll. It should be a sheepskin scroll. Give me the sheepskin scroll, Lin Feng said. Hua Mengdai hurriedly handed the sheepskin scroll to Lin Feng. Lin Feng unfolded the sheepskin scroll, and then perfectly stuck it to the mark on the second stone door. The sheepskin scroll emitted waves of violent fluctuations. Soon, the sheepskin scroll merged with the stone door and became a part of the second stone door. Crack, crack, the second stone door began to open on its own. The second stone door opened to both sides. A huge cave appeared in their line of sight. Lin Feng and the others stood outside the cave and looked inside. Inside the cave, it was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. No one knew where it led to. Do you know who left behind this secret plane? Lin Feng looked at Hua Mengdai and asked. Hua Mengdai shook her head and said, I don't know. The only thing I know is that the sheepskin scroll will bring us to a secret plane. I don't know anything else. Lin Feng said, then let's be careful. I don't know if there is any danger in this cave. He was the first to walk into the cave, and the others followed closely behind Lin Feng. As they entered the cave, Lin Feng suddenly felt a cold aura surging from the depths. He looked at the depths with a dignified expression. Lin Feng felt that the depths were definitely not simple. Perhaps some terrifying existence was born there. Not long after, they saw a huge mountain belly, and then the group entered the mountain belly. In the middle of the mountain belly, there was a distorted black ball of light. Jia 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 jia, a sinister laughter came from the black ball of light, and then the black ball of light turned into a black-robed cultivator. Yin God, it's a Yin God. Everyone, be careful. Hua Mingdia's face suddenly changed, and then she reminded them. This was not the first time Lin Feng saw a Yin God. This kind of terrifying creature lived in the darkness, and was formed from the evil thoughts of a peerless expert after they died. It represented the most evil power in the world. However, Lin Feng had never seen such a powerful Yin God. The space around this Yin god was distorted, and the cultivation of this Yin god was so strong that it made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. "Thank you for opening the cave's stone door," the Yin god said in a sinister voice. Lin Feng and the others' expressions changed. This Yin god actually took the initiative to talk to them. One had to know that Yin gods were formed from evil thoughts, and generally did not have a consciousness, only a killing intent. Therefore, Yin gods would constantly attack and kill the cultivators around them. However, this Yin god in front of them was obviously not so simple. It already had a complete consciousness, just like a cultivator. Once a terrifying and evil creature like a Yin god had a complete consciousness, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. Lin Feng said with a fake smile, "There's no need to thank us, helping others is the source of happiness." Lin Feng prayed that this Yin god would not attack them, because if a battle broke out, many of them would die in the hands of this Yin god. The Yin god said in a sinister voice, "You are my benefactors, how can I not thank you? Do you see the stone room in the depths of the mountain? It contains the inheritance of a Tao Lord, do you want to obtain it? Is that person the Tao Master?" Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. It was said that great emperor-level experts would choose to dissipate after they died. That was because they didn't want to die. Their souls would be enslaved by the netherworld. However, experts who had surpassed the great emperor realm would die in the netherworld. No netherworld beings would dare to approach them. Once they died, their souls would dissipate from the world. All that was left was a complete body. Just like the mysterious existence before them. Nangong Yuchi continued, "That Yin god is most likely the manifestation of this Tao Lord's evil thoughts. Even an existence like this Tao Lord is unable to clear his mind of all distracting thoughts. I'm afraid there's no one else in this world who can do that." Lin Feng said, "The hardest thing to understand is the human heart. The human heart will change with time, or with the occurrence of certain events. Everyone has two selves in their hearts. One is righteous, and the other is evil. However, the righteous heart suppresses the evil heart. That's human nature. However, some people's inner world is filled with evil, suppressing their righteous heart. That's why it's very easy for a bad person to become a good person, or for a good person to become a bad person. Powerful experts like the Taoist master also have their own selfish desires and things that they covet. Only when a person has no desires can they achieve a pure heart. But in this world, who can have no desires? Even the eminent monks of Buddhism can't do that because they want to become Buddhas. That's the desire in their hearts." Everyone nodded when they heard Lin Feng's words. It was indeed as Lin Feng had said. In the world, no one could truly have no desires. No one could truly let go of everything. In truth, desire was the greatest motivation for a person to move forward. However, from another perspective, desire was also the source of evil. Therefore, as long as a person had desires, then evil would be born in his inner world. The desolate golden python said, "I wonder if we can get close to this corpse." Normally, these experts' corpses couldn't be approached because even after they died, they still exuded a terrifying aura. If a cultivator approached them rashly, they would definitely suffer a calamity. "We'll know once we try." Nangong Yuchi carefully walked towards the mysterious Tao Master's corpse. However, as soon as he arrived 20 meters away from the Tao Lord's corpse, a terrifying aura spread out. It was as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas as it rushed toward Nangong Yuchi. Nangong Yuchi was shocked, and she wanted to dodge the powerful attack. However, he was horrified to find that it was already too late. At that moment, Nangong Yuchi felt like a small boat in the middle of the ocean. They could be knocked over by the waves at any time and sink to the bottom of the sea. Nangong Yuchi even felt that she was doomed. At this time, Nangong Yuchi suddenly felt a pair of strong hands wrap around her small waist. Then, a strong masculine aura came over. That kind of masculine aura. Nangong Yuchi felt dizzy. "It's him." Nangong Yuchi saw Lin Feng's handsome face. Originally, Nangong Yuchi liked to ridicule Lin Feng when she had nothing to do. Of course, she didn't have any ill intentions. She just liked to attack Lin Feng. However, after knowing Lin Feng's true strength, Nangong Yuchi felt a strange feeling whenever she faced Lin Feng. That strange feeling made Nangong Yuchi's heart palpitate. Which woman didn't yearn for love? Even the female cultivators of the fairy great world. They also yearned for love. Lin Feng was young, handsome, powerful, and had a good personality. Once these women came into contact with Lin Feng, they would easily fall for him. Although Nangong Yuqi had a fiery temper, she was still a woman. She also felt like she had fallen for him. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know what Nangong Yuqi was thinking about him. Lin Feng hadn't thought about that from the beginning to the end. Lin Feng had a good impression of Nangong Yuqi, who had a fiery temper, a straightforward personality, and a fiery temper. Therefore, he naturally couldn't just watch Nangong Yuqi suffer. After Lin Feng hugged Nangong Yuqi, he hurriedly retreated. He dodged the powerful pressure emitted by the mysterious Tao Master's corpse. "Are you hurt?" Lin Feng let go of Nangong Yuqi and asked. After leaving Lin Feng's embrace, Nangong Yuqi actually felt a sense of loss. There was a voice in her heart telling her that she really wanted Lin Feng to hug her for a while longer. That was the truest thought in Nangong Yuqi's heart. This thought made Nangong Yuqi panic a little. "I'm fine. Thank you, Lin Gongzi," Nangong Yuqi said. Seeing Nangong Yuqi, who had a fiery temper, become so gentle, Lin Feng was still a little unaccustomed to it. "It's good that you're fine," Lin Feng said. Then, he looked at the Tao Master's corpse. Hua Mengdai said, "We can't get close to the Tao Master's corpse. Let's kneel and pay our respects. If there's someone among us who's fated with the Tao Master, we might be able to get close to the corpse. If not, we can't force it. We need to leave this place," Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded. Then, everyone knelt in front of the Tao Master's corpse and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. Shua. Suddenly, a Tao light was emitted from the Tao Master's body. The Tao light entered Lin Feng's body. Then, it fused with Lin Feng's body. Lin Gongzi has obtained the Tao Master's recognition. Hua Mengdai and the others were pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng smiled. "I didn't expect to be so lucky." Then, he bowed to the Tao Master again. Then, Lin Feng stood up and went to the Tao Master's side. He saw a jade pendant hanging on the Tao Master's waist. Lin Feng took the jade pendant off. He saw 4 words written on the jade pendant. These 4 words were Yuan Qing Tao Master, Yuan Qing Tao Master? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He passed the jade pendant to Hua Mengdai and the others. After passing it around, Hua Mengdai said, "There are 3 Tao Masters in Taoism. Tai Ching Heavenly Lord Yuanshi, Prime Qing Heavenly Lord Lingbao, and Yu Qing Heavenly Lord Taisheng Lao Jun. In the Qing generation, I've never heard of this Yuan Qing Tao Master." The Qing generation was the generation of the first generation disciples of Taoist Hongjun, Heavenly Lord Lingbao, and Taisheng Lao Jun. As everyone knew, Taoist Hongjun had 3 disciples. They were Heavenly Lord Yuanshi, also known as Pangu, Heavenly Lord Lingbao, and Taisheng Lao Jun. There was no 4th disciple. Indeed, as Hua Mengdai had said, the identity of Taoist Yuan Qing was a mystery. Could it be that Taoist Hongjun had a 4th disciple? It was just that this 4th disciple was relatively low-key, so even in the scriptures, there was no record of Taoist Yuan Qing, but thinking about it, it didn't seem right. No matter how low-key he was still Taoist Hongjun's disciple. He was also in existence on the same level as the Taoist 3 Pure Ones. How could there be no record of him? So it was really a mystery. Lin Feng couldn't figure out the identity of this person, so he simply didn't try to guess the identity of this person. Lin Feng didn't like to make a fuss over nothing. The jade pendant was passed around and returned to Lin Feng's hand. This jade pendant was nothing special. It was just an ordinary jade pendant. Lin Feng looked at Taoist Yuan Qing. "I didn't mean to offend you. If I have disturbed you in any way, please forgive me." Lin Feng clasped his fists. Then he searched Taoist Yuan Qing's body. He originally wanted to find something like a storage ring, but he couldn't find it. In the end, he only found a scroll. He opened the scroll and found a small word written on it. 1 Qi into 3 Pure Ones. All the laws are destroyed. The heavenly Tao is clear. Reincarnation is eternal. Lin Feng looked at this small word in confusion. He didn't know what the meaning of this small word was. "I found this thing. Lin Feng handed the scroll to Hua Mengdai. Hua Mengdai and the others looked at the small word on the scroll and memorized it in their hearts. Then they returned the scroll to Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Some powerful cultivators won't pass their inheritance to others casually. Instead, they need to let the person who obtains the opportunity to comprehend it. If you have the ability to comprehend it, you can get this inheritance. If you don't have the ability to comprehend it, you are destined to have no fate with this inheritance." At this time, Lin Feng thought of a chant that he had obtained from the mysterious demon master in the underworld. Immeasurable, immortals and demons are not allowed. This passage was extremely profound and difficult to understand. After such a long time, Lin Feng was still unable to comprehend the meaning of this chant. The Tao of a fiend master was not so easy to comprehend. The little poem that Yuan Qing Taoist master had passed down was very similar to the 8-word incantation that the mysterious devil lord had passed down. "We can't stay here for long. Let's go," Lin Feng said. The others nodded. Taoist master Yuan Qing's inheritance had been obtained. As for whether or not one could comprehend it, that was a personal matter. It would depend on one's luck in the future. There was no need for Lin Feng and the others to continue staying here. The group of them bowed towards Taoist master Yuan Qing's corpse. Then, he retreated. Soon, they were back outside. The primordial golden python turned into a huge python and rolled in the lake. Lin Feng, Hua Mengdai, Nangong Yuqi, and the others left the lake. After entering the forest, Lin Feng said, "Fairies, all good things must come to an end. Let's bid farewell here. This parting is also the beginning of our next reunion. This space is very dangerous. I hope all of you will be more careful. Lin Gongzi should also be more careful." Hua Mengdai and the others said, feeling reluctant to part. "This is the ancient star map that leads to our fairy great world. If Lin Gongzi travels through the stars in the future and passes by the star region where our fairy great world is located, please make a trip to our fairy great world. At that time, we will definitely treat Lin Gongzi well." Hua Mengdai handed a jade tube to Lin Feng. The jade tube recorded the star coordinates of the fairy great world and the method to get there. "Good. If I pass by the fairy great world, I will definitely pay a visit." Lin Feng put away the jade tube and said with a smile. He did not stay. Soon, he left. The reason why Lin Feng chose to part with Hua Mengdai, Nangong Yuqi, and the others was because he knew that he would encounter some big battles in the future. For example, the people of the Zhao family in the Undying Realm, the 12 Dark Knights, and the others might come to find trouble with him. Lin Feng could come and go freely by himself. Even if he was no match for them, he could also escape smoothly. If he stayed with Hua Mengdai, Nangong Yuqi, and the others, it would only harm them. Seeing Lin Feng leave, Hua Mengdai, Nangong Yuqi, and the others felt a sense of loss. They sorted out their feelings and quickly left. After finding a cave, Lin Feng carefully comprehended the words on the scroll. "One Qi into 3 pure ones. All things are destroyed. The heavenly Tao is clear. Reincarnation is eternal." Lin Feng kept reciting the words. "One Qi into 3 pure ones, 1 Qi into 3 pure ones, 1 Qi into 3 pure ones." Lin Feng found that the first line of the words seemed to be a bit special. Every time he recited these 5 words, he would say them out loud. A strange feeling would surge in his heart. However, that feeling was very faint. When Lin Feng wanted to carefully savor that special feeling, he found that special feeling had disappeared. Could the secret be hidden in these words? Lin Feng looked at the first line of the scroll and could not help but ponder. The immortal path to heaven. Connecting to the 9 heavens. The immortal path appears, the heavenly realm appears, the soul enters the 9 heavens, observe the 33 heavens. At this time, the sound of the great Tao resounded throughout the world. Lin Feng's spirit suddenly shook. He quickly rushed out of the cave where he was in seclusion and looked into the distance. He vaguely saw that in the northwest direction, a mysterious and ancient immortal path had appeared. That immortal path was shrouded in immortal fog, full of a mysterious feeling. After seeing that immortal path, Lin Feng was very shocked. That immortal path. It should be the rumored immortal path to heaven. Whoosh, Lin Feng soared into the sky and quickly flew toward the immortal path to heaven. The biggest secret, the most amazing opportunity. They were all on the immortal path to heaven. Therefore, the cultivators who entered this mysterious space to cultivate. They all hoped to enter the immortal path to heaven. Lin Feng arrived at that area. The white fog was dreamy, and the sound of the Tao resounded throughout the world. Restrictions shrouded the world, blocking the path of the cultivators. A large number of cultivators gathered here, all wanting to enter the immortal path to heaven. Although the immortal path to heaven has appeared, it's not easy to find it. A purple-clothed cultivator said aloud. It's clearly inside. A cultivator said. In that case, the immortal path we see is not the immortal path to heaven at all? Even if the restriction here disappears, we are destined to be unable to find the immortal path to heaven? A cultivator asked. Many people looked at the purple-robed cultivator. Everyone came for the immortal path to heaven. If they saw it, they were destined to be unable to enter it. Naturally, they were extremely disappointed. The purple-robed cultivator said, of course not. There are still some differences between the immortal path to heaven and the mirage. Everyone looked at the purple-robed cultivator in confusion. The purple-robed cultivator said, it is not impossible to find the immortal path to heaven. For most people, even more than 90%, it is destined to be like a mirage, like a dream. However, there will be a small number of people who are luckier. They will be able to find a way to enter the immortal path to heaven and then enter it. In that case, there is hope for us too. A cultivator heaved a sigh of relief. More and more cultivators gathered from all directions, wanting to enter the immortal path to heaven. Of course, some cultivators who were further away did not hear the Tao sound, nor did they see the immortal path to heaven that appeared in the void. Those cultivators were destined to not be able to enter the immortal path to heaven. The immortal path to heaven emitted waves of violent fluctuations. The illusory ancient path seemed to be becoming more and more real. Rumor has it that the end of the immortal path to heaven is the legendary ethereal heavenly realm, a cultivator said. When he said the two words heavenly realm, his voice suddenly became much louder. The heavenly realm was the highest realm in this universe. The secret of immortality. The way to become an immortal. The supreme inheritance. Countless opportunities. Countless beauties. Countless wealth. They were all in the heavenly realm. That was the cradle of experts. No one did not want to enter the ethereal heavenly realm. But there was nothing they could do. The heavenly realm was too mysterious for the cultivators of other worlds. Some forces of the great worlds might have grasped the ancient star map to enter the undying realm. But no one knew how to enter the heavenly realm. No one knew where the heavenly realm was. If one's soul can enter the heavenly realm, if one can quickly seize the body of some cultivators in the heavenly realm, one can enter the heavenly realm. A cultivator said. It wasn't as if no one had tried this method before. There were many cultivators who wanted to enter the heaven realm, but they had no way to do so, so they would use this method. In fact, this method was extremely dangerous. First, the cultivator's soul entered the heavenly realm. The connection between his soul and his physical body would be severed. Once the connection with the physical body was severed, the soul might very quickly vanish into thin air. Of course, there was also the possibility that they would turn into ghosts. If that happened, it would be worse than death. Therefore, after entering the heaven realm, he had to quickly find a target to possess. However, the time was too short, and it was too difficult to find a target to possess. And finding a suitable target that he was satisfied with would be even more difficult. Additionally, even if he could find other cultivators, whether or not he could possess them was an extremely important matter. If he tried to possess them, he might end up being killed off by them. Therefore, in the long years, some of the soul bodies that took the risk to enter the heaven realm often ended up with extremely miserable fates. Of course, there were also some who were reborn in the heaven realm. However, such existences were simply too rare. They could be described as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Fellow Taoist, there are many people who have the same idea as you. However, the end result is often death. If you really have such a plan, you have to consider it carefully. A cultivator said. A series of immortal voices came from afar. A group of top experts had arrived. It's the people from the Undying Realm, someone said, recognizing the identity of this group of people. There were about 100 of them, and each of them was very powerful. Lin Feng even saw the group of Undying Realm cultivators that he had seen before. They were also among them. The Undying Realm was ranked first in the 3,000 Great Worlds. It was rumored that there were immortals overseeing this great world. Naturally, it was a world that received a lot of attention. After the experts from the Undying Realm arrived, many people's gazes turned to the group of cultivators from the Undying Realm. I heard that Zhao Ming from the Zhao family of the Undying Realm was killed by a cultivator. Now, the Zhao family has sent many experts to hunt down that kid. A cultivator said. Yes, I've heard about this as well. It's been spreading like wildfire. It said that Zhao Shen, who was sent by the Zhao family to kill that kid, was also killed by that kid. Another cultivator said. I really didn't expect that someone would dare to attack the cultivators from the Undying Realm. Could it be someone from the 3 paramount realms? Someone voiced out the doubt in his heart. It's not someone from the 3 paramount realms. The other party's origin is very mysterious. He didn't reveal where he came from. He's probably a cultivator from a great world. Another person said. I also heard another thing. It said that the Dark Worlds and Yeshang was killed by someone. And Yeshang's elder brother was one of the Dark World's 12 Dark Knights. Now, the 12 Dark Knights are scattered everywhere, looking for that kid's whereabouts. At this time, a cultivator mentioned another matter. There's such a thing? No wonder the 12 Dark Knights have been appearing in various areas recently. Who's the person who killed in Yeshang? Someone asked. The cultivator said. I'm not sure, but it said that the cultivator who killed in Yeshang seems to be related to someone from the Fairy Great World. Has that person been found? Someone asked. For now, he hasn't been found. He's probably hiding somewhere and doesn't dare to come out. The cultivator continued. Roar. A deep roar came from afar. A dark knight riding a draconic rhinoceros beast charged over. It's in Yeshang. Some cultivators cried out in alarm, recognizing the newcomer. The 12 Dark Knights had obtained the legacy of the Devil Lord of Darkness. Thus, each of them was very heaven-defying. The outside world had always spread rumors that the 12 Dark Knights were strong enough to fight against the terrifying existences of the celestial plane. The draconic rhinoceros beast stopped in midair. And Yeshang's expression was extremely gloomy. He had been searching for Lin Feng for a long time, but he couldn't find any clues. It was as if Lin Feng had disappeared from the face of the earth, causing In Yeshang to feel very depressed. Now that the immortal path to heaven had appeared, In Yeshang had no choice but to come here temporarily. Entering the immortal path to heaven was the most important thing. Not long after In Yeshang arrived, a woman walked over from afar, shrouded in immortal light. She was as pure and holy as a fairy from the 9 heavens. It's a fairy from the celestial plane. This heaven realm fairy was the only heaven realm cultivator to walk out of the immortal path to heaven. Previously, she had chased after the stone sword, but in the end, she was unable to obtain it. By coincidence, the stone sword was obtained by Lin Feng. The arrival of the heaven realm fairy stunned too many people. This woman was simply too beautiful. That beautiful figure and perfect immortal face could be said to be peerless. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was her identity. She came from the heaven realm. It was a fleeting world. This world had too many mysteries and too many extraordinary things. It was a world that countless cultivators yearned for. Just like the heaven realm fairy, she had too many secrets. She was full of mystery. It made people involuntarily want to get close to her. Then, they would explore her secrets. The heaven realm fairy seemed to not feel the countless gazes around her. She stood in the void and looked towards the immortal path to heaven in the distance. No one knew what she was thinking. This woman was hazy and didn't seem to be from this world. This woman is very scary. Lin Feng stood in the distance and observed the heaven realm fairy. Previously, when the heaven realm fairy snatched the stone sword, she had already displayed part of her strength. The heaven realm fairy's cultivation was definitely tyrannical. Among all the people present, it was probably difficult to find someone who dared to say that they could defeat the heaven realm fairy, including the Dark Knight and Yetian. Boom! Waves of violent fluctuations came from afar. The Yin-Yang Dao diagram flew across the sky and then blasted towards a mountain peak. What a huge Yin-Yang Dao diagram! Many people couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the Yin-Yang Dao diagram. The Yin-Yang Dao diagram covered an area of more than 10 acres. The area was huge. It emitted a wave of energy that could destroy the world. It was abnormally powerful and terrifying. Whoosh! Many cultivators quickly soared into the sky from the mountain peak, dodging the attack of the Yin-Yang Dao diagram. The huge Yin-Yang Dao diagram blasted onto the mountain peak. The mountain peak instantly collapsed. After the Yin-Yang Dao diagram shattered the mountain peak, it turned into the appearance of a cultivator. It was a young master wearing a Yin-Yang robe. His eyes were very strange. The left eye was completely white. The right eye was completely black in color. Normal people's eyes were white and black. Xianxia of the Yin-Yang world. Some of the cultivators there were shocked as they recognized the cultivator. He was a peerless expert from the world of Yin-Yang. His strength was simply unfathomable. It was rumored that Xianxia had a Yin-Yang saint body. This was an extremely powerful physique, and also an extremely rare physique. It was precisely because of this physique. That was why his eyes were so special. Who was he attacking? Someone muttered to himself. Xianxia was clearly attacking a cultivator. Everyone was very puzzled. They didn't know who Xianxia had a grudge with. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke a powerful existence like Xianxia. Brat, have you thought about how you want to die? Xianxia's eyes were cold as he locked onto Lin Feng. His voice was filled with endless killing intent. It's him. Who is he? Many people looked at Lin Feng. They were very puzzled. They didn't know who Lin Feng was, nor did they know why Lin Feng had a grudge with Xianxia. It's him. I remember now. I've seen this brat some time ago. At that time, a group of people from the world of Yin-Yang saw that he was alone and wanted to kill him to obtain the magic he cultivated. Who would have thought that this brat's strength was so extraordinary that he actually killed a group of people from the world of Yin-Yang? Xianxia is probably taking revenge for the dead cultivators from the world of Yin-Yang. A cultivator said. This brat is really unlucky. Xianxia's cultivation is very strong, and he's ruthless. Now that Xianxia has found him, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape today. Yeah, but I wonder how Xianxia will kill him. Will he kill him directly, or will he torture him before killing him? Many people discussed. They were all guessing how Lin Feng would be killed by Xianxia. These people weren't optimistic about Lin Feng's chances because Lin Feng's life aura was too young. Moreover, Lin Feng seemed to be only at the heavenly god stage. Therefore, the surrounding cultivators naturally didn't think that Lin Feng could defeat Xianxia. Brat, I've finally found you. At this moment, a cold voice came from the group of cultivators from the Undying Realm. A cultivator stepped out and looked at Lin Feng with eyes that flashed with killing intent. Zhao Qing, a top expert from the Zhao clan of the Undying Realm. He entered this space to train 1,000 years ago. This time, he entered again to find the cultivator who killed Zhao Ming. Could that brat be the one who killed Zhao Ming? One of the cultivators cried out in alarm. Not just Zhao Ming, even Zhao Shen who went to kill him was killed by him. This brat's cultivation is definitely not as simple as we thought. Someone else said. Brat, I've been looking for you for a long time. Now that I've finally found you, don't worry, I won't let you die a quick death. I'll let you taste endless pain before you die. Zhao Qing walked toward Lin Feng step by step, looking at Lin Feng with eyes that flashed with cold killing intent. Roar, the roar shook the heavens and the earth. The draconic rhinoceros beast's roar shook heaven and earth. The huge creature stepped on the void and walked toward Lin Feng. Dark Knight and Yetian emitted a cold killing intent. He was also targeting Lin Feng and wanted to kill Lin Feng. Dark Knight and Yetian is also targeting that brat? Could it be that he was the one who killed in Yesheng? Another cultivator said. Heavens, this brat is really daring. He actually offended so many people from so many great factions. Now that he's surrounded by 3 great experts, I'm afraid he's going to die. Yeah, even if this brat's cultivation is extraordinary, there's no way he can escape from these three great experts. Many people started discussing. They looked at Lin Feng as if he was a dead man. What a gathering of monsters. Very well, all of you come at me together. I'll deal with all of you together. This will save me a lot of trouble. Lin Feng looked at the three great experts with an indifferent expression. His words caused a huge uproar. Lin Feng's words were too arrogant. He didn't care about the three great experts at all. Does this brat know what he's saying? Angering the three great experts like that is simply courting death. Everyone turned to look at Lin Feng. Everyone looked at him curiously, wondering why Lin Feng was still so arrogant in front of three experts. Could it be that he thought he was going to die, so he decided to go crazy? Thinking about it, that was indeed a possibility. Reckless fool, I really want to see how you're going to beg me to spare your dog life. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng coldly. He seemed to want to make a move on Lin Feng. Leave this kid to me, Zhao said indifferently. He also wanted to make a move on Lin Feng. Are you guys trying to snatch this prey from me? And Yetian said with an indifferent expression. Surprisingly, the three of them were arguing. They all wanted to kill Lin Feng. They wanted to kill Lin Feng not just for the sake of killing Lin Feng, but for the sake of killing Lin Feng. They were actually spying on some of Lin Feng's powerful divine abilities. After killing Lin Feng, they would search Lin Feng's soul. They would be able to obtain many divine abilities. Therefore, the three of them wanted to kill Lin Feng. No need to argue. Come at me together. I can't be bothered to attack 3 times. Lin Feng still had a very arrogant expression on his face. This guy is too arrogant, many people clicked their tongues. Lin Feng's arrogance was beyond their expectations. The 3 experts looked gloomy. They had been looked down upon by Lin Feng again and again. The 3 of them were very angry. They looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of killing intent. I can kill you within 10 moves. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng indifferently. He was extremely confident in his own strength. How dare an ant-like thing like you jump out here? Zhao sneered, extremely disdainful of Lin Feng. A lowly cultivator like you wouldn't even have the right to talk to me under normal circumstances. And Yetian became even more arrogant as he looked down at Lin Feng. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I'll let the 3 of you come at me together. I don't have time to waste on you. Lin Feng said indifferently. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xianxia, Zhao and Yetian felt like vomiting blood. They had said so much, even mocking and ridiculing Lin Feng. It seemed that Lin Feng didn't take it to heart at all. Alright, we can fulfill your wish. Cold killing intent appeared on the faces of the 3 men. They were very arrogant, so they were not willing to besiege Lin Feng. But now, they were completely enraged by Lin Feng. Therefore, he couldn't care less about anything else. They planned to besiege Lin Feng tomorrow. Of course, the 3 of them decided not to kill Lin Feng directly, because that would be letting Lin Feng off too easily. They decided to torture Lin Feng properly. They wanted to make Lin Feng beg for death. This was the only way to vent the anger in their hearts. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out. Xianxia condensed a yin-yang diagram. That yin and yang picture blotted out the sky and moved towards Lin Feng. On the other side, Zhao made his move. He condensed a scarlet golden swanny beast. That ferocious beast was surrounded by flames and threw itself at Lin Feng. And Yetian condensed a black spear. The spear pierced through the void and pierced towards Lin Feng's body. They're attacking. The 3 of them are attacking together. That kid is probably going to be killed, right? One cultivator after another exclaimed in shock. It didn't matter if it was Xianxia, Zhao or Yetian. They were all top experts. Especially Yetian. He had obtained the inheritance of the Dark Fiend Lord. His cultivation was unfathomable. Now, all of them were attacking together. In many people's opinion, Lin Feng was doomed. Facing the attacks of the 3 experts, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He kept making hand seals. Then, a long river appeared. The long river flowed from afar. In the long river, a black tortoise carrying a wordless steel swam over. The black tortoise steel. This was a powerful ability that Lin Feng had obtained before. It was extremely terrifying. He didn't know what grade it was, but Lin Feng felt that it was far more powerful than an emperor technique. Every time he used the black tortoise steel. This divine ability was extremely taxing on one's magic power. Now, Lin Feng used it again. 1/3 of his energy was instantly drained. Of course, the black tortoise steel was powerful enough. Bang! Bang, bang! Following a series of violent collisions, the black tortoise steel broke through the three experts' abilities. Then, it charged towards the three experts. The three experts' expressions changed. They didn't expect Lin Feng's attack to be so powerful. They quickly used their abilities to block Lin Feng's black tortoise steel. However, the black tortoise steel was so powerful that it sent the three experts flying. Oh my god, it can't be, right? That kid is so powerful? Fighting 1 against 3, and even repelling all 3 experts? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Everyone had an extremely shocked expression on their faces. Weak, you're too weak, Lin Feng sneered. He locked onto Xianxia and quickly rushed over to kill him. Yin-yang diagram. Xianxia couldn't help but shout coldly. His body turned into a yin-yang diagram and slashed towards Lin Feng. Xianxia's cultivation was indeed powerful. However, Lin Feng felt that this person's strength should be about the same as a Boundary Emperor realm cultivator who had reached the 30th to 40th stone steps. Zhaoqing should be around this level of strength as well. As for Inyetian, he should be about the same as a Boundary Emperor realm cultivator who had reached the 40th to 50th stone steps. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't estimate which level he was at. It was just his guess. Lin Feng's current strength was about the same as a Boundary Emperor realm cultivator who had reached the 50th to 60th stone steps. Therefore, the three of them were no match for Lin Feng. Of course, the three of them were also peerless geniuses. They were only in the giant god realm, but they had such heaven-defying strength. The three of them were the top geniuses, but they encountered Lin Feng. Lin Feng was an even more monstrous existence. At this moment, Lin Feng used the Great Fate technique. The power of fate coiled around his palm. Then, Lin Feng threw a punch at the yin-yang diagram that Xianxia had turned into. Bang, along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. Lin Feng's tyrannical attack landed on the yin-yang diagram that Xianxia had turned into. The attack directly knocked Xianxia back to his human form. Barf, Xianxia couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng instantly appeared in front of Xianxia and slapped his palm towards Xianxia's head. That tyrannical blow directly slammed into Xianxia's head, causing it to explode. Xianxia was dead. His body dissipated halfway through the fall. As for Lin Feng, he directly devoured Xianxia's soul. Xianxia's death caused a huge commotion. It was common knowledge that Xianxia's cultivation was very strong. However, Xianxia was so powerful that he couldn't even resist Lin Feng. He was killed by Lin Feng. It was unbelievable and shocking. Everyone's face was filled with deep shock and emotion. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Who is that kid? How can he be so strong? Is he also from the celestial realm? Maybe he came from the Shenhuang realm? The spectating cultivators were in an uproar. They began to discuss Lin Feng's identity. Despite being besieged by 3 great experts and in such a dangerous situation, Lin Feng was still able to kill Xianxia so casually. The combat strength that Lin Feng had displayed was beyond everyone's imagination. Now, it's the two of you, Lin Feng looked coldly at Zhaoqing and Inyetian. Especially Inyetian. Since he had obtained a part of the Dark Devil Lord's legacy, he must have some terrifying means. However, Inyetian had hidden them very well. He hadn't revealed those heaven-defying means before. However, Lin Feng believed that Inyetian would definitely use those terrifying ultimate moves against him. Kill. Lin Feng's voice was cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he charged at Inyetian and Zhaoqing. This kid is too savage. We can't hold back. Zhaoqing couldn't help but shout coldly. Fine. Let's kill him with all our strength, Inyetian said indifferently. Next, the two of them began to prepare a new attack. Zhao Qing conjured an ancient illusory world and controlled it to attack Lin Feng. The ancient illusory world was shrouded in mystery. It emitted a supreme aura and fluctuation. Undying Realm's shadow. Someone exclaimed, recognizing the illusory world formed by Zhao Qing. It was the legendary illusory world of the Undying Realm, filled with endless mysteries. After the Undying Realm's phantom was summoned, it vaguely established a connection with the Undying Realm. Above the 9 heavens, a long river appeared. That was the power of the Undying World, and all of it poured into the Undying World's shadow. The Undying Realm that Zhao Qing summoned also became more and more real. And Yetian, on the other hand, used the Demon Lord's descent divine ability. That skill turned into a dark space, and in that dark space, a gigantic cultivator walked towards Lin Feng. That mighty existence was the Dark Demon Lord. Darkness Devil Master. Born in the darkness. He was the master of darkness. Now, he stepped forward, and his aura locked onto Lin Feng. Waves of terrifying aura filled the air. Although the Darkness Demon Lord didn't have a real body and was only formed by the condensation of magical powers, it was still extremely terrifying. Many of the spectating cultivators were far away from the center of the battle. But they still couldn't bear the pressure emitted by the Darkness Demon Lord. Many of the cultivators flopped. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the Darkness Demon Lord. This divine ability should be the supreme divine ability passed down by the Darkness Demon Lord. It was an abnormally terrifying divine ability. This time, the divine ability that Zhao Qing and Yetian used was indeed powerful, and Lin Feng felt that it was troublesome. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a cold expression as he stepped forward in the void. Oh, the mighty Tao of Destiny, I am the master of the power of destiny. When destiny descends, I will become the eternity of the world, and nothing will be able to touch me. Lin Feng began to sing. He first used the great art of destiny, using it to resist the attacks of Zhao Qing and Yetian. Rumble. A loud sound shook the sky. The power of destiny seemed to have turned into a vast ocean, descending from the sky. As the second most heaven-defying great Tao among the 3,000 great Taos, the Tao of destiny was naturally terrifying. When the great art of destiny came crashing down, Zhao Qing's undying world was instantly shattered. And Yetian's Darkness Demon Lord was directly suppressed by the great art of destiny. Whoosh. Lin Feng quickly rushed in front of Zhao Qing. He decided to get rid of Zhao Qing first. Although Zhao Qing was powerful, he wasn't as much of a threat as Yetian. As long as he killed Zhao Qing, Yetian wouldn't be able to survive alone. Then, it would be much easier to kill Yetian. Lin Feng had already predicted every step of the way. So now, he had to take every step carefully. Boom, Lin Feng exploded, directly using the powerful demon Chaos Immortal art to attack Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing's expression changed. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. So he had no choice but to block Lin Feng's attack. Zhao Qing punched towards Lin Feng. Bam, the two attacks collided fiercely. Lin Feng didn't move at all, but Zhao Qing was sent flying. Lin Feng didn't give Zhao Qing any chance to resist. He quickly rushed in front of Zhao Qing and slashed out a dazzling blade light. Zhao Qing didn't have time to dodge. He only heard a ripping sound. Zhao Qing's body was directly torn into two. Zhao Qing was dead. Lin Feng devoured Zhao Qing's soul, waiting to refine it later. Zhao Qing is dead too. Too strong, really too strong. I'm afraid that Yetian can only die now. Yetian is ranked 10th among the 12 Dark Knights. His cultivation isn't considered the strongest among the 12 Dark Knights. The truly terrifying ones are the top 3. If that kid really kills Yetian, the rest of the Dark Knights won't let this matter rest. Then this is going to be interesting. If the rest of the Dark Knights attack together, even those existences from the celestial world will die at the hands of the Dark Knights. I wonder what that kid is going to do. The surrounding cultivators discussed fervently. At this moment, Lin Feng walked step by step towards Yetian. Without saying much, Lin Feng directly used the Dragon Elephant arm to attack Yetian. Demon Master's Fist. Yetian couldn't help but roar. The surface of his body was surrounded by a demonic light, and there were crackling sounds coming from within his body. And his body. In an instant. It grew rapidly. In an instant, it doubled in size. After his body grew larger, Yetian's cultivation also increased greatly. Moreover, Yetian wanted to meet Lin Feng head-on. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, Lin Feng's fist and Yetian's fist collided violently. The void trembled violently. Waves of terrifying fluctuations swept across the heaven and earth, shaking the void. Dang dang dang, Lin Feng and Yetian retreated 3 steps at the same time. Yetian's body had enlarged. Under the premise that Lin Feng used the Dracophant arm, he was actually evenly matched with Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng extremely shocked. His Dracophant arm could blow up a planet. However, it was blocked by Yetian. Yetian did not know what kind of powerful technique he had used. Lin Feng found it hard to believe that his physical body was so strong to such an extent. Yetian was actually even more shocked in his heart. This method of his could rapidly increase the strength of his physical body. In a short period of time, his physical body could even kill a real dragon. This method had been tried and tested time and time again. However, this time, he did not gain any advantage when facing Lin Feng. This made Yetian extremely shocked. He did not expect Lin Feng's physical body to be so strong. Lin Feng charged toward Yetian again. He swung his right arm and smashed it directly toward Yetian. Yetian's expression was indifferent. He did not retreat at all. At the same time, he quickly swept toward Lin Feng and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang 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 bang, the two sides suddenly collided. They continuously exchanged dozens of punches. Every collision was like 2 ancient mountains crashing into each other, causing the void to tremble violently. The battle between the two sides could be said to be extremely intense. After dozens of collisions, Lin Feng began to circulate the 5 devouring martial spirits. When the 5 devouring martial spirits circulated, the power of Lin Feng's Dracophant arm suddenly increased by 5 times. This was the peak of Lin Feng's power. He once again charged towards Yetian. Yetian did not know that Lin Feng's strength had increased by 5 times. In Yetian's opinion, his cultivation level was higher than Lin Feng's, and their physical bodies were now evenly matched. However, Lin Feng's cultivation level was lower, and the first one to give up would definitely be Lin Feng. He waited until Lin Feng showed signs of fatigue. He would be able to kill them in one hit. Yetian's wishful thinking was extremely good. But dreams were often beautiful. Reality was cruel. Bang, the two sides collided once again. This time, Yetian was directly sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Wow, he spat out a large mouthful of blood in midair. The might of the Dracophant arm had increased by 5 times. It was hard to imagine how tyrannical the Dracophant arm would be at this moment. Although Yetian's physical body was strong, it could only be compared to Lin Feng when he used the Dracophant arm. It was far from being able to compete with Lin Feng when he used the quintuple strength of Dracophant arm. Yetian was injured. Lin Feng quickly charged towards Yetian, and then punched at him. That punch directly shattered the void. If it landed on Yetian's body, he would definitely die without a burial place. Is Yetian going to be killed as well? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Many people's faces were filled with deep shock and emotion. Lin Feng's combat strength was too heaven-defying. It deeply shocked everyone. Even the unfathomable fairy of the heavenly realm looked at Lin Feng with her enchanting eyes, revealing a look of surprise. Clearly, fairy of the heavenly realm had not expected Lin Feng to be so tyrannical. It was truly beyond her expectations. Just as Lin Feng's tyrannical punch was about to kill Yetian, right at that moment, Yetian's body turned into a ball of demonic light and disappeared in an instant. Lin Feng's punch, on the other hand, landed in midair. In the next moment, Lin Feng felt a terrifying aura coming from behind him. He quickly moved to block it. Clang! A loud sound rang out. Lin Feng was sent flying by Yetian's punch, who had suddenly appeared behind him. What kind of technique is this? Lin Feng's expression sank slightly. He had clearly locked onto Yetian just now, but Yetian still managed to escape. Yetian's technique shocked Lin Feng. Do you think you can know my divine ability? Yetian looked coldly at Lin Feng. He walked towards Lin Feng. Then, he threw a punch at Lin Feng. After locking onto Yetian once again, Lin Feng threw a punch at him. This time Yetian disappeared without a trace just like before. Yetian appeared on Lin Feng's left. He condensed a long spear and held it in his hand. Then, he pierced it towards Lin Feng's body. Supreme Aura. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He instantly released his Supreme Aura. No matter how powerful Yetian was, once Lin Feng released his Supreme Aura, it would definitely be able to intimidate Yetian. Moreover, it would be able to restrict his movements. As expected, when Lin Feng released his Supreme Aura, Yetian's body was immediately restricted. The long spear he condensed was instantly shattered. Go to hell, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. He quickly rushed towards Yetian and threw a punch at him. Once again, Yetian's body turned into demonic light. He wanted to disappear without a trace. However, this time Yetian did not succeed. After his body turned into demonic light, Lin Feng's Supreme Aura imprisoned the demonic light that wanted to escape. Then, Lin Feng threw a punch at the demonic light. Yetian was beaten back to his human form by Lin Feng. In the next moment, Lin Feng arrived in front of Yetian and threw a punch at him. With a bang, Yetian's body exploded. He died on the spot. Lin Feng also devoured Yetian's soul. Then, he walked into the distance. Yetian is also dead. 3 great experts. Which one of them wasn't a top expert in their respective worlds? Now, they were all killed by a single person. That kid is too strong, isn't he? Everyone's heart seemed to have been set off by stormy waves. They could not calm down for a long time. Lin Feng sat on a mountain peak to adjust his breathing and recover. No one dared to disturb Lin Feng. Lin Feng's monstrous battle strength had stupefied everybody. 2 hours later, Lin Feng opened his eyes. After a great battle, he felt that his white tiger aura had improved. A battle of life and death could condense killing intent. It had a great effect on the cultivation of the white tiger aura. In the distance, waves of immortal light burst out. The heavenly fairy walked towards Lin Feng. Her body was surrounded by immortal light. She looked otherworldly and holy. The heavenly fairy landed on the mountain peak Lin Feng was on. You are the one who obtained the stone sword, the heavenly fairy looked at Lin Feng. Her eyes were calm. No one knew what she was thinking. Lin Feng was astonished. He hadn't thought that the celestial fairy would have noticed that he had obtained the stone sword. Lin Feng did not know why the heavenly realm fairy had found him and told him about the stone sword, but now that he was in control of the stone sword, no matter how powerful the heavenly realm fairy was, no matter how monstrous the heavenly realm fairy was, Lin Feng believed that with the power of the stone sword, he would not be afraid of the heavenly realm fairy. He was also not afraid of the heavenly realm fairies. Thus, he was not afraid of the heavenly realm fairies. The stone sword is indeed in my hands. Lin Feng nodded and said. The heavenly realm fairy said, you admitted it very straightforwardly. There's nothing to hide. Lin Feng said. You are very confident in yourself. The heavenly realm fairy looked at Lin Feng meaningfully and said. Many people are extremely confident in themselves. Lin Feng said. How did you get the stone sword? The heavenly realm fairy asked. It was obvious that she was still brooding over this matter. This was because the heavenly realm fairy knew the importance of the stone sword. She had always wanted to obtain the stone sword. She chased after it for a long time, but in the end, she did not succeed. Instead, the stone sword was obtained by Lin Feng. The heavenly realm fairy was naturally envious and jealous in her heart. Said Lin Feng. Maybe it's because he's been blessed by luck. The heavenly realm fairy knew that Lin Feng was unwilling to elaborate. She said, perhaps I can use some things to exchange with you. What do you want? You can tell me all you want. Even if it's some powerful orthodoxy in the immortal world, I can tell you. The heavenly realm fairy was very interested in the stone sword. This treasure had always been a legendary treasure. She wanted to obtain it, even if she had to pay a huge price. Lin Feng said, sorry, I don't have such plans. You can think about it again. Obtaining the orthodoxy and increasing your own strength is the most important thing. Although the stone sword is good, it is still an external object. The Heavenly Realm Fairy still did not give up and began to persuade Lin Feng, wanting to change Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng naturally did not believe the Heavenly Realm Fairy's words. Magic treasure. It was also a part of a cultivator's strength. I don't lack powerful orthodoxies, Lin Feng said. The Heavenly Realm Fairy's voice was faint. No one knew what she was thinking at this moment. The Heavenly Realm Fairy said, "Why are you so stubborn? Sometimes, you will find that a transaction is beneficial to both sides." Lin Feng said indifferently, "But everyone has the right to refuse a deal. Furthermore, I don't think the deal will benefit me. After losing the stone sword, my battle strength will be greatly weakened. It seems like you can already control the stone sword." The Heavenly Realm Fairy was very surprised. "That's right," Lin Feng said. He deliberately said it for the Heavenly Realm Fairy to hear, because the Heavenly Realm Fairy's methods were very terrifying. If the Heavenly Realm Fairy made a move, it was not certain who would win in the end. Furthermore, the Heavenly Realm Fairy definitely did not come alone. She should have companions. Her companion should be on the Heavenly Immortal Path. Once he entered the Heavenly Immortal Path, it would be even more troublesome if the Heavenly Realm Fairy summoned their companions to besiege him. Now, Lin Feng told the Heavenly Realm Fairy the news of him controlling the stone sword. "Actually, the deeper meaning is that I already control the stone sword. If I activate the stone sword, my combat strength will greatly increase. If anyone wants to snatch my stone sword, even if they succeed, at that time they will have to pay an extremely heavy price." The Heavenly Realm Fairy was a smart person. Lin Feng did not believe that she did not understand the meaning behind his words. The Heavenly Realm Fairy smiled and said, "My name is Xianxia. May I know young master's name?" The Heavenly Realm Fairy's attitude changed very quickly. Now that she took the initiative to introduce herself, who knows what she was planning. "Lin Feng." Xianxia muttered Lin Feng's name. This was the first time she had heard of this name. Thinking about how Lin Feng's extraordinary cultivation was unknown, Xianxia was very puzzled. Could it be that this guy had always been very low-key, so he was not famous? However, Xianxia quickly thought of Lin Feng's actions. He was not a low-key person. "I'll remember your name," Xianxia said. Then she left. What are they talking about? Many people looked towards the mountain peak where Lin Feng was. Lin Feng had just killed 3 great experts, so he was the center of attention. Xianxia was the Heavenly Realm Fairy, so she was the focus of attention of countless cultivators. Therefore, the two of them talked for so long, and the content of their conversation aroused the interest of many people. The news of the 3 great experts being killed quickly spread, causing a huge wave. There were rumors. A group of experts from the Undying Realm's Zhao family was rushing over, wanting to kill Lin Feng. The Yinyang 3 heroes of the Yinyang Great World were also rushing over. They also wanted to kill Lin Feng. The 12 Dark Knights were also rushing over, their target was Lin Feng. Many experts were rushing over. Everyone thought that Lin Feng would escape, but Lin Feng did not leave at all. What is this guy thinking? With so many experts here, if they were to attack together, it would be a dead end for them. Why doesn't he take advantage of the arrival of those experts to leave quickly? Does this guy think he can fight so many experts alone? A cultivator said doubtfully, not understanding what Lin Feng was thinking. Many people were talking about this matter, thinking that Lin Feng should take advantage of the situation to leave quickly. If he waited until those experts arrived, at that time, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. Lin Feng had no intention of leaving. If those experts arrived, he could have a big battle and hone his cultivation in the midst of life and death. At this moment, Lin Feng was refining the souls of the 3 great experts. There was a restriction in the depths of their souls, which had erased the memories of their souls. Therefore, Lin Feng was now refining the souls of the 3 great experts as pure soul origin to improve his soul level. After refining the soul origin of the 3 great experts, Lin Feng's soul power improved again. At this time, the restriction that enveloped the immortal path to heaven began to gradually dissipate, and soon, it was completely gone. The cultivators waiting outside immediately became excited and rushed out one after another to find the immortal path to heaven. Lin Feng also entered the area shrouded in white fog to find the immortal path to heaven. At the end of the earth, the immortal path to heaven was suspended in midair, surrounded by endless immortal light. It was very mysterious. However, Lin Feng walked for a long time, but he still could not reach the immortal path to heaven. It's really similar to the mirage. Lin Feng could not help but frown. The immortal path to heaven was really too strange. He walked for so long, but he found that the immortal path to heaven was still very far away from him. This situation was the same as the mirage. Lin Feng's expression could not help but sink. Lin Feng saw many cultivators around him. Just like him. Those cultivators couldn't get close to the path. Could it be that we're really not fated with the path? A cultivator said discontentedly. He was unusually depressed. The other cultivators couldn't help but sigh. Although they could see the path, they couldn't find it. It was like a flower in the mirror or the moon in the water. It was unattainable. Dong, at this time, the sound of a Dao bell rang between heaven and earth. Look deeper, one of the cultivators pointed towards the depths and shouted. Everyone looked in that direction. The immortal path to heaven shone with boundless immortal light. The sound of the Dao bell came from the path. A cultivator was enveloped by the immortal light and instantly disappeared into the path. Someone has entered the heavenly path. Many people were incomparably shocked. The mirage-like immortal path to heaven had actually been found by someone. My luck is so good. Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in envy. He had searched for so long without any clues, but the other party had already entered the path. Everyone had their own fortuitous encounter. The heavens couldn't always favor the same person. That was why geniuses came out in large numbers. Countless cultivators had great fortuitous encounters. Boom, not long after, a violent fluctuation came from the depths again. Then, the sound of the Dao bell rang again. Someone else entered the heavenly immortal path. Is this the good karma of our ancestors? That's why we're so lucky to find the path. Many people cried out, their tone sour. They also wanted to enter the path, but they couldn't find any clues. Lin Feng continued flying. He was still looking for the celestial path to the sky. The immortal path to heaven was too mysterious. It was extremely difficult to find it. Too many cultivators didn't have any clues. As he continued to go deeper, many powerful restrictions appeared in the world of white fog. There were also many terrifying space-time rifts. Many cultivators met with calamities and died here. When Lin Feng passed by a canyon, he felt a sinister and terrifying aura enveloping his body. Lin Feng was astonished. What kind of terrifying creature had appeared and was staring at him? Swoosh! In the next moment, a cold light split the void and slashed at Lin Feng. It was a huge claw, but that claw was too strange. It was like an incomparably sharp longsword. A fierce beast split the void and attacked Lin Feng. The fierce beast's body was very similar to a velociraptor's. It had a pair of huge wings, and its left claw was very sharp. It flickered with a cold light. The right claw was very special. It was shaped like a sword. He didn't know what kind of creature it was. It was very good. Before it showed itself, Lin Feng didn't know where it was hiding. This was enough to explain a lot. Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. When the terrifying attack was about to reach him, a defensive crystal wall appeared in front of him. The terrifying attack slammed into the defensive crystal wall. Poochie. The defensive crystal wall was immediately torn apart. However, it slowed down the speed of the attack towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly retreated, putting some distance between him and the terrifying creature. The terrifying creature quickly pounced at Lin Feng. Its sword-like claws slashed at Lin Feng. The void was torn apart. The strength of this creature shocked Lin Feng. It was too strong. Lin Feng's facial expression became grave and solemn. He didn't choose to fight this creature head-on. Instead, he chose to retreat. This creature didn't want to let Lin Feng go. It continued to pounce at Lin Feng. If it didn't kill Lin Feng, it wouldn't stop. Lin Feng dodged and evaded the creature's attacks. After more than 30 rounds, the creature finally rushed in front of Lin Feng. Good. Lin Feng's mouth curled into a cold killing intent. He had been avoiding the creature's attacks because he wanted to find its weakness. Now, Lin Feng had found the creature's weakness. The creature arrived in front of Lin Feng. Its terrifying attack landed on Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. He had just used the Great Void technique, one of the 3,000 Great Daos. Then, he instantly tore through the void and left. In the next moment, Lin Feng arrived behind the terrifying creature and punched at it. This terrifying creature's entire body was covered in a shell. Its defense must be extremely strong. After Lin Feng observed for a while, he found that the shell on the creature's back was weaker. That place should be the creature's Achilles heel. Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on the creature's weak spot. With a poochie sound, the powerful fist force penetrated the weakest part of the shell on the creature's back. The creature's corpse quickly fell to the ground. Lin Feng waved his hand and wrapped the creature's corpse. He took its origin and left. In this world of white fog, danger was everywhere. The deeper one went, the more powerful creatures appeared. Lin Feng saw a group of hundreds of cultivators being surrounded by bloodthirsty demonic wolves. In the end, they were all wiped out. Lin Feng saw the fire origin bugs blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Everywhere it passed, all creatures turned into withered bones, truly dangerous to the extreme. The situation before him could be said to be dangerous everywhere. Every step was dangerous. One wrong step could lead to eternal damnation. Lin Feng went to many places to find the immortal path to heaven, but he failed. Could it be that I really have no fate with the immortal path to heaven? Lin Feng was unusually depressed. The immortal path to heaven had the greatest opportunity. However, he had no fate to enter the immortal path to heaven. It was a great regret. Lin Feng originally wanted to see if he could break through to the giant god realm after entering the immortal path to heaven. But now, it seemed that this plan was going to be put on hold. He lay down on a smooth rock to rest. At this time, a woman flew over from above. After seeing the woman, Lin Feng sat up immediately. The woman was none other than Xianxia. Lin Feng didn't expect to see Xianxia here. He originally thought that she had entered the immortal path to heaven long ago. This woman dared to walk out of the immortal path to heaven. She must have a way to return. Otherwise, she would be trapped in this mysterious space until her death. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Thinking of this, he used the Great Void technique and hid in the void, following behind Xianxia. For some reason, Xianxia had yet to enter the immortal path to heaven. This woman was full of secrets. Lin Feng had hidden himself very well. The Great Void technique was truly powerful. Even Xianxia had not discovered Lin Feng's whereabouts. A day later, Xianxia entered a valley. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He did not know why Xianxia had entered the valley. He waited for a while, but found that there was no movement inside. Lin Feng could not help but frown. Why had Xianxia not come out for so long? Lin Feng also quietly entered the valley. As soon as he entered the valley, Xianxia flew out from a cave in the valley. Then, Xianxia glanced in the direction where Lin Feng was hiding. It seemed to be an unintentional glance, but Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. He felt that Xianxia had discovered him. Xianxia soared into the sky and flew away as fast as lightning. And just as Lin Feng was about to chase after Xianxia, a flame-sacred beast rushed out from the cave. It was actually a fire luan. Fire luan was a branch of the Phoenix clan. It had the blood of the phoenix flowing in its veins. It was an extremely terrifying existence. Its body contained the powerful bloodline of a sacred beast. Screech! After the fire luan flew out, its sharp claws directly clawed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. He had hidden in the void, but this fire luan had still seen him. This fire luan was really too terrifying. Lin Feng hurriedly operated the arms of dragon and elephant, attacking the fire luan. Bang! He and the fire luan collided. Then, he was sent flying by the fire luan. This fire luan's cultivation was really too strong. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He turned and flew away. The fire luan said coldly, "Despicable human cultivators, you stole my treasure. I'm going to kill you all." The fire luan quickly chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng shouted gloomily, "It was that woman who stole your treasure." What does that have to do with me? You two are in cahoots. I'll kill you first, then go after that woman. The fire yuan was filled with killing intent. Now, Lin Feng knew that he had been tricked by Xianxia. Originally, Lin Feng thought that Xianxia had not discovered him. But now it seemed that Xianxia had already discovered him. It's just that Xianxia didn't say anything. Xianxia wanted to steal the fire yuan's treasure, although she didn't know what kind of treasure it was. But that treasure was something that Xianxia had schemed to obtain. It must be extraordinary. Now that the fire yuan had mistaken him for Xianxia's accomplice, it was exactly what Xianxia wanted. Xianxia took advantage of this fire yuan's pursuit to escape without a trace. It was really killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Lin Feng didn't plan to continue fighting with the fire yuan. He knew that he was no match for this fire yuan. So, Lin Feng simply took out the stone sword. Holding the stone sword, he looked at the fire yuan with a cold expression. Then, he said coldly, "Fire yuan, I have the stone sword. Do you really want to fight me to the death?" After seeing the stone sword, the fire yuan's eyes suddenly focused. Clearly, the fire yuan recognized the stone sword. It quickly stopped, no longer attacking Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "I'm not in cahoots with that woman. I've also been tricked by her. She stole your treasure. It's not too late to go after her now." "Fine, I'll believe you for now," the fire yuan said coldly. It was unknown whether this guy really believed Lin Feng's words, or if it was just looking for a way out. The fire yuan quickly rushed into the distance, and soon disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng used the Great Void technique and tailed the fire yuan. This time, Lin Feng was a little further away from the fire yuan to avoid being discovered. The fire yuan should be able to sense the stolen treasure, so it could sense Xianxia's whereabouts. After chasing for a day and a night, Lin Feng saw Xianxia's figure. "Despicable human, hand over the treasure, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." The fire yuan roared angrily. "Take it back if you can." Xianxia sneered and continued to rush into the depths. By this time, the fire yuan had already caught up to Xianxia. It was very difficult for her to shake off the fire yuan. The fire yuan divine bird used the fire yuan claw and directly clawed at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression darkened slightly, and she waved her hand gently. In front of her, the space distorted. Her ability was called spatial folding. It was an extremely profound immortal art. This immortal technique could cause space to overlap with each other. When the opponent blasted all kinds of attacks, they would be swallowed up by the overlapping space. The fire yuan's fire yuan claw collided with Xianxia's spatial folding. The fire yuan claw was immediately swallowed up by the overlapping space floating in front of Xianxia. What a powerful technique. Lin Feng's face was full of shock. He felt that this divine ability called spatial folding was somewhat similar to the Great Banishing technique. But obviously, there were also great differences. The Great Banishing art banished other things into a parallel space. However, the Great Banishing art didn't work every time. If the opponent's attack was too powerful, it obviously couldn't banish the opponent's attack into a parallel space. However, this spatial folding was different. No matter how powerful the opponent's attack was, it would be swallowed up as soon as it touched the folded space. Unless one could destroy the folded space with absolute power, there was no way to destroy it. This was the terrifying aspect of the spatial folding. Immortal arts were the sublimation of the Great Tao. The 3,000 Great Taos were the foundation of the Great Tao. Lin Feng even guessed. The spatial folding might have used a part of the Great Banishing Arts Tao. Of course, there were other Taos. Several different Taos formed the spatial folding divine ability. Lin Feng also discovered something else. After using the spatial folding, Xianxia's lips kept moving. She was obviously chanting an incantation. Rumble, at this moment, a blurry ancient road descended from the 9 heavens. The end of the ancient road was connected to the immortal path to the heavens. Heavens, Xianxia can actually summon an ancient road to the immortal path to the heavens. The ancient road appeared and floated in the air, emitting violent waves. "I'm done playing with you." The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up into a cold smile. She stepped onto the ancient road and glanced in the direction of Lin Feng. She obviously knew that Lin Feng was hiding nearby. This woman's methods were extraordinary. Her spatial folding ability had yet to dissipate, and she wanted to use this ability to stop the Fire Luan. "You can't get away," the Fire Luan could not help but roar in anger. Waves of saint power surged out of the Fire Luan's body. The Fire Luan opened its mouth and spat out a ball of destructive energy. Lin Feng guessed that the ball of energy was the Fire Luan's innate ability. It must be very powerful. Bam, the ball of energy exploded. In an instant, Inkai's spatial folding ability was destroyed. What a powerful Fire Luan! Lin Feng was very surprised. This Fire Luan's cultivation was truly terrifying. If they were to fight, even someone as powerful as Inkai would not be a match for this Fire Luan. The Fire Luan gave chase with endless flames, but the ancient road disappeared quickly. It could not catch up at all. Lin Feng also rushed out and chased after the ancient road. It's futile. Inkai stood on the ancient road and looked at Lin Feng and the Fire Luan with some pride. "Inkai, just you wait. When I catch you, I'll do it 100 times. 100 times? Lin Feng shouted. "You're courting death." Inkai could not help but glare at Lin Feng fiercely. This otherworldly woman rarely got angry, but now she was angered by Lin Feng. Great divine rainbow art. At this moment, the Fire Luan suddenly used a powerful ability, and with the Fire Luan as the starting point, a rainbow-colored divine rainbow appeared. That divine rainbow was like a rainbow that appeared after the rain. It was magnificent and extremely beautiful. The other end of the divine rainbow was connected to the end of the ancient path. Holy shit, this Fire Luan is amazing! Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He quickly flew towards the divine rainbow. The Fire Luan could not help but stare coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Brother, let's deal with that woman together." The Fire Luan nodded and stopped targeting Lin Feng. Lin Feng, on the other hand, stepped onto the divine rainbow. Seeing this scene, Inkai's face couldn't help but turn unsightly. A single Fire Luan was already hard enough for Inkai to contend against. Furthermore, with the addition of Lin Feng who controlled the stone sword, if they were really caught up, they would definitely not be a match for him. Inkai quickly rushed towards the heavenly immortal path. Lin Feng and the Fire Luan also rushed onto the ancient path. "Inkai, don't run. You won't be able to escape. After I catch you, I really want to see what kind of expression you'll have," Lin Feng said with a laugh. Originally, Lin Feng had been looking for a way to enter the heavenly immortal path, but it had all ended in failure. Now, Lin Feng finally saw the hope of entering the heavenly immortal path. Inkai took the lead and entered the heavenly immortal path. Then, Lin Feng and the Fire Luan also entered the heavenly immortal path. Immortal light flashed. The next moment, Lin Feng found himself in another world. This was a mysterious ancient path. This ancient path was surrounded by immortal qi. On both sides of the ancient path was a vast expanse of white. This is the heavenly immortal path? Lin Feng was shocked. Whoosh, after the Fire Luan entered the heavenly immortal path, it immediately rushed into the vast expanse of white. It should have sensed the location of its treasure. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then chased after it and entered the vast expanse of white on both sides of the heavenly immortal path. Why is the heavenly immortal path so strange? Is it just an ancient path? Lin Feng looked at the Fire Luan in confusion. That's right, the heavenly immortal path is an ancient path. After entering the heavenly immortal path, everyone's fortune is different, so what they see and obtain on the path is also different. Some people might obtain many precious treasures and inheritances on the heavenly immortal path. But some people might not obtain anything. The Fire Luan explained. It was a creature that lived in this mysterious space. Lin Feng guessed that this Fire Luan might have entered the heavenly immortal path before. What's with the vast expanse of white on both sides of the heavenly immortal path? Lin Feng asked. The vast expanse of white on both sides of the heavenly immortal path is very special. A place like this has many opportunities, but it's also very dangerous. This is because many places here are connected to shattered parallel spaces or worlds. Cultivators who enter here can easily be swallowed by those shattered parallel spaces or worlds. Once they're swallowed, they'll really die without a grave. Of course, other than those shattered parallel spaces and worlds, the most terrifying thing about this place is that there are many terrifying creatures hibernating here. Many of them crawled out of those shattered parallel spaces or worlds. The Fire Yuan said. Ah, a mournful scream rang out. Is that a cultivator's voice? Lin Feng was shocked. Any cultivator who could enter this place was definitely not simple, but it was obvious that this cultivator had met with disaster. He didn't know what had happened. Don't make a fuss. There are many terrifying creatures here, and many of them have their eyes on us. But they're afraid. The Fire Yuan said. Lin Feng knew what the Fire Yuan meant by afraid. They were probably afraid of the Fire Yuan's strength and the stone sword in his hand. That was why those creatures didn't attack them. In that case, we don't have to worry about the creatures here. Lin Feng said. Of course not. This isn't something to be happy about, because those creatures will report our whereabouts to their superiors. They'll definitely come out to kill us. That's why we have to catch that woman as soon as possible. Otherwise, we might die here. The Fire Yuan said. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. The Fire Yuan was so powerful, and he could control the stone sword. Did the Fire Yuan think that even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for those terrifying creatures? From this, it could be seen how powerful those terrifying creatures were. What did that woman Xianxia steal from you? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. The Phoenix Sword. The Fire Yuan said in a deep voice, its eyes revealing a murderous intent. The origin of the Phoenix clan was extremely ancient. It was rumored that two divine birds were born from heaven and earth. One was called Feng, and the other was called Huang. Later, the Feng and Huang married and gave birth to children. That was how the Phoenix clan came to be. There was a saying that the dragon had 9 children, but the 9 children were different. In fact, wasn't it the same for the Phoenix? The Phoenix had more children than the true dragon. Feng, Huang, Luan, Bian, etc., were all descendants of the Phoenix. The Phoenix clan was very rare. It was difficult for ordinary people to distinguish which branch the Phoenix clan belonged to. The Phoenix sword was rumored to be an immortal sword created by the 7th Phoenix Emperor. The Phoenix clan had 2 supreme beings, the Phoenix Empress and the Phoenix Emperor. Since the birth of the first-generation Phoenix Empress and Phoenix Emperor, it had been passed down for more than 10 generations. Like the true dragon clan, pure-blooded phoenixes were extremely rare. Only pure-blooded phoenixes could become the Phoenix Empress and Phoenix Emperor. So when Lin Feng heard that the treasure stolen by Xianxia was the famous Phoenix sword, he was very surprised. The Fire Yuan was a descendant of the Phoenix clan. This clan was extremely powerful and was ranked in the top 3 branches of the Phoenix clan. It seemed that the treasure forged by the 7th Phoenix Emperor was controlled by the Fire Yuan. This woman is really scheming. We must catch her. Lin Feng said. He felt that Xianxia might have other treasures on her. After catching Xianxia, the Phoenix sword would belong to the Fire Yuan. As for the other treasures on Xianxia, they would belong to Lin Feng. Of course. Lin Feng also wanted to get some top immortal techniques from Xianxia. Xianxia was a proud daughter of heaven in the heaven realm. The inheritance she obtained was also the most powerful inheritance. For example, the space-folding immortal technique that Xianxia used before was really amazing. If he could cultivate it successfully, he would definitely benefit a lot. Xianxia definitely had more than one immortal technique of this level. Perhaps she had mastered many such heaven-defying immortal techniques. When he stole them all, he would definitely be able to greatly increase his strength. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. Of course, the premise was that he could find Xianxia. Xianxia was nowhere to be found. Lin Feng couldn't sense her whereabouts, so he could only follow the Fire Yuan and chase after her. We can't go any further. It's filled with restrictions, and the void is on the verge of shattering. Once we enter, the void will definitely collapse, and we might die there. Lin Feng used the inheritance of the Celestial Master and sensed the strange situation in front of him. He said with a solemn expression. The Fire Yuan's expression sank slightly, and then it said, "That woman is just ahead. We'll be able to catch up to her very quickly if we pass through." Lin Feng said, "It's too dangerous. If you really want to cross it, you'll most likely die." Lin Feng didn't want to take the risk. It was too dangerous. It was like throwing his life away. "Then we'll take a detour," the Fire Yuan said. Although the Fire Yuan really wanted to catch up to Xianxia and take back its phoenix sword. But the Fire Yuan wouldn't play around with its life. The two of them took a detour. Roar. In the world of white fog, there was an earth-shaking roar. It was as if there was an earthquake, and the ground shook violently. A terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth, making one's expression change. "The king of this place is roaring," the Fire Yuan said in a deep voice. Powerful beasts ran amok here, and the most terrifying one was naturally the king of the beasts. That was an existence that stood at the top of the food chain. Not only was it powerful, but it was also intelligent. Once targeted by an existence of this level, it would be disastrous. Although it might not be targeting us, we're still in danger. The surrounding beasts will soon report our whereabouts to their superiors, the Fire Yuan said in a serious voice. Even as powerful as it was, it didn't want to face the king of the beasts in the world of white fog. "Looks like we need to speed up and catch up to that woman Xianxia," Lin Feng said. Fire Yuan spreads its wings. At this moment, the wings of the Fire Yuan suddenly grew from 10 meters to 30 meters long. "Catch me," the Fire Yuan said. Lin Feng grabbed the claws of the Fire Yuan. The Fire Yuan rushed into the depths as fast as lightning. Even if it encountered powerful restrictions, it could break them with a light flap of its wings. The Fire Yuan must have activated its phoenix bloodline, so its wings grew bigger and its speed increased greatly. It was at least 4 or 5 times faster than before. Lin Feng actually wanted to sit on the back of the Fire Yuan. It was so fluffy and comfortable, but the Fire Yuan would never agree. It was a taboo for them. Half a day later, Lin Feng saw a figure in front of him. It was Xianxia. Xianxia also saw Lin Feng and the Fire Yuan chasing after her. Her pretty face suddenly changed. "Xianxia, you can't escape. Just surrender." 100 times, 100 times. Lin Feng said with a laugh. Xianxia was extremely angry. She was a fairy of the heavens, pure and holy. The people who usually appeared by her side were all young elites, cultured, refined, and courteous. How could she meet someone like Lin Feng, 100 times, 100 times? Xianxia was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. "Shameless bastard," Xianxia scolded. Xianxia had never scolded anyone before, but after seeing Lin Feng, she couldn't help but want to scold Lin Feng a few times. Lin Feng said, "You're right. I'm shameless. When I catch you later, I'll let you know what true shamelessness is." Xianxia glared at Lin Feng fiercely. She found it hard to maintain her image as a fairy of the heavens in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng, this shameless guy, could always arouse her anger. The Fire Yuan was too fast. Its race was known for its speed, and now that it was 4 or 5 times faster than before, it was naturally unimaginable. Xianxia was finally caught by the Fire Yuan. Lin Feng stepped on the octagonal world, holding the stone sword in his hand, and slashed at Xianxia. Form swap. Swish. Xianxia's body suddenly flashed, and she appeared 20 meters away, dodging Lin Feng's attack. Her body flashed again, and she appeared behind Lin Feng. Her short-distance movement was as fast as teleportation. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Xianxia's right hand was like a sword, and she directly slashed at Lin Feng. "Go to hell." The Fire Yuan's attack was exceptionally powerful, and Xianxia did not dare to be careless. She could choose to continue attacking Lin Feng, but it would be difficult to avoid the Fire Yuan's attack. Therefore, Xianxia chose to avoid the Fire Yuan's attack. Fulgurating Shadow. Xianxia once again used this powerful skill, wanting to teleport away. Supreme Aura, Intimidate. But at this moment, Lin Feng also unleashed a powerful battle strength, using his Supreme Aura. As soon as the Supreme Aura was unleashed, a powerful restrictive force surged out, directly imprisoning the surrounding space. Inkai's speed was greatly reduced. Aura. Inkai's expression changed abruptly. This woman was experienced and knowledgeable, and recognized Lin Feng's aura. That's right. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he punched at Inkai's. The Fire Yuan's claws were also grabbing at Inkai's. A thought gives birth, 100 flowers bloom. Inkai's made her move, and numerous flower petals appeared around her body, falling from the sky. Then, they protected Inkai's. Lin Feng and the Fire Yuan's attacks were blocked by the petals. This Inkai's was really powerful. She was fighting against two, and still managed to block the attacks of Lin Feng and the Fire Yuan. Divine Phoenix Demon Subduing Way. At this moment, the Fire Yuan began to unleash its power, and sharp claws tore the world apart. This superpower was an extremely powerful superpower. It was said that it was created by a Phoenix Emperor. It was so powerful that it could subdue all living things. The Fire Yuan tore the petals apart. At the same time, Lin Feng also began to unleash his power. Lin Feng waved the stone sword and attacked. The power of the stone sword could be called peerless and terrifying. Puff. Puff, the petals were torn apart by Lin Feng's stone sword. A world in a flower. All of a sudden, Inkai's once again used an even more powerful technique. Her hands changed hand signs repeatedly, and illusory worlds appeared one after another from the petals in the air. It was unknown what those worlds were. Two of the petals bloomed and two illusory worlds appeared, swallowing Lin Feng and the Fire Yuan into the illusory worlds. Hua 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 lost. World collapse. Inkai's right hand pointed at the illusory world formed by the two petals, and the two worlds started to explode. Inkai's wanted to kill Lin Feng and the whole Yuan, who were still trapped in the illusion. This Inkai's was worthy of being called a top heaven's pride of the heavenly realm. Her means were just too terrifying, shocking everyone. Bang, 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 a series of explosions rang out. Inkai's lips curled into a cold smile. But at this moment, two figures rushed out from the exploding illusory worlds. They were Lin Feng and the Fire Yuan. Lin Feng's body was covered in blood from the explosion, but his body was strong enough. He opened a path with the stone sword and forced his way out. Then, he activated his immortal body and his injuries recovered quickly. The Fire Yuan was also injured. Its body was covered in wounds from the explosion, but the Fire Yuan was a descendant of the Phoenix and had the ability to be reborn. Its recovery speed was also extremely fast. The injured Fire Yuan was enraged as well. It let out a long cry. It spat out a ball of energy. The Fire Yuan needed some time to prepare before it could spit out one ball of energy. Although it couldn't spit out this kind of energy ball continuously, the power of this energy ball was extremely terrifying. Bang, along with the sound of a violent explosion, there was a loud sound. The ball of energy exploded instantly. The petals that Inkai's had condensed were all blown to pieces. The Fire Yuan that had spat out the ball of energy was clearly much weaker. It seemed that this kind of energy ball had consumed a lot of the Fire Yuan's energy. Inkai's was blown away. Her face turned pale. Lin Feng had already rushed over. He released his supreme qi to suppress Inkai's. At the same time, his peerless sword slashed towards Inkai's. Just as the sword was about to slash Inkai's body, Inkai's body released a kind of qi. The qi released from her body was blue in color. Among the 9 types of qi, the blue qi belonged to the 7th level. Roar, the qi released by Inkai's turned into a ferocious beast. It was an unknown blue ferocious beast. It roared and tore apart Lin Feng's supreme qi. Qi transformation. Lin Feng's face was full of shock. He never knew that Haki could transform into all kinds of forms. It was unbelievable. Inkai's sneered, "Your Haki is 1 level higher than mine. My Haki was originally suppressed by yours, but you don't know how to control it. You can't release the power of your Haki, so even if my Haki's level is lower than yours, it can still suppress yours." Inkai's words were right. Lin Feng's current use of qi was the simplest use. It was basically releasing qi and suppressing the enemy. This kind of use might only be able to release a very small part of qi's power. But Inkai's had already mastered a deeper use of qi. Her qi was not as good as Lin Feng's, but she could release the power of her qi. This was why Inkaier was so terrifying. After the ferocious beast tore apart Lin Feng's supreme qi, it quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. Just as it was about to kill Lin Feng released a second type of qi. After releasing his epic qi, it merged with the supreme qi. The power of the two types of qi was greatly increased. The ferocious beast formed by Inkaier's qi was suppressed by Lin Feng's two types of qi. You have two types of qi. Inkaier's expression changed. That's right. Lin Feng sneered and quickly rushed in front of Inkaier. He activated his five-fold arms of dragon elephant and punched towards Inkaier. The reason why Inkaier was so strong was that she had mastered various terrifying Heaven Realm immortal techniques. And these immortal techniques required mana to be activated. Lin Feng's physical body was suppressing Inkaier so that she could not use her mana. Inkaier would definitely lose. After feeling the terror of Lin Feng's punch, Inkaier quickly used her palm to block Lin Feng's attack. But in her haste, she was still sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. The Fire Yuan's attack arrived. It flapped its wings and swept towards Inkaier. Inkaier was injured again. Ha 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 ha, Inkaier, did you think that you'd become a prisoner one day? Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Inkaier with a mocking gaze. Inkaier's expression was gloomy. She didn't dare to imagine the terrible consequences of being captured. The Fire Yuan flapped its wings. Whoosh! An immortal sword flew out from Inkaier's dantian. It was the Phoenix sword. The Phoenix sword was the size of a palm and was fiery red all over. On its surface was a drawing of the Phoenix Emperor. It was beautiful and mysterious. The Phoenix sword's aura was extremely powerful and terrifying. It was worthy of being a treasure forged by the seventh Phoenix Emperor. The Fire Yuan swallowed the Phoenix sword in one gulp. I'm leaving the immortal path to heaven. As for you, do as you see fit. The Fire Yuan said. It didn't plan to stay in the immortal path to heaven for long. After saying a few words to Lin Feng, it quickly left. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Roar. Bestial roars shook the sky. After the Fire Yuan left, many beasts hidden in the surroundings fixed their eyes on Lin Feng. Without the Fire Yuan, those ferocious beasts became even bolder. They wanted to attack Lin Feng and Inkaier. Lin Feng knew that this wasn't a place to stay for long. He should first find a place to hide and have a good chat with Inkaier. Lin Feng grabbed Inkaier's waist and quickly flew into the distance. Roar! Not long after, a ferocious beast pounced out of the white fog. The ferocious beast exuded a terrifying aura and its entire body was covered in scales. Its body was like a Bian and its head was like a Yazi. It was terrifying and ferocious. After charging out, the beast opened its bloody mouth and tried to devour Lin Feng. It wanted to swallow Lin Feng in one gulp. Seeing the beast pounce out, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. There were many powerful beasts hidden in the surroundings. He had to kill this beast quickly to scare off the other beasts that hadn't made a move yet. If they could not intimidate those ferocious beasts, the situation would be extremely bad. Slash. Lin Feng held the stone sword in his hand and communicated with the remnant soul. Then, with the help of the remnant soul, Lin Feng slashed at the beast that was pouncing at him. This sword. Lin Feng's attack was peerless and peerless. A puffing sound was heard. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Feng's sword cleaved the terrifying beast into two halves. The rest of the beasts hidden in the white fog, ready to make a move, stopped attacking Lin Feng after seeing this scene. Obviously, he was intimidated by Lin Feng. As for Lin Feng, he quickly left with Inkaier. In a mountain range, Lin Feng found a cave, then sealed the cave entrance with restrictions. He looked at Inkaier and said indifferently, "Now, tell me all the treasures you obtained in this space and the peerless immortal techniques you have mastered. Then, I might consider letting you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Heaven Realm rules over thousands of worlds, and my clan is one of the few top clans that controls the Heaven Realm." Inkaier said aloud. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect Inkaier's origin to be so great. Lin Feng guessed that Inkaier was most likely from the Celestial clan or the Immortal clan. This was because of the powerful forces that controlled the heaven realm. The celestial clan and the immortal clan belonged to the human clan. The other forces did not belong to the human clan, but Xianxia belonged to the human clan. Of course, the celestial clan and the immortal clan were the most ancient human clans. They were powerful, mysterious, and possessed many unimaginably powerful inheritances. "Are you threatening me?" Lin Feng asked. Xianxia said, "I just want to tell you that if you let me go, we'll be fine." Lin Feng said, "Are you from the immortal clan or the celestial clan?" "Humph." Xianxia snorted coldly, but didn't answer Lin Feng. Instead, she said indifferently, "My clan has the ability to see through the universe. If I die here, your identity will be exposed." Lin Feng frowned. He didn't doubt Xianxia's words. If an ordinary clan didn't have the ability to control the heaven realm, it would be impossible for them to control it. "I can teach you a celestial technique. This is the condition for letting me go." Xianxia loosened her mouth, but the way she acted like she had everything under control made Lin Feng feel a little disgusted. "Who said I'm going to kill you? I can't bear to kill you. Everything you have, whether it's a treasure or a divine ability, this young master doesn't care about them anymore." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was slightly stunned, then said, "What do you want?" 100 times, 100 times. Lin Feng grinned. You, shameless." Xianxia's originally calm eyes finally showed fear. One day later, Lin Feng planned to leave. "Ha ha ha ha, Xianxia, wait for me to go to the heaven realm. We'll meet again then," Lin Feng said with a laugh, then quickly left the cave. "I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you." After Lin Feng left, Xianxia's scream came from the cave. Although the body of this world was condensed from the laws of order, it was the soul of the soul. The laws of order were very special. The bodies condensed from the laws of order were almost exactly the same as the real bodies in the outside world. Therefore, everything that happened here, and everything that happened in the outside world, the feelings produced were exactly the same. Now, Xianxia couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. After Lin Feng left the cave, he rushed towards the immortal path to heaven. Although there were many opportunities in the world of white fog, danger lurked everywhere. He might as well go to the immortal path to heaven to try his luck. Roar, however, at this moment, a furious roar that shook the heavens and the earth came from afar, shattering the void. Even though there was a long distance, Lin Feng could still feel a monstrous killing intent engulfing the world. A Beast King level existence. Lin Feng was shocked. It must be the Beast King roaring in the world of white fog. The roar contained monstrous anger. He didn't know what had happened. Could something have happened? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. If nothing had happened, the Beast King wouldn't be so angry. Roar, roar, roar. Then, the entire world of white fog was filled with the roars of countless beasts. Screech, in the sky, there were countless beasts letting out ear-piercing cries. Not good, something big must have happened. I can't stay in the world of white fog any longer. Otherwise, it'll be extremely dangerous. Rumble, the earth trembled violently. Within the world of white fog, beasts wreaked havoc everywhere. The Beast King had launched a beast tide, causing a disaster. Many cultivators who entered the world of white fog died miserably in the world of white fog. Lin Feng couldn't rush to the immortal path to heaven because the path to heaven had been completely sealed. There were terrifying beasts everywhere. Once they discovered a cultivator attempting to ascend the immortal path to heaven, those beasts would attack in groups. Even if one's magic power reached the heavens, only death awaited them. Who angered the Beast King? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Such a powerful existence like the Beast King had been angered, resulting in the current danger. It was unknown who had angered the Beast King and caused such a disaster. Moo, the sound of a bull's roar could be heard as a black bull rushed over from afar. Its body was at least 100 meters tall. It was like a small mountain. It was a demon bull king, and its body emitted a suffocating aura. The demon bull king's spiritual sense was extremely sharp. It discovered Lin Feng and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly rushed out from his hiding place. The Demon Bull King directly crushed the mountain that Lin Feng was hiding in. "Human cultivator, you shall become my food." Yi Futian's voice rang out. The Demon Bull King let out an earth-shaking roar. Lin Feng said, "Old bull, you're a vegetarian. Don't attack me. Go eat some grass." Demon Bull charge. The Demon Bull King seemed to hate the way Lin Feng addressed it, so it was furious and directly charged at Lin Feng. Its terrifying horns shattered the void as it rushed in front of Lin Feng in an instant. Lin Feng struck at the Demon Bull King with his palm, but he was sent flying by the Demon Bull King's powerful strength. What terrifying strength! Lin Feng was shocked. This black bull was definitely not simple. Its bloodline must be extremely terrifying. Otherwise, it couldn't have such tyrannical strength. The Demon Bull King's strength shocked Lin Feng. Shua! At this moment, a golden light flew out of the void and pierced towards Lin Feng. This attack was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng had nowhere to hide. Fortunately, Lin Feng's reaction was fast enough. His palm struck the golden light and sent it flying. At this time, Lin Feng was able to clearly see what the golden light was. It was actually a small golden snake. It was floating in the air, sticking out its forked tongue and looking at him coldly. "Golden snake, this is my prey." The black yak grumbled. The little golden snake said, "I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to deal with him alone. Why don't the two of us share it?" The yak coldly said, "I never share my prey with others." As soon as he finished speaking, the black yak made his move. He directly rushed into the sky and stepped on the void. Suddenly, an earth-shattering force surged out and blasted towards Lin Feng. Feeling the earth-shattering force, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. The black yak's attack was too tyrannical. It was unexpectedly strong. Lin Feng quickly shuttled through the void and dodged the black yak's attack. However, at this time, the golden snake had already arrived. It was like a sharp golden spear. It wanted to pierce Lin Feng's body. At this critical moment, it was extremely dangerous and hanging by a thread. Lin Feng originally wanted to send the little golden snake flying with his palm like last time. However, this time, the little golden snake was faster. It was too late. Moreover, the little golden snake seemed to contain an extremely terrifying poison. Once the golden poison entered the body, it would cause terrible consequences. Heaven patching technique. Seeing that Lin Feng's body was about to be pierced by the little golden snake. At this time, Lin Feng disappeared. Xianxia took another opportunity. Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique to dodge the little golden snake's attack. He appeared 20 meters away. However, just as he appeared, a sword chi pierced through the void and slashed towards Lin Feng. This was a white sword chi. Its power was abnormally tyrannical. It was like a white rainbow streaking across the sky. Lin Feng had just used the heaven patching technique. He could no longer use it to dodge this attack. Pfft. This attack blasted onto Lin Feng's body and tore apart Lin Feng's body. However, no blood flowed out. It was an afterimage. Great Death Substitution Technique. When a sure kill attack blasted onto the body, one could use the Great Death Substitution Technique to die for oneself. This divine ability was similar to the heaven mending technique in some ways. However, there was also an essential difference. The heaven patching technique helped the cultivator dodge a sure kill attack. However, the Great Death Substitution Technique was a sure kill attack. After the attack landed on the body, the cultivator who was supposed to be killed could use the Great Death Substitution Technique to avoid this calamity. This was the difference between the two techniques. Lin Feng appeared 30 meters away. His expression was gloomy as he looked at the white sword chi. That sword chi had turned into a white crane. That sword chi was actually a white crane. Immortal crane, you want to interfere too? The black yak roared angrily. The crane said coldly, "This is a top-grade prey. Anyone who has the strength can hunt it down." The black yak, the golden snake, and the immortal crane. These three existences were all peerless and terrifying. Lin Feng guessed that these three existences were quasi-beast kings of the white fog world. Whoosh. Lin Feng didn't even think about it. He turned around and fled into the distance. The three quasi-beast kings were slightly stunned. Then, they roared angrily, "Brat, stop. You can't escape, I'd have to be crazy to stop." Lin Feng curled his lips. Lin Feng's principle had always been to fight if he could win, and run if he couldn't. The three cultivators in front of him were terrifying. If there had only been one of them, Lin Feng would have been able to fight against it. However, three of them were surrounding him. Lin Feng naturally had to flee. Preserving his life was the most important thing. Nothing else mattered. Lin Feng stepped on the 8 directions world. 8 illusory small worlds appeared beneath his feet. His speed was raised to the extreme. Every step he took was as if he was passing through 8 small worlds. The black yak's body was huge, and its speed was the slowest. Lin Feng was the first to shake it off. The golden snake was extremely fast over short distances, but it couldn't maintain that speed over long distances. Lin Feng quickly shook it off as well. The only troublesome one was the immortal crane. It was extremely fast, but Lin Feng still managed to shake it off in the end. The 3 quasi-beast king-level existences were very angry because they had lost track of a top-quality prey. The beast tide was too terrifying. Slaughter was everywhere. Many hidden cultivators were discovered by the beasts. One had to know that cultivators who could enter the heavenly path were definitely cultivators with great fortune. Many people died tragically in the beast tide. At this time, in the distant void, 2 suns rose into the sky. However, the 2 suns were cold and sinister. They weren't real suns, but 2 cold eyes. They were the eyes of the terrifying Beast King. After the Beast King appeared, there was complete silence. Even the roars of the beasts had disappeared. Now, the beasts were kneeling on the ground, trembling. Once the Beast King was enraged, it would attack regardless of whether one was a foreign cultivator or a beast. What kind of existence is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. That Beast King was too terrifying. Even though it was far away, Lin Feng still felt his heart tremble. Could it be a great emperor-level existence? Lin Feng thought of a certain possibility. Then, he couldn't help but feel shocked. If it was really a great emperor-level existence, it would be too shocking. An existence of this level would be an absolute overlord in all the worlds. Even in the heavenly realm, a great emperor-level existence, it would be an overlord. This existence shouldn't belong to the heavenly immortal path, right? Could it have come to the heavenly immortal path from a shattered space? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He thought of a certain possibility. The heavenly immortal path was connected to the world of white fog, which was connected to many shattered spaces and parallel worlds. Perhaps this Beast King had come from a shattered space or a parallel world. What kind of creature is it? It's too far away. I can't see clearly. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He tried hard to see that terrifying existence clearly. However, it was hazy and blurry. He couldn't really see it clearly. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. That terrifying Beast King only appeared for a short while, and then immediately disappeared. Then, the beasts became even crazier. They seemed to have received some kind of order and began to search for cultivators who had entered the world of white fog. Any cultivator who was found by those beasts rarely had a good ending. On this day, Lin Feng saw more than 10 cultivators flying over from afar. These cultivators were all injured. He didn't know which great world they were from. Their auras were very powerful. It was obvious that they were all top experts. I don't know who stole the Beast King's egg and implicated us all. Damn it. A cultivator said with a grim look on his face. His voice was filled with killing intent. Clearly, he was in a state of extreme fury. If I find out who he is, I'll definitely tear him to pieces. Another cultivator said, his voice filled with cold killing intent. This matter indeed made many innocent people who were implicated extremely angry. The reason for that was because they, innocent people, were attacked by ferocious beasts. Many people even saw their relatives, friends, and fellow disciples die tragically under the attacks of the ferocious beasts. Naturally, a lot of hatred would be born in his heart. Bestial roars could be heard from afar as a large number of ferocious beasts rushed over. We can't stay here for long. Let's go, the cultivators quickly left. So this is the reason for the Beast King's rage. Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch his chin. Then, he couldn't help but curse at the cultivators who stole the Beast King's eggs. How immoral. Stealing the beast egg and incurring the wrath of the Beast King, indirectly causing the deaths of so many people. It was truly incomparably abominable. Lin Feng also quickly left the area. Not long after, he saw the golden snake, the red-crowned crane, the black yak, and an 8-armed demonic ape besieging a powerful cultivator. That cultivator's cultivation was abnormally tyrannical. Under the siege of 4 quasi-beast king-level ferocious beasts, he actually held on for dozens of rounds. He tried to break out of the encirclement, but in the end, he failed. The red-crowned crane turned into a white sword chi and slashed through the air. Poochie! The cultivator's head was chopped off by the sword chi formed by the red-crowned crane. I can't believe I died just like that, the cultivator's head let out an unwilling roar. Then, his body dissipated, leaving behind only his soul origin, which was then devoured by the 4 quasi-beast king-level existences. Such a prodigy died just like that. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He felt that the cultivator who was killed was stronger than him. Because Lin Feng didn't have the confidence to withstand dozens of attacks from the 4 quasi-beast king-level existences. But the cultivator who was killed just now was able to do it. This was enough to prove that the cultivator was strong. But that cultivator's fate was not good. He was actually blocked by the 4 quasi-beast king-level existences. If he could continue to grow, he would definitely become a giant-level expert in the future. The 4 quasi-beast king-level existences quickly left. They probably went to find their next target. I wonder if the Beast King left its nest. Is there any other treasure in the Beast King's nest? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. After thinking about this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Whoosh, he turned into a lightning bolt and quickly rushed towards the Beast King's nest. Lin Feng felt that after the beast egg was stolen, the Beast King must have gone out to find the thief. So he felt that now was the best time to get close to the Beast King's nest. Maybe he could get some treasures from the Beast King's nest. Of course, if the Beast King didn't leave its nest, Lin Feng would immediately escape. Along the way, he encountered many powerful fierce beasts. It was actually extremely difficult to avoid these fierce beasts. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. So Lin Feng saw many battles along the way. They were all battles between fierce beasts and cultivators. But Lin Feng avoided those fierce beasts time and time again. Because he cultivated the Great Void technique. His body could perfectly merge with the void. This Great Void technique was of great use now. If it wasn't for the Great Void technique, the 3000 Great Tao, Lin Feng would definitely have encountered many battles. With the help of the Great Void technique, Lin Feng deceived everyone along the way. 3 days later, he saw a huge mountain peak. Lin Feng had never seen such a huge mountain peak. That mountain peak was surrounded by 9 huge mountain ranges. One mountain range was 300 to 400 miles long. And that mountain peak was 200,000 meters high. At a glance, there was no end to it. Heavens, there's actually such a huge mountain peak. It's unbelievable. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Nature's uncanny workmanship. It could create many landscapes that would amaze cultivators. Just like the huge mountain peak in front of him. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the depths. He found that the 9 mountain ranges were very quiet. There were no roars of beasts at all, not even the sounds of insects and birds. Perhaps it was because this was the Beast King's nest, but no fierce beasts dared to approach. Even insects didn't dare to approach this area. What is that? There was a huge beast skin in the middle of the mountains. It was extremely huge, at least 30 to 40,000 meters long. Upon closer inspection, it actually looked like the skin of a python. Lin Feng quickly rushed over and carefully inspected it. A look of shock appeared on his face. It was not the skin of a python, but it was somewhat similar to one. This kind of skin was extremely hard and was a good material for forging magic treasures. However, the entire skin was tens of thousands of meters long. Lin Feng did not have a storage ring on him, so he could not take it with him. What kind of creature shed this skin? Isn't it too huge? Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. What he had seen and heard today was simply too shocking. Even he felt a sense of shock. Lin Feng carefully flew toward the huge mountain. He carefully sensed for a while and did not find the aura of the Beast King. This made Lin Feng very happy. It seemed that the Beast King had really left. In that case, he could visit the Beast King's lair and see if he could find anything good. Swoosh, Lin Feng turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly flew toward the Beast King's lair. So many beast bones, Lin Feng saw a mountain of bones at the bottom of the huge mountain. The pile of bones was 30 to 40,000 meters high. He did not know how many creatures had to be killed to be able to pile up such a huge mountain of bones. Lin Feng flew toward the top of the huge mountain. Halfway up the mountain, he saw an extremely huge cave. He landed outside the cave and saw that there were more than 10 jade snake orchids growing outside the cave. The jade snake orchids were an extremely rare sacred medicine. They needed 300,000 years to mature. At present, the dozen or so jade snake orchids had already turned into a jade-like color. This meant that the jade snake orchids had already matured. There's still a hint of green. It should have just matured. Lin Feng came in front of the jade snake orchids and carefully observed them. The jade snake orchids were very special sacred medicines. If they were not mature, they would be highly poisonous. One could not touch them casually. If one touched them, one would be poisoned to death. However, once it matured, the jade snake orchid would become an extremely precious heavenly treasure because it could increase a cultivator's cultivation. Lin Feng plucked a dozen jade snake orchids and stuffed them all into his mouth. Then, Lin Feng felt his body begin to heat up. Lin Feng knew that the jade snake orchid was starting to take effect. He hurriedly circulated the Archean dragonesque elephant art to absorb the medicinal power of the jade serpent orchid. It didn't take long. The medicinal efficacy of the jade snake orchid was completely absorbed by Lin Feng. After absorbing the medicinal power of the jade snake orchid, Lin Feng's cultivation was at the beginning stages of the ninth heaven of the heavenly deity realm. He had reached the late stage of the ninth firmament heavenly god realm. It was extremely difficult for Lin Feng to break through to the next cultivation level. The jade serpent orchid had helped him break through to the top of the ninth celestial god layer. Lin Feng was extremely happy. Soon, he would break through to the 10th celestial god layer. Once he broke through to the 10th heavenly layer of the heavenly deity realm, the next step was to start accumulating cultivation and prepare to break through to the giant god realm. With Lin Feng's accumulation, if he broke through to the giant god realm, at that time, he would definitely be like a dragon entering the sea and an eagle soaring into the sky. The world was so big that he could go wherever he wanted. Then, Lin Feng entered the huge cave. The cave was incomparably quiet. He started to walk. There would even be thumping footsteps. The cave was pitch black. One couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. And it also emitted a strong stench. The environment of the Beast King's residence naturally couldn't be good. Along the way, Lin Feng kept his divine consciousness open. He was very cautious. Because entering a place like the Beast King's lair, he had to be more cautious. If he wasn't careful, he would probably only have a dead end when the time came. As he gradually went deeper into this huge and deep cave, the stench emitted from the cave also gradually disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a faint fragrance. This made Lin Feng very surprised. Where did this fragrance come from? He 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 he. Suddenly, laughter came from inside. Lin Feng's spirit was suddenly shaken. It was really a woman's voice. A woman was laughing. This made Lin Feng very puzzled. Why were there women in the Beast King's lair? Could it be that the Beast King was hiding a mistress in a golden house? He carefully sneaked over. Soon, Lin Feng saw the belly of a mountain appear in front of him. In the belly of the mountain, there was a hot spring. At this moment, there were 2 women sitting in the hot spring. These 2 women were rare beauties with 9 fox tails. They were actually women of the 9-tailed fox clan. These 2 beautiful women were bathing. Young master, we see you. Don't hide anymore. Come in quickly and let us serve you as you bathe. The 2 women's delicate voices came out. Hearing these two women's voices, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel his blood boil. Suddenly, a strong thought emerged in his mind. That was to quickly rush over and enjoy the service of these two beautiful women. But at this moment, Lin Feng felt that something was off. "Young master, what are you waiting for? Come quickly." The two women were extremely seductive. They continuously tempted Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng forced himself to close his eyes with great willpower, then activated Luya's stargazing chart. Swoosh, the women in front of him disappeared. What appeared in front of him was a huge cave. There was indeed a pool in the cave, but it wasn't a hot spring pool. He didn't know what kind of spirit liquid was in the pool. The spirit liquid was surrounded by immortal light. Lin Feng quickly rushed over and looked at the ingredients of the hot spring pool. Lin Feng was very surprised. It was actually an illusion stone. This type of illusion stone was extremely terrifying. It could create a powerful illusion, silently causing a cultivator to fall into an illusion and be unable to extricate themselves. If Lin Feng hadn't cultivated Luya's stargazing chart, he would probably have fallen for it today. Lin Feng looked at the spirit liquid in the pool. He sensed the aura of the stars from the spirit liquid. He also sensed the power of immortal qi. The spirit liquid seemed to contain the power of the stars and immortals. Could this be the legendary immortal spirit liquid? Lin Feng thought of the treasure he saw in the Taoist scriptures. It was a kind of immortal spirit liquid formed by fusing the power of the stars and immortals. Its value was unimaginable. "I'm really rich." Lin Feng looked at the immortal spirit liquid in the pool in surprise. He immediately used the great devouring technique to devour all the immortal spirit liquid and stored it in his dantian, preparing to refine it. Lin Feng was about to leave. Suddenly, he sensed a sinister and terrifying aura enveloping his body. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the aura. There was a huge and deep cave there. Seeing those cold eyes, Lin Feng could not help but feel his hair stand on end. The owner of those cold eyes was simply too terrifying. In that instant, Lin Feng felt as if he was being stared at by the god of death. That feeling was simply too terrible. Not good. Lin Feng's expression was one of great shock. Without even thinking, he rushed outside. A loud rumbling sound was heard. That terrifying creature quickly chased after Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng finally saw clearly what kind of existence it was. That creature was actually a two-winged demon snake. The two-winged demon snake's body was thick and large. It was densely covered with black scales. The black scales on its body even emitted a cold luster. That cold luster was like a metallic luster. The pair of huge wings seemed to be made of metal. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a creature. It was not even recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Of course, it was impossible for the Classic of Mountains and Seas to record all the ferocious beasts in the world. The two-winged demon snake's body emitted waves of violent fluctuations. That aura caused Lin Feng's heart to sink to the bottom. Boom. A terrifying fluctuation came from behind. Then, a ball of energy was spat out by the two-winged demon snake. It shot towards Lin Feng, who was in front of it. The situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. Facing the two-winged demon snake's attack, Lin Feng quickly rushed into a tunnel in front of him. Bang! The ball of energy spat out by the two-winged demon snake hit the tunnel. Suddenly, the tunnel began to collapse. Lin Feng quickly rushed out of the huge mountain peak. Then, he fled into the distance. The two-winged demon snake quickly chased after him. Its huge body sat cross-legged in midair. Its body was about 20,000 meters long. Hey, this two-winged demon snake is not the one that shed its skin. When he saw the body of the two-winged demonic flood dragon that was chasing after him, Lin Feng immediately discovered that something was wrong. The skin of the flood dragon that he had seen before was much larger than the body of this two-winged demonic flood dragon. There are two double-winged demonic flood dragons here. Could it be one male and one female? The one I saw earlier was a male, and the two-winged demonic flood dragon that was left behind in the cave was a female. Lin Feng thought of a possibility. This double-winged demonic flood dragon was extremely powerful, but it shouldn't have reached the Emperor realm yet. However, with such a huge body, it was unknown how much power it contained. The amount of mana stored in such a huge body was unimaginable. Phew, the double-winged demonic flood dragon opened its ferocious mouth and spat out clouds of gas at Lin Feng. The gas emitted by this two-winged demonic flood dragon was extremely terrifying. The gas corroded the void. Crack crack. Lin Feng even heard the sound of the void collapsing. If his body was hit by the gas emitted by the two-winged demon flood dragon, he would definitely die without a burial place. Moreover, this was not the double-winged demonic flood dragon at the Beast King level. If it was the double-winged demonic flood dragon at the Beast King level, it would probably be able to instantly kill Lin Feng. Faced with the double-winged demonic flood dragon's attack, Lin Feng did not confront it head-on. Confronting such a powerful existence head-on was simply courting death. Therefore, Lin Feng had been doing his best to avoid the double-winged demonic flood dragon's attacks. After dodging the double-winged demonic flood dragon's attacks, Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit. Then, he charged into the distance. The double-winged demonic flood dragon pursued Lin Feng closely. Although the double-winged demonic flood dragon's body was extremely huge, its speed was not slow at all. This kind of ferocious beast had the blood of the Great Desolate Era flowing in its veins. Therefore, it was exceptionally powerful. Rumble rumble rumble, the double-winged demonic flood dragon spat out one energy ball after another. Those energy balls were simply too powerful. Although Lin Feng was doing his best to avoid the energy balls spat out by the double-winged demonic flood dragon, it was not an easy task to completely avoid them. Lin Feng was still sent flying by the energy balls spat out by the double-winged demonic flood dragon. Wah, Lin Feng could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His complexion became as pale as paper. His expression was extremely gloomy. This double-winged demonic flood dragon was simply too powerful. If this continued, it was likely that he would not be able to escape. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He did not continue to flee. Instead, he took the initiative to charge towards the double-winged demonic flood dragon. Seeing Lin Feng charging towards it, the double-winged demonic flood dragon's ice-cold eyes immediately revealed a look of contempt. It did not place Lin Feng in its eyes at all. That enormous flood dragon's claw was like a mountain. It descended from the sky and slapped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out the stone sword. Holding the stone sword in his hand, he continuously poured powerful magic power into the stone sword with the help of his remnant soul. Lin Feng did his best to release the power of the stone sword. Even if he only released a small portion of the stone sword's power, it was still terrifying enough. The stone sword was one of the most mysterious treasures in the world. Pfft. A tearing sound was heard immediately after. The stone sword in Lin Feng's hand directly pierced through the double-winged demonic flood dragon's enormous claw. Fresh blood spurted out like a pillar. Immediately, the sky was dyed red. Roar. The double-winged demonic flood dragon let out a painful roar. Lin Feng's attack had indeed injured the double-winged demonic flood dragon. Haha, this stone sword is truly unimaginably powerful. Lin Feng was simply full of praise for the stone sword's power. This stone sword was truly too powerful. This was only a very small portion of the stone sword's power that had been activated. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the stone sword's power would be if it was completely activated. Swoosh! Lin Feng quickly flew towards the double-winged demonic flood dragon's head. He wanted to use the stone sword to pierce through the double-winged demonic flood dragon's head. For any living creature, the head was the body's greatest weakness. Once the head was pierced through, death was certain. Swoosh swoosh. However, at this moment, the double-winged demonic flood dragon's eyes shot out two cold beams of light. They shot towards Lin Feng. Those two beams of light were simply too terrifying. They instantly pierced through the void and shattered the world. They were extremely powerful. Even Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng quickly placed the stone sword in front of him. The double-winged demonic flood dragon's attack bombarded the stone sword. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was sent flying. His right hand, which was holding the stone sword, was shattered. Blood immediately flowed out. Lowly living creature, I want your life, the double-winged demonic flood dragon let out an extremely cold voice. Those cold eyes continuously shot out beams of terrifying light towards Lin Feng. This attack should be one of the double-winged demonic flood dragon's most terrifying moves. At the same time, in the distance, the double-winged demonic flood dragon that was at the level of a beast king raised its head. Its cold eyes looked over. That terrifying beast king looked at Lin Feng with its cold eyes. At that moment, the beast king level 2-winged demonic Jiao had also noticed what was happening here. That was why it was looking over. After seeing the beast king level 2-winged demonic Jiao, Lin Feng only had one thought in his mind. He had to run away from this troublesome place. The 2-winged demonic Jiao was already hard enough to deal with. Now, there was another terrifying 2-winged demonic Jiao that had very likely reached the emperor level. When that time came, it would be hard for him to escape. Shua, shua. Beams of light shot out from the 2-winged demonic Jiao's eyes towards Lin Feng. Attack after attack, the 2-winged demonic Jiao's power was unparalleled. At that moment, Lin Feng no longer had any plans to continue fighting with the 2-winged demonic Jiao. Running away was the best option. He dodged the 2-winged demonic Jiao's attacks and quickly rushed into the distance. Lowly creature, you will not be able to escape. The 2-winged demonic Jiao's roar shook the sky as it chased after Lin Feng. The 2-winged demonic Jiao was simply too fast. Lin Feng was unable to shake it off. He was currently in the region where the 2-winged demonic Jiao's lair was located. Because of that, there were no powerful wild beasts around. However, Lin Feng reckoned that it would not be long before he would encounter other wild beasts. At that time, the 2-winged demonic Jiao would order the other wild beasts to attack him. Stop him. Wouldn't that mean that he would definitely die? Because of that, the current situation was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng knew that the current situation was extremely dangerous for him. Because of that, Lin Feng knew that he had to quickly shake off the 2-winged demonic Jiao that was chasing after him. Perhaps I can make use of the restrictive formations here, Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He had thought of a certain possibility. By making use of the restrictive formations here, he should be able to stop the 2-winged demonic Jiao. The restrictive formations of the White Fog world were extremely powerful. Most importantly, the restrictive formations here were connected to many shattered parallel spaces or parallel worlds. These parallel spaces or parallel worlds were places that Lin Feng could make use of. Lin Feng quickly flew. He was searching for a terrain that he could make use of. He needed to find a sufficiently powerful parallel space or parallel world to be able to devour the 2-winged demonic Jiao. Even if it devoured the 2-winged demonic flood dragon, it would still be able to shatter the parallel space or parallel world. With the 2-winged demonic flood dragon's powerful strength, it was possible for it to crawl out in an instant. Only those powerful shattered space or shattered world laws could trap the 2-winged demonic flood dragon. It might even bury the 2-winged demonic flood dragon. As Lin Feng fled, he searched for such a place. When he passed by a huge mountain range, he felt a terrifying space-time power surging from above the mountain range. Lin Feng opened his sky demon snake eyes and saw a distorted and broken space-time above the world. The aura of that distorted and shattered space-time was extremely terrifying. There were powerful restrictions all around. This kind of shattered space was like some volcanoes. It wasn't erupting all the time. Most of the time, volcanoes were actually in a dormant state. It was the same for this kind of shattered spacetime. Most of the time, it was in a state of silence. Unless his strength was accumulated to a certain extent. Or perhaps it was stimulated by some external force. Otherwise, they would usually be in a state of silence. Heaven-seizing control art. Lin Feng's hands kept changing, and the magic power in his body kept gushing out. He was using a top-secret technique recorded in the Stone Emperor scripture of the Heavenly Master bloodline. Once the secret technique was used, it could suppress the surrounding great formation for a short period of time. This secret technique could be said to have stolen the good fortune of heaven and earth. That was why it was called the heaven-seizing control art. As the seals were sent into the surrounding restrictions, those terrifying restrictions suddenly quieted down. Lin Feng carefully flew towards the location of the shattered spacetime. He was afraid that he would accidentally activate the silent shattered spacetime. If that happened, it would be a tragedy. Fortunately, when Lin Feng flew past the shattered spacetime, there was no movement in the shattered spacetime. The 2-winged demonic flood dragon quickly chased after him. Rumble, the 2-winged demonic flood dragon's body was too huge. When the two-winged demonic flood dragon flew over, the shattered spacetime was immediately activated, and it let out a series of loud noises. The shattered spacetime emitted a powerful devouring power. Then, it enveloped the two-winged demonic flood dragon, wanting to devour it. However, the two-winged demonic flood dragon was too powerful. Its huge body was like a huge moving mountain range in the void. The devouring power gushed out from the shattered spacetime. It was unable to devour the two-winged demonic flood dragon's body. So terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The two-winged demonic flood dragon's strength was a strength that defied common sense. This one wasn't even a beast king. It was unknown how strong a beast king level two-winged demonic flood dragon was. Facing the two-winged demonic flood dragon's attack, Lin Feng was already prepared. He removed the restrictions that were previously suppressed. When the densely packed restrictions touched the two-winged demonic flood dragon's body, they immediately released a powerful attack. Even though the two-winged demonic flood dragon was powerful, it still encountered trouble under the dual attack of the shattered spacetime and restrictions. A part of its body was blasted into the shattered spacetime by the restrictions. The shattered spacetime also seemed to have been stimulated, and the devouring power it emitted grew stronger and stronger. Roar, roar, the two-winged demonic flood dragon let out a series of furious and terrified roars. It struggled with all its might, wanting to charge out. Go play in other worlds, Lin Feng sneered. He used the burning wrath of the heavens and threw out several fireballs in succession. Rumble, 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 the fireballs exploded. They created a terrifying destructive power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The two-winged demonic flood dragon's situation could be said to be one disaster after another. Its huge body could no longer hold on, and was swallowed by the shattered spacetime. However, Lin Feng didn't know where it had been swallowed by the energies. Lin Feng let out a long breath. He quickly flew into the distance. Roar. After flying far away, he heard a furious roar. The Beast King level existence had arrived at the shattered spacetime that had swallowed the two-winged demonic flood dragon. It then entered the shattered spacetime. 3 days later, Lin Feng arrived at a place close to the heavenly immortal path. Roar, 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 earth-shaking roars rang out from the depths of the shattered spacetime, and two-winged demonic flood dragons appeared. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The Beast King level two-winged demonic flood dragon was too terrifying. It had actually found the two-winged demonic flood dragon that had been swallowed by the shattered spacetime. Moreover, it had brought the two-winged demonic flood dragon back safely. Now, the two terrifying two-winged demonic flood dragons were quickly rushing in his direction. Clearly, the two terrifying two-winged demonic flood dragons had sensed his aura from a great distance. Seeing the two terrifying creatures rushing towards him, Lin Feng knew that he had to break out of the encirclement quickly. He had to return to the immortal path before the two-winged demon dragons arrived. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Whoosh, Lin Feng held the stone sword in his hand and rushed towards the immortal path to heaven. Roar, the group of beasts roared and charged towards Lin Feng. Countless ferocious beasts had already received the order of the two-winged demon flood dragon. They were going to risk their lives to stop Lin Feng. Therefore, these beasts pounced towards Lin Feng without fear of death. Slash! Lin Feng roared. He held the stone sword in his hand and slashed towards the beasts that were pouncing towards him. Poochie! 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 Tearing sounds could be heard one after another as the beasts were killed by Lin Feng's stone sword. However, Lin Feng was also hit by many beasts. Numerous wounds appeared on his body, dripping with blood. He was in a rather miserable state. If this continued, he would definitely die. Lin Feng did not hold back at all and used his most powerful combat strength. He multitasked and summoned the Plate of Reincarnation and the Gate of Karma. At the same time, he waved the stone sword. Lin Feng was in a completely frenzied attack mode. There was no defense at all. Because at this moment, he was surrounded by countless beasts and could only fight to the death. He had to quickly carve out a bloody path. Only by attacking could he carve out a bloody path. Defense would not be able to carve out a bloody path. Lin Feng was like a god and a demon. He shook the world and destroyed the sun, moon, and sky. With the combination of the Gate of Karma and the Plate of Reincarnation, he was simply invincible. He was quickly approaching the immortal path to heaven. A large number of beasts were killed, and the ground was dyed red. Countless wounds appeared on Lin Feng's body. His injuries were very serious and almost fatal. If it were someone else, most likely, he would have died countless times by now. However, Lin Feng's immortal bloodline played a crucial role at this time. It was constantly repairing his body. Although his injuries were severe, his undying bloodline allowed Lin Feng to recover quickly. "Kill, kill, kill," shouted Lin Feng furiously. His body was filled with an endless amount of deadly energy. The killing intent was devoured by Lin Feng's white tiger domineering aura. The white tiger haki was not condensed. But now, he was about to break through. But this kind of heaven-defying method. The closer one was to success, the harder it was to succeed. It was the same for the white tiger haki. It was not an easy task to successfully condense the white tiger haki. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out and swept across the world. Four terrifying creatures rushed over. The bull demon king, the golden snake, the red-crowned crane, and the eight-armed demon ape. These four creatures were abnormally powerful. They were quasi-beast kings. Previously, Lin Feng was besieged by the bull demon king, the golden snake, and the immortal crane, but in the end, he got rid of the three creatures. Later, Lin Feng saw the bull demon king, the golden snake, the immortal crane, and the eight-arms demon ape kill an extremely powerful cultivator. Now that these four terrifying creatures had arrived, it was naturally an extremely dangerous thing for Lin Feng. "Kid, you can't escape." The big black yak's roar shook the sky. With a demon ox charge, it slammed towards Lin Feng. The golden snake turned into a golden light and pierced towards Lin Feng's body. It was like an immortal spear, piercing through the world and stabbing towards Lin Feng. The immortal crane turned into a dazzling sword chi, crossing the sky and slashing towards Lin Feng. The eight-arms demon ape waved its 8 arms and condensed the phantom of 10,000 demons. The phantom of 10,000 demons all rushed towards Lin Feng. Originally, Lin Feng was already doing his best to resist the encirclement of the surrounding beasts. Just as he was about to break out of the encirclement, the four quasi-beast kings appeared. Immediately, Lin Feng was in danger. Bang, 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 the attacks of the two sides collided. The attacks of the four great quasi-beast king-level existences were really too terrifying. Crack, crack. The gate of karma and the plate of reincarnation that Lin Feng summoned began to shatter. The two sides exchanged more than 10 blows. The gate of karma and the plate of reincarnation were destroyed. Supreme aura. Epical aura. Lin Feng hurriedly released the two types of aura. After the two types of aura overlapped, a powerful defensive power was produced. That powerful defensive power protected Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly rushed outside. But the attacks of the four quasi-beast kings were too powerful. They kept attacking Lin Feng from all sides. Lin Feng didn't know what to do. Lin Feng's injuries were getting worse and worse, and the immortal divine body's recovery was getting slower and slower. And in the distance, two-winged demon dragons were quickly rushing towards this side. The situation was extremely bad for Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression also became very serious. He rushed left and right, but was repelled again and again. The four quasi-beast kings seemed to be worried that Lin Feng would drag a few of them down with him before he died, so they didn't choose to completely kill Lin Feng. Instead, they kept exhausting Lin Feng's magic power. Kill. 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 Lin Feng roared. Even though he knew that he couldn't break out of the encirclement, he still chose to break out again and again. Every time he broke out of the encirclement, many new wounds would appear on his body. He was constantly repelled, and his injuries kept getting worse. The situation was getting worse and worse. Roar, roar, in the distance, the roars of beasts shook the sky. The two-winged demon dragons would arrive in a quarter of an hour at most. At that time, it would be a situation of certain death. Lin Feng attacked the encirclement of the beasts again and again, and was repelled again and again. But Lin Feng didn't give up. Rang Ranzai fearlessly rushed towards the ferocious beasts that were blocking his path. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind Lin Feng. It was the shadow of a fierce tiger. Looking carefully, it was actually a white tiger. Roar. The roar shook the heavens and the earth. The white tiger's roar shook the heavens and the earth, and the void trembled. Could it be? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. In a battle of life and death, cultivators could condense killing intent, which played a crucial role in the cultivation of the white tiger haki. White tiger haki, it was very likely that the white tiger haki was about to be condensed successfully. Killing intent filled the world. The killing intent that had accumulated in Lin Feng's body all poured into the white tiger's body. Finally, a formless energy condensed and formed. This power was the white tiger haki. The 7th level of haki. Lin Feng's face revealed a look of extreme surprise. He broke through the encirclement again and again without fear of death. He failed again and again. He fought to live from the brink of death. The heavens didn't let down those who worked hard. Lin Feng's white tiger haki. The condensation was successful. Lin Feng hurriedly operated the white tiger haki. The 3 types of haki superimposed together. Lin Feng's haki formed a huge magnetic field. Bang bang bang, after the surrounding beasts were enveloped by the magnetic field formed by the 3 types of haki superimposed, their bodies directly exploded. They couldn't withstand the magnetic field formed by the 3 types of haki superimposed. Quickly retreat, the 4 quasi-beast king-level existences cried out in horror. They quickly retreated, not daring to get close to Lin Feng. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the heavenly immortal path. Despicable ant, die. Suddenly, a low and cold voice resounded through the world. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to rush into the heavenly immortal path. Suddenly, a huge claw split the void and blasted towards Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a thick aura of death enveloping his entire body. The attack of a 2-winged demonic flood dragon was simply unstoppable. Even if Lin Feng wielded the stone sword to fight against the 2-winged demonic flood dragon, the result would be unchangeable. This was almost certain death. Everything seemed to be irreversible. However, Lin Feng still had one last technique that he hadn't used yet. It was the heaven patching technique. No matter how dangerous the situation was, he hadn't used the heaven patching technique in order to prevent this situation from happening. In this situation, even the Great Death Substitution technique couldn't save him. The opponent was simply too powerful and could instantly extinguish all of his vitality. The Great Death Substitution technique couldn't be used. Even if it could, so what? If the opponent could kill him once, they could kill him a second time. Only the heaven patching technique could be used once more by borrowing an opportunity from the heavens. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. The 2-winged demonic flood dragon's attack hit empty air. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared outside the heavenly path, several hundred meters away. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly entered the heavenly path. Roar! The 2-winged demonic flood dragon let out an angry roar. However, it couldn't stop Lin Feng at this time. Even though the 2-winged demonic flood dragon was an emperor, it didn't dare to challenge the order of heaven and earth on the heavenly path. The order of heaven and earth on the heavenly path was abnormally terrifying. It contained great danger. If the creatures of the white fog world dared to enter the heavenly path, they would be killed by the order of the laws. Even someone as powerful as the 2-winged demonic flood dragon didn't dare to rashly try. After entering the heavenly path, Lin Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Being able to come out alive was really too difficult. He followed the heavenly immortal path and quickly flew up it. The heavenly path wasn't just a simple path. Every once in a while, a chain of mountains or places like the Cliff of Enlightenment would appear beside the heavenly path. These places were connected to the heavenly path and weren't connected to the white fog world. Therefore, cultivators could enter these places to search for their own opportunities. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a huge battle erupting in a mountain range that was connected to the heavenly immortal path. There were 2 groups of cultivators. One group had about a dozen cultivators while the other group had 3 cultivators. The dozen or so cultivators were besieging the 3 cultivators. It was unknown what they were trying to snatch. After a fierce battle between the 2 sides, the 3 cultivators had actually managed to kill all of the cultivators who had surrounded them. The strength of those three cultivators was abnormally strong. Cultivators from the netherworld, Lin Feng looked at the three cultivators in shock. They were all wearing black robes that covered their bodies, making it impossible to see what they looked like. However, Lin Feng had entered the netherworld before. Therefore, he was more familiar with the aura of the netherworld creatures. Although the three black-robed cultivators had concealed their underworld aura with spells, Lin Feng still sensed it with his sharp spiritual sense. After killing more than 10 cultivators, the three cultivators collected the treasures on the bodies of the cultivators and devoured their souls. Then, they rushed outside. They saw Lin Feng, who had just entered the mountain range. The eyes of the three cultivators flashed with a sinister expression. They probably wanted to kill Lin Feng. They had the advantage in numbers and were extremely powerful cultivators. Encountering a lone cultivator like Lin Feng, they naturally had some thoughts. Lin Feng looked at the three cultivators with an indifferent expression. "Let's go." The hell cultivator in the middle looked at Lin Feng meaningfully and said to the two cultivators next to him. The two underworld cultivators were clearly taken aback. Then, they nodded. They left together with the middle cultivator. The middle cultivator was clearly the leader of the three. Soon, the three of them entered the heavenly immortal path. They continued to walk towards the depths of the heavenly immortal path. "Brother Huyan, why did you choose to leave?" The black-robed cultivator on the left asked. The middle cultivator was called Huyanze. It was said that he came from an extremely ancient clan in the netherworld. The one who spoke was called Shua Fengjun. He was also a descendant of a large clan in the netherworld. The other person was called Duan Mulong. He also came from a large clan. "This person is not simple," Huyanze said. "He looks very ordinary," Shua Fengjun said. "His realm doesn't seem to be very high. He hasn't even broken through to the giant god realm," Duan Mulong said. Huyanze said, "We can't judge his cultivation based on his realm alone. I actually sensed a trace of the netherworld's aura from him. He must have entered the netherworld before. He might even be a netherworld emissary. Such a person must have some ability. I feel that if the three of us join forces to kill him, he will definitely drag someone down with him. Consider this kid lucky," Shua Fengjun said. Shua Fengjun said with an indifferent expression. Lin Feng did not know that Huyanze, Shua Fengjun, and Duan Mulong were talking about him. At that moment, Lin Feng had found a cave in the mountain range. He went inside and meditated in seclusion. He had obtained a lot of galaxy immortal liquid from the two-winged devil flood dragon's lair. Now, he could refine the galaxy immortal liquid to increase his cultivation. Lin Feng took out the galaxy immortal liquid and drank it directly. Next, he circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art and began to refine the galaxy immortal liquid. The galaxy immortal liquid turned into the purest energy. The energy was continuously absorbed by Lin Feng's body. As the pure energy was absorbed by his body, Lin Feng's realm also began to increase. His realm quickly rose from the late stage of the 9th heavenly god realm to the peak of the 9th heavenly god realm. Then, Lin Feng began to attempt to break through to the 10th heavenly god realm. The pure energy from the galaxy immortal liquid gathered together and formed a long river of energy. The long river of energy flowed within Lin Feng's body. He began to break through the barrier of the 10th heavenly god realm again and again. It was not an easy task to break through to the 10th firmament celestial god realm. After trying for more than 10 times, finally, a tearing sound came from Lin Feng's body. It was as if something had been pierced. Waves of powerful magic power surged out. The magic power stored in Lin Feng's dantian began to grow at a crazy rate. Lin Feng had the urge to raise his head to the sky and shout. "Ha ha ha ha. 10th heavenly god realm, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh loudly. His realm finally stopped at the early stage of the 10th heavenly god realm. This kind of small breakthrough wasn't particularly difficult. Lin Feng estimated that he would soon reach the peak of the 10th heavenly god realm. At that time, he would have to start preparing to break through to the giant god realm. Lin Feng left the mountain range and entered the heavenly immortal path again. As for the mountain range, it had concealed its form. It was said that there were all kinds of mountain ranges, palaces, ancient ruins, Tao temples, and so on both sides of the heavenly immortal path. However, only those who were fated could see these scenes. Lin Feng continued to travel deeper into the heavenly immortal path. Suddenly, he saw a woman in snow-white clothes appear in front of him. She stood on the path and looked at him. Lin Feng was puzzled. Who was that woman? Why was she standing there? She looked at him, and the aura emanating from her body was terrifying. Lin Feng even suspected that she would soon charge over and fight him. However, as far as he could remember, he had never seen such a woman before. This woman was extremely beautiful. She had a perfect figure and a perfect face. The sudden appearance of such a peerless beauty did not excite Lin Feng. Instead, he was filled with doubts. The woman quickly turned around and walked into the distance. Lin Feng suddenly realized that the woman seemed to have disappeared from the world. He carefully sensed her and found that she was no longer in this world. However, when Lin Feng looked ahead, she was clearly there. What's going on? Could it be that the woman was a brand? She's not a real person? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He thought of a certain possibility. There were many images imprinted in the world. Was it possible that the woman was an image left behind by the immortal path to heaven? Perhaps there had been such a woman walking on the immortal path to heaven in the past, but that was a matter of the past. It wasn't a matter of the present. Lin Feng stroked his chin. He felt that there might be such a possibility. He followed behind the woman and continued to walk into the depths of the immortal path to heaven. That figure, that face. She's really the best of the best. Lin Feng followed behind the woman, quietly admiring her beauty. It was a kind of beauty that would make one gasp in amazement. Anyone who saw it would be shocked by this woman's peerless beauty. They would sigh at how such a beautiful woman could exist in this world. Where did she come from? Lin Feng muttered to himself. In the past, such a beautiful woman had come to the immortal path to heaven. Now, he was walking the same path she had walked. The woman's identity was a mystery. Lin Feng was destined to find it difficult to find out her identity, because they were not from the same space. Perhaps this woman was currently cultivating in her own world. Who knows, she might have died a long time ago. Whoosh, suddenly, the woman's speed increased a lot as she rushed forward. Lin Feng followed closely behind. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a majestic palace in front of him. There was a winding path on the immortal path that connected to this majestic palace. It seemed to be an immortal palace, surrounded by immortal qi. The palace was built magnificently. It seemed to be a palace where immortals used to live. The woman walked along the winding path towards the immortal palace. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised and quickly chased after her. He also wanted to follow that woman into the immortal palace. Perhaps he would be able to obtain some unimaginable items. However, Lin Feng was soon disappointed. When he arrived at the location of the winding path, the winding path had actually disappeared. Am I not fated with this opportunity? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. However, he soon thought that this might not be a fortuitous encounter, because he guessed that everything before his eyes was a scene that had been imprinted in the past. Since it was a scene imprinted on the immortal path to heaven, naturally, it couldn't be considered a fortuitous encounter. Dong, a Dao sound came from the immortal palace. The woman soared into the sky and flew towards the immortal palace. She was truly too beautiful. She was as holy and otherworldly as a fairy. Such a woman really made one's heart palpitate. After the woman entered the immortal palace, the immortal palace's shape completely disappeared. Lin Feng could no longer see the immortal palace. Why did this woman's image appear? It's really strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that this matter was somewhat strange. However, he couldn't tell what was wrong. He collected his thoughts and continued to walk upwards. There were quite a lot of cultivators outside the immortal path to heaven. However, there were very few cultivators on the immortal path to heaven. For several days, Lin Feng didn't see any other cultivators. He also didn't obtain any fortuitous encounters. It's said that there are countless fortuitous encounters on the immortal path to heaven, but I haven't discovered anything yet. Could it be that I'm not fated to be on the immortal path to heaven? Lin Feng couldn't help but think gloomily. He didn't give up. Instead, he continued to walk on the immortal path to heaven. Not long after, Lin Feng heard the sound of Tao. The sound of Tao rose in spirals and resounded between heaven and earth. It shook the clouds. After an unknown period of time, Lin Feng suddenly heard a burst of immortal spirit sound entering his ears. Everyone says that immortals are good. Everyone wants to know about longevity. The voice was fleeting. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Lin Feng stood in place and listened carefully to the voice. A day in the immortal cave is 60 years in the outside world. The immortal cave can lead to longevity. The mortal world has more than 3,000 worries. Who doesn't want to become an immortal? Everyone wants to have an immortal body. The voices resounded in his mind. Lin Feng closed his eyes and walked forward step by step. He didn't know how many steps he took. He stopped and looked ahead. He saw a huge dojo in front of him. The dojo was like a huge 8 trigrams. In front of the dojo was a huge stone tablet. There were 4 words written on the tablet. Immortal Dojo. Lin Feng walked toward the dojo and came to the side of the stone tablet. The stone tablet was very old. It was densely covered with runes. Lin Feng was shocked. This stone tablet was a supreme treasure. He tried to grab the stone tablet and shake it. However, after a few attempts, the stone tablet seemed to have disappeared. He failed every time. The stone tablet was very special. It couldn't be shaken at all. This is a treasure. It's a pity that I can't take it. What a pity. Lin Feng smacked his lips and said. Then, Lin Feng stepped onto the dojo. The dojo was emitting an aura of Tao. Moreover, the aura of Tao was extremely dense. As expected of a mysterious dojo, it was no small matter. I wonder who left this dojo behind. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He walked alone on the dojo. Finally, he sat down cross-legged. He comprehended the Tao of this place. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng felt that he appeared in a vast starry world. He sat cross-legged. Below him was a huge 8 trigrams. In front of Lin Feng, a man also sat cross-legged. It was a man wearing a Taoist robe. He seemed to be the embodiment of this starry world. When Lin Feng saw the man, he was very surprised. He was comprehending the Tao in the dojo, and he actually saw this mysterious man. Who was this man? Where did the 8 trigrams originate from? The man asked. Lin Feng didn't know why the man would ask him such a question. He thought for a moment, then said, I heard that sage Emperor Fuxi created the 8 trigrams based on the laws of the world. It was indeed created by sage Emperor Fuxi. However, do you know how sage Emperor Fuxi created the 8 trigrams? Lin Feng shook his head. As for how sage Emperor Fuxi created the 8 trigrams, that was something from countless years ago. It wasn't something that could be explored now. At that moment, the man waved his right hand lightly. Swish, divine light flickered slightly. In an instant, Lin Feng discovered that the scene before him had changed. He had arrived in an ancient world. In this ancient world, there were torrential storms, lightning, mountain floods, rivers bursting their banks, lightning flashing, tsunamis roaring, the sky collapsing, the earth sinking, all sorts of disasters were occurring. It was like the end of the world. It was terrifying to the extreme. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The world was being destroyed. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, could this be the scene of the Apocalypse War? The man said, of course not. The scene before you can't compare to the Apocalypse War. This scene before you is the beginning of the universe, when the myriad worlds first appeared. The laws of order were still imperfect, which is why such a scene occurred. There are disasters everywhere, and it's extremely terrifying. It makes one feel despair. So that's how it is. Lin Feng nodded. This was the beginning of an epoch, while the Apocalypse War was the end of an epoch. There was a huge difference between the two. The man continued, it was under such circumstances that sage Emperor Fuxi created the 8 trigrams. This is what we call the innate 8 trigrams. Qian is heaven, Kuan is earth, Zhen is thunder, Sun is wind, Ken is water, Li is fire, Zhen is mountain, and Dui is lake. In the beginning, the innate 8 trigrams symbolized the 8 natural phenomena of heaven, earth, thunder, wind, water, fire, mountain, and lake. This was the foundation of Sage Emperor Fushi's creation of the 8 trigrams. Sage Emperor Fushi used the innate 8 trigrams to predict the changes in heaven and earth. He believed that the interaction of yin and yang was the origin of all things. The Qian and Kuan trigrams were especially important in the 8 trigrams. Taiji and the 8 trigrams combined to form the Taiji 8 trigrams, which was later used by Taoists. Taoists believed that the Taiji 8 trigrams had great divine powers to suppress the evil. Therefore, after Emperor Fushi created the 8 trigrams, he used them in many different ways. Back in the days, the 8 trigrams played a key role in stabilizing the order of the universe. The 8 trigrams stabilized the strength of each world, and at that time, the order of the universe was constantly improving. In the end, many worlds were truly formed. Lin Feng admired Holy Emperor Fushi even more. He created the innate 8 trigrams to benefit the future generations. Actually, Lin Feng had also studied the 8 trigrams. The celestial teacher's branch had taught him about the 8 trigrams. However, the legacy of the celestial masters wasn't the core of Fushi's connate 8 trigrams. There were many kinds of 8 trigrams in the future. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were as vast as the sea. But among these inheritances, it was impossible to find the core inheritance of Fushi's innate 8 trigrams. It had long been buried in the river of history. Fushi's innate 8 trigrams were heaven-defying enough to predict many things in the future. Sage Emperor Fushi had died tragically. It was also related to the innate 8 trigrams. The man said, Sage Emperor Fushi created the 8 trigrams for the future and saved this era from turmoil. Who knows how many lives he saved? Unfortunately, Sage Emperor Fushi made others jealous and killed him. Lin Feng asked, who killed Sage Emperor Fushi? The man said, it's not suitable for you to know this now. Lin Feng sighed. It seemed that the man felt that his cultivation was not enough. If he told him, he would probably be killed. Is the Tao contained in this place Sage Emperor Fushi's core inheritance? Lin Feng asked. He could not help but become excited. If he could obtain Sage Emperor Fushi's core inheritance, it would be terrifying. The core of the innate 8 trigrams was a divination technique. He could divine anything he wanted. At that time, he could divine where there were fortuitous opportunities and immortal artifacts. He could just go there and search. The man looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile and said, do you really want to obtain Sage Emperor Fushi's core inheritance? Yes, of course. The innate 8 trigrams created by Sage Emperor Fushi is one of the greatest achievements in the history of the human race. If such a powerful inheritance were to be lost, those who heard it would be sad and those who heard it would cry. As a human cultivator, it is our duty to bring Sage Emperor Fushi's inheritance to greater heights. It is something we should strive to accomplish for the rest of our lives, said Lin Feng with a strong sense of righteousness. The man rolled his eyes when he heard Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng did not know what kind of existence this man was. He had originally thought that he was a divine sense branded in the dojo. But now it seemed that he was not that simple. Sage Emperor Fushi's core inheritance is not here. Perhaps it is somewhere in the heaven realm, the man said. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was full of enthusiasm. It turned into nothingness. He smiled bitterly and said, so this place is not Sage Emperor Fushi's inheritance? It is Sage Emperor Fushi's inheritance, but it is not the core inheritance, the man said. Then what kind of inheritance is it? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Just as Lin Feng was entering a state of enlightenment, 5 cultivators quickly flew over from afar. The 5 cultivators were very young, but each of them was extremely powerful. They were led by a man in a long golden robe. Look, it's a dojo, one of the cultivators pointed at the dojo. It really is a dojo. There is someone in the dojo. It seems that he is in a state of enlightenment. Another cultivator exclaimed in shock. Dojo of Immortals, this name is quite interesting. That kid is in a state of enlightenment. He doesn't even have any companions. Let's kill him and take his soul, memories, and treasures. The third cultivator said coldly. That kid is unlucky to run into us, the fourth cultivator sneered. Don't worry. I promise I'll do it quickly. The other four said in unison and then walked towards the training hall. But at this moment, the path to the training hall had disappeared. The four cultivators immediately stopped. Although the training hall was right in front of them, in reality, they couldn't reach that place at all. If they wanted to forcefully enter the training hall, they would be lost in the white fog world. This was because the white fog world outside every opportunity was very special. It was connected to some parallel spaces or parallel worlds. Once they entered, they would be instantly devoured. The situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. And the situation in front of them was like that. The opportunity here can only be enjoyed by this person alone. The golden-robed man's eyes suddenly revealed two rays of light. Usually, an opportunity that was enjoyed by someone alone was definitely not simple. It might be a powerful inheritance. Or it might be another opportunity. But since this place was called the Immortal Training Hall, then, there was a high probability that this place contained a powerful inheritance. What should we do? A cultivator looked at the golden-robed man and asked. Hide and wait for that kid to appear. When the time comes, we'll kill him. A cold killing intent appeared on the golden-robed man's face. Okay. The other four nodded. Lin Feng didn't know that he had been targeted by the golden-robed man and the others. At this moment, he was looking at the man beside him with anticipation. Since this man said that this place was Fushi's inheritance, what kind of inheritance was it? Lin Feng was extremely curious. The man said, the first inheritance is called the Taiji 8 trigrams diagram. This is an immortal technique passed down by Emperor Fushi. This immortal technique divides yin and yang into two extremes and uses the 8 trigrams to guard the 8 directions. Once used, the power is endless. Oh? This divine ability? Lin Feng was surprised. Why? Do you know something about this divine ability? The man looked at Lin Feng and asked. Not really. But I have also researched a divine ability that is somewhat similar to the Taiji 8 trigrams diagram. Senior, please take a look. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he soared into the sky. Then, his body turned into a Taiji 8 trigrams diagram. This was a divine ability that Lin Feng condensed by combining the Great Yin Yang technique with the 8 trigrams technique passed down from the Celestial Master sect. With the Taiji 8 trigrams diagram as the center, the 8 trigrams guarded the 8 directions. It was similar to the Taiji 8 trigrams diagram. That's right. That's right. You actually managed to create such a divine ability. Seeing the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams diagram that Lin Feng displayed, the man could not help clicking his tongue in wonder and sighing in admiration. Shua. With a flash of light, Lin Feng transformed into his human form. He asked, Senior, what do you think of the might of my Yin-Yang 8 trigrams diagram? With Yin and Yang as the center, the 8 trigrams suppress the 8 directions. The power of this Yin-Yang 8 trigrams diagram is indeed very strong, but after all, it is a combination of two divine abilities. Although its power is strong, it is still very weak. But there's one wonderful thing. You've used the great Yin-Yang art in this combined divine sense. If you succeed in cultivating the Taiji Yin-Yang image, you can also integrate the great Yin-Yang art into the Taiji Yin-Yang image and guard the two poles of the Taiji Yin-Yang image. In this way, the power of the Taiji Yin-Yang image will be greatly enhanced. Lin Feng nodded and said, Alright, I can give it a try when the time comes. As the saying goes, Taiji gives birth to Yin and Yang give birth to the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols give birth to the 8 trigrams. The evolution of all things in this world follows a pattern. Taiji is 1, and Yin and Yang are 2. Thus, Yin and Yang are what we call Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang happen to guard the Yang and Yin extremes of Taiji, and the great Yin-Yang art is the foundation of the great Tao of Yin and Yang. It is definitely the most perfect combination. The man continued to explain. Lin Feng pondered the man's words. The man's words contained a lot of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Lin Feng suddenly felt enlightened. At that moment, the man continued, the second type of inheritance is the great 8 trigrams art of the 3,000 great ways. The great 8 trigrams art is the foundation of the 8 trigrams art. It's like building a house with the great 8 trigrams art as the foundation. Cultivating the grade 8 trigrams art is equivalent to laying the foundation. If you don't cultivate the grade 8 trigrams art, it's like a house without a foundation. Of course, the most important thing is that after practicing the grade 8 trigrams art, when you go to the heaven realm in the future, you might be able to sense where Saint Emperor Fushi's core inheritance is. At that time, you might be able to rely on the grade 8 trigrams art to find Saint Emperor Fushi's core inheritance. At that time, you will be able to obtain the heaven-defying techniques that Saint Emperor Fushi had mastered. Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but reveal a burning gaze. Whether it was the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram or the grade 8 trigrams art, they were all too important. Of course. The prerequisite was that he could comprehend the Tao of this place. Although this place contained the cultivation method of the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram and the grade 8 trigrams art. But, if he couldn't comprehend it, then everything would be for naught. Lin Feng wanted to ask some other questions in detail, but he found that the man had disappeared. Who is he? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The man's identity was very mysterious, and he didn't know who he was. However, Lin Feng felt that the man might be related to the Holy Emperor Fushi. Could he be the descendant of the Holy Emperor Fushi, or the successor of the Holy Emperor Fushi? As for who he was, Lin Feng didn't know. These were all his guesses. Lin Feng began to comprehend the Tao of this place. This was because Lin Feng had already cultivated the 8 trigrams art passed down by the Heavenly Master's lineage. In addition, he had created the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams art. Therefore, it wasn't particularly difficult to comprehend the grade 8 trigrams art and the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram. This was because Lin Feng's foundation was too good. Everything seemed to flow naturally. After comprehending for 2 days, Lin Feng had successfully comprehended the 2 divine arts. He opened his eyes, and his face lit up with joy. These were 2 extremely important divine arts. Now, it could be considered as a great opportunity. Crack, crack. The Tao platform of the immortal Tao Plaza began to crack. Lin Feng comprehended the Tao of this place. The Tao platform here would self-destruct. The meaning of the cultivator who set up the Tao platform was clear. The Tao here could only be passed down to one person. Once someone obtained the Tao here, the Tao platform would be destroyed. No one else would be able to obtain the Tao here. Lin Feng quickly left the Tao platform and headed for the heavenly immortal path. He had just returned to the heavenly immortal path. Boom, 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 a terrifying chi filled the air as 4 silhouettes appeared and threw themselves at Lin Feng. These 4 people were 4 of the 5 people who were hiding here just now. The leading golden-robed man didn't attack. Perhaps he didn't want to, so he didn't attack. Of course, the 4 cultivators who attacked were strong enough. The green-robed cultivator condensed the shadow of a demonic mountain and rushed toward Lin Feng. The purple-robed cultivator's fist was surrounded by dazzling holy light. It turned into a fist light and blasted toward Lin Feng. The cultivator in white clothes released an incredible amount of sword chi. Lin Feng didn't know how many sword chi there were. He wanted to crush Lin Feng's body into pieces. The blue-clothed cultivator condensed the shadow of an evil god of hell. The evil god of hell looked like an evil god that had walked out from the world of hell. It was abnormally terrifying. The 4 cultivators' attacks were too strong. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a thick aura of death envelop him. Heaven patching technique. Before the 4 cultivators' attacks hit him, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique and disappeared without a trace. The attacks of the 4 powerhouses hit nothing but air. Lin Feng appeared 100 meters away and looked at the 5 people who appeared on the heavenly path with a gloomy expression. These 5 people were really powerful. They had hidden themselves so quietly that even he could not detect their auras. 4 of them attacked just now. The golden-robed cultivator didn't attack. Was it because he didn't want to? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Huh? This kid has some tricks up his sleeve? The faces of the 4 powerhouses all revealed a rather shocked expression, as if they couldn't believe their own eyes. The 4 of them attacked together, but they couldn't kill Lin Feng, a low-level cultivator. This made them very surprised. In addition to surprise, they felt angry and humiliated. As far as they were concerned, killing Lin Feng would be a piece of cake for them. However, what happened was completely different from what they had imagined. It was hard for them to accept. They couldn't accept it because they didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all. If the person they were besieging was a top-notch expert in their eyes, and if the other party managed to dodge that terrifying attack, these people would feel that everything was a matter of course. Which scoundrel dares to launch a sneak attack on this young master? Judging from your treacherous and despicable appearance, I know that you people only know how to play dirty tricks behind my back. Lin Feng looked at the 5 people mockingly. Brat, what did you say? The faces of the 5 cultivators instantly turned gloomy. They were of noble birth. Everyone had an extremely arrogant personality. Now, Lin Feng actually called him a scoundrel and a treacherous villain. How could these cultivators not be angry? Now, the 5 of them were furious, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have been cut into 1,000 pieces by their cold gazes. Lin Feng said faintly, "What? Could it be that I'm wrong? Guys who only know how to launch sneak attacks aren't worth mentioning at all. For people like you, this young master can kill you with just a flick of his finger. Reckless fool, I'll take your life within 3 moves." The blue-clothed young master's expression was indifferent, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He took a step forwards and threw a punch at Lin Feng. The other 4 people looked at Lin Feng indifferently. They seemed to be full of confidence in the blue-clothed young master. When the young man in blue threw a punch, the image of a sky full of mountains and rivers appeared on his fist. This move was called the Heavenly Mountain River Fist. With one punch, the mountains and rivers in the heavens were all shattered. Its power could be described as peerless and terrifying. Feeling the blue-clothed cultivator's attack, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This blue-clothed young master's cultivation was so powerful. If it was a one-on-one fight, Lin Feng felt that if he didn't use his trump card, he wouldn't be a match for the blue-clothed cultivator at all. Facing the blue-clothed young master's attack, Lin Feng didn't move at all. He didn't even lift his eyelids. What the hell is that kid doing? The other 4 people couldn't help but frown slightly. They naturally didn't think that Lin Feng was scared out of his wits. How could he still have such thoughts after cultivating to this realm? Be careful. The purple-clothed young master couldn't help but remind. The blue-clothed young master said confidently, "Don't worry, dealing with a lowly cultivator from the lower realm is simply a piece of cake." The other 4 people thought about it and felt that it made sense. They looked at Lin Feng with interest. They were all looking at him with a teasing gaze. People from the heaven realm? Hearing the blue-clothed young master's words, Lin Feng finally moved. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Lin Feng, this blue-clothed cultivator, used the words lowly cultivator from the lower realm to describe himself. Generally, only cultivators from the heaven realm would use lower realm to refer to cultivators from other worlds. Therefore, these 5 people should be cultivators from the heaven realm. No wonder their strength was so terrifying. It turned out that they were cultivators from the heaven realm. This could be explained. Kid, go to hell. The blue-clothed cultivator's mouth curled up into a sinister expression. That tyrannical punch was about to land on Lin Feng's body. At this moment, a light flashed in Lin Feng's hand and the stone sword appeared in his hand. Lin Feng held the stone sword with both hands and slashed at the blue-clothed cultivator. The reason why he had been standing still earlier was to numb the blue-clothed cultivator. When the blue-clothed cultivator's attack was about to land on his body, he would take out the stone sword to deal with the blue-clothed cultivator. At this moment, the distance was too close. Even if the blue-clothed cultivator had a powerful magic treasure on him, it was too late to take it out. Feeling the power emitted from the stone sword, the blue-clothed cultivator's expression changed greatly. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. A slashing sound was heard. The blue-clothed cultivator's arm was directly chopped off by Lin Feng. Ah, the blue-clothed cultivator let out a mournful scream. No matter how hard a fist was, it was still afraid of a kitchen knife. Although the blue-clothed young master's attack was tyrannical, it was still unable to contend against the stone sword's attack. After chopping off the blue-clothed cultivator's arm, Lin Feng waved the stone sword and slashed towards the blue-clothed cultivator's head. Kid, you dare? The other 4 people couldn't help but roar as they all charged towards Lin Feng. Why wouldn't I dare? Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. His sword was moving towards Lin Feng's direction. A slashing sound was heard. The blue-cloaked cultivator's head was directly chopped off by Lin Feng. The stone sword shattered the blue-cloaked cultivator's soul. The blue-cloaked cultivator's soul scattered. At the same time, Lin Feng quickly retreated. Boom, 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 boom. The attacks of the four experts immediately hit the air. Little bastard, you're courting death. You're courting death. Today, we'll definitely tear you into pieces. The four cultivators' eyes were twinkling with killing intent. They were looking at Lin Feng with killing intent. Boom. The four strong cultivators moved towards Lin Feng. The four experts were each more terrifying than the other, but the one that made Lin Feng feel fear was the golden-cloaked cultivator. Previously, the only Heaven Realm cultivator that Lin Feng came into contact with was Xianxia. Xianxia's cultivation could be described as unfathomable. If he hadn't teamed up with the Fire One to deal with Xianxia, it was very likely that he wouldn't have been able to defeat her. Of course, Xianxia was eaten clean by Lin Feng later on. He believed that Xianxia would never forget what happened back then, right? Now, among the four great experts, Lin Feng felt that the golden-cloaked man's cultivation was the closest to Xianxia's. The other three were slightly weaker. But that was only relative. In fact, the other three's cultivation was also abnormally terrifying. Now that the blue-cloaked man was killed by Lin Feng, the four of them were completely furious. Their killing intent soared to the sky, as if they wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Facing the attacks of the four, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He knew that the situation was very bad, but Lin Feng wasn't worried. He controlled the stone sword and wasn't afraid of these people at all. When the four great experts attacked. Epic Hegemony. White Tiger Hegemony. Supreme Hegemony, the three types of hegemony were released at the same time, forming a magnetic field. The four great experts were all enveloped by the magnetic field. Their bodies were almost imprisoned, and their speed was greatly reduced. It's hegemony. The golden-cloaked man's expression suddenly changed. This person was indeed the strongest among the four. He immediately chose to retreat. Under the intimidation of Lin Feng's three types of hegemony, the golden-cloaked man was actually able to dissolve the oppression of the hegemony. It could be seen how terrifying this golden-cloaked man was. The expressions of the other three changed greatly. Their cultivation couldn't be compared to the golden-cloaked man. Thus, it was difficult for them to escape the intimidation of the hegemony. Although they tried their best to retreat, their speed was extremely slow. Lin Feng arrived in front of the purple-cloaked man and slashed down with a stone sword. Pooh, this terrifying sword strike directly beheaded the purple-robed young master. The purple-cloaked man died. Then, Lin Feng walked towards the white-cloaked man with his sword. We're from a big clan in the celestial world. If you dare kill us, you better think about the consequences, the white-cloaked man cried out in horror. Then, he began to threaten Lin Feng. He wanted to use his family's power to intimidate Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng completely ignored the white-cloaked man's threat. He sneered and said, I already knew that you were cultivators from the Heaven Realm. There's no need to repeat myself. Even if you are the son of the Heaven Master, if you offend this young master, I will still cut you down. Puff, as soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and brought his sword down. The white-robed cultivator's head was also cut off. The green-robed cultivator activated a treasure he obtained. It was a flying sword with an ancient and powerful appearance. Clearly, it was a great treasure with an extraordinary origin. After the flying sword was activated, it turned into an afterimage. He quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered when he saw the flying sword flying towards him. The speed of the flying sword was very fast. However, his speed was even faster. Lin Feng waved his stone sword and slashed at the flying sword. Clang! With a sonorous collision sound, the flying sword was sent flying by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng arrived in front of the green-robed man. He slashed at the green-robed man. No! The green-robed man roared in fear. He originally thought that killing Lin Feng would be a piece of cake, but in the end, all of them died one after another. They were the heaven's favored children of the Heaven Realm. Now, they actually died at the hands of a lower realm cultivator. Only now did the green-robed cultivator understand the meaning of the sentence, "You can't underestimate all the cultivators in the world." Puff. A tearing sound was heard. Lin Feng killed the green-robed man with a single sword strike. However, just as he killed the green-robed man, Lin Feng felt a terrifying aura behind him. The golden-robed man held a war spear in his hand and pierced towards Lin Feng's body. This person's timing could be said to be perfect. It was when Lin Feng killed the green-robed man that the golden-robed man chose to attack. The golden-robed man was abnormally terrifying. Although Lin Feng's domineering aura would cause his speed to plummet. However, he was unable to completely suppress this person. The golden-robed man was now one with his spear. That spear was truly peerless and terrifying. It pierced through heaven and earth. It shattered the heavens. It locked onto Lin Feng. Lin Feng had no way to dodge. Lin Feng quickly condensed a defensive crystal wall to block the golden-robed man's attack. However, the golden-robed man's spear attack was almost his peak attack. The power was simply too tyrannical. It directly pierced through the defensive crystal wall that Lin Feng condensed. Puff, then, the spear pierced through Lin Feng's body. Ha 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 ha, go to hell. The golden-robed man laughed loudly with a ferocious expression on his face. He wanted to kill Lin Feng in midair. However, Lin Feng grabbed the spear that pierced his body. The golden-robed man was unable to lift Lin Feng up. Lin Feng's other hand waved the stone sword and slashed at the golden-robed man. The golden-robed man's expression sank slightly. He suddenly exerted force with both hands and quickly retreated. He pulled the spear out of Lin Feng's body. A bloody hole appeared on Lin Feng's body. The injury was extremely serious. He had a strong feeling that this person was extremely terrifying. It was just as he had guessed. If it was someone else who took this spear attack of mine, all the meridians in their body would have been broken. They would be crippled by now, but you are fine? The golden-robed man looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. Of course I'm fine. I am an immortal existence. Lin Feng said coldly. He circulated his immortal body and quickly healed his injuries. Oh? You have the immortal body. So you are from this clan. The golden-robed man immediately guessed Lin Feng's identity when he saw that Lin Feng's injuries were healed. It seemed like this person knew something about the Undying clan. After guessing Lin Feng's identity, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. There were a few races in the world, although they were not in the heaven realm. Although they weren't from the heavenly realm was still very wary of those clans. The Undying clan was one of them. Therefore, the golden-robed man wanted to kill Lin Feng. Today, I will let you experience my ultimate technique. The golden-robed man's voice was filled with endless killing intent and coldness. He walked toward Lin Feng step by step. The aura in his body was getting stronger and stronger. It was a sharp aura that could break the sky. It was emitted from the golden-robed man's body. 360,000 spear attacks. The golden-robed man shouted coldly and stabbed his spear at Lin Feng. Suddenly, something terrifying happened. Countless spear lights appeared around the golden-robed young master. There were a total of 360,000 spears. Each spear light contained a terrifying power that could pierce through heaven and earth. This move of 360,000 spears was really powerful. It made Lin Feng feel as if he was in a sea of spears. This person's cultivation was really terrifying. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Facing the 360,000 spears, he used 3 types of haki with all his strength. He neutralized the 360,000 spears. The haki was indeed powerful. The 360,000 spears were directly blocked by the haki. It's useless. Although the haki is powerful, it's not invincible. The golden-clothed young master's voice was cold. He held the war spear in his right hand and suddenly shook it. Suddenly, spear light surged out. Another 360,000 spears shot out. The power was really too tyrannical. Epic haki still neutralized the golden-clothed young master's attack this time. However, what shocked Lin Feng was that the golden-clothed young master was constantly attacking. Each spear could condense 360,000 spears. This person's magic power was too majestic. Although this divine ability consumed a lot of magic power, he was still quite relaxed. It could be seen how powerful this golden-clothed young master's magic power was. Although the 360,000 spears were neutralized by Lin Feng's haki time and time again. However, under the repeated attacks, the domineering aura was gradually broken. This was like a treasure with amazing defense that could neutralize hundreds of thousands of attacks from powerful magic treasures. However, in reality, the power interacted and cancelled each other out. Every time the magic treasure's attack was neutralized, the defensive magic treasure would be damaged a little. In the end, it would still be destroyed. It was just a matter of time. Lin Feng's haki was the same. The golden-clothed young master's attack was too fierce. 360,000 spears continued to bombard. Each attack was stronger and fiercer than the last. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This definitely couldn't go on. Lin Feng was also very clear about this. He had to quickly think of a way to neutralize the golden-clothed young master's attack. Otherwise, once the haki was broken, the situation would be dangerous. Now, the golden-clothed young master's attack was suppressing Lin Feng so much that he had no chance to counterattack. However, Lin Feng was not without a way to deal with the golden-clothed young master. He was channeling the Great Curse art. As long as the Great Curse technique could be used successfully, the golden-clothed young master's attack would be interrupted. Lin Feng continued to use the Great Curse technique. Even after using it a dozen times, he was still unable to injure the golden-clothed young master. Although the Great Curse art was powerful, it wasn't able to injure the opponent every time it was used. The success rate was actually very low. Crack, crack. The magnetic field formed by the haki continued to crack. It wouldn't be long before the haki was completely torn apart. The golden-robed young master had already unleashed 379 consecutive spear strikes. However, this person still did not show any signs of fatigue, which made Lin Feng extremely shocked. Wasn't this golden-robed young master's magic power a little too boundless? Could it be that this guy has already broken through to the quasi-emperor realm? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. It was impossible for a giant god realm cultivator to possess such boundless magic power. Unless he was a quasi-emperor. No wonder the golden-robed young master was able to suppress him to the point where he was unable to retaliate. The golden-robed young master was a top-notch prodigy. Even when he was at a lower level, he could challenge those who were at a higher level than him. Now, he had broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. Who knew how terrifying his cultivation base was? Lin Feng could challenge those who were at a higher level than him, and so could the golden-robed young master. Therefore, Lin Feng's ability to challenge those who were at a higher level than him was not so obvious when facing the golden-robed young master. However, the golden-robed young master's cultivation base was much higher than Lin Feng's. The giant god realm and the quasi-emperor realm were two major realms. There were many smaller realms in between. No wonder Lin Feng was suppressed so badly. Lin Feng guessed that the reason why the Great Curse art had not been successfully used more than 10 times in a row was because the golden-robed young master's cultivation base was too strong. The higher the cultivation base of the target of the Great Curse art, then, the chances of the Great Curse art successfully injuring the opponent would be lower. Kid, you can't escape the fate of death. The golden-robed young master's face was filled with dense killing intent. In his opinion, Lin Feng would definitely die this time. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He ignored the golden-robed young master. He was still constantly using the Great Curse art to attack the golden-robed young master. Crack, crack, the magnetic field formed by the domineering aura was almost completely broken. The golden-robed young master's eyes suddenly lit up. That peerless and terrifying spear pierced through again. The power was even stronger than before. The dense spear light pierced towards Lin Feng. This attack would definitely destroy the magnetic field formed by the domineering aura. Such a terrifying attack might be able to kill Lin Feng. At this extremely dangerous moment. Suddenly, puff, a piercing sound was heard. The golden-robed young master's chest was directly pierced through, leaving a bloody hole. The golden-robed young master's attack was immediately interrupted. At this critical moment, Lin Feng successfully used the Great Curse art to severely injure the golden-robed young master. Lin Feng was so excited that tears streamed down his face. It was really too timely. If he had failed again just now, the one who would be severely injured or even killed at this moment would be him. Those 4 people are waiting for you on the road to hell. Die together. Lin Feng coldly shouted and quickly rushed towards the golden-robed young master. His peerless sword slashed towards the golden-robed young master. The golden-robed young master didn't have the immortal divine body. Naturally, he couldn't recover as quickly as Lin Feng. Therefore, at this moment, after his chest was pierced through, his battle strength was greatly reduced. The golden-robed young master felt an endless sense of weakness sweeping through his body. He knew. At this moment, it wasn't suitable to continue fighting with Lin Feng. He could either end the battle quickly and kill Lin Feng, or he could escape and find a place to heal. The golden-robed young master's pride didn't allow him to choose to escape. Instead, he chose to stay and fight with Lin Feng again. Gods break the sky. The golden-robed young master coldly shouted. He circulated his magic power and stabbed towards Lin Feng with his spear. This spear actually showed the god's shadow. The power of this spear was really too terrifying. It directly pierced through heaven and earth and stabbed towards Lin Feng. When Lin Feng sensed the terrifying power of that spear, he was dumbstruck. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but never falls down. A ferocious beast on the verge of death was often the most dangerous. He hurriedly placed the stone sword in front of him. Clang, the golden-robed young master's terrifying spear struck the stone sword, and Lin Feng was sent flying. Lin Feng's hand, which was holding the stone sword, cracked from the impact. Blood immediately flowed out. Cough, 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 he coughed violently and directly coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. The golden-robed young master's attack was so powerful that it made people pale with fright. Damn it! Seeing Lin Feng block his spear, the golden-robed young master's face became incomparably gloomy. That spear just now was almost his strongest spear, but it couldn't kill Lin Feng. The golden-robed young master didn't continue fighting. He suddenly stomped his foot and turned into a golden stream of light, fleeing towards the depths of the immortal path to heaven. You won't be able to escape. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he quickly chased after the golden-robed young master. His voice was filled with cold killing intent, and his eyes were filled with endless coldness. The golden-robed young master was already heavily injured, so he had to kill this person. As for the fact that the golden-robed young master came from a great power in the heaven realm, Lin Feng didn't even consider it. Ever since the ancient war, the space-time of the heaven realm and various great worlds had been destroyed. Those great powers in the heaven realm didn't even know who he was. So what if those great powers in the heaven realm could find out who he was through some heaven-defying methods? Could it be that they would still go to the 9 regions? After the space-time domain gate was destroyed, there was only one way for the heaven realm cultivators to go to the 9 regions, and that was to travel through the starry sky. It was unknown how long it would take to travel through the starry sky from the heaven realm to the 9 regions. By the time the heaven realm cultivators arrived at the 9 regions, Lin Feng would have already left. Of course, he didn't know if he could reach the 9 regions. The catastrophe at the end of the ancient era had destroyed the starry sky world, and many starry sky routes had become inaccurate. If the heaven realm cultivators traveled through the starry sky, they might get lost in the starry sky without even seeing the shadow of the 9 regions. They might even die in the starry sky. This was very likely to happen, so Lin Feng wasn't worried about the revenge of the heaven realm cultivators at all. Boy, I'm a cultivator of the Immortal Clan. Do you know the Immortal Clan? If you know, then leave quickly. I won't spread the news that you killed the other 4 people. This is something that will benefit both you and me. What do you think? The golden-robed cultivator asked in a deep voice. Lin Feng naturally knew about the Immortal Clan. In fact, he didn't have a good impression of them. As one of the oldest human powers, the Immortal Clan gradually became one of the most terrifying powers in the heaven realm after arriving in the heaven realm. They even gradually took control of the heaven realm. But at this time, what did the Immortal Clan do? This clan actually didn't admit that they were a branch of the human clan. They broke away from the human clan. Moreover, they defined the human clan as a lowly race with the celestial clan and a few other ancient races. Now that he thought about the wicked things the Immortal Clan did, Lin Feng felt angry. So you're from the Immortal Clan? No wonder you're so high and mighty, disregarding the lives of others. When you kill others, have you ever imagined the scene of you being killed? Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. He had no intention of letting the golden-cloaked young master go. So what if they were immortals? This young master will kill him without hesitation. Whoosh, Lin Feng stepped on the 8-directional world, and his speed continued to increase. Do you really want to fight me to the death? Endless killing intent burst out from the golden-robed young master's eyes. He had never felt so aggrieved before, being chased all the way. Yet, he had no ability to resist. This feeling was extremely terrible, and it made him feel endless humiliation. He even wanted to stop and fight to the death with Lin Feng. Even if he died, he would drag Lin Feng down with him. However, reason still prevailed over the impulse in his heart. Only by staying alive would he be able to wash away his shame. The golden-robed young master comforted himself. You're quite self-aware. You know that you're a small fish about to be killed. However, the net won't break even if the fish dies. Lin Feng mocked. You dare call me a small fish? The golden-robed young master glared furiously at Lin Feng. You're the one who said we'll fight to the death. You're the one who said you're a fish, and now you're blaming me? Lin Feng said indifferently. The golden-robed young master was speechless. That was just an adjective, okay. He realized that he had no way of communicating with Lin Feng. If he continued, the golden-robed young master suspected that he would die from anger. He increased his speed and fled deeper into the heavenly path. The golden-robed young master hoped to see celestial cultivators so that they could help deal with Lin Feng. However, even after fleeing for a long time, he still didn't see any celestial cultivators. The golden-robed young master's injuries were getting worse, and it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. The distance between him and Lin Feng was getting shorter and shorter. Are you ready to die? Lin Feng sneered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The golden-robed young master remained silent with a gloomy expression. At that moment, he saw a mountain range appear in front of him. The golden-robed young master quickly rushed toward the mountain range that connected the heavenly path. Lin Feng chased after him into the mountain range. The mountain range was huge, covering an area of 50 to 60 miles. The forest was dense. Tigers roared and apes cried. Fierce beasts could be seen everywhere. Lin Feng caught up to the golden-robed young master in the forest and slashed at him with his sword. The golden-robed young master brandished his battle spear to block. Clang, clang. Clang. Clang, the golden-robed young master was sent flying. Wah, the golden-robed young master coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as paper. He was now injured on top of his previous injuries. The situation didn't look good for him. The scenery here is beautiful. It'll be a good place to bury you. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he charged at the golden-robed young master again. Raging waves. The golden-robed young master roared angrily. Monstrous waves appeared under his feet. He stood on top of the waves and charged at Lin Feng. The golden-robed young master's spear technique was really powerful. This spear technique was even more powerful than the 360,000 spears from before, and the divine ability gods break the heavens. Blade storm. Lin Feng shouted coldly. He slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, with him as the center, a storm swept through heaven and earth. If one looked carefully, within the storm, there was actually an endless amount of sword chi. The moment the blade storm was unleashed, its power was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Bang! The two of them immediately collided, and the powerful energy shockwaves destroyed the surrounding forest. What happened? There were many cultivators in the mountain range looking for opportunities. Now, they were all alarmed. Those cultivators rushed into the sky. There are cultivators fighting. The cultivators in the mountain range looked at Lin Feng and the golden-robed young master in shock. They quickly rushed in the direction of the battle. More than 100 cultivators hurried over. Lin Feng had been in the heavenly path for a while, but this was the first time he saw so many cultivators. These cultivators were all people with great fortune. Their cultivation bases were extremely tyrannical. Perhaps there would be a few among them who would become the overlords of the universe in the future. Isn't that Helian Yundao of the Celestial Realm's immortal tribe? He's injured, and his injuries seem to be serious. Some cultivators recognized the golden-robed young master. He was a top genius of the immortal tribe. His cultivation base was extremely tyrannical. He was also very famous in the heavenly path. Who was that kid? Did he seriously injure Helian Yundao? Then, everyone looked at Lin Feng. They couldn't help but feel deeply shocked. You're really a centipede that doesn't fall down even after death. Even after suffering such injuries, you still have such powerful combat strength. You really surprised me. Lin Feng looked coldly at Helian Yundao. In fact, if Lin Feng didn't have the stone sword, he wouldn't be Helian Yundao's strength at all. However, in a battle between cultivators, the one who could survive to the end wasn't solely based on strength. Many things were involved in this battle. For example, whether a cultivator's Dharma treasure could restrain the other party's Dharma treasure, and many other factors had to be included. Dharma treasures could play a crucial role in a battle of life and death. Are there any friends from the heavenly realm who can help me kill this brat? I, Helian Yundao, will definitely reward you greatly. Helian Yundao ignored Lin Feng and looked at the surrounding cultivators. Helian Yundao is so arrogant, but he actually asked for help from outsiders? The surrounding cultivators were very surprised. They didn't expect Helian Yundao to take the initiative to ask for help. Even though they didn't have any interactions with Helian Yundao, many of them had heard of his character. As a cultivator from the Heavenly Realm's immortal clan, Helian Yundao was high and mighty. He looked down on cultivators from other clans. As for cultivators from other worlds, they were even less in Helian Yundao's eyes. This person is indeed not simple. He actually forced Helian Yundao to such a state. Fortunately, we didn't make a move back then. Otherwise, we would have formed a huge grudge. 3 cultivators stood in the northwest corner of the forest. The one who spoke was the underworld cultivator, Shua Fengjun. Duan Mulang said, Brother Huyan has a unique insight. I wonder what Brother Huyan thinks the outcome of this battle will be. Will that brat be able to kill Helian Yundao successfully? Huyan Zhe said, Helian Yundao should be an arrow at the end of its flight. However, a beast at the brink of death is the most dangerous. Therefore, we can't be careless at this time. Whether or not he can kill Helian Yundao will depend on that brat's methods. Not only were the 3 cultivators from the underworld discussing this battle, but all the surrounding cultivators were also discussing this battle. Naturally, there were heavenly realm cultivators among the 100 cultivators. Moreover, there was more than one heavenly realm cultivator. However, when those heavenly realm cultivators heard Helian Yundao's cry for help, they didn't make a move. As an immortal, Hel Yundao had always thought highly of himself. Although they were both heaven realm cultivators. However, Helian Yundao didn't take him seriously. Therefore, those heaven realm cultivators were naturally happy to watch the show, and did not have any intention of helping Helian Yundao. How sad. Did you see that? No one is willing to help you. You're really a failure to live to this extent. Lin Feng said with a sneer. He held the stone sword in his hand and once again charged towards Hel Yundao. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Lin Feng used his powerful sword Dao Theurgy. 10,000 swords returned to origin was unleashed. Billions of sword chi condensed. The dense sword chi gathered together and merged with Lin Feng, forming a giant sword that cut through the void. Then, he instantly charged towards Hel Yundao. The power of that sword strike was truly too terrifying, causing everyone to be shocked and emotionally moved. 9 godly demonic spears. Hel Yundao's expression was gloomy. He roared and used a new ultimate technique. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out. Behind Hel Yundao, the phantom of a god fiend appeared. That god fiend phantom held a battle spear in his hand. The god fiend and Hel Yundao's body merged into one. Hel Yundao seemed to have transformed into that immortal god fiend, his battle prowess was unparalleled. Hel Yundao stabbed out 9 times in a row. One spear could pierce through heaven and earth. The power of 9 consecutive stabs was simply earth-shattering. The 9 spear lights condensed into one. Clang, the dazzling spear light collided with Lin Feng's 10,000 swords returned to origin. Both sides immediately produced a violent collision sound. Hel Yundao's attack was indeed very powerful, but he was already injured. In addition, after being injured, Hel Yundao had gone through many consecutive battles. At this moment, his battle prowess had dropped greatly. He was already exhausted and found it difficult to resist Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng's 10,000 swords returned to origin directly broke Hel Yundao's 9 spears god and demon. Then, Lin Feng held the stone sword in his hand and charged towards Hel Yundao. Shatter the mountains and rivers. Seeing Lin Feng charging over, Hel Yundao leaped up. He held the battle spear in his hand with both hands, then swung the battle spear and fiercely smashed it towards Lin Feng. Even the void was shattered by Hel Yundao's attack. This person really had many tricks up his sleeves. Hel Yundao's cultivation is really powerful. His injuries are so serious, but he can still hold on for such a long time. This person can be considered one of the best among the younger generation of the immortal tribe. Naturally, he has many extraordinary tricks up his sleeve. However, I don't think highly of him. His opponent looks very ordinary, but he's hiding his strength very well. Do you see that stone sword? This person actually has a stone artifact. He's very powerful and has a stone artifact. I'm afraid Hel Yundao won't be able to escape death today. Many people whispered to each other. Their eyes were unblinkingly watching the battle on the battlefield. The stone sword in Lin Feng's hand had an extraordinary origin, but those people clearly didn't know the origin of this stone sword. Many people might have heard of the rumors of the 36 stone swords, but there was no lack of treasures like stone swords among the stone artifacts that had been passed down. Therefore, those cultivators didn't think about it at all. The power of Hel Yundao's shattering of mountains and rivers was astonishing. However, it wouldn't be easy to defeat Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. The stone sword collided with Hel Yundao's battle spear. At this moment, Lin Feng slapped towards Hel Yundao with his palm. Above his palm, endless power of destiny lingered. Hel Yundao also punched towards Lin Feng. Bang, accompanied by a dull collision sound, the two sides collided fiercely. The power of destiny lingering on Lin Feng's fist instantly broke Hel Yundao's punch. Then, it smashed into Hel Yundao's body and sent him flying. Wah, Hel Yundao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned as pale as paper and his body was sent flying. Lin Feng quickly rushed over and waved the stone sword in his hand towards Hel Yundao. I'm not willing to accept this. Hel Yundao roared and held his battle spear, wanting to counterattack. He was the pride of the heaven realm. He was the successor of the immortal race. He had the noblest bloodline in the world. He wasn't willing to die here like this. But everything could no longer be reversed. Lin Feng's attack was too fast. A peerless sword slashed out. Poochie. A tearing sound was heard. Hel Yundao's head was chopped off. He's dead. Lien Yundao is dead. Who was that guy? Even Lien Yundao wasn't his match. That guy's life aura is very young. He shouldn't be from the heavenly realm, right? I don't know how he cultivated, but he's actually so strong. Could he be from the Xianxia world? The cultivators watching the battle began to discuss. Then, they began to discuss Lin Feng's identity. Some people felt that perhaps only the mysterious and unpredictable world of the chaotic bound of Xianxia could possess such terrifying and extraordinary combat power. This guy actually has a storage ring. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the storage ring. It was left behind by Lien Yundao. It seemed that he had obtained it in this space. After taking Lien Yundao's storage ring, he had taken Lien Yundao's soul origin. Lin Feng quickly left. This was not a place to stay for long. He needed to find a quiet place to refine Lien Yundao and the other's soul origin. Then, he would take a look at what was in Lien Yundao's storage ring. Lin Feng quickly left. However, the news of Lien Yundao's death quickly spread. Although the number of cultivators on the immortal path was small, those who could enter were the top geniuses of various large worlds or the top experts of the younger generation. Therefore, everyone knew how terrifying Lien Yundao, who came from the immortal race, was. Now, Lien Yundao had been killed. This was definitely an earth-shattering matter. The immortal race would not let this matter rest so easily. One had to know that the immortal race was not a race that was easy to deal with. This race was abnormally overbearing. This was built on strength. The immortal race was one of the rulers of the heavenly realm. Who would dare to offend them, not to mention killing an immortal race cultivator? A storm is coming. Just wait and see. Something big is about to happen, someone said. A storm is coming. The immortal path to heaven might become chaotic. Someone sighed. This is an era of turbulence. Either you go against the heavens and change your fate, or you die prematurely, someone said, evaluating Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally knew that the outside world was in an uproar. However, he didn't care about this matter at all. With his cultivation, even if he faced the top experts of the immortal race's younger generation, he had no fear. Even if he couldn't defeat them. However, Lin Feng believed that with his methods, it would be very easy to get rid of them. Lin Feng found a place for seclusion in another mountain range. He sealed the place where he was cultivating in seclusion with restrictions. Then, he began to refine the Lianyun Dao's soul origin. There was a restriction on their soul origin, which prevented them from prying into the secrets within. They could only devour the powerful energy contained within the soul origin. After absorbing the original souls of He Lianyun Dao and the others, Lin Feng's soul had broken through once again. His soul power was roughly equivalent to that of a cultivator who had reached the third step. Comte. Lin Feng's divine sense invaded the storage ring. Everything in the storage ring appeared in his senses. That's a beast egg? Lin Feng looked at the black beast egg in the storage ring in shock. The black beast egg seemed to contain a terrifying power that could destroy the world. The aura was very familiar. The aura of the two-winged demon flood dragon. Is this the beast egg of the two-winged demon flood dragon? Lin Feng was shocked. The Beast King level 2-winged demon flood dragon had launched a beast tide. It was to find the cultivator who had stolen the beast egg. Many people had been implicated and died tragically in the beast tide. Lin Feng had cursed at the time. He didn't know which immoral bastard had stolen the two-winged demon flood dragon's beast egg and implicated innocent people like him. Now, he knew that the culprits were He Lianyun Dao and the others. The 5 of them were quite lucky. They had managed to come out alive after stealing the two-winged demon flood dragon's beast egg. However, the last thing these people should have done was to provoke him. Lin Feng took out the beast egg. The two-winged demon flood dragon was a primordial variant. A powerful primordial bloodline flowed through its veins. Thus, the two-winged demon flood dragon's cultivation was extremely terrifying and abnormally powerful. The Beast King level 2-winged demon flood dragon had reached the Emperor realm. From this, one could see how astonishing the talent of the two-winged demon flood dragon was. Moreover, the two-winged demon flood dragon's body was enormous and very intimidating. It was simply the perfect mount. Hee, I'll let the two-winged demon flood dragon's beast egg recognize me as its master first. In the future, it can become my young master's mount. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. His divine sense surged out and entered the two-winged demon flood dragon's beast egg. Lin Feng imprinted his divine sense into the young beast egg's soul. In a flash, Lin Feng had a special connection with the baby beast inside the egg. The young two-winged demon flood dragon was currently in a deep sleep. It would probably take some time for it to hatch. However, Lin Feng guessed that it wouldn't take too long. After sacrificially refining the two-winged demon flood dragon's beast egg, Lin Feng put it back into the storage ring. Then, Lin Feng continued to search for other things in the storage ring. There were some precious natural treasures stored in the storage ring. They should have been obtained by He Lianyun Dao from the immortal path to heaven. In addition to these natural treasures, there were more than 10 powerful magic treasures. Most of them were pseudo-emperor level magic treasures. In addition, there were 2 bronze artifacts and 1 stone artifact. Of the 2 bronze artifacts, one was a large saber. The other was a giant axe. They were both very powerful. As for the stone artifact, it was a pity because it was damaged. From its appearance, this stone artifact should be a stone artifact. After being damaged, its power was greatly reduced. Lin Feng put away all these things. Then, he walked all the way into the depths. Sometimes, he would see some cultivators appear on the immortal path to heaven. But soon, those cultivators disappeared without a trace. They had probably obtained an opportunity and disappeared. There were many opportunities on the immortal path to heaven. Whether or not one could obtain them depended on whether one had the opportunity. In the distance, 9 moons appeared, hanging in the air. The moonlight fell like a silver river, beautiful and magnificent. Many cultivators were alarmed. They stood on the immortal path to heaven and looked into the distance. The 9th moon cliff has appeared again. A cultivator in scholarly robes said. It was a mysterious cliff that was connected to the immortal path to heaven. Above the cliff, 9 moons floated. That was the origin of the name 9th moon cliff. That is a place of treasure, but also a place of danger. It is said that there is a great secret hidden inside, but it is also extremely dangerous, the cultivator in scholarly robes said. The cultivator in scholarly robes exuded a scholarly aura, as if he was a scholar who had read a lot of books. His words caused quite a stir. That was because no one knew much about the September cliff. Even though some people had heard of the September cliff, they were still filled with curiosity and doubt about it. That was because the September cliff was filled with mystery. Lin Feng stood not far away and listened. No one recognized him. Perhaps the cultivators here had not seen him kill Helyun Dao. Of course, some of them might have recognized him. It was just that they did not make it public. A cultivator asked, "Is there anything special about the September cliff?" Rumor has it that a terrifying existence is buried in the 9 moons cliff, but there are also rumors that there is actually a treasure that can defy the heavens. There are also rumors that there is actually a terrifying creature imprisoned in the 9 moons cliff. There are all kinds of rumors, but many years ago, there was indeed an immortal light gushing out from the 9 moons cliff, so there must be something extraordinary inside. Later, someone entered the 9 moons cliff, and that person was a peerless existence. After he came out, he warned everyone that although the 9 moons cliff contained great opportunities, it also contained great dangers, so it was not to be entered. You can't enter it. However, many people did not believe him. Therefore, every time the September cliff appeared, many people would enter it to explore. However, a terrifying thing happened. Almost all the cultivators who entered the September cliff died. Died? Could it be that it really contains great danger? Many people were moved, feeling that the September cliff was very scary. They were guessing what exactly was hidden in the September cliff. The cultivator in scholarly robes continued, perhaps. Many times, danger and opportunity go hand in hand. It's hard to separate them. The cultivator in scholarly robes' words resonated with many people. This sentence was indeed very reasonable. Opportunity and danger were equivalent to two extremes of a matter. One side was positive. One side was negative. The cultivator in scholarly robes continued, when the 9 moons fall, cultivators can bathe in the moonlight and cultivate, absorbing the essence of the 9 moons. Many people were moved and had this idea long ago. Although they did not know why 9 moons formed here. However, the power of the moonlight from the 9 moons was extremely pure. It formed a silver river. It absorbed the surrounding cultivators and entered to cultivate. Of course, the 9th moon cliff is very strange. When you enter the moonlight to cultivate, you have to be on guard against some unforeseen events. The cultivator in scholarly robes said. What unforeseen event will happen? Someone asked. He wanted to take precautions in advance. This place is too strange. Anything can happen here. The cultivator in scholarly robes said. Many people pondered the words of the Confucian-robed cultivator. It was indeed as the Confucian-robed cultivator said. With our cultivation, even if something happens to the 9th moon cliff, we can quickly leave the 9th moon cliff and return to the heavenly immortal path. A cultivator said confidently. The cultivator in scholarly robes replied, that's for the best. Whoosh, there were already some cultivators who couldn't wait any longer and quickly flew towards the Milky Way above the September cliff. It was formed from the essence of the moon. The attraction was simply too great. Although September cliff was dangerous, it was worth the risk. There were a total of over 30 cultivators in the surrounding area. One after another, they soared into the sky and flew towards the 9th moon cliff. Brother, are you not planning to cultivate at 9th moon cliff? Lin Feng asked. The cultivator in scholarly robes was somewhat hesitant. But in the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of the moonlight energy at the 9th moon cliff. He smiled and said, I do plan to. Lin Feng nodded and also soared into the sky, flying towards the Milky Way above the ninth moon cliff. The moonlight was the purest form of energy. Lin Feng bathed in the moonlight. He felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up, greedily absorbing the moonlight energy. This feeling was simply too comfortable. Lin Feng circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art and began to madly absorb the moonlight energy here. In an instant, Lin Feng felt as if his cultivation had improved. The strength of the moon was extraordinary, it could make Lin Feng's cultivation level increase by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. His current cultivation level had stopped at the early stage of the 10th heavenly layer. However, as the moonlight energy was continuously devoured and refined by Lin Feng could clearly feel that his cultivation level had begun to rise. Although the speed of his cultivation level wasn't fast, it was steadily increasing. This was his greatest gain. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng's cultivation level rose from the early stage of the 10th heavenly layer to the middle stage of the 10th heavenly layer. Lin Feng's cultivation level was more difficult to raise. Being able to raise it by a small level made Lin Feng very happy. He was still absorbing the power of the moonlight in this place. The moonlight energy was simply too pure. It was very effective in increasing one's cultivation level. Lin Feng's accumulation was too great. It was more difficult for him to break through, so his cultivation level rose less. However, many cultivators' cultivation levels continued to rise after absorbing large amounts of moonlight energy here. These cultivators' cultivation levels improved greatly. The cultivators all revealed excited looks on their faces. Lin Feng's cultivation also rose again. He successfully broke through from the middle stage of the 10th heavenly layer to the late stage of the 10th heavenly layer. This moonlight energy is really powerful. I'll soon reach the peak of the 10th heavenly layer. Lin Feng said happily. The moonlight energy is already so extraordinary. The secret hidden here must be very shocking. A cultivator said. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the depths of the ninth moon cliff. It was pitch black there. He couldn't see anything. However, the greatest secret of the ninth moon cliff might be hidden there. Some cultivators were already greedy. Simply absorbing moonlight energy was no longer enough to satisfy their inner desires. They wanted to explore the secrets of the ninth moon cliff. The bottom of the ninth moon cliff is extremely dangerous. Everyone, it's best not to be rash. The Confucian-robed cultivator said. What do you know? Fortune comes from danger. If we give up the opportunity in front of us because of the danger, how many opportunities will we miss? Someone replied with a sneer. You must know that most of the cultivators who entered the ninth moon cliff died there. The Confucian-robed cultivator continued to persuade. Another cultivator refuted, you said it yourself. Most of them died there, not all of them. It's obvious that some people came out alive. Since others can come out of the ninth moon cliff alive, why can't we do the same? The Confucian-robed cultivator was refuted to the point that he didn't know how to persuade these people. When the things they obtained couldn't satisfy their inner desires. Lin Feng said, the ninth moon cliff is indeed very dangerous. I can feel a terrifying power lurking within, so not entering the ninth moon cliff is the best choice. Brat, who do you think you are? Do you have the right to teach us what to do? A cultivator looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, I'm not teaching you what to do. I'm just telling you what I feel. No one wants to listen to your nonsense, a cultivator retorted. Said Lin Feng smiling coldly. He didn't say anything else. Those people were just courting death. He could not be bothered to say anything else. How about we go down together and take a look? A cultivator suggested. He wanted to explore the ninth moon cliff with the others. There was strength in numbers. If they really encountered danger, it would be easy to deal with it. Okay, I agree. I agree too. The cultivators replied one after another. About 15 or 16 cultivators came to a consensus and decided to explore the ninth moon cliff. Some cultivators were tempted but decided to give up in the end because they felt that the ninth moon cliff was very strange. Absorbing the power of the moon in the Milky Way to increase one's cultivation was already a good opportunity. As for other opportunities, or better yet, there were even greater opportunities. They would be left for others. At least these cultivators had some self-awareness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 cultivators flew toward the depths of the 9th moon cliff. Lin Feng retracted his gaze and continued to absorb the power of the moon. The life and death of those people had nothing to do with him. At that moment, Lin Feng only cared about increasing his cultivation level, he didn't care about anything else. The others were like Lin Feng and continued to absorb the power of the moon to increase their cultivation. More cultivators arrived at the 9th moon cliff. Those who had just arrived also hurriedly absorbed the power of the moon to increase their cultivation. Some people looked toward the depths of the 9th moon cliff as if they wanted to explore, but in the end, they did not have the courage. Of course, it was also possible that they wanted to increase their cultivation first. When the power of the moon could no longer increase their cultivation, they would enter the depths to explore. As Lin Feng was absorbing the power of moonlight, a group of cultivators entered the depths of 9 Moons Cliff. A 1-meter-tall immortal tree floated in the air, surrounded by endless immortal qi. There were 9 fruits on top. Those fruits were extremely special. Each fruit was like a phoenix spreading its wings and soaring high in the sky. Immortal medicine of immortality, 9 Phoenix Immortal Tree. When they saw the immortal tree, the group of people all exclaimed. The immortal herb of immortality was an immortal spiritual root that had been nurtured since the beginning of the epic. Any immortal herb of immortality had all kinds of wondrous uses. However, the most important use was to allow the cultivator to regain their youth and live another life. More importantly, when one regained their youth, one's cultivation would not fall. This was too frightening. Think about it, a boundary emperor realm cultivator was unable to become a great emperor, and his lifespan was nearing its end. He was about to die. At this time, he swallowed an immortal medicine of immortality. He immediately regained his youth. It was very likely that this quasi-emperor realm cultivator would break through to the great emperor realm in the future. A great emperor realm cultivator who was unable to break through to the immortal realm. When he was about to die, he swallowed an immortal herb of immortality and lived another life. Perhaps he could break through to the immortal realm. This was the greatest use of an immortal herb of immortality. Since ancient times, countless experts had searched all over the universe in order to find an immortal herb of immortality, but they could not find any trace of it. Now, an immortal herb of immortality had appeared here. The group of cultivators' eyes were wide open. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, more than 10 cultivators quickly pounced on the immortal herb of immortality, wanting to capture the 9 Phoenix Immortal Tree. Now, these cultivators had gone completely crazy. They only had one thought in mind, and that was to obtain this immortal herb of immortality. The immortal herb of immortality had a spirit. Seeing these cultivators chasing after it, the immortal herb of immortality quickly flew into the depths of 9th Moon Cliff. The immortal herb of immortality was simply too fast. Of course, these cultivators were also fast enough. Moreover, there were cultivators who directly attacked the immortal 9 Phoenix Tree. They did not mind destroying the 9 Phoenix Immortal Tree. They only wanted to obtain the fruits it bore. Faced with these cultivators' attacks, the 9 Phoenix Immortal Tree suddenly turned into a fire phoenix. The fire phoenix flapped its wings. In an instant, the attacks of these cultivators were all shattered by the fire phoenix. Then, the fire phoenix spread its wings and quickly flew into the depths. We can't let it escape. Don't worry, it won't escape. A group of cultivators shouted excitedly. They increased their speed. They quickly rushed into the depths of 9th Moon Cliff. Outside, Lin Feng's body was undergoing changes. He discovered that his sovereign bloodline had begun to circulate on its own. Moreover, it seemed to be showing signs of awakening. Lin Feng's immortal divine blood had awakened by 40%. His sovereign bloodline had awakened by 30%. During these breakthroughs, Lin Feng's bloodline had not been able to awaken. But now, Lin Feng discovered that his sovereign bloodline had changed. This made him very happy. Every time the sovereign bloodline awakened, Lin Feng's bloodline power would increase greatly. With that, his battle prowess would naturally increase as well. When his immortal divine blood and sovereign bloodline each reached 50%, Lin Feng would be able to complete the cycle of yin and yang. Perhaps by then, Lin Feng would have broken through to the Great Emperor realm. Of course, Lin Feng had yet to undergo a deeper bloodline awakening. Bloodline awakening was different from bloodline awakening. Bloodline awakening was the transformation of ordinary blood into a special bloodline. Bloodline awakening was the awakening of some heaven-defying ability left behind by one's ancestors, or the awakening of a powerful bloodline power. In the future, when Lin Feng underwent a deeper bloodline awakening, Lin Feng would be even more powerful and terrifying. The sovereign bloodline began to actively absorb moonlight energy. This was Lin Feng's first time seeing this. Next, the immortal divine blood awakened on its own. Like the sovereign bloodline, it began to actively absorb moonlight energy. Could it be that the two bloodlines are going to awaken again? Lin Feng couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. A huge whirlpool formed above Lin Feng. Moonlight energy poured into the whirlpool continuously. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed many cultivators. Many people looked at Lin Feng. It's him. A cultivator who had just arrived looked at Lin Feng in shock. Who is he? Someone asked curiously. He's the one who killed Helian Yundao. I heard that the other geniuses of the Helian clan are looking for him. I didn't expect him to be here. The cultivator said. What? He's the cultivator who killed Helian Yundao? Many people were astonished when they heard that. They looked at Lin Feng in awe and veneration. Now that Lin Feng's identity was exposed, it caused a huge uproar because Lin Feng's identity was simply too shocking. Recently, all kinds of news about Lin Feng had been spreading like wildfire. Now, everyone finally saw Lin Feng in person. He's really young. The rumors are true. Some people say that he's a cultivator from the Xianxia realm. I wonder if it's true. There's no smoke without fire. Since that's what the outside world is saying, it might be true. Many cultivators began to discuss softly. Now, more and more people believed that Lin Feng came from the Xianxia realm. This was because the combat strength that Lin Feng displayed was too strong. He did not seem like a cultivator from the mortal world. And Lin Feng was clearly not a cultivator from the heavenly realm. Then, he could only be a cultivator from the Xianxia realm or the underworld. Lin Feng could not possibly be a cultivator from the underworld either. This was because cultivators from the underworld were all Yin spirits and ghosts. And Lin Feng was a human. Then, there was only one possibility left. Lin Feng came from the Xianxia realm. The Xianxia realm was a mysterious and unfathomable realm. There were too few rumors about this realm. Cultivators from the outside world did not know much about this realm. The only thing they knew was that this realm, the heavenly realm, and the underworld were known as the three supreme realms of this era. There was a saying that the Xianxia realm was related to the Khanate lifeforms. It was widely rumored that the Khanate lifeforms had fallen after the Great Khanate Lifeform War. Countless years had passed and no Khanate lifeforms had appeared again. However, some people believed that there were actually some Khanate lifeforms who had survived the war. It was just that those Khanate lifeforms had entered the Xianxia realm. After the Great Khanate Lifeform War, they had never left the Xianxia realm. As for whether this rumor was true, no one knew. Many people tried to find the location of the Xianxia realm. But the Xianxia realm was too mysterious. It was impossible to find its exact location. Cultivators could ascend and enter the heavenly realm. But there seemed to be no way to enter the Xianxia realm. Lin Feng was so young, but he had such a terrifying cultivation. Furthermore, he was not afraid of the revenge of the immortal race. This was also why so many people believed that Lin Feng could be a cultivator from the chaotic bound of heaven and earth. Lin Feng didn't care about the gazes of the people around him. He was devouring the moonlight energy with all his might. The pure moon strength fused with Lin Feng's blood. Lin Feng realized that his godly immortal blood and ruler's great imperial blood were changing. At the same time, Lin Feng's realm was also steadily increasing. Lin Feng felt that before long, his cultivation realm would be able to reach peak 10th firmament celestial deity realm. When the time comes, I'll settle down. Then, he could attempt to break through to the giant god realm. Of course, Lin Feng knew that it would not be easy for him to break through to the giant god realm with his cultivation base. Therefore, even if he wanted to attempt to break through to the giant god realm, he needed to make sufficient preparations. Within the 9th moon cliff, the dozen or so experts chased after the 9 phoenix immortal tree and soon arrived at the depths of the 9th moon cliff. A huge valley appeared in the depths of the 9th moon cliff. The valley was densely covered with restrictions and was extremely dangerous. The 9 phoenix immortal tree had turned into a fire phoenix. It had already gained sentience and floated in the air. Its body emitted waves of intense fluctuations. The fire phoenix let out a series of cries from time to time, as if deliberately provoking the dozen or so powerful cultivators. The fire phoenix has gained sentience. It will take some effort to capture it. One of the experts said. There are restrictions inside. This fire phoenix can enter the restrictions at any time. It seems like it wants to rely on these restrictions to stop us. Another expert said. Then let's break the restrictions. A third cultivator said confidently. This person came from the Great Formation world. He had a deep understanding of all kinds of formations. Therefore, he was also very confident in breaking the formations here. With Brother Shui here, there's naturally no formation that can stump us. A cultivator said. Clearly, he knew this cultivator from the Great Formation world. When the time comes, we'll have to trouble you, Brother Shui, the others said one after another. After we capture the fire phoenix, I want one of the immortal fruits. As for how you want to distribute the rest, that's up to you. The cultivator surnamed Shui smiled. All right, no problem. The others nodded in agreement. Next, the group of people attacked. They directly pounced on the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix transformed from the 9 phoenix immortal tree, drilled into the restriction and disappeared without a trace. The cultivator surnamed Shui began to break the formation. As expected of a cultivator from the Great Formation world. His attainments in formations were extremely profound. The restrictions here were powerful. However, the cultivator surnamed Shui still managed to find a flaw. Of course, it was unrealistic to completely break the formation. The cultivator surnamed Shui opened a passage in the formation. Then, the group of people followed the passage and entered the formation to search for the fire phoenix. Look, there's a parasol tree, someone pointed to the depths. In the depths, a huge parasol tree appeared. Legend had it that phoenixes resided on parasol trees. The fire phoenix is there. Then, a cultivator pointed in a direction. The fire phoenix transformed from the 9 phoenix immortal tree stood on top of the parasol tree. Its eyes were looking at the group of cultivators. Its eyes were extremely cold. The group of cultivators couldn't help but frown. The fire phoenix's eyes seemed to be filled with confidence. No one knew where that confidence came from. It's just a bluff. That fire phoenix won't be able to escape today. Someone said indifferently. He couldn't wait any longer and quickly rushed toward the parasol tree where the fire phoenix was. Boom, at that moment, a terrifying aura came from a black hole behind the parasol tree. Everyone's attention was drawn to the black hole. Previously, no one had noticed the black hole. That was because everyone's attention was on the fire phoenix. Now, everyone's attention was on the black hole. The aura coming from the black hole made everyone's heart palpitate. Huff, 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 suddenly, a black fog surged out and shrouded the group of cultivators. Something's wrong. Let's go, the cultivator surnamed Shui's face changed. He couldn't help but shout. He took the lead and rushed outside. The rest of the people also hurriedly rushed outside. But it was too late. The black fog shrouded all the cultivators. Their bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. Why is this happening? The cultivators who were still alive screamed in horror. They were filled with regret. They regretted taking the risk to enter this place. But it was too late to regret now. Everyone was shrouded by the black fog. Then, their bodies exploded. Soul essence, the most delicious food. A sinister voice came from the black hole. A large amount of moonlight energy poured into Lin Feng's body. Both his bloodlines and his cultivation were improving. Finally, Lin Feng broke through to the peak of the celestial god realm. This made Lin Feng very happy. He was now only a step away from the giant god realm. Lin Feng's bloodline power was also improving. His sovereign emperor bloodline had risen from 30% to 31%. His undying divine bloodline recovered from 40% to 42%. Lin Feng's bloodline was very powerful. Every time he recovered a part of his bloodline, his battle prowess would soar. Now, Lin Feng felt as if his body had recovered a great amount of power. This feeling was too good. Moonlight energy could no longer help Lin Feng break through. If he did, Lin Feng would break through to the giant god realm. Moonlight couldn't help Lin Feng break through to the giant god layer. However, moonlight energy could continue to improve Lin Feng's bloodline. The reason why moonlight energy was so magical was that it seemed to contain a special kind of energy. Lin Feng could feel that energy, but he didn't know what kind of energy it was. His body was absorbing moonlight energy endlessly. At this time, a sinister voice came from the black hole in the depths of the ninth moon cliff. After refining these souls, I've recovered a little. However, it's not enough. It's far from enough. I need more souls. As the voice fell, black fog surged out of the black hole and rushed out of the ninth moon cliff. The black fog swept across the world, rolling violently and emitting waves of shocking energy. It didn't take long for the black fog to reach the outside. What's that? Someone exclaimed as he pointed at the black fog flying out from the depths of the ninth moon cliff. Not good. Run. When Lin Feng saw the black fog, he couldn't help but look glum. He felt a great danger sweeping over him. The black fog was definitely extremely terrifying. Lin Feng guessed that the cultivators who had entered the depths of the ninth moon cliff were most likely dead by now. The cultivator in scholarly robes and himself had advised those people not to enter the depths of the ninth moon cliff. However, those people didn't listen at all. Some even spoke ill of him. Those people had only themselves to blame for dying tragically in the depths of the ninth moon cliff. However, it seemed that the cultivators who hadn't entered the depths of the ninth moon cliff were about to suffer a calamity. This made Lin Feng quite depressed. We've always been honest, okay, however, the world was extremely cruel. It wouldn't be gentle with us just because you didn't do anything risky. Many times, this was what it meant by calamity. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone quickly rushed outside, each of them pushing their speed to the limit. However, the speed of the black fog was very fast. It caught up in an instant and enveloped everyone. It then dragged the cultivators into the depths of the ninth moon cliff. Some of the cultivators of the Emperor of the ninth moon cliff. Those cultivators relied on powerful treasures or talismans to break free from the shackles of the black mist. Then, he quickly escaped. Break! Lin Feng released his domineering aura. He wanted to use his domineering aura to break the black fog's restraint on his body. However, he failed. The black fog was very strange. His domineering aura couldn't suppress the black fog. One could only escape by relying on some special Dharma treasures or escape talismans. However, Lin Feng didn't have any of these things. Including Lin Feng, there were still more than 20 people who didn't have any Dharma treasures or escape talismans. Therefore, their bodies flew uncontrollably toward the depths of the ninth moon cliff. Bang! Along the way, some of the weaker cultivators were the first to be unable to withstand the terrifying pressure emanating from the black fog. Their bodies collapsed and they died on the spot. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. My future is bright. I can't die here. Spare me. Spare me. My father is the world master of the mysterious sky world. As long as you spare me, I can give you endless benefits. No matter what you want, I can give it to you. Many people's minds were completely out of balance. Few could remain calm in the face of death. One by one, they screamed in horror. This was human nature. No one wanted to die. It was better to live than to die. This sentence was very reasonable. However, no one paid attention to these people's pleas. A terrifying aura pervaded between heaven and earth. It was emitting waves of shocking fluctuations. Bang, 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 the cultivators' bodies exploded in midair. They couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure from the black fog at all. No one knew what kind of existence it was that killed them all. Lin Feng used his domineering aura to protect his body. Although his domineering aura couldn't break free from the black fog's devouring. However, it could protect his body from being hurt. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't suffer a calamity. When he entered the depths of the 9th moon cliff, Lin Feng saw the huge parasol tree. He also saw the fire phoenix on the parasol tree. Lin Feng was extremely surprised. There was actually a fire phoenix living here. It was really shocking. However, Lin Feng soon felt that something was wrong with the fire phoenix. This was a very special feeling, a very mysterious feeling. Lin Feng opened his heavenly demon snake eyes and looked at the fire phoenix. He was shocked. Because he saw the fire phoenix's true body. It wasn't a real fire phoenix, but an immortal medicine. It's actually the 9 phoenix immortal tree. Lin Feng's heart was pounding like a tidal wave. Immortal medicine. This was an extremely heaven-defying treasure. A complete immortal medicine could allow a person to live another life. The ancient emperors. The ancient immortals. In order to find immortal medicine, they searched the heavens. Now, an immortal medicine had appeared here. If he could catch this 9 phoenix immortal tree and cultivate it himself, it would be great. It was rumored that some heaven-defying experts. They had all planted immortal medicines. It was to prolong their lives when they were old. Of course, now wasn't the time to think about catching the 9 phoenix immortal tree. Instead, he was thinking about how to get through this crisis. Bang, 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 cultivators' bodies exploded one by one. After arriving here, only 5 cultivators' bodies didn't explode. Those 5 cultivators included Lin Feng, a woman in a black dress, and a cultivator with a mask covering his face. Lin Feng didn't know who he was. One of them was a cultivator with 4 golden wings and the other was a cultivator from the white hair race. These 5 cultivators all had their own methods, so they didn't suffer. However, they couldn't get rid of the black fog. Everyone's face was extremely gloomy. They could feel the aura of death enveloping their bodies. The black hole emitted a powerful suction force. It was pitch black inside the black hole, so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. A cold and terrifying aura emanated from the place. Lin Feng and the others turned solemn. They didn't know what kind of terrifying existence was hiding inside the black hole, so they were naturally worried about their own safety. Delicious, truly delicious. Keek keek, a sinister voice resounded in the cave. It seemed like a terrifying existence was speaking in the darkness. The female cultivator threw out a few luminous pearls, which instantly lit up. Everyone could see the scene inside the cave clearly. There was actually a cloud of black fog floating in the cave. A mysterious existence seemed to be hiding inside the black mist, devouring the souls of the dead cultivators. Who are you? The female cultivator asked. I'm someone who has long been forgotten. The existence in the black mist said sinisterly. You're from the previous epoch. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The black mist was very strange. He had encountered it before, so Lin Feng felt that this existence was from the previous epoch. It was a terrifying existence with incredible means. The previous epoch? The existence in the black mist laughed sinisterly. How come I don't know that I'm from the previous epoch? I've almost forgotten my own origin. You're not from the previous epoch? Lin Feng was surprised. Lin Feng had the impression that the mysterious cultivator's chi was similar to that of a cultivator from the previous epoch, but the mysterious cultivator didn't seem to be from the previous epoch. Lin Feng didn't understand. He didn't know what extraordinary origin this mysterious existence had, but Lin Feng felt that this mysterious existence was giving off an indescribable feeling. Delicious, truly delicious. As the mysterious creature devoured the soul sources of the dead cultivators, it continued to mutter some words. The soul essences of the dead cultivators seemed to be very useful to him. After devouring the soul essences of those dead cultivators, Lin Feng could clearly sense that the mysterious existence's aura had become much stronger. How many years has it been since I last devoured the soul source of a cultivator? This feeling is really nostalgic. The voice of the mysterious being was extremely sinister. His sinister eyes looked towards Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others acted as if they were facing a great enemy. In the face of such a terrifying existence, no one could remain calm. Sir, do you wish to fight us? The cultivator with 4 golden wings said indifferently. His wings seemed to be made of metal and emitted a metallic luster. The four wings were terrifying. They were the feathers of an immortal spirit. It was surrounded by a mysterious power. "Are you worthy?" The mysterious existence sneered. Whoosh. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the cultivator, and a withered hand reached out from the black fog. Like the ghost claw of a malicious spirit, it clawed toward the cultivator's neck. Slash. The cultivator's reaction was also extremely fast. His four wings flapped with lightning-like speed, creating whooshing sounds. Like four golden swords, they quickly slashed towards the existence within the black fog. "Kill him!" Lin Feng shouted. If he didn't make a move now, when would he make a move? He took the lead and rushed towards the mysterious being. Then, he circulated his three types of qi, wanting to suppress the mysterious being. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that the other three cultivators directly fled outside. Obviously, they didn't plan to fight with the mysterious being. They wanted to escape while the mysterious being was attacking the four-winged clan cultivator. Damn, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Seeing that the others didn't plan to make a move, he also withdrew his qi and ran outside. Puff, the mysterious being was really too terrifying. It directly pierced through the four-winged clan cultivator's wings. Then, its sharp claw-like hand pierced through the four-winged clan cultivator's head. 5 bloody holes appeared on the four-winged clan cultivator's head. Those were the 5 bloody holes left behind by the mysterious being's fingers. After killing the four-winged clan cultivator, the mysterious being instantly disappeared without a trace. Then, he appeared at the entrance of the cave. Puff. The mysterious being attacked and locked onto the white-haired clan cultivator. Its sharp claws pierced towards the white-haired clan cultivator's head. The mysterious being's appearance was really too sudden. The white-haired clan cultivator didn't even have time to react. 5 bloody holes appeared on his head. The white-haired clan cultivator died a miserable death. Lin Feng, the female cultivator, and the masked cultivator all retreated. "Keek keek, none of you can escape." The mysterious being laughed maliciously. As though it had teleported, it arrived in front of the masked cultivator. It attacked the four-winged clan cultivator and the white-haired clan cultivator in exactly the same way. It pierced towards the masked cultivator with a single hand. The most terrifying thing about this mysterious being was that it was too fast. The speed of its attack was also very fast. It was so fast that people didn't have time to condense a powerful divine ability to deal with it. The masked cultivator opened his mouth and spat out a demonic saber. The demonic saber quickly enlarged and slashed towards the mysterious being. However, the mysterious being was really too terrifying. It actually grabbed the demonic saber. Then, it lightly slashed with its right hand. Puff. The masked cultivator's head was chopped off by his own magic treasure. The masked cultivator died. Swoosh. The mysterious being disappeared again. The next moment, it appeared in front of the female cultivator. That female cultivator was a stunner. Whether it was her figure or her face, they were both impeccable. Even though Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, he still couldn't help but be stunned. After seeing that female cultivator, he couldn't help but feel a bit stunned. Such a woman, any normal man would want to hold her in their arms and love her dearly. But obviously, this mysterious being wasn't a normal person. It didn't know what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Its sharp claws swiped towards the female cultivator. 2 short blades appeared in the female cultivator's hands and slashed towards the mysterious being. But the mysterious being's claws were too sharp. They easily broke the female cultivator's weapons. Then it grabbed the female cultivator's neck. "Seeing that you're a woman, I'll leave you with a complete corpse." The mysterious being looked at the female cultivator with a gloomy expression. The female cultivator looked at the mysterious being with fear and begging eyes. "Don't. Such a beautiful fairy, it's too much of a waste to just kill her." Lin Feng shouted. Crack. A moment later, the mysterious being broke the female cultivator's neck. The female cultivator died a horrible death. When Lin Feng saw the female cultivator's face, he sighed. She was such a beautiful woman and surprisingly, she had been killed. What a pity. The mysterious being looked at Lin Feng with a mocking expression. You're about to die, yet you still have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Now I really want to pry open your head and see what you're thinking. Swish. End of chapter 2692. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.